Hi students, welcome to my costing marathon video for your CA intermediate portions. Now what you can expect from this video is 1. A summarized version of each of the chapter with all the questions conceptually covered and the last 5 years papers discussed. We will be doing the chapters based on the importance to the exam. You can easily expect to score more than 60 if you can understand the concepts and ensure that the problems are solved. All the questions which have been given are available in the below link. Do join our WhatsApp group. You can even get one of your paper evaluated from our team. Looking forward to see you guys clearing your exams. All the best. So just to give a quick brief what we would be doing over the next 5 days of our preparation is we would be focusing more on how to go about with the exam. So we'll not focus more on the concepts part of it. Any question, how do we approach it, right? We are not going to go more in depth with the concepts. In a day, we'll be covering 2 chapters on an average, and you will get enough time to go back, do some more questions, and if there are any doubts that you guys have with regards to those particular chapters or other stuff, we can always come back. Maybe I'll send you guys my email ID, you can forward it, and I'll answer those questions for you guys. Now, when we try to look into most of the papers, there are certain chapters which definitely are going to come for your exam. And when I say definitely gonna come, the average marks are between 5 to 15. And that is, so when I try to look into any of my papers, right, we only have to get 4 questions right to clear our exams. Only 4 questions. We don't have to know all the 13 chapters properly as we try to look into it from a class per se, because it's an exam. What we are focusing on 4 chapters, that is more than enough to cross my 40 marks. Another 3 chapters will keep it more as a buffer so that my score goes above 60. So that will be the focus for the first 3 days to ensure that we score more than 60. The next 2 days, the focus will be out of the remaining 40 marks, I should at least be able to score 20 just by attending my classes, right? So this would be your strategy for it. 5 days session from today we'll be looking at, so that we cover as much as possible to get more than 60 marks. And most of them who have been attending costing with me have been scoring more than 60. So I hope you guys also try to get as much as possible. So one of the most important chapter, and also something little confusing for all the CS students, is the chapter of marginal costing. When I try to look into it now, a marginal costing, we have 2 kinds that we get. One we get for a 5 mark, which is going to be typically a very easy question. Then you get another 10 mark, which is going to be difficult, right? So what we will do, we'll run through all the concepts, and then we'll do 5 questions which are going to cover all the kinds, and I'll leave you guys with a couple of questions so that you can do it back home and come back during the day, right? Now when we talk about marginal costing, the first thing that we have to understand is a marginal cost is just a variable cost. It's what? A variable cost. And why we say it to be a variable cost is, let's say I'm producing 10 units and tomorrow I'm going to be producing 15 units. The increase in the cost will only be because of the variable cost, right? Because the fixed cost will not change with what? Irrespective of the production, what will change is only going to be my variable cost. Now, is the fixed cost going to be constant across, is the question. The answer is no. The fixed cost will be constant only up to a particular range. For an example, let's say if I'm taking this particular classroom, till we fit in 30 people, the classroom fixed cost will be the same. But the moment I want to put in 50, my range will increase. Automatically there will be an additional fixed cost. So that is something which is very, very important for me. in terms of doing all the decision making questions. Are you clear? The next part of it is, now when we are trying to look at this marginal costing as a chapter, we need to understand that inventories, my inventories, that's my closing stock, will always be valued at the variable cost only. There is a chapter called absorption costing where we will be connecting this. That's another chapter which comes for 10 marks, where there is a reference to both marginal and absorption costing. So marginal costing also comes in as a part of another chapter somewhere. So we will have to know this particular concept there, because I won't be repeating there. At a closing inventory, what are we going to be talking of? We'll only be focusing on the closing inventory will be valued at what price? Only the variable cost. Are you guys clear with this? I'll be sharing this PDF for you guys. So only the questions we will try to solve it, whatever is required, right? The ones who are attending online, you can just drop in your email, post this to this message. So I'll be sharing you the notes. And I think this is good enough for you guys to prepare on the day of exam. So that will help you guys out to say, okay, I've covered all of this. I'm saying that with all the things that I'm doing in the next 5 days, 60 marks the minimum you can get. So I think that's a good position to be in a 5-day session, right? So now when we talk about my marginal cost, we have to understand the marginal cost statement. Marginal cost statement. The way a marginal cost statement works is what? My sales minus variable cost. And sales minus variable cost, we call it as the contribution. Contribution minus fixed cost will become my profit. And this is what we are going to be using across the chapter. This whole concept of marginal cost statement, which is basically sales minus variable cost, is going to be my contribution. Contribution minus fixed cost will be my profit. Are you clear? Right? Now, one of a question which keeps coming in our exam is basically an indirect application of a CVP analysis. Now, what does this whole CVP analysis talk about? Right? Now, see, I know this statement. Now, whenever we get confused in the exam, this is the rule that I follow. I'll always assume my selling price to be 100. I'll always assume what? My selling price to be 100. Therefore, what will be my variable cost? Let's say a variable cost is told to be 20%. So it will be 20. So what is my contribution? 80. For some sake, let me say fixed cost is 50 rupees. So how much profit am I making? 30. Now, what is CVP analysis all about? Let us try to just look into this and analyze. Now, a CVP analysis talks about what is going to be the impact because of change in the selling price, because of change in the volume, because of change in the variable cost, because of change in the fixed cost. What are we going to be looking at? My change in the profit because of 4 parameters. What are the 4 parameters? Selling price, volume, variable cost, fixed cost. Are you clear? Now let's say if my volume increases, will my contribution per unit change? Is the first question. Change in the volume, will it change the contribution? The answer is no, because both my fixed cost and variable cost are all what? Changes according to the production. So if the volume changes, the contribution per unit will continue to be the same, because it will continue to be 50. What about profit per unit? Will it change or will it remain the same? It will change. Why profit will change? Because fixed cost will keep reducing as we produce, correct? Right? So now what are we going to be looking at? So we understood from the volume, if the volume increases, contribution per unit will remain same, whereas fixed cost will keep reducing because, profit will keep increasing because the fixed cost per unit keeps reducing as the volume increases. Are you guys clear? Now, what happens if the sales price increases? Correct. If let's say sales price from 100 became 110. So in the exam, I would always prefer you to keep 100 as a base, because I'll do a couple of questions which has come very repeatedly. So they use points and other stuff. I prefer to use 100. 100 is a more easier number to deal with. Let's say 100 to it became 110. Variable cost, will it change? No. So my contribution per unit increased. Clear? Second scenario. My selling price has remained the same, whereas my variable cost became 30. My variable cost increased. What will happen to the contribution? Contribution decreases. So one thing that you have to understand logically for all my question is, selling price increases, contribution increase. Selling price decreases, contribution will decrease. Variable cost increases, contribution decrease. Variable cost decreases, contribution will increase. Fine. Now, what happens with the change in the fixed cost? What happens in the... So, everything in marginal costing, we'll always have to look at from two angles. Contribution and profit. Always remember this as a thumb rule. So, if there is a change in the fixed cost, what will happen to the profits and the contribution? Contribution will not change. Change in fixed cost will not have an impact on contribution, whereas there is going to be a change in profits. Right? This is the thumb rule that we are going to be using for all my questions. So like I told you a few things, whenever there is a data not given, we are going to be using a thumb rule. Which number? 100. So let's say for an example, they'll give you variable cost is 40% of the selling price. And I don't know the selling price. So what I will do, I'll consider selling price to be 100. Automatically variable cost will become 40. Contribution will become 60. From there on, I'll do all the calculations. Are you clear? Will not take 1, 2, 3 or other stuff. 100 round off number, easy for my calculator. Are you guys clear? So we covered all of it. What is going to be the change in the selling price, volume of sales, variable cost and the fixed cost, right? Now, we have to understand one of the most important ratio is the PV ratio. PV ratio. Now the name itself is saying profit volume. Now for variable cost, for me, what happens is when I say profit, we talk more from the contribution per se. Because if there is a change in the profit or change in the contribution, that will always be because of my selling price and variable cost. Since fixed cost is constant. Since fixed cost is constant, any change in the contribution will happen only because of what? Selling price and the variable cost. Let's just take some small example. Now let's say my selling fixed cost is 1000 rupees. I'm talking of the total fixed cost. Selling price, let's say, is 200. Variable cost is 75. Right? A company is producing 20 units. Let's take this example, 20 units and 30 units. And what will be my total sales? 20 into 200, that will be what? 4,000. In this case, it will be 6,000. What about the variable cost? 1,500. And in this case, it will be 2250. What will be my contribution? 2,500 and 37. I'll be sending you guys the PDF, so you'll have to drop me an email after the session is done. The contribution will be 3750. How much is the fixed cost? 1,000. 1,000. What is my profit? 1,500. 2750. Now what I would want you guys to look into it is find out the change in the contribution and find out the change in the profit. Find out how much does it come to change in the contribution, 1250, and how about the change in the profit, 1250. Are you clear? Now, what is this saying? Now, let me try to look into certain concepts which are very important for me. What is contribution per unit? 200 minus 75, 125, correct? Now, I had 20 units and it shifted to 30 units. So that means number of units increased by what? 10. Now, if you see, my profit increased by 10 into 125, 1250. That means as the number of units increases, my change in the profit will be equal to the change in the contribution, and that will be change in the number of units into contribution. I am repeating it again because this is a very, very important concept. Lot of people in the exam start worrying about it. So what are we looking at? If there is a change in the contribution, that will be equal to the change in the profit. Change in the contribution will be equal to what? Change in the profits. That is the first thumb rule. Second thing, that change in the profit will be equal to change in the number of units into contribution per unit. So again, if anyone wants me to repeat, please let me know. This is very, very important for all my questions.
Change in profits
is equal to how many units did it change? Change in the number of units into contribution per unit. So in this case, see, my units increased from 20 to 30. Change in the units was what? 10 into contribution per unit, 1250. Is it all clear? Right? Now, let us try doing some question which is very simpler, which is just going to be covering all the concepts that we have done so that we know what we have understood. Now, before that, last concept that we have to understand from the contribution side is something called as my break-even points or break-even sales. Now, what is the concept of a break-even point or a break-even sale? When I say a break-even point, it is the point at which I should be ensuring that I am at a position of no profit, no loss. Rule number 1 of a break-even point. Break-even point should be at a point where I am suffering no profit, no loss. The second point that you have to very, very important understand is at a break-even point, my total contribution will be equal to total fixed cost. At break-even point, my total contribution will be equal to total fixed cost. Are you clear? So these are the two things. Then one more concept which we discussed across was how do we write my marginal cost statement? Selling price minus, or I'll write it as total sales minus total variable cost should be equal to contribution. At break-even point, this contribution will be equal to fixed cost. At break-even point, what will happen? This total sales minus total variable cost will be equal to contribution. This is something which keeps coming back very often in the exam, this particular concept. Clear? Now, till you're done, last concept is my margin of safety. Last concept, margin of safety. Now we will try to understand break-even point and margin of safety with one example. A company's selling price is 100, variable cost is 80. How much is my contribution? Correct. Fixed cost is 500. Fixed cost is what? What is going to be my break-even point? I told you break-even point should be my total contribution is equal to total fixed cost. This is contribution per unit. So contribution per unit into number of units should be equal to my total fixed cost. Contribution is how much? Contribution is 20. I don't know the number of units X. Fixed cost is what? Therefore, X will be 500 divided by 20, which is 25 units. Simpler. Guys, again and again, I'm putting it across. The PDF will be shared just after the session is over. Right? Done? So, now, what is margin of safety? If I sell 80, so I should be ensuring that I see when, for an example, when I try to talk to you guys, what is your passing mark in the exam? 40, 50 or 60? Why do you write for 100 marks? You come in and say, if you write for 60, you will say, I think I have only a 20% margin of safety. When you write for 100, you say, I'm sure of clearing, maybe exemption is doubtful. But when you write for 60, you will say, I only have very less margin of safety. That means, if you do your comeback writing saying I've written for 40, I'll definitely get 40. No, right? So that is what we are talking of margin of safety. Anything which is over and above my break even, we call it as margin of safety. Are you clear? Right? So let's say 25 units. Now, if I sell 30 units, am I at a profitable position? Right? Now, if somebody asks you conceptually, what is this profit for you? I will tell you, my margin of safety is equal to total sales minus break-even sales. So write this down. Margin of safety is what? Total sales minus break-even sales. Total sales minus. Now, total sales was what? 30 into, what was my selling price in this question? 30 into 100, right? This question, 100 minus break-even sales was what? 25 into. So that means 3000 minus 2500. 500 is my. Are you clear? Done? Now I can easily find out the profit also. How do I find the profit? See here, change in the units at margin of safety. Change in the units at what? How many units did I sell? 30 minus 25. So what was the number of units? 5 units. 5 units multiply with your contribution per unit. 5 into 20. My profit will be 100 rupees. My profit will be 100 rupees. Are you clear? Done? So in some cases, we are going to be using this concept of margin of safety. So if there are two ways to do it. One way is here. I know 500 is my margin of safety. What is my selling price per unit? 80. So I can reduce here only. 80 into 5, 400. I will get 100. Or I can do this way. I always prefer to do the second way, which is because I only have to do the number of units. I don't have to break my head or others. One of the best part about marginal costing as a chapter is there is no formats. The only thing that I have to remember is to ensure that sales minus variable cost, contribution minus fixed cost, profit. Beyond that, there is no formats at all. Why people find it difficult and why am I doing it on the day one also is because this chapter requires your intelligence. and understanding of the question. Whereas when I come to material costing or standard costing and other stuff, these are format driven. That means you can mug up the format, still end up doing some question. This question, if you get it right, I'm saying one, it consumes lesser time. Second part of it, you can at least in any given question, you should be able to at least do contribution per unit. You should be able to find the break even. You should be at least able to do something around it, right? And there is one question which comes in with where you have to find the profitability mix. That's also a pretty easy question once you understand the concept. But otherwise, if you get this question, I'm saying you minimum can come out and say, boss, I know 10 marks is done, right? Done. So we are done with all the concepts, what is required for the question. We will try to understand this carefully. Now, Now, whenever a question is given, being the first two questions, what I will do is I'll write it in a way that what is expected of the exam for you. Because it's the first chapter. Post that I'll not do anything. I'll just directly jump in because it's a marathon class. It's not a full-fledged class, right? Now, let us try to understand what all is given in the question first. And then we'll try to see what it is. This information is given in the question. What are they given? PV ratio. They have given margin of safety as a percentage of sale. Then they have given me a fixed cost. Now, given any question, what you have to write is write down solution. They have given me only three information. Guys, only write the first three part. Given PV ratio, margin of safety, and the fixed cost. Any given question, always start off with this. Are you clear? Now, let us try to come into the first point. What are they asking? Okay, right now I only learned the formula of what? Let's try to understand. I learned the PV ratio. PV ratio is given by the formula contribution upon sales. Don't write anything. I'll tell you because with the given concept, it should not be that you should tell you didn't cover the concept. I have covered it, so I'm just telling you how I derive. They have given me, I know PV ratio is what? Contribution per sale. What is break-even point formula? Fixed cost upon contribution. Now, what have they asked in the question? Look into it. Sales value. That means when I do a break-even point, I will get the number of units. They are asking me break-even value, that is break-even sales. That will be basically fixed cost upon contribution into selling price. Yes. Are you clear? Because when I do break-even point, I will get fixed cost upon contribution, which will be based on number of units. And when I want break-even value, what I should be looking at it is fixed cost upon contribution into the selling price. Please write this three down.
No, the PV ratio is to be multiplied by 100.
Which one? That's okay. See, like if you want to write it as a percentage, write it as 100. If I want to keep it in decimals 0.3, you can just keep it as it is. I prefer points itself. So I would want you guys to write these three things. So in the exam that you don't have to waste time deriving it. See here, in the given question, they have given me PV ratio. Now let's see, these are the only three formulas which are required. So what I do, I write, I know PV ratio is what? Contribution upon sales. I know this, correct? Margin of safety not required for this question. Now if I see this, see here, this is the formula I have to use. But I know this. I don't know anything of this too, correct? But I know the rule of mathematics that if I bring it down, I'll bring it down. What will happen is break-even value will be equal to fixed cost upon contribution by sales. This is the rule of mathematics. the examination, you don't have to do all of this derivation. You can directly write break-even sales is equal to fixed cost upon PV ratio. Are you clear? But I've showed you guys, if you get confused, how to derive it. But always we expect you to say, okay, you know what is PV ratio, you know what is break-even sale. So write down the formula, break-even sales is equal to break-even sales is equal to fixed cost upon PV ratio. Understood? Now, in the given question now, for finding out the break-even sales, do I have both the information? Write it down. Always preferable as students write it in decimals ratios. Because we sometimes forget to divide by 100 or other stuff. Always better is, let's say if they say 30%, do 0.30. Okay, because we have to always do 30 by 100, we'll always miss out, which will be 42 lakh. Easy now, right? So please don't forget this. Now let's come to the second point. What is the total sales value at present? What is the total value of sales at present? Now, how do I find out? How do I find out? Right? Now, I know some rule. Now, see, I only know some information. My margin of safety is what? 25%. This is one information given in the question, correct? Second part of it, what they have told me is, I know what is the rule of margin of safety. I know total sales minus break-even sales is margin of safety. Correct? In the given question, what I will try to do is, let's say if my total sales is 100. One sec. They have given me margin of safety. I told you whenever nothing is given, I know margin of safety is 25%. So I'll say 25%. Can I say out of 100 it is 25? Yes. That means my total sales will be 100 minus X will be 75. Can I say therefore break-even sales will be 75%? Does it make sense? Yes. Everyone? So we don't have to go in anywhere further. We just try to apply the logic. They have given, I know what is the formula of margin of safety. Total sales minus break-even sales is margin of sale. So margin of safety, they told me as a percentage. What is the rule I told you in the beginning of the class? Nothing. If I don't know any variable, I'll always treat it as 100. Use it as a thumb rule for both your costing and FM. Nothing given, assume it as 100. The moment I put total sales as 100, I know margin of safety will be 25% of it, which will be 25. Therefore, break-even sales will be 25. Are you clear? Now, see here, if break-even sales is equal to 75, which is equal to 42 lakh, correct? They are asking me to find total sales. Total sales will be what? 100? Do a cross multiplication. Do a cross multiplication. What is the answer you get? How much? 56 lakhs. Should I repeat this or? And a few of the methods I'll be doing is going to be pure based on the logic. So please just get the logic right, because when you see the books, they've overcomplicated the questions. So I'm trying to just use logic the way I would do in the exam. So please try to use as much as possible. Try to get into that thinking mode. It will be more easier for you guys. Clear? So we are done with our second question. Now see where it starts getting complicated for you guys is, they expect you to see, if I directly give you all the numbers, I know you will solve. It is got to do with your aptitude skills here. It is nowhere got to do with any teacher or other stuff. That's where costing, lot of them struggle, because it has got to do with your aptitude. Concepts are all same, but they don't want to ask you directly. They'll try to just keep asking, do you know how to apply the concept? Now, see here. Let's come back to the third question. proposed sales value if the company wants to earn the present profit after reduction of what? 10% on the fixed cost. Now what I have to do is, I have to do two things. They are asking me to do what? They want you to maintain what? Same profit, but my fixed cost is reduced. Now, there are two working notes for it. One, find the same profit. That means, what is the profit that you were originally making? Second part of it is, if I reduce the fixed cost, how do I ensure that the profit can be looked at? Now, let's read the question again. Proposed sales value. So, they are not asking the number of units. They are asking what? Sales value. If the company wants to earn the present profit. So, they want to keep the profit as it is. But what they want you to do? Do a reduction of 10% in the selling price. Sorry, in the fixed cost. Now, let us go back to the question and see what are the information I know. Okay. First thing, do I know the current total sales?
Yes.
Do I know the current total sales? How much is it? First one. Now, do I know the contribution? The answer is no. But I know a PV ratio. PV ratio stands as what? Contribution upon sales. So, I'll write the contribution. So, since I don't know the variable cost, I'll keep it as X. I'll write the PV ratio. Now, understand the rule. What is the PV ratio given in the question? What is the PV ratio given in the question? We wrote it. It is 30%. Right? That means whenever I don't know, what did I tell? 100 x 70. Sorry. 100 x 30. Contribution upon sales. Therefore, this will be what? 70. Are you clear? Right? So, variable cost will be 70% of 56 lakh. And contribution will be 30% of my 56 lakh. Find out the values. So, how much is your variable cost coming across? 39 lakh. So, that is giving you a contribution of how much? 16 lakh. How much was my fixed cost? 12 lakh. Correct. How much is the profit?
4 lakh. So, but we have to find the profit. So, necessary to find variable cost.
No. So, I'll tell you why. What I try doing is, given any question, I don't try to change the format of doing it.
Okay.
I stick on to the same thing. What happens is, I will find the solution somewhere or the other. See, if you try to approach, let's say, all the questions more differently, what will happen? You will have to learn more things. Rather, see, that can be done when I'm preparing first time for the class. Now it's exam time. Now I have to become little more smarter. See, I know the concepts well. I have to just try to tweak it so that I remember lesser during the day of exam. Right? So that's what I prepare. If you guys want to still do the other way around, stick on to it. I am more comfortable doing only one format. I am approaching the question like I don't know what are the questions also which are there right now, to be very honest. I am solving the way I am doing in the exam. So that you get into that groove to say, hey, you know what, I know I can score a 70 plus without anything. So I am trying to do that for you guys. So that it's, because for me, I'll tell you very honestly, when I have written my papers, like I started my paper, if I say I will get 70 in a paper, it will be 70 dot. It will not even be like a mark more or a mark less. It will be dot what I expect for, because luckily I got well groomed with a way to present a paper. And I have learned a lot of concepts after I became faculty, but to be very honest, as a student, I was going with very few chapters saying, boss, this chapter question will come, I'll attend and I'll come out. People were asking standard costing, would you do? I am like, I don't care. I know the other chapters where I'll get marks. And that's the same strategy I'm using it for you guys. So we'll do all the chapters, but focus on chapters where I'm sure marginal costing will come. If you go check all the papers, question will come. The moment you get 15 marks first 2 questions right, you will be at ease. Boss, 15 is done. Then you will see, okay, material costing chapter. You have to start scouting your paper on what you know, not on what it has been given. That way you will have control on your marks. You will write, okay, I know this question. I'll write this. 5 marks done. You will write in the paper, 5 over. Next question. Search for all the marginal costing. Today we did marginal. Even in the examination, that's how you should be looking at. First question you should search is marginal costing. Okay, 2 questions I know. Write those 2. Then next chapter. Let's say we are going to be doing overheads in the afternoon. Or maybe we might do integrated accounting, one of the. So I'm saying that particular chapter, second question. Search. Okay, I got it. Another 5 marks. And do as many questions from the same chapter so that you avoid the errors during the exam day. 2-3 chapters you should be like, okay, you give me something I will attend. But these chapters, whichever are definitely gonna come, you cannot miss any chance of it, right? Most of the teachers say, no, you have to read everything. I say, even if you know 80% of the portions, you should know 100%. That is the only way you can become professional. After becoming professional, you learn whatever you have left. Today, I am at the exam mode. 3 months before, it was preparation mode. Right? Today, we are only going to stick on to those concepts which are more format driven, easy to solve in the exam. Done till here? Now, what are they telling? See, what I try to do as a layman, right? They're telling me they want to keep the profit as it is, 4,20,000. They are telling fixed cost has to reduce by how much percentage? So what will be 10% of it? Write down. Do 10% of it. No, after reducing.
Oh, sorry. 11,34,000.
11 lakh? 34,000. That means I know fixed cost plus profit is equal to contribution. So I'll write it now. See here, contribution is equal to new fixed cost plus profit. Can I write contribution is equal to how much? 11 lakh 34,000 plus 4 lakh 20,000, which will be equal to
15 lakh.
15 lakh. Correct? Now, will my variable cost change in the question? So can I say the variable cost will continue to be this one? 39 lakh 20. Now I know X minus variable cost is equal to contribution. So X minus 39 lakh 20,000 is equal to contribution of 15 lakh 4,000. Therefore, X will be 3920 plus 15. $54 lakh?
74,000.
Okay. Now, what is that done wrong in the examination? I'll tell you, this is the examination solution, what has been given. I'll tell you what is the mistake that they have done in the solution here. They are telling you that my variable cost, if selling price decreases, will my variable cost change?
That also decrease.
Why it will decrease?
Change volume.
selling price and variable cost, how it will change. Let's say to manufacture a piece of bread, you require 1 kg rice, maida, that is costing 100 rupees. You are selling bread for 200 rupees. You decided to sell bread for, instead of 200, you decided to sell the bread for 150. Will the cost of maida change because of that? That is the error they have done in the solution. The error they have done in the solution, I'll tell you, is they are saying my variable cost is 70% of the sales, fine, right? But if my selling price reduces, why should my variable cost change? That is the error done in the question. Are you clear? So what we have done is right, because the only change that is going to happen is because they are asking me read the question carefully. Propose sales value if the company wants to earn the present profit after reduction in the selling price. So they want to reduce the selling price. So whatever profit whatever saving I'm going to be having because of the fixed cost, that is the amount the sale should be reducing by. Are you clear? This is logically right, what I'm doing. Now, if let's say in the examination, because couple of times people have done the same mistake in the exam, I'm saying, I've seen the evaluators answer, they've always done like what he said. What they have done, I'll tell you the logic also, what they have done. This is the right way to do. Now, in the examination, what you can also do as an alternative way is like this. What is my, this one? What do you call? Sales value? Before? 56 lakh, right? So, see what is going to be my sales value if I have to look into it. Can I write like this? Sales minus variable cost minus fixed cost is equal to profit. Correct? Profit I know is 4,20,000. Fixed cost, the new fixed cost is 11 lakh. How much is it?
34.
Correct? So see the way I write it. Just one second. So I will write sales minus variable cost minus fixed cost is equal to profit. I am supposed to find sales value. So I will write like this. Sales is equal to profit plus fixed cost plus variable cost. Profit is 4,20,000 plus fixed cost is 11 lakh. Okay, plus variable cost, I will do it like this. If I know my PV ratio is 30%, that means variable cost is 70% of sales. Okay, so I'll consider sales to be X. Therefore, variable cost will be what? 0.7x. Solve for X. You will end up getting 51,80,000. This is what they are doing again and again in the exam, which is actually wrong. Because you are considering that the selling price is also reducing with the variable cost. Right? But we learned in our change in the PV ratio, that's not the way it is to happen. But I'm saying let's not take the risk because they have done this mistake 3 times. None of the evaluators have put it across to them. They have corrected. So please, whichever is comfortable for you guys, you can do. You can always write an assumption on the top saying that only the selling price is reducing, not the variable cost. Or else you can say it. If you do this, you will have to write an assumption that it is considered that the variable cost will change along with the selling price. That is this assumption here. Are you clear? Clear with both? So both the methods, just copy it. So in the examination, first always do the other method because they have done most of the time using the second one which I solved it. Right now, once you're done with it, so I'm coming to the new concept. Now, whenever there is couple of things that we can understand from the question, there is another formula which we are going to be using also very often in the next topics is they would ask you guys this question: what is the desired sales the company should earn to earn a profit of, let's say, an X amount? So whenever, and in the question, what all they will give you? They will give you fixed cost, they will give you profit, they will give you PV ratio. These are the three information they will give it to you. What all they will give? Fixed cost, profit, PV ratio. When they give you this, we can find the desired value by using this formula: fixed cost plus desired profit divided by PV ratio. Use this, write down this one, and you can use this for the given question also, and you will see, you will find the same answer. Fixed cost plus desired profit by PV ratio. Now see the same question. If you try to look into it, in the previous one, what is my desired profit? 4.2. What is my fixed cost? 11.4. So what's the total coming up to? 54 divided by 0.3. 51 lakh 80. So this is another method that you can be using it. Okay, let's come to the next one. Sales in value to be made to earn a profit of 20% on the sale, assuming fixed cost will remain unchanged. No. What are they telling you? They want you to ensure that you earn a profit of 20% on the sales. That is after reduction of your 10% on your... No. Assuming the fixed cost will remain unchanged. So what we will do... Okay, what we will do, see here. What are they telling me right now? They want you to ensure that you are going to be earning how much sale? Profit? 20%. Again, I am going to come back to the same rule. I have to find the sale. I don't know what it is. I know my variable cost is got to be 70% of X. Contribution will be what? 0.3x minus fixed cost, which is 12,60,000.
Yeah.
Correct? And this should be equal to, can I say, 0.2x? See, whenever I don't know anything, what did I tell you? I will try to do that. Hey, you know what? I know these are the numbers that I have to achieve. Otherwise, to what you can do, you can consider that, okay, I have to earn 100. I know my selling price will be 30. I know 30 is going to be my contribution. I know this is 12,60,000. Finally, it should be equal to 20. This is what they are telling you in the question. Are you clear? Done? Now, once I know this, it's just about solving the equation, right? So how do we do it? I know my sales is equal to contribution plus fixed cost plus profit, correct? So that will be 0.x will be 0.9x plus 12,60,000. Therefore 0.1x will be 12,60,000. Find out the value. 1 crore 26 lakh. Guys, clear? So this is two ways that you can do it. Let's come to the last one. They're telling that the new margin of safety, the sales value at present is computed in two, which is two value is decreased by 12.5%. Sales value is decreased by 12.5. So if you reduce the sales value by 12.5, what will happen? The new sales value will become 87.5%. So do it. And now see here, stupidity of our examiner. Now he has considered the same variable cost. In the previous two questions, he reduced the variable cost in proportion to sale. In this question, he did not reduce. He has kept the variable cost as it is. So margin of safety is what? Your total break-even sales was how much percentage we found out here? Break-even sales was 42 lakh, right? So find out the new value, that is 49 lakh minus 42 divided by 49 lakh, which is your 14.29%. This is pretty straightforward, nothing out there. Clear with all the concepts? So all of the questions, if there are similar kind, I'll only be running through the solutions. I won't be solving anything, since I've solved all the parts in the question and I've explained it. Now the next important question which always comes in the exam for 10 marks is this part of multiple break-even along with the product mix. So this or the product mix, one of them will definitely come for 10 marks, right? What is multiple break-even point? Now till now, whatever we have done, we have assumed that there is companies producing only one product. So you have one selling price, one variable cost, one contribution, fixed cost upon contribution, you are getting a profit. Whereas when we try to do the multiple break-even point, we assume that the company is producing multiple products. Now, when the company is producing multiple products, what we try to do is, we will assume the ratio of the sales that they're making. What are we going to be assuming? Ratio of the sales that we are going to be doing. Now, see this particular question. Arnav Limited sells two products, J and K. They are trying to sell in the ratio of what? 4:3. They are trying to sell in the ratio of what? 4:3. The contribution margins are 40 and 20. So what we have to do, we have to find something called as step number 1, combined contribution. So right now, for any multiple product, we find composite or combined contribution. Composite or combined contribution. Now, how do we do it? Is simple. We use the ratios. That is, see, 40 into 4/7, 20 into 3/7. 40 into 4/7 and 20 into 3/7. That is whatever contribution they are doing in the ratio of their sales. So you end up getting a contribution of what? 31.53. Clear? Done. Next one. Now what we do, second step is we have to find the composite break-even point. Second step is what? Composite break-even point. That is total fixed cost by composite contribution. Second step, composite break-even point, which is composite fixed cost divided by composite contribution. Are you guys fine? Now, what was the answer here? I have a fixed cost of 6,16,000 divided by the contribution of 31.3. You will end up getting the number of units. Right? Now, this number of units, whatever you have got, is both for A and B. Now, again, divide it in the ratio of 4:3. Third step, divide the units in the sales ratio. Are you done? Pretty straightforward. Okay. Now see here, these are the, I'm not going to be doing any more questions until I come for the product mix. So I'll just tell you guys the alternative ways that I do for each of the question than what has been expected from the exam. So we are more easier that way. Let's come to the total revision classes Hariharan would be for 25 hours, 4 days, 5 days. So till Sunday. So theory chapters I will not be doing it. You have 2 theory chapters I'll not be doing. Like I said, the whole thing, if you are attending it, you should be in a position to attend 80 marks of the paper. Couple of chapters I'm missing it because those are format based that you can anyway read it. Like your labor chapter or your
Unit and batch.
yeah, unit and batch costing and all. It's format driven. I'll only be doing chapters where you need some help. Otherwise, anyway, my videos are available on YouTube. You can watch it. It's anyway 2 hours videos. Right? Now see here, what are they telling? The company has a PV ratio of 40. I don't know the sales value. Assume my selling price to be 100. The moment you have not got anything, write it as 100. Numbers will automatically start making sense. By what percentage must the sales be increased to offset 20% reduction in the selling price? So what are they telling? What is reducing? Selling price is reducing. They want to ensure that you are maintaining the same ratio. Now, to be very honest, what will happen is, if I have to logically think, correct? Let us understand, if I am making 100, what is my PV ratio? 40. Correct? That means variable cost is understood. Now they are telling this has to reduce to what percentage? 20. That means this has become 80. This will continue to be 60. Can I say the new contribution is 20? Correct? Now they want to maintain the same 40. How many times is the difference between the old contribution and the new contribution? So you have to increase your sales by 2 times. That's the answer.
We can show this.
Yeah.
Answer.
Like I said, marginal costing, the best thing is there is no format. If you want, see what is that he's expecting, that he wants you to write that the PV rate. See, now by writing this way, you won't get marks. You have to at least explain what we have done, right? So the way I would do it is, see, they have tried to use, if you see what they have done the similar thing by reducing your selling price and other stuff, and then they have combined with all of it. Rather, I will try to do the same thing. The way I write it is like this. I'll write, assume my selling price is 100. Therefore, variable cost will be 60. PV contribution will be 40. The new selling price after 20% reduction will become 80. Therefore, the new contribution is 20. If the company has to maintain the existing provision, they have to double the sales. That's all. This is what you are supposed to write. If you write like this, none of them will understand what have you done. Is that allowed? The answer is yes. Because he is only looking into the answer to say that the sales have increased by 2 times the original value. Did you understand? So I'm not doing anything. See, I've saved everything purely because of logic. See, so much of drama. First you find the revised sale value. Then you find out your revised PV ratio. Then revised by this one. To be very honest, as a student, I won't be able to understand. But I know the concept. how it works. Done? Okay, we have covered this logic once, because sometimes, rarely they've asked this question on to draw a chart. So when you're supposed to do a rough diagram, not like an actual diagram, where they ask you to find out, to plot where is your break-even point and your margin of safety. So we know break-even point is going to be a point where my fixed cost equal to contribution, correct? So what I do so see here, this is my fixed cost, this is my total cost, correct? So at break-even point, I know my total cost is equal to total sales. Total cost is equal to, so I'll draw the sales curve. Sales curve, the way it works is what? If I'm selling 0 units, so the point where it matches is what you have to show, right? Anything beyond this will become my margin of safety. I hope you guys know this diagram. Otherwise, it will again take 10-15 minutes to explain this. Once in a while, they ask you to plot it. They give you, for 5 marks, they'll say give you all the selling prices. They'll give you variable cost. They'll give you fixed cost, and they'll say please draw the break-even point line. So you have to just ensure that the selling price is starting from 0. Fixed cost, marginal variable cost will also start from 0. So once I add it to the fixed cost, that will increase the point where it will break, and this you will have to show it as my profit. And clear? This is my PV chart. Now a PV chart, the way it works is, if I'm selling 0 units, what is the profit I make? No, loss. We make a loss. Which is that loss? Fixed cost. So I started from the fixed cost. When they asked me for a PV chart, I started from a fixed cost, and the fixed cost, you have to ensure that it meets a point of my break even. This and all we'll have to calculate and keep it. Just you have to do a rough diagram where this point what you meet will be your break even point. Why is this reducing as a concept? Why will it reduce? It's a very simple concept. So as you sell more units, your contribution will help you to reduce your losses. Correct? No, it's not. This is not a fixed cost line. That's my profit line. It is starting from the loss of a fixed cost, and my loss will reduce as my contribution keeps going up. Done? Margin of safety we have already covered. Right? Just simple question. Just look into it. A company earned a profit of 30. When will a company earn profit? Once we hit the break-even sales. Anything more than. If the marginal cost and the selling price of the product is 8 and 10. So that means, you know, in the given question, nothing given, can I find the contribution per unit? If I know contribution per unit, can I find the PV ratio? Right? So first find the PV ratio, then profit by PV ratio will give you margin of safety. This, just remember it. We'll use it a couple of times. Are you clear? Easy, this one. Now, this is the question I was telling you, which you generally get it for 10 marks. Very different kinds of the same question. We'll see the previous year paper questions after this is done. Now, Moon Limited produces 3 products XYZ and has decided to analyze its production. So, see here, they have given me material and variable cost. 2 things they have given. And they have given me hourly rate and the number of hours it takes. And they've given me annual production, selling price, estimated sales for each of the product. And they're saying there is a constraint of supply of the labor. So whenever there is a constraint of the supply, the moment they give it, that means I cannot produce everything which is demanded. I can only produce as per my production pattern, but I have to choose what can I produce. Are you clear? No problem with this? Now, whenever we are trying to do that, what becomes more important for any of the standard costing chapter is stage number 1 is to find the contribution. The moment you identify standard marginal costing as a chapter, please, like I told you, you have to always find contribution. Do that, you know you have got 2 marks. After that, we'll figure out whatever it is. Now, let us try to understand the question and find out. I know the variable cost, I know the labor cost, I know the variable overheads. Can I find the contribution? Okay, guys, sorry, I'll move to the, we'll do an exam question. This anyways from the study material app. So they've given me, I'll just run you through the question. So this is given in the question. This is also given in the question, which is my labor. What have they done with the labor? Look into it. They have given me labor rate and number of hours. Just we have to multiply. I end up getting the labor rate. Variable overhead, they have given me based on what? Read here. Per unit. Life is easy. Per unit. So that means per unit it will be 8 because I'm trying to find per unit cost, not the total. So I found out this one. Right? Now what we are supposed to find out is, now what is the constraint that I have? What is the constraint that I have? Which? Labor in. So step number 1 for any of the question is what? To find the contribution. Are you clear? Second step is that we have to always divide contribution per constraint. We have to divide the second step as what? Contribution per constraint. For an example, see here. Which is the constraint I have? Which is the constraint I have? Supply of labor in the department A. Correct? So they are telling X will take how many hours? And Y will take 10. Z will take 5 hours. So whenever I have a constraint, what I am supposed to be doing it is, I am supposed to be finding out that with the number of hours what I contribute, which is the one which is going to give me higher contribution. With the lesser number of hours, which is the one which is going to give me what? Higher contribution. So in this case here, I have a contribution of what? This is my contribution. Sorry, variable cost, and this is my contribution. I took the department are 6, 10, 5. I am saying this guy is contributing 12, this guy is contributing 10, and this guy is contributing 8. Who's contributing highest? X, then Y, then Z. This is my second step. Are you clear? This is 2 marks again. Third step that we are going to be doing is, once I know, I will try to go into the number of units. See here, I have a annual production of what?
10,000, 12,000.
10, 12, 20. This is correct. Now I have to revise it. This is going to be my first preference. This is going to be my second preference. This is going to be my third preference. Now before that, usually in most of the questions, they will end up giving you the number of hours available. In every question, whichever is the constraint, that they have to give me how many is available. They have, in this particular question, if you look into it, they have only told the constraint is what? Department A. But do you know how many hours of labor is available in department A?
We have to make
They haven't given. So please, logically, every time think this question runs same format every exam. So please just look into it. Step 1, contribution per unit. Step 1, contribution. Second step is going to be we have to find the contribution per constraint. Third, we have to find total number of constraints that is there. Either it will be kgs or it will be labor or anything. That is what here I don't know. But they have given me another clue. The clue is in form of this. If they're currently producing this much, I know this is the number of hours they're taking. So if I multiply 6 into 10k plus 10 into 12k plus 20 into 5k, won't I get the total number of hours currently utilized? Are you all clear with this? So I find the total number of hours. So when I do it, I'm getting 280. This is 1 mark. Done. Now what am I supposed to do? I am supposed to do it as per this ranking. What does that ranking 1, 2, 3 mean? I will produce the maximum demand of A, maximum of B, then balance of the third one. Understood?
Yes.
Maximum demand of A, maximum demand of B, and the balance of B. So total number of hours that I have is 280,000. I know what I will do. I will write the number of hours of 1, 2 and 3 preference. What is the number of hours it is there? See the question. 6, 10, 5. 6, 10, 5. This is the number of hours. Next, I will write the demand what I have. 12, 16, 24. 12,000, 16,000, 24,000. Clear? Now, what I do is I'll go one by one. First thing, what did I say? Maximum of A. If you do that, how much you will get? Done. 280 minus 72. How much am I left with? 208. Next, 10 into 1 lakh. I'm left with 48. If now see here, if I do this, it will come to 1,20,000. Whereas this is coming to. So which one can you produce? I can only produce for 48,000. If per unit takes 5 hours, 48,000 divided by 5. How many units? So I'll be producing 9,600. So I'll produce X 12, Y 12, Z 9,100. Multiply with their contribution per unit, you'll end up getting the total contribution. This working note is again, so did what I said for finding out the contribution is 2. Contribution, this is 1 and number of hours is 1. Then you have 3 marks for this working note, this whole working note, and 2 marks for the final contribution. You get a 10 marks for the overall thing. Right? So presentation, one step after the other, you can do one by one. You don't have to follow whatever has been given. This is how the marks are allotted. He will be looking into it like this. You will see, have you got the contribution? I'm saying as an evaluator. These 3 things, I'll give you marks. Then, did you find contribution per hour and did you put a rank? He will only check the rank first. He will only check the rank. All other things, what you have done, he won't even bother. Ranks are right. Okay, 2 marks done. Then total number of hours, 3. Okay, did he put the number of units properly? 3 marks. Finally, total contribution. So you have to ensure that these numbers are clearly written somewhere. After the calculation, even if you have done scratching here or there, towards the end, write down this is the number of units to be produced. This is the contribution per unit. These are the things so that your examination marks becomes easier. Very repeatedly keep coming in the exam. This was 2022 paper. ABC Limited sells a product Y at 300 per unit. Variable cost is 180 per unit. Step 1, contribution. Fixed cost first question, break even value in value and rupees. Can we find out? Right? No problem with it. I'm not solving it. So clear. What is margin of safety? Actual sales minus break even sales. But do you know the number of units? But they've given me
Profit by PV.
profit by PV ratio. Done. Can you find out the profit if when the sales are made at 24,000 units? How do you? No. They are asking you to find the profit when the sales are 24,000 units. Easier way. You will find in the first page break even point. Reduce the break even point with the total number of units. So let's say your break even point is 14,000 units. So 24 minus 14. My profit will only be for 10,000 units. Are you clear? If you get confused with it, what you can also do is, you can do like this. Find the contribution for 24,000 units, then multiply less the fixed cost. This will save you guys 10 seconds or 20 seconds or 30 seconds, because you know the concept. Total sales minus break even sales will give me margin of safety. Margin of safety into contribution will give me my profit. Right? Sales to be made in the to earn a net profit of 10 lakh. Sales to be made. So you have to do the reverse calculation. So, right? Fixed cost plus desired profit by PV ratio. Have we covered everything? Right? So more or less the marginal costing questions will cover a couple of other one, and then we'll take like a 15-20 minute break, come back for the second session. Right? See this question. This again a 10 mark question which has come in. An agricultural company having 210 hectares of land is engaged in growing 3 different cereals, namely wheat, rice, maize. The yield of the different crops and their selling price is given. So they have given me the yield, they have given me the selling price. They have given me the variable cost for each of it. Step 1, what did I say? Then they are saying that you have a maximum area and the minimum area, but rank the crops on the base of contribution per hectare. Then find out the desired optimum mix. Calculate the maximum profit. Contribution minus fixed cost is my profit, right? So this step is easy. Sales price, variable cost, contribution. Yes. Then we have to find contribution per hectare and then do the ranking. Fine. Then next one, what did I say? After we do it, I have to find the whichever is giving the higher contribution. What did I say? You have minimum, maximum. For the ranking 1 and 2, I will always produce the maximum. For the last ranking one, I will try to balance the balance one. Correct, no? In the previous question, what did we do? A, maximum demand. B, maximum demand. C will be the balancing figure. Now, in this question, there is one twist. What is the twist is, in the previous question and this question, I'll tell you the small twist that they have added. In the previous question, what they had, let's say I had 2,80,000, right? Let's say I could produce A and B, C I had nothing to produce. I could have ignored it. Whereas in this question, they have given me the maximum and the minimum. That means no matter what, you have to produce that many units. So I'll only explain this part because this is the new one. The first part, you guys can try it out because there's nothing new in it. So see here, they're telling this is the minimum area that they have to produce. Right? So this you can't avoid no matter what happens. Total area available is 210 hectares. Total area available is what? 210 hectares. So out of 210, if 150 goes off as minimum, still left is what? 60. This 60, first I will give it to the ranking number 1 guy. Then I will give to the ranking number 2 guy. That is the difference. Because you have to, no matter what, you have to produce that minimum. So you cannot go below that. So you will first allot that. Now see, let's come to wheat. See the question of wheat. Wheat, you have what? Maximum 160, minimum. Rice you have 50, 40. This is having 60, 10. As per my ranking, who's the first guy? Rice. So I said I will do max of rice. Minimum I have already done 40. So additionally I have to do only 10. So I'm still left with 50. That if I have to come to wheat, wheat is having what? 60. But I can only produce 50 of it. This, a lot of people did mistake in the exam because they could not take the minimum value. Understood? Right? After that, you just have to multiply with the contribution per hectare and find the profit. Okay. Again, see one more question, 10 marks. Same problem. You have selling price, you have variable cost. Which machine do you have to produce and why? Whichever is giving a higher contribution. We don't talk profit, right? I told you. Whichever is going to give me my higher contribution. So you find contributions. Now, when I'm trying to find here, there is a problem. Now, I want you guys to just connect with the previous question and this and try to understand where is the difference. Because in the exam, if you understand the difference, you will know what it is. Top tech, a manufacturing company, is presently evaluating 2 possible machines. In all the previous questions and this, there I could do A plus B plus C. Here I can only choose either A or B. Then there is a problem. You understood the first technical problem. There I could have done A plus B plus C. Here I can only do A or B. That's the first thing that we have to understand. In this case also, see here, I will always check. First is my contribution. Always I'm going to check what? Contribution. Second, I always have to check, is the fixed cost same under both the scenarios? What is the second condition I'm going to check? Whether the fixed cost is same under both the scenarios. Then I have to check whichever is giving me higher contribution. Sorry, higher profit per unit. Understood? Did you understand this? Right? Because in some questions, fixed cost will not be given. That means fixed costs are the same. If they have given you fixed cost, that means you have to check are they same or different. With that as a thumb rule, I know selling price, I know variable cost. Rule number 1, find contribution. Total fixed cost. Then they have given you units. Fixed cost, is it same? That means what I should be looking at? Higher profits. Okay. Now, there is a little bit drama for me. Now, what is that they are trying to tell me is, would you change your answer that in the future, demand will be unlimited and the capacities of the 2 machines are as follows? What are they trying to tell you?
Instead of 8 lakhs and 10 lakhs, substitute 12 lakhs.
Instead of 8 lakhs and 10 lakhs, they are saying that you could be producing around 12 lakh rupees. Then what will happen in that case? Right? So change it to 12. Change it to 12 and 12. Whichever is giving you higher profits, you will continue to do it as per that. Since the demand is unlimited, always remember this. Whenever demand is unlimited, I will always choose the one which has higher contribution. Rule. Whichever, I don't even care about the fixed cost. What I will be looking at? Contribution. Whichever is giving me higher contribution, I will always be going with that. Because the rule says after a particular point, fixed cost will get recovered and whichever is giving me higher contribution per unit, not even total contribution. It should be what? Per unit. Or in exam, if you are getting confused, find the PV ratios. Find what? Whenever, remember this, it will be only applicable in case of unlimited demand. Whenever unlimited demand is given, find the PV ratio. Whichever is giving you the higher PV ratio, choose that one. Are you clear?
Limited demand.
Limited demand, then you have to find profit. Because then fixed cost will come into play. Understood? If there is, see, because if there is an unlimited demand, what you will do is you will continuously keep producing. Then once break even is achieved, right, what happens is every unit will contribute more towards the profit if your PV ratio is higher. That's the logic. So understood both the scenarios, right? Limited, what you're going to check? Profit. Unlimited, you're going to check the PV ratio. Contribution by sales is PV ratio. I think I just... Okay, let's test. I think this is pretty straightforward question. 5 mark one. UV Limited selling price is 120. It is produced 120 units, suffered a loss of 35 per unit. For the quarter ending, it produced and sold 30 units, profit of 40 per unit. You are required to calculate fixed cost incurred per quarter, break even sales, calculate the profit. Now, how do we find it? Is the question. You only know the selling price, you know the profit per unit. Correct? How do you find it? Rule number 1, just look into it. Whenever I know two different quantities, if they have told me I'm suffering a loss of 35 per unit, can I say my total loss will be 35 into 12,000? If I say my profit is 40 per unit, can I say my total profit will be 40 into 30,000? Did we learn that PV ratio can be found out by change in profits divided by change in sales? That's my PV ratio. Once you know PV ratio, everything else becomes easier. This is the thing that you have to remember in this question. Nothing else is there. If you get this concept, you are sorted. Because nothing else, right? So see, that's what they've done. You find your sales, change in the profit, change in sales will give you PV ratio. Then I know contribution is sales into PV ratio minus profit. Find for one of them will get you fixed cost. Then you have to just present the values as per what it is. Yeah, last question. So I've covered all the last 5-6 years papers. You can just do the RTP questions once you're back home today, so that you can have any doubt. You can sit with me post class. I'll explain it to the concept. But otherwise, I hope the marginal costing as a chapter is easy, right? Now see this again, pretty much the same question. The company has prepared its budget for a production of 2 lakh units. The variable cost is 16, fixed cost is 4. The company fixes selling price to fetch a profit of 20% of the cost. Break-even sales, present PV ratio, revise break-even and revise PV if it reduces the selling price by 10. What would be the selling price? Budget price. We have done this question if you look into it. Now in this, luckily what they have done in this question is they have given me the selling price and the variable cost. That makes my job more easier. I only have to do is plug in the numbers and figure it out. 10 marks for this. Right? Covered everything. Right? So what I'll also do once for my, I have anyway finished 15 minutes early than the given time. So what I would want you guys to just look into it just as a, before we start the next part. So we'll just go to any of the previous year papers. This is what I do whenever I'm preparing any chapter. You can follow this for other subjects as the exam is closer by. Whenever I feel I'm done with any of the chapters, right, what I do, I open any of the past papers and I'll only just try to check, let's say from cost, fixed cost, PV ratio, break even, blah blah blah. How many marks? 5 marks. So I know 5 marks I can get. Then you have reconciliation statement, I don't care. Cost sheet, I don't care. Then P&L account and contract account and balance sheet, I don't care. Labor cost, I don't care. Process costing, I don't care. ABC costing, I don't care. Then break even point, patient per day, service costing, turnover ratio, I don't care. Cost, this one I don't care. Then you have blah blah blah. So you have only 5 marks in the 2018 paper from the marginal costing. Then again, let's see, fixed, FIFO, LIFO. Which one? 5 marks again. Oh, 10 marks. This is the first question. Nothing came before this, no? 10 marks. Optimum run size, manufacturing, I don't care. Setup, I don't care. General ledger adjustment, cost sheet, I don't care. So 10 marks. Then I have time weight system, allocations, process costing, labor cost variance, cost driver, labor costing, so the repair and maintenance. Oh, this amazing, this paper only works this question, but again it's an option. But there is only one theory question in this particular thing. Very strange, but only 5 marks. Then EOQ. So you have to write down somewhere that once they've asked this limitations of marginal costing, write it down so that you are preparing for it. Once you might end up getting in the exam, cost and PV ratio, 5 marks. Yeah, so 5 marks in this chapter, 2018. Then I have, product mix. How many marks is this? 2. Last contribution possible mix, that's all. 5 marks. Yeah, difference between marginal and absorption costing. You have one theory question. Difference between marginal and absorption costing. So only if there is a question which is of a different kind, we'll look into it. Otherwise, I think we are good enough with the current preparation to solve all the questions. Right? Let's try to start. So this chapter overheads is again between 5 to 10 marks. 5 marks is easy if you get in. 10 marks if you get. I'm talking from a student person. 90% of them find it very, very difficult to solve. So even what I'm suggesting today is the questions that I've covered in the class, along with it once maybe look into the past papers. Don't over try to spend too much of time into it, because I'm saying it requires too much of conceptual understanding. Too many concepts, if you really can get it right, brilliant. Otherwise, I'm saying it was gonna get little difficult. The reason why I'm also saying is don't spend more than 2-3 hours on this chapter. Today, whatever I'm doing in the class, do this one. Along with it, maybe try to see the previous year paper questions. If you can understand, do it. Otherwise, come to me tomorrow, we'll try to solve. But you yourself don't spend time on to it. Right? Marginal costing, definitely yes, you have to spend time, but this is a chapter I don't generally recommend. Multiple reasons also is that me as a student, I never bother to do this question. Will it make too much of impact? What is the concept of this chapter which will have an impact on other chapters that we will learn properly? Then there are few things which are conceptually too much to understand. Those things, if you get it, try it out. Otherwise, I'm saying don't worry just because it's a question that you are not able to solve. Treat it under the difficult category. Clear with it? So I'm starting with disclaimer only so that you don't scold me or somebody in the exam, right? Tomorrow we'll be doing material and standard costing. Both will come together for 30 marks. Definitive 30 marks put together, 25 to 30 marks. So tomorrow's chapter you can't miss. Today's this is a chapter that you can take a little bit wild bet on to do it or not, right? So welcome all again. Just put across your name so that it becomes more easier for me to comment on anyone being online, right? So first thing, what's an overhead? The moment we say overheads are basically all the indirect expenses. All the indirect expenses put together, we call it as overheads. Overheads can be divided based on the functions. So basically we try to look at 4 functions, but for all our calculation purpose, we'll be using only 3. Production overheads, administration overheads, and selling and distribution overheads. 3 overheads: production, distribution, and selling and distribution. Now, this whole overheads chapter is going to be divided. We are going to be calculating in this manner. First, we are going to identify overheads for each department. That's the stage 1. This will be given in the question, so you don't have to break your head. Now, there are second thing, which is the apportionment of overheads. What happens in case of the apportionment of overheads is, there are going to be, let's say you are 3 of you guys here. You know individually what you're spending, right? That is allocation. Individually you know what you're spending. 3 of you together, if you divide it, 3 of you together are spending something, then it will be apportion. Are you clear? Individually what you spend will be what? Allocation. Together what you spend will be my apportion. Let's say you went to a hotel. You had 6 dosas. E ate 3, 2, 1. Now how do you divide the cost? Correct, right? So it will be based on some basis. So we have to just ensure that the basis we are thorough with. For which one? Apportionment. Clear? Allocation is what? You know individually what you are spending. What is apportionment? Together you have spent, you have to find a reasonable ways of dividing it. Third is reapportionment. This is what comes for your 10 marks. The first 2 things will usually be for a 5 mark. Third and fourth, apportionment and absorption, can come for 10 or 5. So what happens in case of an reapportionment? In case of a reapportionment, what happens is we divide our departments into 2 categories. Production department and the service department. What do we divide the departments into? Production and service. Whatever is the cost of the service department, we have to divide it back to the production department. Whatever is the cost of the service department, we divide it back to the production department. That is known as reapportionment. Clear? Last step is called absorption. Absorption means how are we going to allot the overheads to a particular product. This is the most confusing part of the whole chapter, the absorption. And luckily, unluckily, most questions come from this one. If you understand it, it is very, very easy. If you don't understand it, even if you do hundreds of questions, I'm saying you'll do mistake in the exam. So you decide which path you want to take in, right? So I'll spend little more time because I think my regular class also, a lot of students were saying that they were getting confused with it. We are done twice the time, so I'm just doing a quick revision about the last part so that we are all on the same page. So I told you guys, first part is what? Allocation. Here I have no problem. So for all my understanding, what I will write, ABC, direct expense incurred by A, direct expense incurred by B, direct expense incurred by C is going to be my allocation. Now, what am I talking of this direct expense is the question, right? What is overheads? Overheads is the sum total of all the indirect expense, that is material, labor, other expenses. What is overhead? Overheads is sum total of all the indirect expenses, that is indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expenses. When I say direct expenses to the concerned departments, I am talking of this. An indirect expense incurred for the department. Direct expense definition is what? Directly incurred for the product. Direct expense definition says directly incurred for the product. When I mention the word direct expense, it is directly for the department. All the indirect expense which have directly incurred for the department, we put it across it. For an example, you have 3 houses. Each of you are staying in that one house. That rent will come to you only. That's an indirect expense. Correct? That will come to your department only because you are staying in that house. Water bill, it will only come to you. Let's say I am the manager for all the 3. What will happen? We have to apportion it. This is first thing you have to be thorough with. Right? Now, once it is done, we are coming back to the second one of apportionment. Now, this is something you have to recap on the day before going to exam once so that you don't miss out on anything. Simpler thing what I will be looking at from all the examination point of view is I will try to build a logic around it. Logic is something which has got to do either people, area, or something which I can connect with something. For an example, when I say rent has to be divided based on area. Lighting and heating, this is done as per the UK concept. As per which concept? UK. In UK, what happens is, because it's cold throughout the year, they set up heating systems within the offices or other stuff so that it's warmer during the day. That means more the bigger space, more lighting and heating you require. Right? So lighting is again based on the area. Air conditioning, area. Now, anything got to do with labor will be based on the number of labor expenses. That can be your timekeeping. That this is, when I say labor number of workers, these are all HR expenses. Then there is compliance expense. Compliance expense, since you guys are all CA students, you have to understand like ESI, PF or gratuity, everything works based on the basic wage. Based on your salary, it does not depend on the number of people. How much salary, how much it is, right? General overheads, generally they will give you in the question what basis to be taken. So I don't have to break my head. Depreciation will be based on the value of the building, value of the asset. Then lighting expense, again area, power, material handling will either be based on the number of times you order a particular item or based on the material value. So even though there are a lot of things given in the question, you need to understand based on the case which will be the appropriate method, right? But we will try to use that logic. Like I said, anything got to do with space will be area. Anything got to do with HR expense will be number of workers. Anything got to do with compliance will be based on the salary. Depreciation will be based on the value of equipment. Electricity is the one common thing which is going to be based on the horsepower. Electricity will be based on the horsepower. These 5 things are going to be common logic I'm going to be using. All other things I will try to take a call depending on the question. There is no standard rule. So I'm saying, even though this statement is there, there is no standard rule for other things. Clear? Now, the second part you have to understand which are the production departments and which are the service departments. Why is this particularly important? The reason of why service department is important is for the purpose of reapportionment. For the purpose of what? Reapportionment. Because anything which is there in the service department, the total cost has to be divided back to the production departments. Service departments has to be divided into what? Production department. This is again on what basis is the question. Correct? Now, when I'm trying to find what basis, I have to be little more careful to understand that I'll tell you the logic which will fit all the things. You don't have to mug up or try to remember anything. I'll tell you one simple logic, remember it. The cost of the service department will be given it back to the production departments based on the services availed. Based on what? For an example, let's say canteen, right? Canteen, if you look into it, how many people will be in each department, that many times they will use the canteen, right? Is it based on the wages or number of workers? Number of workers. Let's say stores department. What does the stores department do? Give goods to the production departments, right? They will work based on the number of times you give them a request, right? So service department work, this is a service department stores, they are going to be working based on the number of requisitions, right? Let's say there is a hospital. Again, what will happen? Number of employees. Let's say HR department, number of employees. Let's say maintenance department. Now, if you look into maintenance department, I have to check what is happening. Is it got to do with building maintenance? Building maintenance, usually, let's say if there is this building, which I don't use it for 1 year, then there is that room where everyday class is happening, which will have more maintenance. The other room. So that will be maybe based on the number of class hours conducted in a particular room. Logic. Let's say there are two machines. One machine used regularly, one machine does not be used, which will require regular maintenance. So how are you going to divide? Based on the machine hours. So I'm trying to say you have to come up with a logic there. Now we try to connect with as much as possible the smaller logics, but we need to try to make a logic on how are we going to divide it. Are you clear? Transportation department, based on transport, number of trucks transport, anything that is there. Finally, we have to understand this. This is the crucial part of my 10 marks question, is the apportionment method. Now see for an example, and very, very important logically, there are departments ABC. C is the service department. Which is the service department? C is giving service to B 40%, C 60%. What will you do with the cost of C? Divided to A and B in the ratio of 60:40, correct? Let's say there is A, B, C and D. C and D are service department. C is giving 60, 30, 10. D is giving 40, 30, 30. What is happening here? Service department is providing service to each other. This is known as reciprocal servicing. This is known as what? Reciprocal servicing. In reciprocal servicing, we have different methods of calculating your reapportionment. We have simultaneous, we have repeated distribution, we have trial and error. But we are only going to be doing two methods, that is simultaneous and repeated. Even in the exam, if they give trial and error, you do repeated distribution. Write the heading as trial and error. Because it's a random method to do it, you can keep randomly splitting it across and give a heading as trial and error. That's okay. They won't ask, but if they ask, this is what you can do, you'll still get marks for it. Are you clear? Direct will happen in that case where A, B, C was there. C is giving it to A and B. Then, now see here, A, B, C and D. D is giving 30, 40, 30 dash. C is giving 60, 40. Is it reciprocal servicing? See, when do we call it as a repeated distribution is C giving service to D and D is giving service back to C. In this case, what is happening? Only D is giving service to C. C is not giving any service to D back. In this case, we don't call it as reciprocal. Are you clear? In this case, what we do, we follow something called as a step method. Which method do we follow? What happens in case of a step method is, we will first divide. We will first divide what? Service department, which is giving services to maximum department. So whatever is the cost of D here, because D is giving service to how many departments? A, B, C, 3 departments. So cost of C, I'm going to be dividing it to A, B and C. Then whatever is the total cost of C, I'm going to be dividing into A and B. Are you clear? Okay. Let's try to look into this. So we covered all the 3 cases, right? What were the 3 cases that we did? Direct. When will direct come in? Service only gives it to the production departments. When do we use step? When one gives it to the other, whereas the other does not give it. Reciprocal? When both the service departments give it to each other. Under reciprocal, how many methods we have? Which are the 3 methods? Simultaneous, repetitive, trial and error. Are you clear? Right. Let's read this question. Right. Allocation, apportionment, I am do in one full-fledged question, but that's something, it's only a division. So please do it yourself. If you have any doubt, you can ping me in this one. See here, first find out what are they doing here. So any given question, you have to identify which are the production and the service department. How many departments are there? A, B, X and Y. Now see here, apportionment basis means how are they giving service? Department X is giving to Y, A, B. And Y is giving to A and B. What does this mean? One, which method we should use? Step method. Clear with this? How do we identify? Now see here, what we do. First, I'll take the cost of the department A. AB, I'll write all the things. Now what I will do, I'll take the cost of X, divide it in this percentage to Y, A, B. Step 1. Are you clear? Once that is done, one of a common mistake that students do is, they will only divide Y to A and B. But it is Y plus X's share together. You take it and then divide to A and B. Are you clear? So that comes to here, when you do it, Y comes to 2 lakh, 3 lakh 80, 3 lakh 90, which you will divide it in the ratio of 40:60. That towards the end, service department should become 0. That's the rule. Towards the end, service department should become 0. Are you clear? This comes for a 5 mark if you get 10. So now we'll do the reciprocal. This is again for you get either for 10 marks. And for me, if they give it for 10 marks, I'll dance in the exam. Straight away, most easiest of all, because you get it for 10 marks for doing nothing out there. Done? So let's start reciprocal method. We know when do we use reciprocal method, right? A is giving service to B, B is giving service to A. Now the same question will do both the methods, that is simultaneous as well as the repeated distribution. Now let us read this question. How many service departments are there? 1 and 2. How many production departments are there? A, B. So what we are supposed to do, whatever is the cost of the service department, you have to divide it to the production department. Clear? Till here, no problem. Step 1, which is very, very important, is to construct the equation. What is step 1? Construct the equation. If we get equation right, then mathematics. If you get equation wrong, then everything goes wrong. Now, to make it more easier, let us just read this table carefully. What are they telling? Boiler house, see here. Everyone, just one sec. See it and then we can. A production boiler house is giving its service 60%, 35%, and 5%, correct? Pump room is giving 10. What does this mean? Can I say pump room will have 60,000 plus 5% of boiler room expense? Can I say boiler house will have 3 lakh plus 50% of pump room expense? Did you understand this? This is the first crucial part, which is very, very important. So now when I have to construct the equation, this is how I write. I told you all the percentages, I'll write it in decimals for my understanding. So boiler room is being written as 3 lakh plus 50% is 0.5. Pump room will be 60,000 plus 0.5. Should I solve the equation? You know how to do it, right? So once you solve the equation, you will get the value of P as well as the value of your boiler house, that is this one. Clear? Now once this is done, what you have to understand is, what we are supposed to be doing is, now I know this is the cost of pump house, right? What I will do, whatever is the cost of the pump room, I'll have to divide it between 10% and 40% to A and B. How did I do it? 10% is for A, 40% is for B. Are you clear? And whatever is the cost of the boiler house, I have to divide it in the ratio, not the ratio, percentage of 60 and 35. By doing it, you will get the cost apportioned. Any doubt in this? Right? This is a 10 mark. Like I said, it's a lottery question if you end up getting in. I would always pray to get this question, but days have passed. But they have not asked in the last 5 attempts, so there is a very high chance that you might end up getting it. It's been like very long time since they have not asked, so a high chance is there until and unless something really goes bad. Okay, now the second part of it is repeated distribution. How do we do repeated distribution? Repeated distribution is easy. A, B, boiler house, pump room. I'll write the cost of these two guys, which is 3 lakh. Correct? Once I do, I only keep doing the percentages. So first I'll take the boiler house. What is the percentage? Take your calculator. 60, 30, 5%. So first thing, look into it, I'll do minus 3 lakh. And divide it in the ratio of these three. How much does it come? 60% will be 1,80,000, 1,15,000. Okay, 105. Then so this became 0. Then what we will do? You will do the total of pump room. We will do the total of pump room. Pump room total is what? you divide it in the ratio of 10, 40, 50. That will be 7,500, 15, 30,000, 37. Now you'll make it as minus 75. So this became 0. Now take 37,500, divide it between 60, 35, 5. Are you clear? You keep continue to do it until and unless it comes to 2 digits and you can stop at that point of time. Clear? Now this is where all the drama starts. Till here whatever I've done is the easiest portion of overheads. This, just understand the logic. This is actually the easiest one, provided you just get the logic right. See, I did allocation, I did apportionment, I did reapportionment. I found the cost of each department. What did I do? I found the cost of each department. Are you guys clear? Once I found the cost of each department, what do we mean by absorption is the way of dividing this overheads to a particular product. The way of dividing what? This overheads to a particular product. Now, there are multiple ways of dividing it. Now, somebody might say, I want to divide it based on the labor hours. I want to divide based on the labor hours. Now, what are these things? I'll tell you. Let's say there was department A, department B. Department A had 1 lakh rupees after allocation, apportionment, and reapportionment. This guy had 50,000. Department A, in a year, listen to it, in a year is planning that his machine hours he will work for 50,000. And Department B saying he will work for 10,000 labor hours. And he wants the overheads to be apportioned on this basis. Are you clear? So look into it. 1 lakh is my estimated overheads of A. 50,000 is the estimated overheads of B. First step, are you clear? Estimated. My estimated machine hours of A is 50,000. Estimated machine hours of B is 10,000. Are you clear even now? Now, if I do it, I am saying my per machine hour I will incur 2 rupees of A department indirect expense. How did I get it? 1 lakh divided by 50,000. And per labor hour I work, I am saying 5 rupees is going to be my overheads. This is for which department? Department B. I tell Department A's overheads is absorbed based on machine hour. Department B's overhead is absorbed based on the labor hour. Now, to produce a product X, let's say material cost is 10,000. Labor cost, let's say, is 3,000. He will say Department A works for 500 hours. Department A works for what? And Department B works for 200 labor hours. This is the information given. Now, what does that mean if I have to find the cost of the product? I know per machine hour Department A works. I am incurring an overheads cost of how many rupees? 2 rupees. 2 rupees. Are you clear? So this particular product is taking how many hours? 500 hours. 500 into 2. 1,000 rupees will be my overheads that I have recovered from product A. From this, product X, I have recovered what? 1,000 rupees. Whereas for product department B, 200 hours, 200 into 5, 1,000 rupees. This is called as absorption of overheads. This method, like how am I going to divide it, is what we are going to be learning at. Logically, if they say overheads are going to be absorbed based on material cost, total overheads divided by total material cost. If they say absorption based on prime cost, total overheads divided by total prime cost. If they say percentage of labor hour, sorry, based on labor hour, total overheads divided by labor hours. If they say machine hour, total overheads divided by machine hour. Are you clear? If they say number of units, total overheads divided by number of units. This one, are you clear? If you have understood this, other things become easier. If you have not understood this, doing anything further won't make any sense. I hope I have made it clear. Anything that you want me to ask, please ask, because I have seen students struggling. Fine?
One is like total overheads by the rate per unit of output.
Which one?
Last
Last one is number of units.
it's given rate per
Per unit means what? Total overheads divided by number of units will be rate per unit.
Okay.
Are you guys fine?
It be specified in the question.
Yeah, they will give you. Overheads are going to be absorbed based on what rate they will give you. What students get confused is that's why I said if you read the questions carefully, costing is more easier. People don't know how to read the question. Lot of people hated me also when I was taking class saying, what are you telling? You're not solving questions. I'm saying read the question, it's there. Everything will be given in the question. There is why people struggle with costing also is because they can't read the question. It's not that they can't solve the problem. Everything will be given. They'll say overhead is going to be recovered based on this. I know I have to take only that. Overhead will be recovered based on it. I'll have to take what has been given out there. Are you clear? So now these are the 4 rates which generally they give you as part of another question. Absorption overheads or other stuff. Normal overheads means what has actually happened. What has actually happened. That is actual indirect expense divided by the actual base. Now what is base? We covered 6 cases. It can be percentage of material cost. It can be percentage of prime cost. It can be machine hour rate, labor hour rate per unit. That is what they're talking when they talk about a base. Are you clear? Predetermined means what? You are anticipating. That means it will be based on the budgets. Blanket means you are going to be using only one. See, usually what happens is each department will have its own strength. One department will say machine hour is my strength. One department will say labor is my strength. If a company ignores all of it and says, I want the whole company to be divided only based on one denominator, then we say it's a blanket rate. They'll be using this in the questions. So the moment they say blanket rate, that means for everything we'll only be using one rate. If they say department A machine hour rate, department B labor rate, department C percentage of material cost, then that will be your base. The moment they use blanket rate, that means don't look at anything further. I know what is blanket machine hour rate. Everything divided by machine hour rate. Are you clear? Departmental overhead, that's what I said. Each department will have their own base, then we call it as departmental rate. Are you clear? Okay. Now, yeah. This is the other part which is coming up very repeatedly in the last 4-5 attempts is our under absorption, over absorption of overhead. I'll tell you one example. Just try to remember that during the exam, the moment they ask you to do it. Are you clear? Don't try to apply any logic. Just try to use this, do it. You will end up getting the answer. Now, see here. Most of the questions will give you budgeted overheads divided by budgeted base. Let's say for an example, my budgeted base was machine hour. It can be anything, right? But for this question, it is machine hour. Because I can't do 5 cases now. It can be machine hour. Let's say my budgeted overheads was 1 lakh, machine hours was 5,000. Can I know the overhead rate? How much will be the overhead rate? 20 per machine hour, correct? Now this is the estimated one. In actual, the company worked for 60,000 hours. Please listen to it. The company worked for how many hours? Okay, sorry, let's make it as 6,000 hours. Company worked for how many hours? What is the, please listen the term that I'm using. What is the overhead absorbed? What is the overhead absorbed? Correct. 6,000 into 20, 1 lakh. Are you clear? Absorbed. This I compare with actual expenses. This I compare with what? Actual expense means what I have incurred. What I have incurred. Let's say my expense what I've incurred is 1,05,000. How much have I incurred? Okay. Now, have you charged to the product more or less? More, right? Because the product has absorbed 1,20,000. But when I see the final bill, I am seeing it to be how much? 1,05,000. Right? This we call it as over absorption. What do we call this as? Why? Because you have taken from the product more than what it is. If the case was different, let's say if this was 1,50,000, we say under absorption. Steps, what did we do? I want you just focus on the steps what we did. Step 1, I took the budgeted overheads divided by budgeted base. I got a rate. This rate I multiplied with the actual numbers. I got the actual overhead absorbed. This is absorbed, that is what I recovered from the product. This I compare with actual expenses incurred. Absorbed versus incurred. If absorbed is more, over absorption. If incurred is more, under absorption. Are you clear? This under or over absorption, right? Now see here, we do something called as a supplementary rate. This generally they ask you for 2 marks. What you have to do is whatever is the under absorption or over absorption portion, you divide with the number of units. Divide with what? Number of units, you get the supplementary rate. What do we use the term as? Supplementary rate. Are you clear? Supplementary rate is not predetermined overhead rates. This comes only for the case of what? Under or over absorption. Till here are you fine? Till here fine? So let's try to just look into one question and we'll try to see how do we treat it in the accounting thing. The total overhead expenses of the factory is 446,380. What is it? Incurred expense, what is it? Actual incurred, correct? Taking into account the normal working of a factory, overhead is recovered in production. So what is this? Recovery rate. In that question, it was what I did example was 20 per hour. They have already done and given it to me, so I don't have to break my head. The actual number of hours worked is 2,934. So what I should do? 293,104 into 1.25. Clear? Easy now? How do we do a supplementary rate? Okay. Under absorbed divided by the number of units. Now see what have they given. So this part, are we clear? State how would you proceed with the closing of the books? Assuming that besides 7,800 units produced, 7,000 were sold, there were 200 equivalent units of work in progress. Something they've given. On investigation, it was found that 50% of the unabsorbed overheads was on account of cost of indirect material and indirect labor and due to the inefficiency. See, if the cost has increased, right? This is something I can't do anything. If the cost has increased, I can't do anything. Why? Because this is an overall increase in the product itself. But what is inefficiency should go to my costing P&L. What is inefficiency should go to my costing P&L. Now that means here 50% was because of the increase into it, so I don't have to worry. 50% of the unabsorbed was due to the factory inefficiency. This has to go to the costing P&L. Now, what also happens, try unabsorbed amounting to 40,000 which were due, right? Which were due to the increase in the cost of material should be charged to the units at a supplementary rate. Now, when I say should be charged at a supplementary rate, that means, see, whether it is work in progress or the finished product, everything cost has gone up, right? So, total 40,000 divided by 5 rupees per unit. Here the story ends for 1. Now let's come to the second one. Now this 40,000, when you look into it, how much is the stock of finished goods? No. 7,800. In that 7,000 was sold. So 800 into 5 will be for the finished goods. That is produced, not yet sold. Work in progress, 200 units. Units of sales, 35,000. So you just have to divide between all the three. Are you clear? Simple? Okay. Now, the balance 40, which was because of the inefficiency, that will go to the costing P&L as abnormal loss. Are you clear? So the logic that we have to understand is, if that is because of the increase in the product, which cannot be avoided, you have to ensure that all the cost of the product will go up. How will it go up? By using the supplementary rate. Understood? Yes. Okay. See this question. Okay, let's try to read the question. Beta Limited produces how many units? 50, 45, 60, ABC. At the present, the company follows absorption costing and absorbs based on the labor hours. So I know all the total cost should be divided by the labor hours. This, if you have understood, your 50% of the question is done. This is the crux, that I have to divide my total hours by what? Direct labor. Now the company wants to adopt activity based costing. That we will do later. We'll only do the first part of absorption. Activity we'll do later. Tomorrow when I do the class, I'll do it. Right? They've given me the information: floor space, direct labor hours, machine hours, power consumption, rates, electricity, indirect, blah blah blah. Now I know rates and taxes will be divided based on what? Floor space, electricity expenses, power consumption, indirect labor. I don't have anything, so I'll try to do it based on the direct labor hours. Repairs and maintenance, I'll take it based on the machine hours. Right? I can write an assumption, whatever it is. So first thing, I divided all the 4. What is this method called as? What am I doing here? Apportionment. This is apportionment. Because I have common expenses, I have to divide it. Are you clear? I divided it. Right? So first thing, if I have to do based on the per unit, based on the activity, so that is where it is. So see, so when they ask me to find the overheads based on the labor hour, life is easy because I'm using a blanket rate. What does blanket rate say? total overheads by total labor hours. Labor hours, no? So total overheads is 33 divided by 22,500, 150 per labor hour. The story ends. You don't have to do anything on this. Just have to do the sum total of the cost divided by it. All the information will just confuse us. The moment you know the concept of blanket rate, the moment I know what is blanket rate, none of the information matters to me because I only need this total divided by labor hours. The story ends there. Are you clear? Right? What we would have done, we would have divided all of it. That till here we'll do. This portion I'll teach you tomorrow. These two portion I'll teach you tomorrow. Just remind me anyway. You'll have this working note. This is based on the. So basically, when they're saying activity based, they've not given you anything. So you just have to divide by the number of units. For this question, nothing to explain it here. So they have asked you to find per unit cost. They've given you the number of units. Divide each department by the number of units. Okay. Okay. See this part of it. They have given you data as per cost accounting and financial accounting. Different things. And they're trying to say, tell me whether it's an over recovery or an under recovery. Now, if let's say you're trying to make you can do either from the financial angle or from the costing angle, because it's like a reconciliation statement, right? I can do either from the costing angle or a financial. You know, this question, most of the students did not even answer because there's nothing in the question. But I know one thing, if I've recovered more, it's what? If I have recovered more, under absorption. If I have recovered more, over absorption. If I have recovered less, under absorption. That was under costing, right? So I check costing with financial accounting. If I check costing with financial accounting, costing I have incurred less. Financial accounting is more. Logic is financial accounting is always done on actuals. But if you're doing the other way around, let's say you keep it costing as a financial as a base and do the costing on the other way, you can do the other way around. I'll always prefer to do it from the, costing as a base. So when I do costing as a base, here, costing to financial, under recovery, over recovery. These two will be undervaluation or overvaluation. This have to be done in activity based costing. Forget it. But I'm saying these three things were more easy. And I'll tell you, 95% did not even attempt this question. Concept. That's why I said, learn the concept. You will know what you're doing. You only have to just understand what are they asking in that question. Right? The moment, till now, whatever we did, they were telling me actual expense, budgeted expense. But in this question, they said financial accounting, cost accounting. There comes a simpler thing for you guys as CA, where you should know costing is done based on budgets, financial accounting is done on actuals. The moment you crack it, that means the answer is done. How they test in the exam, I'm just giving you, this was an exam question, 5 marks. Yeah. See, always better, because we have learned from the costing angle, do it from the cost side. Because now from a financial angle, when you look into it, what will happen on the effect? Increase will become decrease and other stuff, which will become even more complicated. Rather, budget versus actual, more easier for me to do. Okay. Again, read this question. This was a 10-mark question. Reading question, only half of them get scared. To be very honest, as a student, we all get scared reading the question itself. But let us try to just look into the way I see the question, right? Whenever a question is bigger, always start with what you're required to do. always start with what you're required to do. They are telling me somewhere, compute the machine hour rate for the company as a whole when robot is used, not used. Machine hour rate is what I have to calculate. That means I know my division will be machine hour rate. Machine hour rate for individual jobs. That means what? Each department divided by machine hour. This though logically we know. Now that you have become pro at it, now it's more easier to read the question. Because your mind will say, now I know they're asking me for machine hour rate. I have to only find out the total cost of the departments and then divide by the machine hour rate. 10 marks for it. Reading question. It's not with anything got to do with teaching. It's purely reading question. Right? Hopefully you're finding it easier now, especially you guys. They're staring at me during class, so I'm trying to see. So USB Limited is manufacturer of a double grip motorcycle. In the manufacturing products, it takes 3 departments. All of these jobs require a special machine and also the aid of a robot when necessary. The robot is hired from outside and higher charge to be paid 2,60,000. They have given you the overall expenses to the special machine given below. Rent, cost of the machine, depreciation on straight line basis. Other indirect expenses are recovered at 20% of the wages. So you have to just find the total wages and put it as 20%. The factory manager has been informed that in the coming year, the total direct wages will be 12 lakhs throughout the year. During the first month of operation, they're saying with robot, without the robot. Now, there is 2 things that I can do. Mistakes that we do in the examination. I'm telling only about the mistakes so that you get look into. See here, rent they are giving me quarter. Depreciation per annum. This they are giving me months. All 3 are 3 different time scale. You can choose which is convenient for you and convert everything into that. Either you can do annually or you can do monthly. Understood? So whenever there are different scenarios, we'll be doing this in service costing very often, because service costing, one will be given daily, one will be given monthly, one will be given annually. You have to all bring it to one common denominator, or let's say one common multiplier. Are you all clear? So now okay. Number of hours when the special machine was used, 500, 1,400, blah blah blah. They've given you all the numbers. Now total machine hours that you have used, if you look into it, is 3,500 with robot and without robot. How did you do it? Is basically this is without robot. This total will be with robot, right? So you found whatever it is. They are asking you to find the overheads of the machine per month. So what I can do, I can divide everything on a monthly basis, because they have asked me for a per month. Rent 18,000 for a quarter, so per month will be 6K. Depreciation per annum, divide it into 12. Indirect expense, they said 20%, do it on a per month basis. So total came up to 42. Then robot higher charges, they said it's 2,60,000 for 6 months, so per month will be 45. Now they are asking you to find the overhead charges without robot and with robot, right? So what is the question? 42,000 divided by 3,500 into 1,500 will be without robot. With robot will be into 1,000. Just a division, nothing else is there. Then when the robot was used, what will happen? When robot gets used, if you look into it, what is going to happen is, now when I'm trying to use a robot, there is a lot of additional expense that I'm going to be incurring, right? Because for the robot, when I'm using, see here, I have to pay this 45,000 additional, which will be only when the robot is used, plus your 4,200 divided by 3,500, right? So you end up getting 69. When robot was used, it will be 69,000 divided by 2,000. When robot was not used, 18,000 divided by 1,200. Now they are saying find out the machine hour for the each department. What did I say? Whatever number of hours you are using, multiply with it. Is it easy? Question look difficult? Question look difficult. No, before the reading only we are like, oh, what is there? But actually it's a very simple question. Right? This also, to be very honest, you know what was the percentage of people who solved this? Around that. And these are all because of, again, not reading the question carefully. They start with the first, they get the moment you know machine hour rate. The only logic that you have to use here is, okay, with robot, without robot, that robot charges will only come when the robot is used. That is common sense. Correct, no? Apart from it, nothing else is there in the question. 10 marks for it. Lottery. Okay. See, this is again another, this I think is a 10 mark question. If you look into it, again, you'll feel nice that you know this to be solved. They're saying in a manufacturing company, overheads, factory overheads, percentage of direct wages. That means what? Divide by direct wages. Administrative overheads divided by factory cost. Divided by factory cost. Company has furnished the following data. Compute the percentage of recovery rate of factory overheads and administrative overheads. Right? Calculate the amount of factory overheads, administrative overheads, and profit for each of the jobs. Job 1, job 2, that will do it. Above, using the above recovery date, they are given you one job. Whatever that job is, you have to just put it across to it. So see here, solution. Factory cost, you'll find for job A and job B. Right? Then you have your, oh, I think there's something missing in the question. What date? Factory overheads are recovered as a percentage of... Oh, they've given you the profit. So the difference becomes your cost rate. Sorry. Yeah. So the only twist in the question is they've not given you the percentage. So you have to find out the percentage, what it is. So let's just read the question. See, now I know DM, I know direct labor, which is what? My prime cost. I don't have, then they're saying factory overheads are going to be recovered based on the direct wages. So if direct wages is X, can I say factory overheads will be some percentage of X? Prime cost plus factory overheads will become the factory cost. Plus some percentage of factory cost is my admin. This will be my total cost. Minus, sorry, add profit will be my selling price. Right? So if you read the question, for me, they have only said, they made this simpler. They said a percentage of this, but they did not give the percentage. Now, since I know two data, data 1 and data 2, I have to just form an equation and solve a simultaneous equation. Now, done. I know factory cost is what? Direct material, direct labor plus factory overheads. And this I know is X. X of direct wages. So I'll write the equation like this. This will be my equation 2. Done. Then what is administrative overhead? Factory cost plus administrative overhead. So this I will call it as A. Okay, so now see here for job 1, this is my factory cost, that is 1,92,000 plus 84F. This overall multiplied by A will be my administrative overhead, which now we'll come back how we got these numbers. So these two equation, are you clear? How did we get it? Now they are telling me, see here, okay, they are telling me that my total cost I know is selling price plus 100% of plus the percentage of profit. Now what we are supposed to be looking at in terms of it is, see, now they have given me couple of questions, information in the whole thing. One, sorry. So I solved both equation, but I have to know what is the total cost. The only information that I have towards the total cost is, they're saying my profit as a percentage of total cost is 12% and 20%, right? That means, can I say, if my total cost is 100, profit will be 12. See here, profit will be 12, selling price will be, this though we know. Same thing, can I say 120, 120, right? So indirectly I know this is equal to 100, something will be equal to 112, this will be equal to 100, and this will be equal to 112, provided I add the profits. I know till here something is there, right? Now comes the question of trying to say, how do I come up with the cost value? Because neither I know the sale price. So sales price is again, what do you say, an unknown value. Where have they given?
3,10,3,000.
Correct. So I know my selling price, right? So I'll try to come up with the cost price now using this equation. So if I do this, now what will happen to the cost price? 33312 into 100 divided by 112. How much does it come? 2,600,000. And the other one will be 2,52,000 into 100 divided by 120, which is, are you clear? So now using this information, I got my cost prices, which is basically what I'll replace it here. After that, it is only about solving equation. Understood? But otherwise, it's a pretty straightforward question. What happens is, you have to just understand how to I frame the equation to it. I have two unknowns. Once I do it, see here, now comes the statement of overheads and recovery, where you'll have to apply now. You got the rates. You will get the rates. They're saying factory overheads will become 2/3 of wages. That is, it will come to 66.66%. What is the wages? This rate. You have to apply 2/3. Then whatever is this cost, you have to just solve it. You'll end up getting it. Finally, find the selling price of the job. You know the direct material, direct labor. You got the prime cost. Factory overheads will be 2/3. Then you will find the administrative overhead. Therefore, you'll end up getting the balancing margin. Right? So the only difference in that question is, again, that doing that equation. This question, not even saying, not even 1% did this question. They did not even try. And it's actually very easy if you look into it. Now, since you have done it, see, just I'm trying to say is, whenever you get something, right, a question like this, I always suggest at least attempt whatever is given. You will find somewhere a link, right? See, now you guys only were telling, hey, you know what? Okay, I know this is, you know, the cost equation. Then you start filling in. Then about mathematics, then I can't do anything once math comes in. But at least your mind starts thinking in, right? Okay, this is what they're asking. That is more than enough to clear your costing paper. Right? See this question. This is a question of under absorption of overhead. So the moment they have said under absorption of overhead, I know what has to be done. Actual. We have to just find those things, what all has been given in the question. Total factory overheads incurred. What are they talking of? Actual. Now little bit we have to understand here. It recovers factory overheads at a predetermined rate of 20 per man day. What is this man day? I don't know. As a student, I really don't know. But let us try to understand. I know man day means maybe the number of men working on a particular day, right? Or how many days has somebody worked. But I know per guy, it has to be 20 rupees. Man per day, 20 rupees. That much we can understand. So then this is already my absorption rate, yes or no? Correct? They have already calculated and given it to you. Incurred, they're telling you actual overhead incurred and man days were this two. That means I can easily find the under absorption, over absorption. 1.5 into 20 will be my overheads absorbed. This is incurred. Can I find the under absorption, over absorption? First part is actually not easy, not difficult. First two lines only answer is there. Now something and all they have given. We'll see if I can answer the second one. That will only be for that. If you see the comparison of the previous under absorption, over absorption and this is actually a very similar question. What they're only trying to test you is, do you know the cause of the under absorption? Is it because of something which has increased overall, or is it because of the inefficiency? If it is inefficiency, it should go to where? Costing P&L. If it is because of regular thing, what you should do? Apply. That is what they are testing. Same question. Only thing is that time they asked material, this time they are asking you labor. But you look into it, you man again and all, nothing is there. That's why I said you only spend time to understand and build relationship. You can easily go write the exam and I'm saying you'll come back out saying that I'll get 70 plus. Right? And 70 plus in a paper is not a joke at any point of time. And most of my students, I'm telling you, costing, they've all scored 60 plus. So I would just expect you guys to just ensure that you go back, revise some more things, and tomorrow come ready with the other topics that I'll be doing. So out of the amount, 3.5 lakhs, 2 lakhs were in respect of sick period, 1 lakh in respect of expense period booked in the current year. During the year, 50,000 units were sold. At the end of the day, 12,000 units completed were held in stock, but there was no opening stock or finished goods. Similarly, no uncompleted units at the beginning of the period. At the end of the day, uncompleted period was there. 65% was completed in all aspects. Now there is something drama here. 35 lakhs they are telling, out of which 2 lakhs were in respect of wages for the stick period and 1 lakh was for the previous year. What do we mean by stick period and what do we mean by previous year? Stick period. Sorry. And they didn't come and correct in the exam also. That's the worst part. There's nothing called stick. So But anyway, I would have not even bothered. I'll tell you what I would have done. They've given you stick period or other stuff, right? What I would have done was, I know they're trying to say something which should not be included. I know that it's an expense which should not be included. How did I get a clue? Is because this also is talking about the same thing. I am supposed to find the actual expense for the period. Normal expense. That means 35.5 minus 2 minus 1. That is going to be my expense for the period, which is 32.5, which I'll compare with 30, which is 2.5 lakh. For this, 2 marks. Then absorption of overheads. Now, what are they telling? The total number of units was 62,000. They are telling 50,000 was sold, 12,000 was closing. Were completely finished, and 20,000 units were 65% complete, and 40% were absorbed were due to the factory inefficiencies. So out of this 2.5 lakh, 40% is not a problem because I know it has to directly go to the costing P&L. Now, when I come to the remaining 1.5 lakh, I have to do the breakup between what is finished goods, what is closing, and what is WIP. So they are saying work in progress. They are saying 20,000 units, 65,000 was completed. Now, what do you do? 1,50,000 units, you have to divide with the total number of units, right? Which comes to 2 per unit. We'll see this working note. 1,50,000, total number of units 75. Now, how did we get 75? Look into it. Now, 62,000 is the units which were there, out of which they are saying that 50,000 was sold and 12,000 was in the closing stock. 62 is done. Now they are saying 20,000 units were there, out of which 65% was completed. Please understand the concept. In the case of material, even though they gave me 20%, 30%, 40%, when I did the total number of units, I did 62,000 plus 20,000 and as 82,000. When it was the case of material, do you remember this? See here. Yeah, so see here, my inventory, which is work in progress, even though it was work in progress, I still took the entire 200 units. Whereas for labor, I will not take it. I will always take the percentage. Common mistake in the exam. Why? Because it's a conversion cost. What is conversion cost? What is conversion cost? Convert cost incurred for completing material into the finished product, right? That is inclusive of my labor and overheads. So that is why we will be taking the percentage of completion. Most of the students did mistake because they took the 100%. Concept again, it's not again anything, it's just a concept. So labor, remember this, so labor will always be taken on the percentages, whereas material will, because material you would have introduced, so it will always be 100%, whereas wages and other things you'll always take the equivalent thing. Remember in the exam, don't do a mistake, right? So that's why, so they're saying 20,000 units at 65%, so the number of units will become 13,000. So total how many units? 62,000 divided by 13, 75,000 is the number of units. Are you clear? Understood? Should I repeat this again?
Sold one.
Sir, I have to, the cost has increased. This I will take it for all the three, that is finished goods, goods sold plus WIP. If it is goods, I will take 100%, 100%, 100%. If it is labor, Finished goods I'll take 100%. Then sold I'll take 100%. WIP I'll take the percentage, equivalent units. Understood? Then you find the supplementary rate. How do you find the supplementary rate? 1,50,000 divided by 75, which is 2 per unit. After that, it is just about multiplying based on the number of rates. You will end up getting the answer. Yeah. So we are done with 2 chapters. So the next topic that we'll be doing is basically our standard costing. This is definitive question which comes in every paper, whether you like it or not. Over a period, what has happened is, first thing, let's just try to understand what is standard costing as such, right? A few very basic things which I'm telling you, keep in mind for any standard costing. After that, if you just understand what they're asking, you don't have to mug up the formulas, right? See, let's say for an example, I'm trying to make a particular, let's say a juice, sweet orange juice or orange juice. You pretty much know to do an orange juice, I require 2 oranges. I need, let's say, 200 ml of water, maybe a spoon of sugar. That is the standard quantity to required for one juice. Correct? How many did I say? 2 oranges, 200 ml water and 1 spoon of sugar. If I have to do 100 juice, what will I require? 200 oranges, 2000 ml of water or something around it, and maybe 100 spoons of, correct? Now, I have used 150 oranges. I used how many oranges? Am I in a better position? How much to make 100 juice? How many oranges should I used? I've used 150. Now, but did you know in the beginning what will be the oranges required for 100? Or did you know for 1 and then you converted it into 100? Correct, right? This concept, if you understand in standard costing, it is, everything else will make sense. Even when you read a question, when you try to solve anything, because what we talk about from a standard costing is, I always try to find a standard cost of producing 1 unit. I always try to find what? Standard cost to produce 1 unit. I know if I have to produce 1 unit, I need, let's say, I need direct material, I need direct labor, other expenses plus overheads, which will be again fixed and variable in nature, correct? I will know for 1 unit. Then depending on how many was my actual production. So if I say I've done 100 units, what I will do, whatever cost I have found out, I will multiply by 100. If I say my actual production is 1000 units, how much quantity do you require? You multiply by 1000. So this will be my standards. This will be my, and I'm trying to find standard for how many units? 1 unit. This standard for 1 unit, I will try to make it for the actual units of production. I will convert what? Standard for 1 unit to what is actually required for the production, or for this output, what is for the, we say standard production for the actual output. Understood? Does it make sense? Now, let's say for an example, to produce a particular unit, I need 1 unit requires 5 kgs of raw material at 3 rupees. 5 kgs of raw material at what price? So what will be my total cost? 15 rupees is my direct material cost, can I say, for 1 unit? If I produce 50 units, can you tell me what will be the standard quantity required? Standard quantity of raw material required. Correct? 50 into 5, 250. What will be my standard price of raw material? Wrong. Standard price will always be 3. Standard price will be what? 3. Standard cost will be 750. This is what is very, very important. Are you clear? Clear? Now what did I do is what you have to understand. What? Yeah. So what was I saying? That we have to find the standard for actual. This is the first closest thing that we have to understand. Now what is standard costing is? Standard costing is comparing standard versus actuals. Are you clear? Now what I compare? I compare standard cost versus actual cost. What do I compare? Standard cost versus. Then I try to find out the reasons for it. I try to find out the reasons for it. This is my variance. The difference between the standard cost versus actual cost is called as what? Variance. Now I have to try to find out the reasons for variance. What I will have to try to find out? The reasons for variance. Whether is it because I have used quantity higher, whether I have paid price higher, and what led to the overall increase of the cost. This is what is standard costing chapter about. What are you giving reaction as if first time you are listening?
No, sir. Only- sorry.
Oh, your reaction scared me because I only thought you. Huh. Correct. So what we try to find out is I try to find the standard cost, compare it with actual. We find out the reasons for differences. It can be for quantity difference or it can be for price difference. And together, what did it cost towards the cost difference? Are you clear? Now, for labor, the quantity would get replaced with rates. Quantity will get replaced with hours. Price will get replaced with rate. Because labor is always going to be spoken from which angle? From the hour rate. From the hourly rate per se. Are you clear? Now, when we try to find variance, we try to find variance from the material, from labor, then from overheads. Okay. If your examination question is this too, lottery, that means paper is, if you get this too, it means it tests your understanding the concepts. So what I have purposefully done is I'm only doing one question of this. I'll cover it in a way that because the question keeps getting the same thing again and again, there is only one part which is little difficult that I will want you to just focus on. If you understand the concept, if you don't understand it, follow it mechanically. This will be sorted. This is where the challenge is. People start struggling it because every time we take the word overheads, it goes over our heads. Right? So this we will focus to do little bit more questions. Clear with this? Right? Now, like I told you guys, we will be covering different variances. Material cost variance. What is this material cost variance? Is the difference between the standard cost minus the actual cost. Standard cost minus the actual cost. I hope yesterday you guys all got your material after the class. If anyone wants material attending online, just make sure you drop in your email ID or your mobile number. We'll send it across. Standard cost minus the actual cost. Now, what is standard cost and what is actual cost? Standard cost is standard quantity into standard price. What is actual cost? Actual quantity into the actual price. Are you clear? Now please understand, lot of students do mistake in this. The reason I'm highlighting is in the exam also, so that you spend little time to know what is this. Standard quantity is standard quantity for actual production. What is it? Standard quantity for actual production. So like I told you, if one unit requires 5 kgs, to produce 10 units, you require 15. Now in this standard quantity, there is one study material question which is got to do with your normal loss. I will see if I cover it. Otherwise, what you have to do is you have to adjust for the normal loss. How it has to be done in the exam question, I'll show to you. That is the only complication you have apart from the regular what? Multiplying standard quantity with the actual production. Just multiply the number of units you will end up getting in. Right? Because sometimes what happens, I'll tell you. They will say standard quantity is 10,000 kgs. Sorry, 1000 kgs for 700 units. For how many units? They say the actual production was 650 units and actual quantity used, let's say, was 800. This is the information given. Again, I'm repeating, please understand. Standard quantity of raw materials to produce 700 units is how many kgs? 1000. Actual quantity utilized to produce 650 units is what? 800. Now, if I have to find standard quantity, please understand, this is not my standard quantity. Why? Because this is the standard quantity for, I need standard quantity for which units? 650. Understood? Right? So if they give you something like this, I know I have to do 1000 divided by 700 into 650 will give me my standard quantity for actual production. So that's where I always keep telling, whenever as a student, whenever somebody says standard quantity, you drop a message saying that it's a standard quantity for actual production. That should strike your mind. Because for convenience, I keep saying standard quantity, but your mind should say, boss is talking of standard quantity of actual production. In the comments or in the chats, Yuanika. Fine till you? Right? So, we understood what? Standard quantity into standard price is what? Standard cost. Then this is what? Actual cost. Now, what is the variance? What is variance? Whenever I try to find variance, I try to find out the reason why there is a difference. I try to find what? Why there is a difference. When I say material price difference, I compare standard price minus actual price. And when I talk about usage variance, I talk about standard quantity minus actual quantity. Are you clear? Now, whenever I do price variance, remember this, price is always considered for actual quantity, for actuals. Price is always considered for what? Actual. So we'll write standard price minus actual price into actual quantity. Usage will always be for standard. That will be standard price. This is the formula. Should I repeat anything? Price formula will always be like this: standard price minus actual price. When they say quantity, this is what I write. Whenever it is price, I'll tell you the logic. Let's say you went to a tomato shop. Your mom once said, go and pick up a tomato. Your mom generally buys tomato for 1 rupee. You paid 100 rupees. The moment you come back home, your mom will say, tell me how many kgs did you buy? because that is the loss you suffered. So price always is taken from the actual quantity per se. Whereas when I talk about the quantity was more or less, I had already planned that, okay, I should have bought 10 kgs, you bought 7 kgs. Price was already there in mind. So we always take this with the standard price. This will be with the actual quantity. Clear with this? So we'll first do one question of this and then we will come to this part. Are you clear? Oh, I think I've taken a good question only. So this has that loss. I should do one basic question before that one sec. Then you will get scared of the chapter. I've given all the kind of questions so that this is more than enough for your exam. Don't touch anything else. Standard costing. Okay, we'll do one. This is a 10-mark question which had come in. We'll try to identify something part of it. Examination question. NC Limited standard using standard cost system of manufacturing its product X. The following information is available. 25,000 kgs of raw material were actually purchased for 3,12,500. So I know my actual quantity purchased and actual quantity, actual cost. Price I don't know. Price I don't know. I know cost. I know the quantity. Cost divided by quantity will give me price, right? So let's see. So I'll ask you guys to write down certain things. So just let's write only the key figures. Oh, damn, no, this has variance directly. One sec, sorry, this. No, this we can't do, this requires, we'll do later. Okay, yeah, sorry, we'll take this. This also has loss. Examination all are with loss only. I'll teach you with loss only. Sorry, my mistake, guys. I thought that. Okay, let's read this question and then come back to it. I think this is pretty similar to the same question which has come in. ABC produces an article by lending two basic raw materials. It operates the standard costing. Following standards have been set. 40%, 60%, 4 rupees, 3 rupees. What does it mean? If I have to produce one unit, that will have 40% of A, 60% of B, and per kg of the raw material will be what? 4 rupees for A and 3 rupees. So roughly I have an idea of my standard price, but I don't know my standard quantity. But I know if I know the actual quantity, I can figure out something because I know standard quantity for the actual production. So we'll figure out something out there. The standard loss is 15%. That means what? For every 100 units you produce, 15 units will get lost. The company produced 17,500 kgs of fixed output. What did I say? Okay, lost. They are saying 1700 kgs of finished output. The position of stock purchases are as follows. They are saying they had a stock on this day, they had a stock on this day, then they purchased this much. This is my purchase price. Now, what is this whole information they are talking about? Is this standard or is it actuals? These are my actuals. These are my actuals. Now, I want you guys to look into it. I have a stock, I have purchases. I have used some bit of input here, and that has given me 17,000 kgs of output. One thing I know I can easily find out from the question, I'll tell you is, can I know the actual price? Can I find the actual price? I know. How do I find it? I know the actual cost. I know the actual quantity purchased. If I divide this with this, can I get the actual price? I know something that I can do. I know somewhere that opening stock, closing stock and purchases is there. That means, can I also find usage or consumed? See, whenever I'm telling you in a costing, what you have to do is, whatever you can debrief the question, just keep doing it. We'll figure out later what has to be done. Start debriefing the question. So I know there is one other information given that I can find out the usage consumed. Now look into it, what I do. They're telling me that my standard quantity, if you are requiring, how much was the output? 1700 kgs. Now please just understand the logic what they are telling. If you put a standard input of 100 kgs, can I get a standard output of 85 kgs? Yes or no? Why am I saying this? 15% is the loss, correct? They want to have a output of 1700 kgs. Therefore, what should be your standard input is the question. Understood? Standard quantity for the actual output. I started the question, today's discussion with it. My task is to find the standard quantity for actual output. So if I have to produce 1700 kgs, what will be the amount of standard input that I require? Did you all understand this? If you understand this, everything else in the question is easy. Now they are telling this 2000 kgs, I need A and B, which is in the percentage of 40 and 60. Can I say that will be 800? Are you clear?
Yes.
Fine. So now I know standard quantity. I found out standard quantity. Standard price, was it given in the question? If you see, yes. So I know SQ, I know SP. Fine. Till here, anyone any doubt? Because this question has come 2-3 times in the exam. That's why I'm going little slow. How did we get from actual to standard? Are you clear? So now the only thing I have to find is the AQ. AQ is easy. Opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. By doing it, see here. Sorry, it is 835, I guess. I guess no. Sorry, 735, correct. Price is different. Yeah. So what is going to be your actual consumed if you look into it? 835 plus 800 minus 5. So what is actually consumed? See here. How do you find the raw material consumed? Opening stock plus opening stock plus purchases minus the closing stock. That will be how much? 8. Now in that 830, can I say 35 belongs to the opening stock and 795 will belong to the this year purchase? Yes or no? And second part of it, when you divide this with this, what did you get your actual prices? 4 point? Then okay, now everyone please see the mistakes that we do. I have 830 kgs consumed. This everyone is fine. This is my actual consumption. Now in this 830, if you look into it, I have 35 kgs of opening stock, 5 of the current year purchase. Yes or no? This current year purchase, I know I purchased it at. What about the opening stock value? Have they given anything in the question? Have they given anything in the question? The answer is no. The answer is no. Whenever the answer is no, what we assume is whatever is the standard price would have be the last year's price. That's where they're taking that to be a standard. So I will take this as to be 4 rupees.
Even an exam, if you didn't give the right answer, we can.
Whatever you want, you assume. You want it to be 4.25, also assume. But write that assumption what you have done. Since opening stock value is not given, we are assuming it to be as per the standard price. Does it make sense? Clear till here? So I'll just repeat whatever I've done till now, so that when you are recapping it, you watch this 5 minutes. What I'm recapping now should be good enough. This. So what they've given in the question, I'll tell you. They gave to produce product A and B, you need 40% of A and 60% of B. This is at 4 rupees, this is at 5 rupees. Then they said the company produced 700 kgs of output and they have a standard loss of 15%. Now what did I do? I have to find the standard quantity for actual production. So I know if I put 100 units, I'll get 85. Since my actual output was 1700, I did the cross multiplication. I ended up getting, this was my standard quantity. There are 2 raw materials for this, which is what? A and B. A is 40%, 60%. So I ended up getting 800, 1200. So I got my SQ, I got my SP. Now I have to find my AQ and AP. Now when I go to the question, directly they have not given AQ, rather they are trying to test my knowledge whether I know whether I'll take the year's purchase, because that's the concept he wants to test with you guys. Whether will you take actual quantity purchased or will you take what? Whether you will take the consumption. Since we are all costing students, we know we'll take the units consumed. How do you take units consumed? Opening, closing. My opening plus purchases minus closing. When I do opening plus closing, opening plus purchase minus closing, what I found out was that I don't have the value of opening stock. So I will write an assumption. Assumption as what? Opening stock. Done till here, are you fine? Anyone online, you guys have a doubt? Done. Now see here, what I do. I'll write down SQ marathon is only got to do with solving past year papers. We don't use any materials of any faculty-ish. I know my standard quantity, I know my standard price, I know my standard cost. I know my actual quantity, I know my actual price, I know my actual cost. So start doing the comparison. What do I do? Right? What did I say? My cost variance will be. Now everyone just look into it. I have 800 kgs. I have 35 kgs at 495 with 3.25. Do you think there will be since it is 4 rupees, this is also 4 rupees. Do you think there will be a change? 4 minus 4 is what? 0. So for this 35 units, there will not be any variance at all. For 35 units, there will not be what? Any variance at all. So what I try to do is, I'll try to find only the variance for the actual unit 795. Actual quantity, standard price minus actual price will be my material price variance. Did you understand why we took 795? Because 4 minus 4 will be 0. So the difference will only be for the other one. Are you fine? Now for material B, if you look into it, 1200 is there, 50 is there, 1150 is there, 40 is at 3, 1150 is 2.5. What will you take it for? 1150 into 3 minus 2.5 you'll get. Understood? This is a very rare question you will get. Otherwise, you'll always have directly SQ minus AQ or AQ minus AP minus SP. This is rare only because of the losses which are there. Understood till here? Okay. Now let me come to the usage variance. What is the formula for the usage variance? Standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard price. Now for standard price, there is only one standard price, 4. So it does not matter. Now what is my standard quantity? What is my actual quantity? Actual quantity 830. 830 da. 830. So standard quantity is 800 minus 830 multiply with 4. Understood? Are you guys fine? Okay. Now see the way I write my formula. Material cost variance is equal to what? Can I write standard quantity into standard price minus, from here I did 2 variance. Okay. So I know material cost variance is what? Standard quantity into standard price minus actual quantity into standard price. I did 2 variants. Which are the 2? Price and how did I find price variance? Standard price minus actual price into actual quantity. What is usage variance? Standard quantity minus quantity into
Standard price.
Are you clear? Now remember this, whenever there is more than one raw material, whenever there is what? More than one raw material, we do something called as material mix variance and material yield variance. Whenever more than what? More than one raw material, we have to find 2 more additional variances. Which are the 2 more variances? Material mix variance. The second one is what? Are you clear? Okay. Now, done writing? Okay. what is this material mix variance, right? Now what I will do for the examination, just remember this. Remember, I did what? SQ into SP minus AQ into AP. Then it was SP minus AP into AQ. Then it was SQ minus AQ into, right? So what I will do, I will write it as yield and then mix. For actually it should be done mix and yield, but for my understanding, what will I do? I'll write it as and yield and mix. Now for all of this, I am supposed to find out something called as RSQ. This is where students get confused with. What am I supposed to find? RSQ. What is this RSQ is? Revised standard quantity. Revised standard quantity. What is this revised standard quantity?
Taking both materials into consideration, you have to find the new usage quantity.
Okay. RSQ is basically called as actual quantity in standard proportion. Now, for an example, in this case, what was my actual quantity? 830 plus, what was it? 1190, no? Right? Now, everyone please understand this. 1190. This was my actual quantity used. Are you clear? Do the total of these two. 2020 now, World Cup.
2000.
Correct? Whereas, what was my standard quantity? Please just understand this. I'm saying this question will look like a laddu to you. Like means I know I'll get it right. Students struggle with RSQ only for a simple reason. They don't know what is RSQ. RSQ means actual quantity in standard proportion. What is that standard proportion? In this question, it was 40:60. So this 2020, you divide it in the ratio of 40:60. That will become RSQ. Rescue. Understood it carefully? Did everyone understand? So RSQ is nothing. Take the quantity A and B actually used. Find what is the proportion. Let's say it was for every production you require 1 kg of A, 2 kgs of B. Divide it in the ratio 1:2. Whatever is the standard proportion required, divide it in that ratio. Basically, we are using ratio proportions. Automatically, it will become RSQ. Understood? Pakka? Now, what did I say? I'm going to be writing what? Yield and mix. Now, see the way I divide it. SQ minus RSQ into SP. Here I will write RSQ minus AQ into SP. See, because this is coming from what? Usage variance only, right? Now, I only want you guys, see, I don't want you to remember the formula. If I just remember yield and mix, see here what is happening is if I just add this to what I will get. If I just add SQ minus RSQ plus RSQ minus AQ, what will I get? So it is basically somebody is coming in between. That's all is the formula. Understood? So this is what, if you remember this, material and labor chapter is sorted. So the only two things if you have to remember in the question is when the loss happens, trick one. Second is to convert AQ into RSQ. Now we will apply to it. Now already I found out RSQ for you. So you guys do RSQ, what you will get? So see here, for A, guys, 800 is my SQ, 808 into 4. This is what? SQ minus RSQ into SP. What will be mix variance? RSQ minus AQ. RSQ was what? 808. AQ was 830 into 4. Easy? Don't, I'm saying you get this question, it's like laddu. People do mistakes, one in that taking out that normal loss, second one will be in the RSQ. I have purposefully covered both of it to the extent it is slow. Like I told you guys, because these are the chapters which will come and you will do mistake. I want you guys to score all of these marks. I can't afford you guys to lose it. Right? Now this is easy. Total cost. Find the total cost. Reduce with the standard cost. How did I get? Basically, it's already there. For 2000 units, how much would you have spent? How much did you actually spend? Clear? Easy? You'll not do mistake in the exam. Till this concept is fine. Okay, one more small variation you can get in this question is, they will give you guys price variance. They will say price variance is adverse 5000. And what is the formula for price variance?
Standard price
Into AQ is, when they say adverse means what? Minus 5000. Favorable means what? Plus 5000, right? This is the answer they have given. In this three information, one of them will be missing. In this three things, what they will do, one of them will be missing. So you have to just do that missing figure. That is, comes once in 4 attempts. They'll give you one missing figure. So that means coming to your English, how it goes, you'll have to understand. So we'll spend one question just to do that reverse part of it. Like again, I'm saying this is only got to do with your understanding of the question. Concept has nothing to do with it. I've covered the concept, what is there. Can I do that missing question? The one which we were discussing just. Okay, let's read this question. 25,000 kg of raw material were actually purchased for 3,12,500. That means I know what? Actual quantity. I know actual cost. Can I find the actual price? Find out all the three. Whatever you got, you wrote this as what? 2,500, 31 to 500. This was 12.5. Okay, something they gave. Then they said the expected output is 8 units of product X from 1 kg of raw material. That means if you use 1 kg of raw material, you should be getting how many kgs of output? 8 kgs. 8 units, right? So we'll try to see if there is that importance in any question. Like I'm saying, I'm just reconstructing whatever I know in the question. There is no opening stock and closing stock. That means good, whatever is purchased will be used. The material wise price variance and material cost variances, one is favorable, one is adverse. Let's see if there is anything else given. On the material side, nothing is there, right? So first thing what we will do, I'll write the formula. What is the formula when I try to look into it? Standard price variance. What is price variance formula? SP minus AP into actual cost. Correct? AQ. Now, if I have to rewrite it further, can I write it like this? SP into AQ minus AP into AQ. Right? AP into AQ I already know, which is what? 3,12,500. SP into AQ. Do I know AQ already? 25,000 cases. So can I find SP? Right? Easy. Now I come to material cost variance. What is the formula for material cost variance? SQ into SP minus AQ into AP. Did I find SP now? 13. SQ, I don't know. Do I know AQ into AP is my actual cost? 312. Therefore, I'll end up getting SQ. Understood? Right? So rather than directly giving it, they will give you missing information. Just do the reverse of it. So see, whenever nothing is given, this will always be given in the question. That is AQ into AP. Once you know actual cost, can you find AP? AQ divided by AC divided by AQ, you will get AP. Once you know AP, then one of them you can figure out. Because either SP you have to find or SQ you have to find. Whichever information you have got it, you will figure out and you will end up getting the answer. Fine, I've covered all your material costing cases. This is what you will get in the exam if you get in. So if you just do this question properly, that's more than enough. Both the questions put together. Till you're fine. So this, like I said, you get it. I'll dance in the examination hall because it's like a 10 marks coming like a lottery. 2 marks for each of the working note. 5 questions they'll ask you, 2 marks for each of it. Now, simple thing. This is also very, very easy, which is my labor cost variance. What I do in a labor cost variance is my quantity gets replaced with hours. Price will get replaced with the rate. That is the only difference. So labor cost variance, if I have to do it, it will become what? Standard hours into standard rate minus actual hours into actual rate. Are you clear? Now, if I have to write rate variance, there it was called price variance. Here we are calling it as what? Rate variance. What will be rate variance? Standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours. What will be efficiency variance? Efficiency means usage. Efficiency means usage. There what did we do? Standard hours minus actual hours into. Understood till here? Now, what did I say? In between both of this, when I have to find mix and yield, what did I say? I am going to introduce RSH. There it was Q, RSQ. Here it will be RSH. So I said first I'll do yield. To remember it, I'll do yield first. Then I will do the mix. That is what? SH, RSH into SR. This will be RSH minus AH. See, now it's so easy to remember formulas. I taught you this only during class. Then if somebody else would have thought you have given this reaction, I would have felt happy as a teacher. That time also you'll say yes. This time also you'll say yes. Guys, are you clear till here? The online folks? All clear? Right? Now this is easy. Idle time. What is the definition of idle time?
Getting paid without doing the work.
So, the difference between actual hours paid minus actual hours worked is my idle time. Done? What are you going to multiply with is the standard rate. So, actual hours paid minus actual hours worked into standard hours. Standard rate. So pray to all the gods that either labor or material, one of them you get. I struggled, I'm saying, even at the final level for doing the overhead variance. Later I understood, when I understood after becoming CA, I understood that time it was easy. But as student, this chapter has been nightmare to a lot of people. So I've tried to break it as simple as possible, at least these two. I'll hopefully make the other two also easy. But little bit understanding, you have to use your brain. That I can't avoid. Brain is under your control, not mine. So, done with this? So let's try to look into a similar question. Okay. NPX Limited uses standard costing given in relation here. To manufacture 1 unit of product X, please, to manufacture 1 unit of product X, you require 2, 3, 5, 10. In the month of January, 10,000 units were produced. So I have to come, what did I say? Rule number 1, convert 1 unit to 10,000 units. How do I do it? Multiply everything with 10,000. So by doing it, what will I get? Standard hours. This is what? Standard rate. You have got already standard hours, standard rate. I know my actual output also. Now they have said 1, 2, 3, this. So what does this mean? Actual hours and actual rate. Now by doing both, can I find standard cost and actual cost?
Yes, sir.
That is easy. Now second part of it. How do I find RSH? How do I find RSH? What did I tell? I'm just repeating the same thing. I will take the actual hours. I will take the actual hours in the standard proportion. What is my standard proportion? 2, 3, 5. So it will be 1,09,000 in the ratio of 2, 3, 5. Are you clear? So see here, I'm just now running through the solution. I won't do it because it's pretty straight. This is easy. Cost is what? This is easy. Next, labor rate variance. What is the formula? Standard minus. Done. This also no problem. Efficiency is what? Standard hours. I'm highlighting it. Just one sec. Standard hours minus actual hours into standard. Now let me just come back to the question. There's everyone highlight. Now when you see the solution, Can I go? I have this, then I have idle hours. This is my actual hours paid. Actual hour paid minus idle hours. Can I say is actual hours worked? So that will be what? First case 1800 minus 1500. 17. 33 minus. Are you clear? So for efficiency variance, we will be taking, this is the thing that you have to remember whenever idle time is there. Whenever idle time is there, what are we going to be looking at? So you have to ensure that while revising on the day of exam, you highlight it so that you don't do that mistake of taking that actual paid. Why did we do it also? I'm telling you why, because there was a difference between there is an actual hours paid and I have idle time, so I have to convert it into actual. Whereas for rate variance, I will always be taking the paid one. There is no problem. Are you clear? Common mistake during the exam. Done? Now, let's come to our actual hours, right? Now, what will I do? See here. Do the total of this actual hours worked. 17,500 plus 32,300. Okay. Whenever idle time is there, for doing my RSH, I will not be taking AHP, I will be taking AHW. Write down somewhere so that you remember in the exam. So I told you 3 things which is different from what we were doing. Are you clear? So now I will not divide 1,09,000, rather 1,07,000 in the ratio of, what is the ratio? 2:3:5. 2:3:5. Understood? After that, it all remains the same. So what they have done here, 20,000 divided by 1 lakh into 1,07,000. Boss, I don't care. I know it is 2/10, 3/10 and 5/10. Right? So what was my formula? RSH minus AH. Right? Because that's gonna follow from the efficiency formula only. Are you clear? Labor? Any doubt with this? Any doubt? Till here it's fine. Pakka. 15 marks if they, 10 marks if they give. No one will do wrong. No?
We won't do any mistakes.
Thank you. Okay. Now take a deep breath. We'll come overheads. Right? Now, variable overheads are still easy. Variable overheads are still easy. Now, before we come to the variable overheads, we have to understand the overheads chapter a little bit. Now, what happens in case of an overheads chapter? Right? Overheads chapter, if you know, we did, if you remember that under absorption, over absorption, how did we do? We had planned something. We found an overhead absorption rate. Then we multiplied with the actual. Then we compared with the actual cost. You remember that? Pakka? That knowledge, you use it, the next topic becomes easier. Only that knowledge you have to remember. I have something budgeted, something divided. I got absorption rate. That absorption rate, I'm going to be multiplying with actuals. I'll get actual absorption rate. Compare it with the actual cost. I will end up getting under or over absorption. We'll be using that concept couple of times. And why people don't do this right is because they don't understand that one. If you have understood that, this will become easy. Relationship. Okay. Now, this topic basically is very, very easy in terms of the variable cost variance. Because variable is basically my material or labor. Variable overheads is directly like my what? Material or labor. Why? Because as long as things are changing, I know there are only two things which can affect. Either my rate should be different or my hours should be different. Are you clear? So when they say an efficiency, what does the term efficiency mean? You would have either worked more or less. When they say expenditure, that means what? Either you would have spent more or less. Wasn't it the same at material and labor? When I said rate variance or price variance, what did we do? Standard minus actual. Rate came in standard price minus standard price minus actual price. When I said usage variance, what did we talk? Standard quantity minus actual quantity. Same thing only we are going to use for overheads. Just because you use overheads, don't break your head. Only thing is, whenever we say actual, we'll only be looking at overheads. Remember, somewhere write it down. Overheads are always going to be based on the actual hours worked or actual quantity used. Variable overheads, or you can write any overheads, will always be based on the actual hours worked or actual quantity produced. Done? Now look into it. What is expenditure mean? Rates, standard rate minus actual rate into actual hours. Efficiency means what? Standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. So this also is easy. Only two variances are there in variable. Which are the two things? Expenditure. Expenditure means what? How much I should have spent? How much did I spend? What is second one? Efficiency. How much should I have worked? How much did I work? Then why are people struggling? This is easy. This also is easy. So I have only one variance which has to come in, which is difficult. These three, did you understand it properly? I'm doing just formula based, so I'm not going to the logic or other stuff, because that way you want, come back after exam, I'll explain it to you. Right? Let's try to look into certain things and we'll try to understand what all has been given. The following information is there. You have to find the variable cost variance, expenditure variance, efficiency variance. Cost variance is easy because you just have to add up standard minus the actual. We'll come back later. What all have they given in the question? We'll look into it. Budgeted production 6,000 units. Budgeted variable overhead 12,000. Oh, sorry, 1,20,000. Standard time is 2. They have produced 5,900 units for how much? 1,22,000, and they have worked for 11,600 hours. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Now, if I look into my variable overheads per unit, how much did you budget is the question. Please look into it. I'm talking from what? Units. I am spending 1,20,000 for 6,000 units. That means per unit I'm spending 20. Are you clear? Now, I am producing, see here, by doing this, how many I got? No problem till here. Now when you do see here, this is 20 is my standard overheads per unit. If I am producing 5,900 units, how much I should have spent then? That comes to 1 correct? How much did you actually spend? 4,000 is my adverse variance. Now this is pretty straightforward. What did I do? Again, look into it. I did per unit multiplied with the actual units produced. If you remember, again and again I'm saying standard price for your actual output, standard price for your, so my actual output was 5,900. This one I got. Cost variance is not a problem. Now let me come to the next two things. They are asking me for expenditure variance and efficiency. What is expenditure variance? I told you it is standard rate, actual rate into actual hours. Efficiency is what? Standard hours minus actual hours into standard rate. Can I just now debrief the question? Let us see what all I know in the question. Do I know the standard rate? Wait. Do you know standard rate per hour? You know standard rate per unit. Here, what is my base? So I have to find everything on an hourly rate. Now, how do I do it? No, wait. 1,20,000 is my standard cost. 1 unit requires how many hours? So that means to produce 6,000 units, how many hours will you require? 12,000 hours I will require. Correct? So that means for 1,20,000 I will require 12,000 hours. My standard rate or cost per hour will become 10. Understood? What mistake we do is this. Remember, we should always find consistency. I have to have the same base. If I am multiplying by standard actual hours, I should always find cost per hour. Right? Smaller things where you get confused in the exam, I'm just stressing it. Please remember. Done. I know my standard rate. Now, see, one of the easy thing I always do is like this. Can you find the actual rate? 1,22,000 divided by 11,600. 1,22,000. How much? 10 point. Standard rate was 10. Actual rate was 10.52. Therefore, it is what? Multiplied by actual hours, which is my 11,600. So it will be minus 0.52 into 11,600. Easy? Any doubt till here? Now, what is efficiency variance? Into? I know the standard rate is 10. I know actual hours is 11,600. What is standard rate? Standard hours? Wrong, sir. Boss, how many units did I produce? 5,900. Again and again you are doing the same mistake. It is not got to do with standard. They will give you standard only to confuse. I should go back only to the actual. See, it is like this. I ran for 2 hours. I covered 3 kilometers. You ran for 1 hour. You covered 1.5 kilometer. Who is better? Sorry, I ran for 3 hours. I completed 3 kilometers. Sorry, my mistake. 3 hours, 3 kilometers. You ran for 1 hour. You completed 2 kilometers. Who's better?
The 1 hour.
The 1 hour guy is better. Now, but if I say, no, I have ran 3 kilometers. You have ran 2. Then isn't it an unfair comparison? How many hours you have worked for that I should compare, right? That's why we do it with actual. Just remember this logic. So you'll always try to do it with your actual output. Again and again you're doing the same mistake, and I'm saying even in exam you'll do the mistake, so please avoid it. Experience talks. Right? So I will do standard hours of 5,900 into 2. Whatever the answer is. Yeah. This also is easy. So all 3 things are easy now. Fingers crossed that comes. Now we'll start the other one. I'll try to make it, if you guys want, recap whatever you have done and forget whatever it is. We'll treat the fixed overheads as a separate thing because it is only got to do with using budgets and other stuff. The terminologies gets confusing. So we will spend some time exclusively on it because all the questions are the same. All the questions are the same. You just get the formula right, you get 10 marks. What is the probability every alternative attempt? Yeah, every alternative attempt. Go and check. I have covered all the questions into it. So you can go back home and practice. I'll run through it. I don't track like that. I only track, okay, these are the kind of questions which comes in. So I've covered all your previous year paper questions are there. So like I said, this should be good enough for you guys. Huh? Understood everything? We'll recap once and we'll forget everything, whatever has been done. So we started with doing, I said whether I do labor or material, the variances formulas are the same for me. In material chapter, I will be using what? Standard quantity, standard rate, standard price. Whereas for labor, I will be using standard hours, standard rate. That's the only difference. We find first cost variances. Standard cost minus the actual cost. I told you one thing to remember. What is that? You will always find the standard quantity for actual output. Clear? Then we have first 2 kinds of variance. Price, usage. For labor, rate, efficiency. What do we do for price? Standard price minus actual price multiplied by actual quantity. What do we do for usage? Standard quantity minus actual quantity into standard price. Clear till here? Now I said if I am using more than one kind of labor or material, it will give birth to 2. First we will find yield and then mix. In between yield, what you will get? RSH. What is RSH or RSQ? Take the total of the actual quantity, divide it in the proportion of the standard quantity used. Once you do it, you will end up getting the answers. Okay. Done? Okay. Let us just spend time just to understand the terms here. What do we mean by absorbed overheads? Yesterday we did absorbed. How did we absorb overheads?
Units are absorbed.
Then based on the actual units, we took it across, right? Now this overhead cost variance, which one? Overhead cost variance is what we did yesterday. Under absorption. This is over absorption. When they say cost variance, what are we supposed to find? Under absorption and over absorption. Right? For the ones who did not attend yesterday, just watch this video. We have done this under absorption, over absorption. Right? Now we'll get back to certain things and try to make sense of the definition. Now, in overheads, one of a thing that we are going to be using majorly is my budgets. What am I going to be majorly using? Why? Because I will have budgeted overheads divided by budgeted base, which is going to give me standard overhead absorption rate. So I will be using this term very often. Budgets, budgets, budgets. That means if you ask me for as a layman what is budget, I'll say something which you have anticipated in the past. Let's stop the story there, not break our head or other stuff. Done. Now everyone just forget the formula or other stuff. Let us just understand the terminologies that we used. Budgeted fixed overheads, actual fixed overheads. Then they are saying absorbed overheads, budgeted fixed overheads. Now for an example, let's say my budgeted overheads was 1 lakh. And I'll take based on the number of hours, okay? Budgeted overheads is 1 lakh. And 10,000 is my budgeted hours. 10th. So what is my standard rate per hour? Absorption rate. Let's say I actually worked for 9,700 hours. I actually worked for how many hours? What will be the actual overheads absorbed? $9,700 into 10. Yesterday we did the same thing. Everyone's clear till here? Now, let's say my actual expense was 1,05,000. My actual expense was what? Now you are supposed to be dealing with these three information, which is more important. If yesterday you did not understand, let's try to understand it today, because this is 10 marks. Yesterday was 3 marks, right? I had a budgeted overhead, which I thought this year I'm going to be having an overheads of 1 lakh rupee and I'll be working for 10,000 hours. This gave me an overhead absorption rate of 10 per hour. In the year, I worked for 9,700 hours. So what will be my overhead absorbed? Whatever is the standard rate of absorption, I will multiply with the actual hours. That was 9,700 multiplied with, which came to 97,000. This is my overheads absorbed. Actually, how much did I spend? 1,05,000. Are you clear? Now what they're telling is budgeted minus actual. What was my budgeted? 1 lakh. What was my actual? 1,05,000. What was my absorbed overheads? What was budgeted? That's all it is. So basically, if you ask me what was under absorption, over absorption, I used to do 97,000 minus 1,05,000, which was 8,000 rupees. I used to say it is under absorbed. Now see here, 1 lakh minus 5, 1,05,000 then it is like 1 lakh is my budget minus actual, which is 1 lakh 5. So this was 5,000 adverse. Then what is actual absorbed? 97,000. What is budgeted? So again, favorable, adverse 3. When you add up both, what will happen? Isn't that the same 8,000 what we got? So basically, instead of trying to compare actual versus absorbed, you are now bringing the budget concept into it. Formula not required. If you have understood what I have done till here, the formula is not required. This is the simplest I can do. I hope you guys understood, my online friends. You want me to repeat anything? Fine. So what we will try to do is, we'll do one question till here. Then we'll do the next part of the question. So that, because 10 marks, right? I can't take risk. I have to get that 10 marks if it comes in. And like I told you, it's the same question again and again you will get. You do 2-3 questions, you should be comfortable with the exam and you should be able to do. So be among the 10-20% who does the question. So your marks is sorted. They're telling fixed overheads. Yeah, my fixed overheads, they're telling budgeted is 1 lakh, 15 lakh 60. Units of production is this much. Standard time, they have given me this into this, right? Now what did I say? I have to find the variance. This is based on what? Hours. Hours or even units, I don't care. Let's try to do what it is. 15 lakh divided by 7,500. Per unit is how much? 15 lakh. Huh? 200. 15 lakh divided by 750. 200 is the absorption rate per unit. You multiply with what? Actual 7,800. That should come to what? Now this also is 15 lakh 60. Now are we doing it right? Is the question. Are we doing it right? Is the question. Now, where are we doing wrong? What should we take? What should we take? No. Overheads are absorbed based on something, right? Hours or other stuff. So what we will do, see here. First thing, my labor cost variance is right, what we have done. Simple thing, what we did, same 15 lakh divided by 7,500. I got 200, which is my standard rate, multiplied with actual output 7,800, which ended up getting me 15 lakh 60,000. Therefore, I have no variance. Now, what is overhead expenditure variance formula? Overheads. I told you, we compare, if you see the formula, overhead expenditure is budget minus actual incurred. Budget is 15. Actual incurred is what? So that means minus 60. Which one? That's why I said overheads, forget, we don't do actual or other stuff. For fixed overheads, we don't do anything. That's why I said forget whatever I've thought. We are just gonna go with the numbers given. They have given in the question directly budgeted hours. See, okay, I'll make it even more simpler. Just see this. For overheads, I require three information. One is budgeted overheads. One is what? Then I need actual overheads. Third one, I need actual overheads absorbed. These three information I need. Budgeted overheads, they would have given in the question. Budgeted overheads, they would have given in the question, which is 15 lakhs. Actual overheads given in the question. For doing absorbed, what I should do? Budgeted overheads divided by my budgeted base into actual. 15 lakh divided by 7,500 into 7,800, which is 15 lakh 60. First thing, I told you, if they ask you to find cost variance, what do you do in cost variance? Absorbed versus actual. Absorbed versus actual. Right? That means 0. Then I have to find expenditure. Then I have to find efficiency. Correct? Sorry, expenditure and volume. Sorry, my mistake. Expenditure and volume. Expenditure means budget minus actual incurred. Volume means actual absorbed minus budget. That's all it is. You have all the answers here. People get confused because they don't know how to find absorbed. If you clearly put across absorbed, overheads, incurred, three things, this is easy to do. This, 5 marks for this. And I also did not understand during student life, so you don't worry. Yeah. Did you understand this now? Confusing?
Little bit someone. I'll get it in the class.
Done? So we only have to identify three things. Which are the three? Given in the question. Given in the question. Absorbed. How do we do absorbed? Yesterday we did budget by base multiply with actual. By doing it, we find three variants. Cost is, we find absorbed minus actual. Expenditure is what? Budget minus actual incurred. Volume is what? Absorbed minus the budgeted. Understood? Right? Now, till here, what we do is 5 marks. The next 3 steps is 5 marks. Now, what we will try to do is, we'll try to go one by one, what we can understand out of it. The first variance we are going to be doing is the efficiency variance right now. First variance we are going to find is the efficiency variance. Efficiency variance. You can write in the bracket same as labor. Same as labor. What did we do? Labor efficiency variance. Standard hours minus actual hours. Formula holds good. So one more done.
Actual work.
Overheads, everything will be our work only. Okay. Now comes little bit drama where again what happens is when we did the question, we did budgeted overheads divided by my budgeted base. This would have been, I don't, like I said, I don't care for actual output or other stuff. Whatever would have been the number of units I planned for, that is what we have to come back. Okay, so this one is where a lot of students get confused with. Why? Because they get back, because in all the first 4 cases or 3 cases, we always saying find the standard for the actual output, standard for, now it is like budget for the budgeted output only. For the fixed overheads chapter, we are going to be sticking on to what? Budget for the budgets only. That one thing, if you remember, the capacity variance is easy. Now, what is capacity variances? Actual hours you have worked minus your budgeted hours multiplied by standard rate. Are you clear? So just write this down. So this is called as capacity variance. Capacity means how much did you work vis-a-vis how much was it budgeted. This you can highlight it if you remember. So you know what I used to do in the exam, how I did my examination question. So I knew about the first 3 cases, which is my material, labor, overheads was easy to remember. So that I remembered it. When I fixed overheads, I could not understand at all how it was making, because teachers I learned under, they were telling me to mug up. So what I did, just before going to the exam hall, I used to just keep that formula sheet in front of me. Wait for the examiner to give the paper. The moment she gives the paper, I'll go to the exam hall and write that in the paper. Instead of getting confused and other stuff, she was like, what is this? I've not even given question paper. I'm like, I'm not copying. I am not copying, right? How is that copying? I am writing. If that comes for it, it's okay. Luckily, it didn't come in my paper. Other thing was there. So I ended up getting that right. But I'm saying, I was wondering always that how are they trying to make this formula so complex and other stuff. The formula is actually very easy, provided we know that one concept, that was, I'm not going to do standard for actual output. I'm going to retain the budget as it is. That's the only thing I have to remember for fixed overhead. Keeping that in mind, if you now see the formulas, it's actually very, very easy. See, what did we do in the fixed overheads? Look into it. First, we found out under absorption versus over absorption, which was anyway covered in the overheads chapter, which was called as now cost variance. This though I have to do. I have no other option. Now in this, I came with 2 things. Expenditure, volume. I said expenditure means what? Budget. We need 3 things. Which are the 3 things? Budgeted overheads. Absorbed minus budget. Then here budget minus actual incurred. Over, no, sorted. Then now I come up with 2 things. Calendar will come back later. One is efficiency. Efficiency means what? Standard hours. Now the other one is, now that means if I just write it this way, see here, I now have to write AH minus BH. Yes, sir. 10 marks for this drama. I have tried to make it easier. I can't make it more easier than this. We'll do a couple of questions and we'll take a break and come back with the next topic. Right? So we'll okay. Let us just see the question once. Overhead efficiency variance. What did I say? Standard hours. standard hours, see here, they're taking, if you look into it, your standard rate we know, because we have to do everything on an hourly rate. Standard rate will be what? Hourly rate 15 lakh. You're producing 7,500 units at 2 rupees per. So you get a standard rate, whatever it is. You are actually working for 7,800 units. So 2 hours you take per unit. So standard hours for actual production will be 2 into 7,800. Reduce with the actual. We are sorted with this. Capacity is what? Actual hours 16. Budgeted hours is what? 15. Huh? Okay. So if you literally have understood it, we'll try to do a couple of exam questions which are of easier kind. Like the same thing, copy paste, how they will twist it in the exam. Now, labor variance. They're asked me to find material usage, labor cost and labor efficiency, fixed overhead cost, fixed expenditure, fixed volume. So I only have to do, see, so that's why it's 10 marks. They're doing 3 marks for it. We did this already, SQ and SP, already in the question. Now we'll try to look for labor cost variance, labor efficiency variance. What is the cost variance formula? Labor cost, standard cost minus actual cost. Labor efficiency, super. Now we'll only try to look at from those angle. Overhead cost variance, cost absorbed minus incurred. Overhead expenditure, budget minus incurred. Volume, absorbed minus budget. If you guys just thrice try to remember it, you should be able to get. So now you know all the formulas. Now it is only about identifying and applying it. The standard time to produce a batch of 10 units is 15 minutes. Standard rate is 50 per hour. The company employs 125 hours in 2 categories, skilled and semi-skilled, in the ratio of 60:40. That means standard labor is what? 60:40. The hourly wages paid were 50 per hour for skilled, 40 for semi-skilled. The weekly hours are 40 hours per worker. Standard wage rate is the same for skilled and semi-skilled. Now, they have given me too much of information. Let's try to break it, whatever is required. Okay. What are they asking me? Let's try to find out. One is what? Let's just write the formula for labor cost variance and labor efficiency variance. Labor cost variance is what? Standard cost minus actual cost. That means if they did not tell me find it for individual labor. They only said find the cost variance. That means I can find for both skilled and semi-skilled together. I don't have to, just because I know too many things, you don't have to do everything and screw up your exam. Because they only told me to find cost variance. Cost variance means what? I know standard cost minus actual cost. Then the next part they're asking me is efficiency variance. What is the formula for efficiency variance? Right? Now if you see, I already know the standard rate. Standard rate is what? Standard rate is, so if I just get the difference of hours, I am sorted. So I don't have to break my head into skilled, semi-skilled and other things. Now, let's come to the labor cost variance. How many is my standard hours and how many is the actual hours, right? Now, if I have to try to find out from the particular question, now do I have any information about the number of hours? Do I have any data about the number of hours? Do you know the standard rate? Do you know the standard rate? It is how much? Let them keep quiet. I get to it. Yeah. So I know my standard rate is 50. Now, how do I break the question? Here, the company employs 125 workers in range of skilled, semi-skilled. We'll keep it aside. In the ratio of 60:40. The hourly wages is 50 per hour for skilled and 40. The weekly working hours are 40 hours per worker. How many hours per worker? 40 hours per worker. So that will be into Are you clear? So I ended up getting 5,000 hours. Now, is this the standard hours or the actual hours? Is the standard hours or the actual hours? How many units did the company produce? Is the first question. So I know now what I have got is I have ended up getting my now rate wise. When I try to look into it, I have got what all did I get now? I got my standard rate, which was 50. I ended up getting my actual hours, which is 5,000. Now let me try to find, can I get my standard hours somewhere? We'll try to find some kind of an information. Can I get somewhere a standard hour? Is there anywhere information given? Because in the given particular side of the question, I cannot find anything on the standard hours. Now what they have given as a clue, I want you guys to just look into it. Now they are telling you that to produce 1 unit, for every 15 minutes they will produce 10 units. Therefore, can we say that in an hour you will produce 40? Correct? Now, if you are trying to say number of hours available is 5,000 per week, that means per hour you are producing 40 units. Therefore, you are producing total 2 lakh units. Till here it's fine. Now, otherwise, we try to look at the other way around. I know that 2 lakh units, this one is taken care. Now, let's try to look at the actual output. How many units did they produce right now? They're telling somewhere that they're going to be producing 8 units per unit of raw material. So they did not give me any information here. Here, whatever is there, I could figure out. But I'm trying to connect now with the something on top. They are saying for every expected output, they are trying to take 1 kg. Now, when I did my standard quantity, I ended up getting 23,900. So I'm going to use some bit of information there. Right? Now, I know my 2390 is the quantity. And I know I'm going to be taking 80 units. So therefore, I'll end up getting 1,91,200. For every 10 units, I know I'll be taking 15 minutes. For every how many minutes? They said for every 15 minutes, you'll be doing what? 10 units. So when you do it, you will end up getting 4,780 hours, which will be standard. This is comes under the difficult category of the question. This is not like a easy typical kind. This question, do it twice. Once in a while, if you get in, the numbers also will be the same. They'll not even change the numbers. So that's the confidence you can go with, right? So, but the question was not directly in the labor, it was in the material part. So from material, you have to bring it to the labor side of things. Are you clear? Once you have it, then everything else remains the same. Now, let's come to the fixed overhead cost. Now, see here, the monthly fixed overheads budgeted are 76,480. Overheads are evenly distributed for the month. Assume that there are 4 weeks in a month. In the last week, the actual overhead expenses were 19,500. So you know budgeted, you know actual. Actual is what? 19,500. How many weeks are there in a month? 4. So I know budgeted, I know the actual. Now I have to come up with the overheads absorbed. How do I come up with the overheads absorbed? How do I come with the overheads absorbed? What did I say overheads absorbed formula will be? Budgeted? Budgeted overheads divided by my budgeted base multiplied with the actual hours. Now, what is my budgeted overheads? What is my budgeted overheads? 76,000. $76,480 is my budgeted hours. How much was my weekly hours for a week?
So you want to divide this for
You have to find our absorption rate, right? 19,000. Sorry, just get me a calculator. Now, see here, I have 2 ways of doing it. One, 19,500 was my last week thing. I know 76,480 was my budgeted for the month. So if I divide by 4, will I get 1 week? Now, why am I dividing it by 1 week is because I am doing the budgeted hours on a weekly basis. My week says 40 hours. My week says 40 hours in a week. That means my budgeted overheads is 19,120. Divide with your budgeted base, which is 2 lakh. Multiply with the actual. This will give you overheads absorbed. Are you clear? Why am I doing by 4? Because it is given for a month. I need everything to be done on a weekly basis. Minus actual incurred will give you under absorption or the over absorption. What is volume variance? Absorbed minus the budget. Budget is 19,120. Absorbed is the same 19,120. Are you clear? Do this question one more time. Just on the day of exam, once do it. Try to do as much as possible in this question. This is the only toughest question you got in the exam. And luckily this came in the last attempt. Right? Most of them didn't do it. That's okay. But I'm saying at least you should have been able to do the labor and the material part. This, if nothing happens, please write the formula. If you can identify actual, write the actual. Budget also you can identify. Base, you might do some mistake, that is okay. But you will still end up getting 7-8 marks for the whole thing. Don't leave without writing formulas. And whatever I said, please fill up whatever you know. This is a difficult question. To be very honest, as a student, this is a difficult question. And to be very honest, this is the only difficult question you had in the last 5-6 attempts. All other things were straight formula based. Okay. So that's one question which I told you. Now I'll only run you through all the questions to see whether have we covered all the cases. See here, Y Limited requires 3 kinds of materials, ABC. They have given you standard material of 1000 kgs of finished products. They have given you the standard loss. Then they have given you the actual quantity. You are supposed to find the cost, price, usage, yield. So you know what has to be done with the standard loss. Pretty much I have given the solution. So once you can just look into it, whatever is there, right? So that came in for 10 marks. Now see the next question. This was 5 marks. The department has employed 120 workers. The standard output NPX is 20 units per hour and the standard wage rate is 25. So you know the standard output, you know the standard rate. They are saying that 1000 units are produced in spite of 5% of the time being lost to abnormal reason. That is means what? Loss, like what we did. So you know the loss and you have to just do the reverse of it. The actual hours were paid at 2.5 per hour. So do you know how to do the other part of it? You know the standard rate, you know the actual rate. So just have to find the application part of it. Now see, this is a 10 mark question. This one will do it part of the working now, so that the other two were straightforward. I've given you with solution. So if you have any doubt, you can just come back on it. In a manufacturing company, the standard units of the production for the year were fixed at 1,20,000 units. The standard units of production were given at 1,20,000. So my standard output is what? They have given me the overhead expenditures are as follows: fixed, semi-variable and variable. In this 1,80,000, they are saying 60% is fixed, 40% is the actual production for the month of April was 8,000. Now see here, they are talking of month. I know there is some difference. I'm just saying I know there is some difference that I should be looking at. Now, then each month has 20 working days. During the month, there was one public holiday. The actual overheads were as follows. They are asking me to find overhead cost, fixed, variable, fixed. So they have asked me, this is one thing we have not done. Otherwise, other things. They only asked me for what? Variable, cost variance. That is easy. What is variable overhead cost variance? We have to just take the standard and compare it with the actual. So let's try to look into it. Now my fixed overheads, see here. I am producing how many units? 1,20,000. So that means if I do per unit, it will be 10. Now what I also have to do is whatever is the, because they're asking me to find the fixed and variable. Now I know in the semi-variable cost of 1,08,000, 60% is fixed, correct?
Yes.
60% is fixed. How much is 60% of 1,80,000 is 1,08,000. 60% of 1,80,000 is what? 1,08,000. This 1,08,000 I divide by the number of units. I'll end up getting the semi-variable. Because if I have to find the, now look into it. If I have to find the fixed overheads, This is this 10 plus this 0.9 because semi-variable also has a fixed portion. Are you clear? Right, so that comes to 10.09. Done. Now budgeted overheads, if you look into it, now budgeted overheads, if I have to look for the budgeted variable overheads, it is 6 lakhs. Then 40% of this 1 lakh 20, which is 6 lakh, 72,000. So now budgeted output is 1 lakh 20. So I get a variable part of 5.6. This is simpler. So basically it is got what I've done stepwise. Also, if you don't understand, I know the budgeted cost. I have to divide semi-variable cost. If you remember, I have told you guys semi-variable cost always has to be divided into fixed and the variable portion. So I took the fixed and put it into the fixed overheads, took the variable and put it into the variable overheads. Are you clear? That's the thing that we have done. Any doubt in this? This is a concept from chapter number 1. This is not overheads chapter. Again, I'm saying. Done. Now, standard variable overheads. Now, you know, variable overheads are for 8,000 units, 44. Now, what is my budgeted overheads? They said is 13 lakh 80. Now, if I have to try to find the now let's come to the computation of variance. Overhead cost variance, absorbed minus actual. Now the difference in this question is I have both fixed and variable. Now this one is not a drama, variable, because I just have to multiply with the number of units. Now variable, if you look into it, variable was easy, 8,000 into 5.6. How did I get? From the top portion. Now when I'm trying to find the fixed portion of it, now what did we do the fixed portion to be? 10.9. Now how do I take the 10.9 into the question? 10.9 into 8,000 units will give me 87,200. I have to add up all the things, because it's fixed plus variable minus the actual overheads. Are you clear with this? This is the second difficult question that you had got. This was 2020 paper. Next one. What is fixed overhead cost variance? Cost means what? Absorbed minus actual. Absorbed you found out 87,200. Actual is 121,520, which is already given in the question. That comes to 34,320. Variable cost variance. What did I say? Variable cost variance is standard minus the actual. That also is already done on the working. What is fixed overhead volume variance? Absorbed minus the budget. Expenditure. Right. Now calendar variance. This is something which is do you want to learn it? No. This is little different. We'll teach it. If you can understand, do it. Otherwise, don't break your head. Now, what we do in a calendar variances, we try to find the standard overhead rate per day. What do we try to find? Standard fixed overhead rate per day. Now, how do I find the standard fixed overhead rate per day is the question. Okay, that is one. Then I'm gonna be trying to find out what is the actual days that they worked versus the budgeted days. Actual days that they worked minus the budgeted days. Now what are they telling? Let's read the question carefully. Where is that? Each month 20 working days. During the month there were one public day. That means, can I say actual days they would have worked is 19. This is 20. Budgeted days is 20. If you do this, you'll get 1 mark. Are you clear with this? So this is the first part. Now I have to find the standard overhead rate per day. Now, how do I find that is the question. Now, what do I do? See here. What is my fixed overheads when I try to look into it, right? Now, my fixed overheads when I try to look into it, my annual comes to this one 1308. How did I get? Basically, if you see the first part of the question, I had 12 lakh. I had 12 lakh, which is part of my fixed overheads. Then there was 1 lakh 8 of 1 lakh 8 of 1 lakh 8 of semi-variable. That is what it came up to. Now, if this is for 1 year, then what will it be for 1 month? 1308 divided by 12, which will come to 1 lakh 9. Okay. Now this 1 lakh 9 is sorted for me. But this 1 lakh 9,000 is for 20 days. And I am supposed to find for 19 days. So 1 lakh 10. Right? So that is going to give me my possible fixed overheads minus the budgeted. You get 5450. Are you clear? Right? This question will be another question you will have to practice couple of times. Right? One, not because of anything. If you practically think the concept is the same, only thing they wanted to test you guys in the knowledge is, do you know that when I'm trying to give a semi-variable cost has two components, fixed and variable. Fixed should go to fixed overheads and variable should come to variable overheads, and then you divide everything as per the original norms. That's the only concept they have tested. Question was not difficult. It's that concept which made it difficult. Understood? Right? Calendar variance, what did I say? You have to find the difference between the actual days with this one. So find the standard rate per day and multiply with the number of days that they worked with. Right? So we are done with standard costing as a chapter. This notes I'm sharing with you guys. This is more than enough for your exam. Don't try to do anything more. All the questions, whatever is there, try to practice it. If something more comes in, please write the formulas properly. Write the formulas and whatever you could identify, do it. Right? So today's topic we would be focusing on is 3 topics. So we'll be doing one before the break, that would be between 8 to 9:30. Then we'll start the second session at 10 o'clock. Where we are going to be covering the next topic of our cost sheet and absorption costing. So the material chapter is going to be like an opener for you guys. That is, every first question 90% of the time you would have one theory question and one practical, or else you'll end up getting one 10 marker for sure. Minimum marks that you can expect from this chapter is 10 marks and can go up to 15. Now, on the day of exam, the reason I have given you this is you are supposed to know whether you know all of this in the material. If you know it, that means you're good enough to do it. First, I'll tell you what are the things that you get in theory, what are the things that you get in practical, because this chapter comes for both theory and practical. So theory has to be focused on this particular chapter in terms of it. This is going to be theory. This is the most important part of the chapter, which is going to be practical. This is theory. This is theory. This is practical. This is practical. This I don't have to worry. right? So this is what you guys have to know on the day before exam, whether you know all the theory questions or the practical questions in terms of it. Now, like what I am doing in terms of the material chapter is I'm only covering all the past question trends which have come in, trying to do only things which are more important. Since it's a marathon session, again, I can't cover the 100% of the topic. So like I said, all the important topics which are going to be covered. So I'll be focusing more on this topic, which is, like I said, the most important of all. Theory, I'll just run you through all the things. So are you guys ready? So if you're good enough, give a thumbs up and let's start. Right? So the first thing that we have to just understand is how does the whole material chapter work. So typically there is one department called as planning department. What they do across is they will be sending across the list of materials which are going to be required for production to the production department. So what to produce a particular product, whatever raw materials are required, they will be sending it as part of a bill of materials. Now what the production department will do is they will prepare a material requisition note, that is what all materials do they require for the purpose of production. Now this material requisition note, the production department will be sending it to the stores department. They will send it to the stores department. Requisition name means what? Requesting for material. They are requesting the material from the stores department. What stores department will do is they will check whether they have the requested materials or not. If they don't have it, they're going to place a request to the purchase department. Right? Now the purchase department, they will order the goods, and once the goods are ordered, what they do, you're supposed to know this as a process of purchase. You can write in your own words in the exam. So what they will do, the purchase department will be floating for a tender, where they will request whoever is supplying this particular goods, please ensure that you can give the quote that what is the price at which you're going to be giving this particular product for me. Now, depending on various tenders that they get, they take a quotation and finally place a purchase order. Once the purchase order is ready, what they will do, they'll send a performer invoice to the vendor through the stores department. Now once they receive some basic payment, what they will do, they will start dispatching the goods. The stores department, once the goods are received, they will give a goods delivery note. So just see the numbers 4, 5, 6, performer invoice, advance payment, then there is an invoice, then you have a goods delivery note, right? Material refund, material abstract. So typically what I am supposed to understand is that there are basically 4 departments. One is the planning department, which will plan for what are the required raw materials required for the production. Then the production department, which is going to be taking care of ensuring the production is done. Then you have your stores department, which is going to be storing all the goods. Purchase department, which is going to make sure that the purchase is taken care of. Now the accounts department is the costing department, which will take the invoices, get the confirmation from the stores department that the goods are received, and then they will be processing the payment. Now, couple of very important thing which is going to come in your part of your theory is what is who prepares a bill of material and who prepares a material requisition note. Now if you look into it, bill of materials is prepared by the planning department. What will they tell about? They talk about the complete schedule of raw materials or the goods which are required for a particular job. Now, who is creating a material requisition department? It is the purchase department. It is material requesting. So the department which is going to be requesting is the production department. Now, who are they asking for? They are asking it with the stores department. and they will start drawing it. Are you clear? This comes for a 3-mark question if they ask it. Are you all good? Right? Now, this is a practical question. This is called as valuation of material receipts. Now, what does the material receipts talk about us? See, when we are trying to receive a material, I am supposed to be knowing what are the items that has to be added, what are the items that is not going to be considered, so that I find out the value of materials. I am supposed to be finding what? The value of the materials. Why? Because we know from the accounting per se, goods have to be valued at the cost of acquisition. So we are trying to find out what are the cost of acquisition. Now, just remember this as a thumb rule, okay? Then you can write all your assumptions. Trade discount will not be considered. Why? Because trade discount is given to everyone. So trade discount is going to be reduced. Cash discount is something that I am earning. It is not something which has got to do with my raw material. So trade discount, we are going to be deducting it. Cash discount, we are going to be ignoring it. Rule number 1. Trade discount are going to be deducted. Cash discount are going to be ignored. Second, since you all know taxation now, you know if you get any credit back, you know input credit and output credit, right? So if we get a credit back, what we are going to be doing is we are going to ignore it. If input credit is not to be claimed, then we add it. For an example, if the goods is worth 100, tax is 10 rupees, so the total value of the goods is 110. If input credit is available, then the value of the goods will be 100. If input credit is not available, then the value of the goods will become 110. Are you all clear till here? Just put a thumbs up so early morning so that we don't sleep. Right? So the second part, what we also have to understand is if there is any kind of subsidy or credit that we get from anyone, it can be that the government says you produce in Manipal, we are going to give you 50% cash back, or any kind of a grant saying that you produce in a particular city, we are going to give you a grant for encouraging women entrepreneurs, or they give you an incentive if you are trying to use a particular raw materials from India. Now, any kind of incentives that we get reduces the cost of the product. Now, second, so we covered what? First, trade discount and cash discount. What did we say? Trade discount, deducted. Cash discount, ignore it. Second one? Taxes. Credit is there, take it. Credit is not there. Sorry, credit, ignore it. If not there, add it. Third one, any subsidy, grant or incentives, reduce it. Fourth one, you have to remember, any penalty charges will always be ignored. Penalty charges are going to be ignored. Next one is insurance, carriage, freight, customer part of it. So you have to understand this. Any cost which is going to be incurred for receiving the raw materials till the place of production is going to be part of my cost. It can be container cost, it can be freight. Why are you paying commission? Why are you paying brokerage? It is all to ensure that the goods reach my ultimate destination on time. Now there is something that you have to remember from the cost of container. Let's say you're drinking Coke. Do you give back the Coke bottle back to the shop? No, I'm not talking of the PET bottle, the glass bottles.
Yeah.
Glass bottles, you give it back. PET bottles, you carry it home. Whenever you are returning back a container, then that container cost should not be considered. If you are going to be taking it along with you, then it should be added. Are you clear? Guys, I hope you have all received your materials. Just check on your WhatsApp groups. If not received, drop in an email ID. I'll forward it to you guys, or you can drop us a message at marketing at ArivuPro.com. They will forward it to you guys. So now see, this is a 5-mark question that you guys have got. Treatment of following items: cash discount, ignore. IGST, correct. Demurrage is penalty. Shortage, you have to find whether it's a normal loss or an abnormal loss. Normal loss is added to the product. Abnormal loss, ignore it. Basic custom duty, again same rule. Credit. So I've given you the solution what has to be written. So just ensure that you look into it. Right. There is another question. Read this. Everyone read this particular question. This came in actually for a 10 marks. Right, so let's try to look into it. GST is an unregistered supplier under GST. What does this mean, unregistered supplier? What's the clue? No. For I am doing from the costing per se. I know.
He cannot claim the input.
Thank you. He cannot claim the input. So they did not directly give it to you guys.
I got RC and reverse.
Too much knowledge. This is what happens. The moment they say it is an unregistered under GST, that I know that the credit cannot be given. But Pavam guys, they have still told you guys that credit is not available. List price 2,50,000, 10% is the discount. So what do? Reduce the discount. Since credit is not available, what will you do? Add. Cash discount? No, doesn't matter. Toll tax? It's freight and insurance. Demurrage? It's a penalty, right? Demurrage is a penalty. Penalty, we ignore it. Commission? Amount deposited for returnable? That's why you should come on time. Returnable containers. Returnable containers means what? You don't consider it. Why? Because you have to give it back. Amount of refund. Now guys, look into it. How much amount did they deposit? How much did they refund? That means this 10k gets added. You got it, right? Because that will be the charge then. If I would have got the entire 30 back, it was okay. 10 it's getting done. Shortage due to normal losses, 2% of it. I had told you guys how do you take the shortage part of it. Now remember, shortage will bring down the quantity of material. See, now my number of units introduced was what? 5,000. Shortage is 4. I had told you guys in the class, if you remember it, how do I consider the normal loss and an abnormal loss? Everyone just use this rule whenever you get it, because I'll be using it in the process costing again. Let's say I purchased 1,000 units at 95,000. They are saying that 5% is the loss, normal loss, and they had totally 920 units. How much is the loss, normal loss to suffer? But how much is the loss that they have? So 5% which is considered to be loss, which is 50. I should have had 950, but I'm having the difference between the actual quantity minus the normal loss should be my good units. Now good units versus actual units. Since actual units is lesser, then it is my abnormal loss. If the actual units would have been higher, abnormal gain. This what to be done will cover in the process costing. So what I am supposed to be understanding is that this will bring down the quantity of goods, not the price or other stuff. But one thing that you have to understand, let's say if the normal loss is going to be giving me a scrap value, is going to give me what? Scrap value. Let's say scrap value was 1 rupee per unit. Now I will reduce the scrap value here, which is 50. So my cost of 950 goods will be 9450. Are you clear? Are you guys clear with this? Right? Now, one small part that you have to understand is, see here, they are saying other expenses what? 2% of the. Now, are you going to do a total and do a 2%? Is the question. The answer is no. Why? Because when they're saying it's 2% of the total cost, this means this 2% is inclusive. This 2% is what? Inclusive. So what do we do? See here, I did the total cost, which is coming to 2,94,000. This 2,94,000 represents 98%. I should add another 2%. So do the cross multiplication, which will be 6,000. Are you clear? So normal loss, I only have to check, am I getting, see 20% normal loss, my quantity reduced from 5,000 to 4,000. Since there was no scrap value, I made it as 0. Otherwise, you'll consider the scrap value. Are you all clear till here? This was one question which came for 10 marks, lottery. But it came 2 attempts back. Now, one of the thing that you have to understand when you're writing a solution is, this carries another 2 marks. Not just getting an answer, this carries a 2 marks. That is, you have to give an explanation when it is not being considered in the calculation. Compulsory to be written. It's not optional or other stuff. You might come out saying, hey, you know what, I wrote 4 questions, 10 marks each, I would have got 40. You would have ended up getting 30 because you would have ignored all of this. Understood? Right? Online folks, I hope everything is fine. So we covered this, we covered the second question. Okay, your next theory question, which is going to be there, is the difference between a bin card and a stores ledger. Now, I told you guys, a bin card is prepared by a storekeeper. Who prepares a bin card? What does he prepare? He prepares the quantity, right? He will prepare the quantity of goods received and goods issued. He does not care about the amount. Whereas the cost ledger will have the details of both quantity as well as the amount. Are you clear with this?
Yes.
Prepared by whom? Storekeeper there. Here it gets prepared by the. Now, let's say if you're transferring from one job to another job, the bin card will only say goods have gone out from one store. Now, let's say for an example, goods went from my department to your department. You in turn gave it to his department. Now, bin card will not record this. Bin card will only say I gave it to you. Whether you gave it to him or not, bin card will not recognize it. Whereas stores ledger will record this. Are you clear? At least remember these 3 for the exam. The other 2 you'll have to just mug it up, where it says in bin card you do 1 transaction, whereas in stores ledger you do a summarized transaction. In bin card you'll make an entry whenever the transaction is happening. Stores ledger will only get a summarized data and then you will post after the transaction. But the other 3 are important. These 2 you just have to remember it. Don't have to mug up. If you once understand it, you should be able to get 5 marks for it. This is the most important part of your chapter. Either 5 marks or 10 marks, definitely you're gonna get 10. If you get 10 marks, it's a complicated question. If you get a 5 marks, it's an easier question. Are you all good? Guys, are you all good? Yeah, cool. So first, let us understand what is inventory control. Inventory control means I'm trying to find out the levels of maintaining of inventory. What are we trying to find out? The levels of maintaining inventory. Now, the definition itself says, what are we going to be looking into it is, I'm trying to find the maximum levels. I'm going to find the minimum levels. I'm going to find when should I order. When should I order? And I'm going to find out how much to order. This is what we are going to be talking about. Right? What did I say? Maximum, minimum levels. When do you order? How much to order? Now, let's say for an example, few things conceptually, let's just run through the numbers so that it. Now, let us say a production department can consume 10 kgs to 50 kgs. 10 kgs to 50. That means on a given day, can I say the goods that they are going to consume from the stores department or other stuff, minimum will be 10 and maximum can be 50? This is what they are consuming. Second part is my reorder period. What is this reorder period? A reorder period basically means the time taken for you from the time of placing the order till the time it gets delivered to you. Let's say it is 1 week to 3 weeks. Now let's say worst case scenario, what can happen? What is the worst case scenario raw material you will require? Worst case scenario is you will have maximum consumption and your delivery order will take the maximum time. That is the worst case scenario, right? Because you're doing neck to neck. I am assuming everything is going bad, or that means indirectly everything is going good. People are consuming. On the other side, my supplier is not doing it. Right? So this becomes my worst case scenario. Now I'm talking from the accounting per se, but business always wants this and this, right? Now the second part of it, what would be the minimum scenario for me? Minimum that I should be maintaining at all point of time. I do minimum consumption and a minimum reorder period, right? So if we know this, then it is only about application of formulas from now on. Now the first, I told you we are going to be covering 4 cases. Maximum, minimum, when to order, how much to order. When to order is called as reorder level. When to order is called as what? That's the easiest of all. That's my maximum. That's what my maximum. What is that maximum? You are consuming the maximum and you are going to be taking the maximum amount of time. Are you clear? Now the other side of the formula is just you have to mug up if they give you an alternative. Otherwise, we are going to be using most of the questions maximum into maximum. Right? Now, this please ensure I am putting as many stars as possible because I have hardly seen any paper where this question has not come. Hardly any question where this question has not come. People, I'll tell you the mistakes also what they do so that you don't do those mistakes in the examination hall. Right? Have your calculators with you guys? Yeah, super. When to order, reorder level. How much to order is EOQ. How much to order is what? EOQ. What is EOQ? EOQ is basically I am trying to keep 2 things at minimum. What am I trying to do? Keep 2 things at minimum. Which are the 2 things? One, the cost of ordering. Second one is the cost of carrying. What is the cost of ordering? Now when I say cost of ordering, it might be for you in terms of preparing tenders. It can be for the purpose of making documentation. It can be for the employees who are part of your procurement of raw material, your transportation inspection. Whatever goes in terms of ensuring the goods are getting ordered and getting delivered to your place is part of my ordering cost. Carrying cost means storage cost. That will be your amount, the working capital which is stuck because of inventory. Your cost of storage, your insurance, or even the damages which are happening are going to be all part of your carrying cost. Do I have to remember both of it? The answer is no. So you can write in your own words what it is, right? But what we are supposed to be very, very important is this one. So I remember like this, square root of 2AC, which I know air conditioning, by O. 2AO by C, sorry. 2AO by C, or carrying cost or cost per order, sorry. 2AO by C. That is, now where people or students do maximum mistakes is this one. What?
Annual demand.
Concepts.
Thank you. See, A is not my annual demand, it is annual consumption. Question will always have annual demand.
Yes, sir.
We have done it so many times. It is not demand, it is how much, because please understand there is nothing got to do with demand. Because once goods are produced, it is gonna go down. Go down will supply. I am trying to do from the production angle. Production is concerned about how much you consume. Are you all clear with this? So mistake number one, please understand it's the annual consumption. If you get annual consumption right, the other two things are very easy to understand. Right? The second major part that you have to understand is this carrying cost is carrying cost per unit, and it is the average carrying cost. It is what? Average. The moment average comes in, I know I have to do something by something. Clear?
Yes.
So we'll use this and do all the kinds of question which is gonna come in on 2AO by C, and then we'll look into the other part of the question. Let's read this question. TSK Limited manufactures variety of products. The annual demand for one of its product is 1,35,000. Product X to be done in batches. Setup cost is 335. Inventory holding cost is 5. It is expected that the product X would be uniform throughout the year. EBQ, they are asking you for an economic batch quantity for the product X. Now since I don't have the data of annual consumption, I will assume that annual consumption is equal to annual demand. Are you clear?
Yes.
So what will be the formula? 2AO by done. Now second part of it. They are saying, assuming that the company has a policy to manufacture 17,500 units, calculate the additional cost incurred as compared to the cost incurred as EBQ. Now I know EBQ, how many units I am ordering,
30,500.
correct? And they want to produce how many units, correct? They want to order, this is the best to order, whereas they are ordering.
7,500.
Now I know at 13,500 there are going to be two costs which is going to be minimum, which is my,
Carrying cost and
Our cost is good.
now I have to check if I am ordering at 7,500 how much cost will go up. Understood the question?
yes, sir.
Right? Now let us try to look into the first part. We will do for 13,500. What is your annual consumption? 1,35,000. That means you're gonna be, if you're ordering every time 13,500, how many orders should you do? 13,500 divided by 13,500, that will be 10 orders. They are telling per order you're going to be incurring a cost of what? 3,375. So it will be 33,750 will be my setup cost. Done. What about the carrying cost? I said carrying cost is the inventory, average inventory. Average inventory, the moment they say 13,500 divided by 2 into 5. So you did the cost, it's coming to 67,500. Same thing now, if you're doing it for 7,500, right? Do the number of batches and multiply by 3375. You'll get 6750. Now, what is going to be my average inventory? Half of 7,500. You'll end up getting this. Now you do the cost here. It is coming to 79,500. Because of it, how much cost did it go up? Are you clear? Easy?
Yes, sir.
Alternative is that you don't have to worry. I think this is more easier for me always. Done? Similar kind of question again for 5 marks. Mistake what we do, right?
Yes, sir.
Because it is annual, not monthly. This is my purchase price, I don't care. Carrying cost is 20% of the average inventory on annual basis. That means if it is 1.5, 1.5's 20% will become my average inventory. That will be 0.30. Per unit is 1.5. Cost of placing an order, it takes 1.5 months to receive, that's okay. Safety stock is 3,200, right? Now they're asking you to find EOQ and frequency of orders. Frequency of orders means number of times you're going to be placing an order. So annual requirement, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. So apply, you'll get 30 orders, right? Now the question for me, what has happened is, if you look, I have a safety stock of 3,200. Now what does the safety stock mean as a concept? Safety stock means a stock level that you always want to maintain. So that means whether it is like this, you have maximum consumption, you have maximum reorder level, correct?
Yes.
Now I always want to keep something aside apart from this. That is, if I order at this and consume everything, what if tomorrow inventory is not there? So I will always try to maintain something over and above that, which is called my safety stock. So you will do the formula like this: maximum consumption into maximum lead time plus the safety stock. So this will just get added to your ROL, reorder quantity. Now what is your EOQ if the wall cost 4.5 instead of 1.5? So you just have to change the value. Only thing that is going to change is carrying cost, because that time it was 1.5, this will become 4.5. Otherwise everything is the same. Done? Just look into it. It's the similar question. A limited toy company purchases its requirement of raw materials from S Limited at 120. The company incurs an handling cost of 4,000 plus freight of 350 per order. So what will be my total ordering cost? 750. So they're just trying to see whether you will only take 400 or will you take 750. That is what they're trying to test. The incremental carrying cost is 0.25 per kg per month. That means we always find annual storage cost, that will be 0.25 into 12. In addition, the working capital, what do you say? Your working capital finance investment in inventory of material is 15 per kg per annum. So whatever is the cost of carrying, you will add the working capital. I told you working capital is the cost which is incurred for storing your inventory out there. So now you know all the thing. The annual production is 60,000. 5 units of toy are obtained from 1 kg. So if you require 60,000 units is your production, divided by 5. So the total kgs required will be 12,000 kgs. Mistake what people do, they take up 60 only because they don't know it's not the demand, it is the consumption. Clear with this?
Yes.
So now see, concept, it's just reading about question. Again and again, I am repeating it in your costing. Go little slow with reading the question. The moment they are asking for EOQ, your mind should only start searching this things. Everything will start making sense one way or the other. If you try to do like accounting or even let's say your other FM papers and all where you see a formula and just jump in, it is going to backfire in the costing paper. FM also you should actually read very slow when you are doing question. Instead of trying to read once, twice, thrice, rather go slow reading the first time itself. You will end up getting everything in the answer. Now everything else is pretty much the same, right? They're asking you to cost of placing orders, all of it. Sir, it is 0.25 per kg per month into 12.
Yeah, that's
3 rupees.
Yeah.
Then working capital is 15. Working capital finance is 15. 3 plus 15 is 18. Guys, are you clear? Right? In the study material, there is one question which I have done during the class also, where there is a different level of inventory which comes in where you'll have to calculate EOQ. It is there in my video also in the class thing. Please just ensure that video, once you look into it before exam, that's a difficult question. They have not asked it, but I don't know if somebody mad like me comes in, he might just try to test you guys. But if you have understood this, that's not too difficult. You can look at it. I think it's illustration number 3 or 4 in your study material. So just once look into that question. I'm not covering it because that video is there on my costing thing. You can just refer that one. Done till here? So EOQ is done. Now see here, what is the minimum stock level that I have to maintain? Minimum stock level. So what I do, I take the maximum level. Maximum level is what? My reorder stock level. From that you reduce the average. Max minus the average will give you the minimum stock level. Now reorder level, ROL, which is my maximum consumption, plus EOQ, maximum stock level will be ROL, plus my EOQ, which is my reorder quantity, minus my minimum consumption into minimum reorder period. Now these things you just have to mug up. This one, see the other two you did not have. 3 if you don't have to mug up, this is the only one, try mugging up. If you try to mug up the other 3, you will end up getting confused with this. The other 3 are pretty easy. Reorder level is what? Maximum into maximum. If you get safety stock, just add it. EOQ, 2AO by C, that's also done. Then minimum level, I said maximum minus average. These 3, remember it. 4th one, which is your maximum stock level, try to mug it up. That is basically, if you ask me, it's ROL plus ROQ minus minimum. Pretty easy to remember, but otherwise you get confused. As student, I got confused. So you guys just ensure that you remember it. Average is what? Maximum plus minimum divided by 2. See this particular question. ROL they have given you the cost of placing order, purchase unit, storage cost, and number of units to be purchased during the year. Can you find EOQ? You know your ordering cost, you know the annual demand, you know the storage cost. Can you find EOQ? So EOQ will be 2 into 5,000, so you end up getting this. After that, what's your ROL formula?
Maximum
Now see here, what is the maximum consumption? 20. What is your maximum number of days?
15 days.
So what will be your ROL?
300.
300 units. Now you found ROQ.
Yes.
You know ROL? Reduce the minimum, you'll end up getting the maximum level. What is going to be minimum level? ROL minus your average. Now this is one danger level. Danger level means you have already come in, everything done. So what you will do? See, for an example, if I ask you guys, every time you go to Big Bazaar and buy, or let's say D-Mart and buy, you were always having 1 kg of sugar at home. Suddenly what happened? Sugar you had for the next 3 days left. You had sugar only for what? Next 3 days left. Now think from your mother per se, what will she tell you? Next 3 days she will say, let's consume lesser sugar. What is required? If you tell mom I need pie some that this and all, she will say we'll do it first of the month. Yes, she'll say I have sugar only for the next 3 days, correct? Now let's say immediately, unknowingly, relatives came in. You have sugar only for you guys. Relatives came in. What will your mother do?
She will consume it now and tell to buy it.
Okay, let's say they are staying for the next 3 days.
Buy it now.
How do you buy it now? Do you still go to D-Mart or do you go to the local shop and buy it?
Local shop.
Right? That is basically my emergency purchase that I do. So what I do, the lead time for emergency purchase will be the immediate purchase. So it will always be shorter than what it is. And during this time, you will always try to do average consumption. You will assume that you are going to do average consumption. So you will do average consumption into lead time, will give you your danger level. Understood?
Yes.
Clear? So EOQ we covered. Okay. Now let's come back to it. What all have we covered in this chapter? Topic 1 we have covered everything.
Yes, sir.
Bill, pet purchase, blah blah blah. Did we cover inventory control? That's EOQ techniques of control. We have also done this valuation of material receipt. That's your GST demurrage. This also we covered. Now we are going to be doing this part. Now in this, your examination question will either be a FIFO or a weighted average. This comes, again I am the most happiest. I have a very gut feel that you will end up getting weighted average. Yeah, a gut feel says it's going to be weighted average this time. So let's see. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it does come. Okay. Yeah. So we will focus on the FIFO and the weighted average method. First thing, anyone has doubt in FIFO? Anyone has doubt in FIFO? Okay. Right? Now, what does a FIFO say as a method? First in, first out. That means whatever goods you receive first are going to be issued first as part of my, right? So this will be issued for the production, and whatever has come last is going to remain in my closing stock. Are you clear? Now let's look into this question. Let's look into this question. A Limited has furnished the following information from the month Jan to April. Number of working days, production units per day, raw material purchases, percentage by weights to the total of 4 months. Percentage of by weights to total of 4 months. Purchase price they have given. Purchase price they have given, and they have given the stock of the opening stock. Now, my first question which comes in is, what does this mean? This is the first time I'm seeing something like this in the examination. What does this mean? Logically, what do you think? No idea. What did you do? This has come in the exam and it has not come any time before. So I'm saying this is the first time even as a faculty I'm seeing in the examination. So I am saying if this comes, what would you do? I want you guys to spend a couple of minutes, and if you actually realize it's actually very easy.
21% before.
No. Online folks, anyone? What do you think? You know, first thing, what I'll do is I'll do a total of this. How much is the total? 100%. They are saying 4 months. Somewhere I know the total purchase will be my total 4 months consumption. They are clearly saying my raw material purchase is a percentage of weights to the total of 4 months. That means whatever is required in 4 months, I am purchasing 21%, 26%, 30% and 23%. Thanks, Gagan. Nice. One guy got it. Nice. Somebody is there at least who can read the question. It is again I'm trying to say what I am covering again in the marathon sessions. Now it will only help you guys to attempt 60-70% of the paper. I can only do concepts of one kind. There are still every chapter I'm skipping 30% which have not come in the exam. Second part also is there are few repetitive, let's say for an example in EOQ, what happens in case of a normal loss? What happens if there are 2-3 kinds of production, which one do you choose? We can't cover all of it. We have done during our regular class. This is only purely meant, okay, on the day of exam, you go with the confidence that, boss, I know 5-6 questions. After attending this class, I can attend 5-6 questions. If you get it right, that means you have got 45-50 marks of the paper. That's the objective. Don't later come and say, oh, this guy is class A. The guy, whoever does marathon, I still am not a big fan of marathon. One, because it's not the way to prepare for professional exams. But I am hoping that this acts as a revision after you have read, so that you can go back and spend another 2-3 hours and do other kind of questions. I have not done RTP. RTP has some 6-7 question papers, and every chapter has one question of each topic. You should spend some time on that. More the questions you do, the idea is the more lesser probability of doing error in the exam. Or I say I am also having a lesser probability of an unknown question coming in. That is why you do more questions. Whereas for me, I only do one question. So my time used to save between you guys' preparation and my time was, I only used to do one question, but I spent so much of time to understand every smaller bit of the question. So that way it gives me more confidence to say, hey, you know what? And risk also is there. Sometimes something like this comes, I can't understand, I'm screwed up. Are you clear? So please ensure that like I said, this 5 days, if you go in and do back after I've done with the class, you will come out saying that, hey, you know what, 60-70 marks of my costing paper, I'll get it right for sure. If you can spend that additional, I do only 3-4 hours a day, so you get additional 8 hours. And now you guys have to study for 12 hours a day minimum. That's a bare minimum that you should be studying 12-13 hours a day, provided you want to clear your paper in one attempt. And for the guys who are writing one module, So I'm saying, let's say today we are on October 6th. Let's say by 9th you're done with costing, and it's like done with revision also. That means one subject headache is gone. Next 15 days, every 5 days, I think Sandesh marathon videos are already there for the accounting. You can watch the way you are doing with me, do one chapter after the other, finish off in 5. Then I think Sai sir's law marathon is also there. Do the next 5 days the same thing. Finally take Vikas's tax marathon and do it. I think GST is not there. I'll try to push him to ask it to do it if possible. That means by 25th you should be done, so that the next 7 days you use 2 days for again revision. That is the way to clear. Right? Don't overtake number of days. These days and all, if you take it more, that means you are just digging your own grave. Done? We'll come back to the question. So now see here, what I do, number of units I know what they've given in the question, number of days they're going to work, and they've told me what is going to be my average production per day. Because of it, I know this is the total number of units that I'm going to be producing. How did I get this? Number of units into the number of days that they're going to work. Now do the total. Do the total. Now once you do the total, what we are supposed to be taking in is, now see here, I'm supposed to be looking at how much raw material gets consumed in kgs. Now they are saying the quantity of raw materials per unit of product required is 4 kgs. This is number of units. What I am supposed to find out is the raw material consumption. So everything what you get multiplied by 4, you end up getting the total raw materials which are going to be consumed. But what am I supposed to find? How much is produced? Sorry, how much is purchased? I know opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock is equal to consumed. But I need data of purchase. So shift both the things on the opposite side. That will be what? Consumption plus closing stock minus opening stock. Are you clear? Done? That's why concept is what? They are clearly telling me to find out the purchase, not the consumption. And again it's the units, so I have to just multiply with it. After this is done, I think, see now once you have this, you're just doing the percentages, you end up getting it, you get the purchase price. After that you have fee for opening, you know the balances that you do, then your consumption, whatever came first, start issuing it first. So continue with it. Any doubt in this? This was one trickier question which had come in FIFO, which was not a direct question, so I thought let me solve this. Done? I will want you guys just to remember the concept of weighted average. I will randomly write some numbers. Please just understand the concept, that is more than enough in the exam. What is the format of preparing it? I take issues, or I call it as receipts, issues, closing stock or balance, right? Let's say 100 kgs, 10 rupees, 100 kgs at 10. What is the total value? 1000. What is the balance left? 100, 10, 1000. Let's say now I purchase 200 at 8. That will be what? 200 into 8? 1600. For weighted average, what I do, always follow this rule. This plus this minus this. Rule is what? Balances plus issues minus the, no, plus receipts minus the issues. So this will be what? 200. Same rule for this also.
Yes.
That is 1000 plus 600, 1600 plus 1000, 2600, nothing.
Then this is 300.
Sorry. Understood? Now find this. 2.6 divided by 3000. Always you have to do weighted average this way. Now let's say they say you are issuing 50 units. You are issuing how many units? Whichever is the last price here into 50 will be your issue price. Now what was it? Just for this particular question we'll do it. What will be 2600 divided by 30?
8.67.
8 point. So 50 into 8.67. 4. 5. Now what did I say the rule is? 300 plus 0 minus 50. 250. 2600, sorry. 2600 plus 0 minus 433.5. 21. Now when you divide it, the answer should be 8.67. If the number would have changed, that means you would have got wrong somewhere. Remember this. This is the only thing of weighted average. People get confused because they try to learn different formulas. You don't have to do anything, just blindly follow this and you get it for, if they give you this, they give you FIFO and weighted average for 10 marks, 5 each. If they want to complicate, they will add something like that. Otherwise, this is a pretty straightforward question. Are you all clear till now?
Yes, sir.
Gagan, Raghavi, Gautam. This is a theory question. Which system of inventory is known as demand pull or pull through system is known as just in time, because you will only place an order or when you start producing only when there is a demand. Demand pull means you will only produce when there is a demand. It's called as just in time. So there is a theory which I have already given it. Just remember part of it. Right. The last practical question that you get from this chapter is the inventory turnover ratio. Inventory turnover ratio is basically your material consumed divided by average stock held during the period. Inventory consumed divided by what? Average stock held during the period. Average stock held during the period is what? Basically opening stock plus closing stock divided by 2. Okay. Cost of materials consumed. Consumed, I told you, how do you find consumed? Opening stock plus opening stock plus purchases minus the closing stock. Find the raw material consumed divided by average inventory. If they ask you for this, you will get for 5 marks. So whatever answer you get, if they ask you to find the number of days of inventory holding, number of days of what? Inventory holding, then you do 365 divided by the answer you get. Right? Last question, let's just try to look into it. There are 2 raw materials. Raw material A, purchases and closing stock. What will be your raw material consumed? Opening stock plus purchases minus the closing stock. Now, how do you find average inventory? Opening stock plus closing stock divided by 2, which is 25,000. So this divided by this, you get 4 times. So then 365 divided by 4. For most of the questions, you can write an assumption that assumed it's 360 days. You write an assumption, it is assumed for what? 360 days. So 360 divided by 4, you will get 90 days. Are you clear? Okay, there is one theory that you have to remember in the examination is this. That is there in your study material or even in the notes that I have given is this theory. I'll just run you through what logic I use because I keep getting confused with what's a scrap, wastage, spoilage or other stuff. The rule is like this: if it's a normal cost of anything, rule is if it's a normal cost. Now for an example, what's waste? Waste means goods have completely gone. You cannot use it anymore. That will be dumped. Scrap means, okay, it is damaged. You can sell something and make money. If it is a normal cost, sell something, make money, reduce from the cost. If it's an abnormal cost, then charge it to P&L account. Spoilage, again, can you correct it? That cost of correcting will become again you have to find, is it a normal cost or an abnormal cost? Normal cost will go up, abnormal means go to the P&L. So only thing I keep looking into it, a normal reason or an abnormal reason. Normal will go to add or subtract to the cost of the product. Abnormal will go to the costing P&L. Just remember this, because this theory they'll ask you, once they'd asked you all the 5 and said tell the difference of all the 5. 1 mark for each of it. Once they had taken 3 of this and said tell me how do you treat it in the cost accounting. These are the 2 questions which will come from the theory. Are you clear? So it is what time now? 9:20. So we will start our next session at 10 o'clock. So you guys can have your breakfast, take a bit of break and come back at 10 o'clock. So we will be doing a chapter of cost sheet, and we will be covering the absorption costing, and if possible we'll try to do the reconciliation also. If my throat sustains for that long, we'll try to look into it. But are you clear with this chapter?
Yes, sir.
Right? So as of now, when we try to look into it, what all have we covered? Let's say from the marks per se. Marginal costing, I said minimum of 5, maximum of 15. We did standard costing, which was 10 marks for sure. Then we did overheads. That was again a 10 mark one. Then material costing, which is between 5 to 10. So even if I keep a minimum, I know I've scored 30. If I take the maximum that I've got, 30, 45 marks. So you can expect somewhere in between, right? I'm going little slow than a marathon, just to be very honest, for reason that I want you guys to get the concept right. If you can go back again and again, I'm saying do it. I can assure you guys, you will score more than 70-80 in your paper. Getting a 70-80 in a paper is a massive confidence. Did you score it? I scored. So I'm not trying to say that this and all. So please do it. You are doing way beyond what is required for the examination also. But just ensure that you know the study material questions. See, if you know what I'm doing is, once you know the concept, just run through the solutions. Don't keep and solve everything. Run through the solution. Okay, I know I got A, I know I got C, I know this is the formula to be used. Go to the next question. Don't keep doing too many questions and waste your time, because repeated questions won't make any sense. You have to only identify, oh, I was taking per month, now it's become per annum. That's a mistake. What I highlighted. Oh, I should have taken annual consumption, I took annual demand. That's an error. Oh, I know I should not do that error. That's how your mind should work. That is the only way you can do more questions. If you do one after the other, obviously you will never get time. Clear? So see you guys at 10 o'clock with the chapter. Online folks, hope everything was fine. Hope you got your notes. And we'll see you at 10 o'clock. Awesome, cool. So this chapter, definite 10 marks. Definite, I'm saying there's nothing to it. And also, this is one question which they give it so that out of courtesy that you can score some marks out of it. Right? Now, this question generally gets few things. What I would always suggest, particularly in a cost sheet, is, we know we are trying to find the cost of a product. That's the end objective. Couple of things they purely try to test you guys is whether are you getting, the first part is raw material. Now here we talk about raw material consumed, not purchased. So raw material consumed is what? My opening stock plus purchases minus my closing stock. So I have to be very careful about my raw material consumption pattern. That is very important. That's the first thing that they're going to test. The second thing that they're going to be testing you is about whether you got your factory cost, prime cost, your COGS, cost of production, and finally the sales rate. Each stage carries your 2 marks. Each stage carries your 2 marks. So anything you go wrong, that means you know where you have lost your 2 marks with. Now in between, to cover it up, there are 2-3 kinds of adjustments they're going to give you. Especially it's going to be the overheads again. 2-3 adjustments which are going to be coming back is on the concept of overheads, because they'll try to find out how are you going to absorb the overheads. So I assume that you know how to read overheads. So if that is there, this becomes easier. If that chapter is difficult, then this is where you will go wrong with. Otherwise, it's just format driven. Last part of it, they are going to be asking you is on the profitable calculation. That's 1 mark. Now, how does this whole profit calculation work is they will try to give you profit as per cost price or as per the selling price. So if you get it, there's a straight 10 marks to it, which you can't miss. Doing wrong in a cost sheet is doing crime. It's as simple as that for me. So what I'm doing is there are 5 questions we are going to be solving. 5 majorly focusing on 5 questions that we will focus on in terms of our so 5 questions we are going to be solving, which are going to be all the last 5 years paper. Post this, recommended that you do all the RTP questions. So that should be good enough. Don't have to read any theory on this. This chapter does not have any theory as such. Now, first thing, what is prime cost? Direct material, direct labor. What are the things? So because I assume that you know all the things, I'll only cover the complications. So remember this. So just before going to exam, if you watch this 5-10 minutes of the video, that should be good enough, or maybe if you can recollect it. So they are going to be giving you guys raw material, labor, and other expense. Other expenses typically would be your royalty or any direct expense to it. So their complications won't be there. In terms of your direct material, we have to understand it's the direct material consumed. Opening stock plus purchases minus my closing stock. Sometimes, to just make sure that you understand the concept, sometimes if I want to screw you guys up, then I'll give you the concept of normal loss. I'll give you the concept of what? So what happens in case of a normal loss is my units will reduce. So let's say they say the company wanted to produce 10,000 units. They introduced 20,000 kgs. Here it will start with 20,000 kgs, right? Now let's say normal loss is 10%, the units introduced from 20,000 kgs should automatically reduce to 18,000 kgs. Are you clear? So that is what they try to test, because at the end of the day, the number of units should be equal to the output. So they will try to test you on the material chapter. I'm only trying complications what can come in. Second, if they give you guys the scrap value, if they give you guys what? Scrap value. What you have to do, from the total cost of material, reduce the scrap value. This is the only 2 complications you can get. One is what? You are finding DMC, direct raw material consumed, that is opening plus purchases minus the closing stock. The second part, what you are going to be getting in is your normal loss along with the scrap value. That are the 2 complications that you can expect from this particular question. Labor cost won't be too much of a challenge. Direct expense won't be there. The next part, which is going to get little crankier, is the work in progress. Now, since I have not done the chapter of process costing, where we have this byproducts, joint products, and our work in progress, part of the process and other thing, there is a small concept of equivalent production which might be tested here. Might be, I'm not saying will be, might be tested here. I will cover that concept directly in the chapter of process costing, because that's a chapter which will again come for 20 marks. It's not even 10, it's a 20 marks. So we'll be doing that tomorrow, so that you have fresh in mind. So this one will be another complication. After this, all of it is only got to do with my overheads understanding. What they will do, overheads are absorbed based on machine hours. Find the machine hours, multiply by the rate. Overheads are based on labor hours. Find the total labor hours, multiply by the rate. It will be absorbed based on the percentage of prime cost. Find out the prime cost, apply the percentage. It is absorbed based on the factory cost, whatever percentage is applied to the factory cost. What are we doing here? We are all doing is absorption of overheads. I told you overheads can be absorbed in different methods, based on machine hours, based on labor hours, based on percentage of material cost, percentage of labor cost, and even per units. Now we are, because that was only for the direct expense or the factory cost. Now since I am going little further, for other expenses also, this is what they are talking of. So it is, what they are only talking is absorption of overheads. Just remember that whenever you hear the term overheads, I know I am going back to the overheads chapter and doing the absorption. If you know this chapter is sorted. Done? We'll directly get into the question. So just for the format's sake, so I know direct material, opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock will be my direct raw material consumed plus direct labor, direct expenses is going to give me my prime cost. Then add overheads, right? We do all this together. This is not required. Gross work cost and all. Now prime, the way it works is like this. If you want to remember a lot of formulas, I'll tell you the logic how it works. Let's say I've started some units which I wanted to produce last year. It was incomplete. Incomplete means what? Work in progress. Now that this year when I start, first thing what I will do, I'll complete that, right? So that's where you will add any opening WAP minus whatever was closing. For this you add the overheads, because overheads will be absorbed based on the number of units produced during the year. Based on what? Number of units produced during the year. So that means even opening and closing gets included. Are you clear? So that will give me my factory cost. Now factory, when I try to look into it, whatever is the goods which are there. Now for this, you have your administration, right? Now this administration, what we are talking of, is all got to do with my production. Is all got to do with my what? Production. Now, if there is any byproducts, what is a byproduct? When you produce a main product, you get a supplementary product which is not of equal value. We call it as a byproduct. This byproduct, what we do, from the total factory cost that I earn. Now, if I am getting income out of it, I will reduce it because my total product cost should reduce. Are you clear?
Yes.
Should I repeat again? I have spent 10 lakh rupee to make 10,000 units. In that, I ended up getting some 500 units, which was a small product. Whatever I get by selling it, from the total cost, I will reduce it. That's the thing. Any packaging cost will get added here as part of my cost of production. Till here, once it is done, then we add. Now understand this, administration will always be for the finished units. Administration will only be for what? Finished goods which are lying with me, and that will only be for the current year. What am I saying is, last year some goods were there which were unsold, not the incomplete units, finished goods which were unsold. Some units got completed this year. This is my total number of finished goods. Whatever is unsold, you keep it aside. Whatever expenses I am administrating will only be charged for the units sold during the year. Are you clear? So after you find out the finished goods, before you add any administration, you have to find out what is your finished stocks. So you will add the opening, reduce the closing with the current units produced. Clear? That will give me the goods selling value. Now once you add up the selling expenses, it will become the cost of sales. Now you add the profit margin, you will end up getting the profit. Any doubt in the whole concept? Right? We'll try to look into it question. So what all have they given? They have given me the opening stock value, closing stock, work in progress, raw material purchased, carriage inward, direct wages, royalty, purchase of special modules, will figure out what it is, factory, research and development cost amortized, primary picking, opening stock of finished goods, it's valued at 8.5. During the month, 1,50,000 units were produced, 156,000 units were sold. You're supposed to find the closing stock of finished goods, which is going to be done as per the FIFO method. Selling and distribution expenses are charged at 20 paise per unit. Assume that one production cycle in 1 month. Prepare the cost sheet, calculate the selling price at the. Now clearly they have said they want you to show the various elements of. Basically they have told do everything. Right? Let us start. We'll do one question completely. Other things and all we'll run it through. So start it. First thing, what are we supposed to find? Raw material consumed. For finding the raw material consumed, what all do I require?
Opening stock, purchases.
So opening stock of raw material, closing stock, and my purchase value. So we require three information: opening stock plus purchases minus the closing stock. Opening stock is 42,500, purchases is 69,500, 66,95,000, and your closing stock of 38,600. Right? Now done till here. Second one, everyone look into it. In the whole question, what is carriage inward? No, what is carriage inward?
Expense incurred, bring goods.
Bring the goods. This is not a direct expense, it is the part of a material expense. This is part of which expense? Because we told for the ones who, I don't know whether I covered it yesterday or not, or maybe who have attended my regular class, I would have told you guys. My raw material cost is the cost incurred till I bring raw material to the present location. I know it's a direct expense, but it is part of my material cost, not a direct expense. Understood? So we did DMC. For this, add this value also. So this should come in as part of my material cost. Right? So once direct material is done, what are the next two things I am supposed to find? Direct labor. So write down direct labor 322,800. Next is what? My direct expense. Which is 35,800. Now one of the thing that I would want you guys to do in the exam is, whenever you are done doing something, put a tick next to it so that we know we have taken into consideration. Are you clear? Now see here, I want you guys to just look into it. I highlighted something like this here. Assume that the production cycle is completed in 1 month. They are giving me data for the month of April. My purchases of special molds and patterns, estimated life of production 12 cycles. That means this 153,600 is for how many cycles? 12. I am supposed to be finding it for one cycle. What is this? You know what is this mold, patterns and other things? What is it? used in for production. Basically, for an example, let's say I want to make a water bottle. The design of water bottle, they would have made a mold. Basically, once plastic gets infused, automatically the design shape gets happened. Now this is part of my direct expense, because without that mold you cannot produce that product. Are you clear? So what I'll be doing, 153,600 is for 12 cycles. I should be taking it for one cycle. Done till here? Now there is this part, right? Power, fuel and haulage. This has two ways of treating it in the exam. Either you can treat it part of your direct expense, or you can treat it part of your you can do either way. Whichever way you take, you are supposed to write an assumption. Now see here, this is given for the evaluators thing, so they are saying here, factory all and haulage 70,600 may be taken as part of factory cost. However, factory cost will remain the same. So here, since he has taken it part of the direct expense, so he said, even though you have taken it for the other thing, I will still give you marks. So I'm not going to deduct anything for you. So we are following it part of what? What do you want to take? I prefer it to be part of the overheads.
Because it's mentioned factory.
Huh?
Because it's mentioned.
Yeah, so I prefer it factory overheads, but I'm saying even if you take it as part of direct expense, no problem. So how much did you get? Your prime cost? So that is because of this difference. It should be 11,06,500. Are you clear? So don't later say I did wrong. I am just telling you what assumption I have taken. So what we are doing here, we got the answer as 6,500. And what do we call this as my prime cost? 11,06,000. Now for this, let us come back. Add first one, your power, fuel and now add this power, fuel and haulage 70,600. Done. Now let us, what all do I require here? I have to find factory overheads, then opening WIP and closing WIP, right? There is research and development, I don't care. Primary packing, we'll see. Administrative, we'll see. What is this? This is part of my factory cost, so add this. Add salary and wages for supervisor and foreman. Done. Now I have to go to what? My opening WIP, closing WIP. Add your opening WIP. Add your opening WIP minus closing WIP. So how much did you get? Final answer? Factory cost? 1204,800. Just check the value. Done? Now, after that, what did I say? I have to take, before I find the cost of production, I have to check anything which is there, which is part of my packing or any administration which has got to do with my packing. So let's try to check what all information do I require from it. So which all I have covered till now? This is done, 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 this is done. Now read here, what are they saying?
Production process.
Production process. So this I can treat it as part of my cost of production. Then which packing is this? Primary packing is always part of my cost of production. Secondary?
Selling and distribution.
Superb. Secondary will be part of my selling and distribution. So add these two now. Done till here? How much did you get?
12,43,000.
Done. Now comes the drama of SEO. What did I say? Once you know your cost of production, once you know your, see, this is something they try to test you guys with the concept. Once you know your cost of production, right, what are you supposed to do? You will add, I told you before you do any administration expense, you will add the finished goods opening stock, reduce the. Now they told me opening stock finished goods is 2,500 and they have told me it is valued at 8.05. Closing stock, they have not told me the value. They have not told me the value. On the other side, they are telling during the month 1,52,000 were produced and this were sold. Correct? So that means I know this opening stock plus production minus sales will give me the closing stock value. So do this working note. First one, do a working note. Come to the next page, do the working note. First, opening stock is what? 2,500 units plus production, which is 1,52,000 minus sales, which is 1,56,000. So I'll get a closing stock of how many units? Sorry, 1,52,600. So how much is going to be my closing stock units? Huh? 1,900. This one, are you clear? Now they are telling me to follow which method? FIFO method. That means whatever see, you are left with 1,900. Which one will you be left with? The ones which are produced during the year. What we are supposed to do, look into it. This is the cost I have incurred till date, which is 1,243. And how many units were produced during the year? 1 lakh. So what is the cost per unit produced during the year?
8.18.
8. So do this working note next. Cost of unit produced during the year. Fine. Now what we are going to do, I am going to be valuing my, what am I supposed to find? The value of the closing inventory, because I had to add opening stock minus the closing stock, which is 8.18. So once you do it, what do you get? Cost of goods sold. Done. Now the next part is pretty straightforward. What are they telling? Administration overheads. If you see the question, now I am only left with what? Administration. So add the administration overheads 46765. That will give me cost of goods sold. So when you add it, what you get will be cost of goods sold. Then the next one is what? To find out the cost of sales, you have to add up your selling and distribution. They are telling to be charged at 20 paise per unit. This is the concept again. They will be tested. On what? We did these 3 units, right? On which one will they charge? Per unit, no. They didn't tell the percentage. They said per unit. So it will be on the number of units sold. Remember this. Not the number of units produced. It will be on the number of units sold. So write down. Add selling and distribution.
So here after cost of goods sold, so we have admin overheads.
Yeah.
While we were writing, we said admin overheads and then cost of goods sold.
Cost of goods sold.
That's related to production.
Production. So you can add anyway. It does not matter. So see. So if you see the format also. Now, cost of goods sold, then you can find out your cost of sales. Now, either you can take your general later or below that. So, just what did we write here?
We added it with cost of goods sold.
No, I'm saying we added the opening stock of finished goods.
Closing stock, and then we added like admin also.
We added admin there only.
Yes.
Then I would have. So just do this later. It's better to do it after the cost of goods sold. Sorry, my mistake. So just change this across. Sorry. I thought I. So after your opening stock, add up your administration and selling, then your cost of sales. Now see here, the last part of it which they are going to be testing, I got the total 13,25,268. 13,25,268. Now they are telling me, see here, what I would do is calculate the selling price if the profit is charged as 100% of the sale. Sorry, as 20% of the sale. So whenever they give me something like this, I told you we follow this table. Cost, profit, and selling price. Okay. What I will do, now they have told me the profit is what? 20% of the sale. So take the selling price as 100. Therefore profit will be 20. Because it is 20% of the selling price. Are you clear?
Yes.
Now therefore cost becomes 80. Now the selling price, whatever I have got, right? I am supposed to find here what I am getting the value, what I found now, that is 13,25,268. 13,25,268 will represent 80%. Will represent what?
80%.
I am supposed to find this. So do the cross multiplication. Done? So how much did you get?
3,31,000.
3,31,317.
317.
So you'll find the total selling price. They're asking you to find the selling price per unit. So whatever it is, divide with 15 lakh. 1,52,600. Done with the question? Right? So from now on, we'll only check what is different from the earlier question to this. So I'm not going to do any more question. We'll only be looking at the differences what is there for the next 4 questions. Shall I go next? Manjunath, Rashmi, Anne, Gagan. So let's see, I'll run through the question. If there's something which is different, we'll try to look into it. Otherwise, I'm assuming that you know all the stuff. This is another 10 marks question. P&M Limited manufactures 2 kinds of mask, disposable and cloth mask. They're telling you direct material, direct labor, production overheads total. Direct material cost per unit of the cloth mask as twice as much the direct material of disposable mask. That means, can I say out of 12,50,000, if cloth mask, if I take the disposable mask as 1, cloth mask will be 2 times of it. Whatever they have given, right? Direct wages per unit is 60% of the cloth mask. That means if so what we do, if cloth mask is 100, then it will be 60 for cloth mask, 60 for disposable mask. Production overhead per unit was at the same rate for both the type of mask. What is the production? We'll try to figure out. Administration overheads was 50% of the production for each of the mask. Selling cost, selling price. What is this? Selling cost was 2 per cloth mask. That means this is my selling overheads. Then I have a selling price. Selling cost, right? It's not the selling price. Number of units of the cloth mask sold was 45. Disposable mask is this. You are asked to find the cost per unit. So this question is only got to do with division. Otherwise the format is the same. So the first thing, now what we are going to be doing, look into it. Now, how many units have they produced of the cloth mask? We'll try to first look into 1 for cloth mask and 1 for the disposable mask. So, few basic information, whatever I can find out, let me try to look. How many units they have produced? How many they have sold? Is there any information about the opening stock? Nothing is there. Only other thing I know is whatever is the cost of this has to be divided in the ratio of 2:1. Did they say how many units of what do you call disposable mask is going to be sold? But they have given me the production. Let's try to check, is there any other information that I have on the disposable mask? Nothing. But they have given, they are asking me luckily only for the cloth mask. So I don't have to worry about the disposable. I tried to search if there is something else. They have not given, so I don't have to worry about it. I only have to find from the cloth mask per se. So I know number of units produced, number of units sold. Now see here, what is going to be my direct material cost? They said whatever is my disposable mask cost, if it is 1, they said cloth, then they said cloth mask is going to be 2 times of it. I will call this as X. Therefore this will be 2x, correct? Now cloth mask, they are producing 50,000 units, whereas disposable mask they are producing 1,50,000. So that will be 2x into 50,000 plus x into 1,50,000 will be equal to 12,50,000. What is this 12,50,000? Is my total material purchased. Understood?
Yes, sir.
No problem with it. So basically, instead of directly giving, they have just tried to figure out what it is. Now you get 5 per unit. Therefore, my material cost will be 50,000 into sorry, 5 is for disposable mask. For cloth mask it will be 10. Therefore it will be 10 rupees for 5000 units. First working note, are you clear? Now let's come to the wages. What are they telling with the wages? Per unit. Life is easy. Per unit, I don't have to break my head. That means I told you if cloth mask is X, then disposable mask will be 0.6x. Same thing, multiply with the number of units, that is 50,000 into X plus 0.6 into 1.5, you will get this to be 5 per unit. This also is started. Now let's come to the production overhead. Production overhead per unit was at the same rate for both type of mask, was at the same rate. Now what is that same rate mean? Is it the same machine hour rate? I don't know the details of machine hour. Is it the same labor hour rate? I don't know the labor hour. Only thing I know is per unit. Only thing I know is per unit. So what I will do, I will take the total production overheads, divide by the number of units. Divide by what? Why I told you the logic? Because I don't know the machine hour nor the labor hour. They said same rate per unit. Which rate are they talking of? So I will assume, see, since I don't have any information, it will be taken rate per unit. It should be 2 per unit, which will come to 1 lakh. Understood? So till here everyone is fine? I'll add the, now then they are telling administration overheads is 50% of the production overhead. Whatever the production overhead is, do it. Now they are saying, see, till now whatever cost I have incurred is for 50,000 units. There was no opening stock. I have to find the value of closing stock. That means this 9 lakh will be for 50,000 units. My closing stock they are telling is, sorry, for 50,000 or 5,000? 50,000 units, no?
5,000 is closing stock.
So 5,000 will be 45,000 is sold. Therefore, 5,000 will be my closing stock. So find out the value it is. You will get 90,000. Then selling cost is 90. Other things are all fine. Right? So this question does not have anything except this English actually. X. So that's why I said whenever you don't get confused, just put it as X and then just do it. You will end up getting the answer. Right? Can I go next question? This is pretty straightforward question. This again for 10 marks, I guess. 10 marks. Pretty much the same question that we did. Stock of raw material purchased. I'm only checking what is that I have not covered. Otherwise, raw material, opening stock, purchases, direct wages, depreciation on plant. What do you take it as? Factory overheads. Expenses on quality control check. This is either my factory expense, which can be either part of direct expense or factory overheads. Quality control, we say it's part of my direct activity usually. Lease rent of production assets. Lease rent of the production assets. Administrative overheads production, they have directly given. Expenses paid for pollution control and engineering maintenance. Stock of raw materials, closing stock, primary packing material, cost of production, R&D process related, packing and distribution of finished goods, this one. So the only couple of things that I added out was this one, depreciation. These are all going to be part of my factory expense. Everything else we have covered already in the previous question. Done? This is also one big question we have. G Limited manufactures leather bags for office and school purpose. The following information is related to the production of leather bags for the month of September. I told you why month or annual is important. They're telling me month, so I have to check if any of the information is annually, convert it into monthly. Leather sheets and cotton clothes are the main inputs, and the estimated requirement per bag is 2 meters of leather sheets and 1 meter of. So I know somewhere I will write what I need: 2 meters leather cloth, 1 meter cotton cloth. 2000 meter of leather sheets and 1000 are purchased at, so that's okay. Stitching and finishing man hour charge, direct labor, other direct cost, done. G Limited has 4 machines at the cost of 22 lakhs. Machine life 10, scrap value is 10%, depreciation is followed on straight line method, nothing to worry about. Monthly cost of selling and administration and sales staff are 45 and 72. Which are they talking after cost of goods sold? Rent 12,000 per annum for factory premises.
That is for items. Yeah, which is
The administrative sales office occupies 240 and 200 square feet of factory space. What does this mean? 2,400 in that 240 and 200 if I remove. Balance will be used for the factory, not the entire thing. That's the, so you only have to do division out here. Freight paid on finished bags. Carriage outward. During the month, 35 kgs of scrap were sold at 150. What did I say about the scrap? Subtracted. No opening stock of input. Finished goods 100 was there. So nothing. So I'll only show you guys couple of things. Your resale value, how much did this say? 150. So once you find out your scrap, you're going to be reducing it from the factory cost because this was a scrap of the units produced. Then last thing that we had was what? Apportionment of factory rent. I told you 1,20,000 out of which 2,000. Factory takes only 1,960. The other will be going for the factory, what is administrative office and the sales office. Right? Pretty straight. So when you see this question, only thing you have to realize is this one. Apart from it, everything else is pretty straightforward. Yeah. So we are done with the cost sheet chapter.
The last chapter.
Yes, awesome. So we'll start with your chapter, which is got to do with. Thanks, Gagan. Thanks, Babaji. So we'll do this topic called cost accounting systems. This typically is a 5-mark question. Again, not like the most important, but it comes in the compulsory question. That's the problem. Now, when I say compulsory question, that means it. See, so I'll tell you why this chapter becomes important and why I would keep it as a backup to read this chapter, because that is something you have to know. As a student, first question you have to attempt no matter what happens. That's compulsory. So you have what, another 4 questions to answer. In that last question is going to be theory question. No matter what happens, that theory you have to answer. No matter what happens, even though you know only 3 out of it or 4 out of it, you need to answer that. That is the best backup you can ever have. How am I going to read all the theory questions? 90% what you're going to be getting is going to be only out of the past papers. One question might be here or there. One question might be chapters like this, which will come in there, like your integrated accounting or other stuff. So this will help me if it comes in there to act as a backup, because I have to attempt that question, right? As a student, no matter what, I have to attempt it. Question number 1, question number 6, which is there, it's taken care. Now, out of the remaining 4 questions, we have to choose 3. One of them I know you're going to choose cost sheet. So let's say out of the first 20 marks, you can get 4 marks per question, right? 4 or 5 marks? 5 marks per 5 into 4. Let's assume that you could get 3. That means 15. Last, let's assume you got 2 or 3. So let's say I got 10. 25 marks of the paper taken care. Cost sheet 35. Marginal costing, standard costing, one of them, let's say, assume that you have to choose one of them. So another 10 taken care. So 45 marks, this is going to be my way I will attempt no matter what happens. Beyond that, one question, you will choose whichever, let's say it was an overheads chapter, or maybe it was part of a labor chapter or others, whichever you know more, you attempt it. I am only keeping part A of each question. That is 10 marks one. Part B, you will always get those smaller bit, which you can always leverage on and get more marks. By any means, if you do a math, there is no way you can score less than 60. This is the best I can do as a strategist. Finally, on the day of exam, you have to do. Like I'm telling again and again, if you have taken marginal costing to be your strength, ensure that you solve one day only on marginal costing. Worth the time by 10 marks. Half a day sit for theory. Ensure that you can reproduce the theory the way it has been given. Sir, you are telling me to mug up. The answer is no. Right now, I am trying to score marks in the exam. Sir, I won't mug up. Don't mug up. Other guy will mug up and get marks. Right? I have to score marks right now. Understanding time is all over. Clear? So let us start this chapter, cost accounting system. So there are 3 questions which can come. All the 3 questions are easy. Only thing is you have to understand where does it come. All the 3 is format based. So you can just remember the format. I'll try to make it little more easier for you guys to understand, but I don't really want to spend so much of time on it because it won't come beyond 5 marks. Once in a while you get a 10 mark question. So this notes, whatever I'm giving now, should be good enough for you guys in terms of trying it out before exam. I'll try. So one more thing, what I'll be doing across for you guys is, once you're done with all the questions, what did I tell you? We are going to finish this on October 10th. October 9th or 10th, your costing is done. If you're studying along with me, your costing is done on what day? October 10th. 11th to 15th, you choose any of your subjects of your group 1, whatever you are studying. Then 15th to 20th will be your other subject. 20th to 25th is going to be your third subject. Then you have 7 days or 8 days left. What you should be looking at it is, for the 2 days, I'll be sending, I'll try to send one material, which will have lot of questions with solutions. Don't sit and solve everything. Read the question, see whether you can answer it. See the question, answer it. See the question, answer it. Only if you feel, hey, you know what, I need to do some questions or other stuff, try it out as a practice. So what you should do is, see, you have 14 chapters. Like I told you, 2 chapters are God chapters. Any 2, you skip it. So I get 12 chapters to read ideally. I have 2 days. Let's say I study for 15 hours, 30 hours, 12 chapters. That means per chapter 2.5 hours. That is good enough time. Few chapters like cost sheet and other stuff will take lesser time, which can compensate for chapters which are taking you little more time. It can be overheads or other things. This is how I plan a day before exam. Now what I read here for 2 days, same strategy I'm going to use it on the day before exam, because in between exams I get 43 hours. So I assume that I sleep for 12 hours, I get 30 hours. 30 hours, again 12 chapters. What I've read for 2.5, I should be able to recap it. Clear the way we prepare? I can only preach again and again. I'm saying it's you to follow it. Did I do again and again? I'm saying this was the only way I could clear it. There is no shortcut. I'm saying neither me, Sandesh, Vikas, none of them are magicians. The only guy who can create magic on the day of exam is you. That can only happen if you are confident. How are you confident about it? Is you see the question, boss, I know which chapter it is. Little bit confidence more. I know what they have asked in the question. Confidence will go up. You do couple of questions. That means you know you will clear the paper. Right? And I told you, the moment you know theory, you know 15 marks of the paper is under your control. The moment 15 is done, imagine you have 85 marks of the paper to score 25 marks. 2 questions you get it right, you will clear. There is no way you can fail in any of the subjects. I always say failing is an art. Clearing exam is a science. So don't be an artist. Correct? No? Right? So let's start with it. Sorry for deviating a bit. I thought it was little important for you guys to know where we stand. So let's start. So what we are going to be doing is, so let's just try to understand what is this chapter all about. Integrated, non-integrated accounting. When I say non-integrated accounting, I'm going to be doing accounting entries as per the costing rules. That means what? Non-integrated. Integrated means I'll do costing within accounting. Are you clear with both the difference? Now, when I do integrated, or when I do, let's say, non-integrated or non-integrated one, what I do under costing and what I do under financial accounting are going to be little bit different. You remember a chapter called bank reconciliation statement? What did we do in bank reconciliation statement? Cash book, passbook. If let's say there is a differences, you will reconcile the differences. That is what we are going to be doing in cost accounting system, which is going to be a repeated questions. That reconciliation. They don't try to test you in non-integrated and integrated. Once in a while, for namesake, they will test. Reconciliation is what they test you again and again. Are you clear? So what I'll do, I'll only do one question of integrated, one question of non-integrated. What you will have to also do is in the examination, even whether you understand or not, I'll tell you how to write the journal entries. So if they give you guys a question, you can at least write some journal entries and score 3-4 marks out of it. Don't waste your time on doing the journal entries right now. Focus more on the reconciliation part. Journal entries one day before exam, open it, do couple of questions, go in the exam saying that if it comes, I'll do this much and come out. Don't waste so much of time into it. Like I said, because it's only 5 marks, with the journal entries, you can score 3 or 5. Clear? So let's start with the integrated accounting. First thing that we have to understand is the flow of accounts. That is more important. How does it work? First, there will be a guy called stores guy. He will receive all the raw materials. He will employ direct labor, other things. Then he will push it to the finished goods. Now see here what happens. Stores pay raw materials is there. This will go to production account. In production account, what will happen? Direct material will get converted into finished goods. Once it gets finished goods, it will get transferred here. Are you clear? I have raw material. I will employ labor and other things. Once I convert raw material into finished goods, it is going to go to the finished goods account. This is the thumb rule, right? Now, what rule we are going to be following with all of this is debit the receiver, credit the giver. What rule? This you know, debit the receiver, credit the. So debit whichever department is receiving it, credit whichever department is giving it. For an example, let's say goods are getting transferred from stores to production department. Who's the department? Production, given by stores. Production department to stores department. From production to finished goods. Are you clear? So what we learned in the cost sheet, we know the flow. First will be production cost, then factory cost, prime cost, factory cost, cost of production. We are just going to be following it in the form of accounting. Now, sometimes, let's say it does not fall into any of the rules. Let's say there is an outside party to all of it. For the set of accounts, there is an outside party. What we will do, we will create a cost ledger account. What ledger account?
Cost ledger.
That means is outside this whole production system. For an example, let's say I purchased raw material. When I purchase raw material, who's receiving it? Stores department. When I say stores, who's giving it? Some supplier. Supplier is outside my costing system. So cost ledger account. Are you clear? Now let's say depreciation. Depreciation. Do you charge depreciation to the machinery? Okay. But when you do a cost, what did you do? You took it as overheads. Overheads, right? Overheads went into the cost of production. So I know I will be writing it as machinery account debit to asset account. Depreciation account debit to asset account. Machinery I know will go to production overhead because cost sheet said to asset outside my format. So I'll write it as cost ledger account. Let's say I paid wages. Wages means what? Direct labor. Let's say wage control account. To bank account. Bank is which? Outside the system. Cost ledger. That is the logic you have to follow for non-integrated. If you have understood this along with cost sheet, we are done with this, the first part of the chapter. You only have to understand where it is going as a flow. Don't try to mug up entries at all because you will end up getting screwed up. Apply rule number 1, debit the receiver, credit the giver. Anything outside the cost sheet, cost ledger control account. Understood? With this logic, we'll try to do some questions, and then one question I'll do on this, one on integrated, and then I'll do reconciliation, couple of questions, because that is the one which keeps coming in your exam very often. So read what they're saying. Cost ledger is a principal ledger where impersonal accounts are recorded. This is a self-balancing maintained wherein control account for each subsidiary ledger, because for me the other ledgers. Stores ledger, this is for each item in the stores. Work in progress is known as job ledger. Finished goods is my account for which finished goods are getting manufactured. Now see here, they are saying as on this day, this ledger accounts were existing. Then they are saying during the next 3 months, finished products arise at cost, manufacturing overheads incurred, raw materials purchased, factory wages, direct labor, cost of sales, material issued to production, material returned by suppliers, material overhead charged to the production. What all they have given, let's keep it as it is. Let us just try to do the journal entries. First, we'll do journal entries for this. Okay. Then we will try to see what has to be done with the ledger accounts. Okay. Finished product at cost. Finished product at cost. What does that mean?
It's completed.
Correct. Production is completed. From which department it will go? WIP. Receiving department. So what will be the journal entry? Finished stock ledger account debited to WIP. 1 mark. Done. I'm just going to go by logic. Please don't ask me anything. This is not my full-fledged class. So I'm just going with my logic that I should get the marks in the exam. Later, don't comment say this is what he thought, because this is not the chapter I'm teaching. I'm only helping you to clear your exams. Next one, manufacturing overheads incurred. Now, manufacturing overheads, right? Incurred. Manufacturing overheads incurred. I know manufacturing overheads account debited to cost ledger control. Why cost ledger control? Outside my purview. Whatever is coming in the cost sheet, I'll write with the names. Otherwise, I'll have to just keep pushing it across. Raw material purchased. Source ledger control to. See, 3 entries you did it. Factory wages. Wage control to. Okay. Now there is something you have to understand. Okay, now I'll tell you how some small thing that you have to remember it. Let's say if it's a direct material, direct labor, indirect material, indirect labor, and then I have overheads. These things comprise my costs, and then I have direct expenses. Now let us try to understand how this journal entries work, because you'll get two entries from this. So we'll only try to first get this other one, then we'll push it across. Now let it be any material, labor or overheads, right? Direct, indirect, it will go to their respective control accounts. That means when I say direct or indirect material, everything will go to store ledger control. Direct labor, indirect labor will go to wage control. Then if there is any direct expense, it will directly go to WIP. Are you clear? Now any overheads will go to the respective control accounts. Okay, let's say manufacturing overheads, manufacturing account, administrative overheads, administrative account. Are you clear till here? Can I teach now next step? Now see here what has happened. Material, direct material or indirect material. What did I say my journal entry will be? Store ledger control to cost ledger. Are you clear? Now whatever is the direct material cost will go to WIP. Whatever is the indirect material will go to respective overheads account. Right? Now that means see here, stage 1. Now stage 1, whether I purchase direct material or indirect material, it will come to which account? Stores ledger. Stores ledger to CLC. Now from stores ledger, if it's a direct material, it will go to which account? So what will be a journal entry? WIP to stores ledger. If it is indirect, it will go to which account? Receiving department. So what will be a journal entry? Overheads account debited to. Same thing for wages. Direct wages or indirect wages. First it will come to what? Wage control to CLC. Then direct will go to WIP. Indirect will come to overheads. Understood? Done? So now we'll go back to the questions here. Now what are they saying? Factory wages is this. Indirect wages is this. So how much total wages it should go? Sum total of both the things. So it will be wage control to CLC, total of this. Then what did I say? Direct expense will go to WIP. Indirect will go to. Easy till now? Right? Right? Now, when did cost of sales come? If you remember, from finished goods, it got to cost of sales. What was included in my cost of sales? Opening minus my closing finished goods, right? Then when I say materials return to suppliers, materials return to suppliers. I don't have purchase returns and all. Which department is living goods? Stores is the giving department. Outsider is the receiver. Cost ledger control to stores. Last one, manufacturing overheads charged to production. This means it's absorption of overheads. Correct. Absorption of overheads. WIP to manufacture. See, now you know all the entries. For the ones who asked difficult, are you guys fine with it? I don't know why people struggle. So cost of sales to finished goods, because it's going from finished stock to cost of sales, work this done, then this is okay. Now this one actually you have, which is this the closing stock, I guess 5380. Yeah, sales returned at cost. Sorry, I missed it. It's the sales goods return. So finished goods is gonna get added. Then cost ledger to store ledger, finally to this one. Are you clear with all the journal entries? 5 marks if you do it. If they ask you ledger account, see here, the rule works the same. The rule works the same. Once you know journal entry, you know how to do ledgers.
Yes.
Right? Same thing. You have the opening balance, you have to closing balance. Follow the rule of the cost sheet. That is from which account which should go. Like I told you, from stores, see here, stores, whatever is there, whatever was production went into WIP. Otherwise, it went to cost ledger control. Now, what is this which has gone to the cost ledger account was my goods returned. Finally, you have your closing balance. When I come to wage control, see here, I spent this, these two went in. One went to WIP, one went for this. Overhead control, see here, this was it. Then I had a, I don't know, opening balance. Then you have what get transferred. Then finally you have your closing balance. Work in progress control account. You had opening balance of WIP. You added wages, you added stores, you added manufacturing overheads. Finally it went to finished goods. Finished goods to WIP. I'm just posting journal entries to it. Stores, wages went to wages went to production, WIP to production. Finally it will come to the finished stock ledger account. Are you clear? So I've given one question which is just based on journal entry for your practice out there. Okay, I'll just tell you guys, look into it. Incurred and absorbed difference. I told you guys earlier, what is incurred? So what will be the journal entry? Sales, selling and distribution overheads to CLC. Absorbed. No. How will selling come to WIP?
Oh, manufacturing overheads accounts.
Manufacturing will go to WIP. Administration will go to my cost of sales. Guys, open the cost sheet, no. Just because I said absorbed means what? I told you have to just keep your cost sheet into it. Follow where it is going to cost sheet. I know my sales will go to cost of sales. So absorbed means what? Cost of sales to wherever I have incurred. Selling and ledger overhead account. Here I'll show you wage control, production control. See. Selling and distribution. You had opening balance. What you incurred. Then there was some amount which gets transferred to selling and distribution because they give it as samples. Finally, it went to cost of sales account. Understood? Please, just one logic. Debit the receiver, credit the giver. Along with cost sheet, you are done with this chapter. Understood the entries, right? How to do it? Okay. The next one is integrated. Hardly they have asked in the question till now. I think in the last 20 years, once it has come. Once or twice on the integrated one. Now, integrated one basically means, now when I purchase goods, what was the journal entry I passed?
Purchases and
Stores ledger control to cost ledger control. In accounting, what I would have written?
purchases to
Cash, creditor, whatever it is, right? When I say integrated, that means the certain departments will still be the same. For an example, it will become store ledger control account debit to, instead of writing CLC, you will write creditors. Material issue to production. WIP to stores ledger. WIP to stores. Direct wages. Wage control to cash. Charge to production. WIP to wage control. That's the only difference. Understood? There you would write CLC. Here you will write with the respective names. See, to creditors, then all the things remains the same. Are you guys clear? So I'll do one question. Exam question. Oh no, I have to teach reconciliation for it. Are you guys clear with it? That's why I say, students, don't waste your time on it. You understand, you can do it. It's pure understanding. People try to mug up, that's where they end up screwing up this chapter. Okay, this is the most important part of your chapter, which is the reconciliation. If you see, this is what has been coming for 5 marks again and again. Now, what are the things that you have to understand is, there is a sheet that I've given. What does this sheet say? I'll tell you. It says things which are going to be taken only in the financial accounting, but not in the cost accounting. For an example, let's say I'll tell you the logic. Cost accounting has, let's say, add income A, add expense B, minus expense C, minus D. You got a profit. Financial accounting add A revenue, then E revenue, minus F, minus C, and they had a profit. Just understand this logic and you can blindly do the chapter. Now, if I have to make my cost profit equal to financial profit, what I should do? I will see A is here, don't touch. B is here, E is here. So what I will do, I will reduce B, I will add E. Then C is here, don't touch. D is here, F is here. D, I have subtracted it, so I will add D minus F. This will give you this profit. Correct, no? Now if I have to do from here to here, how it will look?
So if you
Subtract E,
add B,
add B,
add F,
add F. Understood? So now I'm only going to be focusing on this. This you guys know now. So what will come only in the financial accounting, what will come only in the cost accounting. So you know which has to be added, which has to be deducted. So we'll follow certain rules, right? Because trying to mug up won't make sense. So we'll try to understand some rules. Anything which is financial in nature, that is financial expense or financial income, is not going to be part of the cost accounting. Financial income or financial expense is not going to be part of your cost accounting. Example, interest, preliminary expenses getting written off, write-off entries, goodwill written off, income tax, your capital losses, your discount on issue on shares. These are all not going to be part of the cost accounting. Then financial income. What are your financial income? Interest received, dividend received, profit on sale of assets, transfer, rent receivables. These are all not going to be part of the. Are you clear? So you would have taken in financial, not in costing. Now, in your income tax, if you know, income tax charged by the company and income tax as per the, depreciation charged by the company, depreciation charged by the Income Tax Act. What do?
You will add back this
company depreciation, then reduce the income tax to. Same thing. Depreciation is going to be different in both the things, or might be same. If it is same, good for you. If it's different, then what are you going to do? Again, one add back, one defer. What happens is, in case of a financial accounting, we don't consider notional items. We don't consider what? For an example, I am working out of my house. Do I pay rent? No. Cost accounting we consider. Cost accounting we consider. So whenever we whatever which is of notional nature, cost accounting would have considered. You have to reverse it. Example, interest on capital, salary of proprietor. Capital is basically, we never show it in the financial accounting. then premises owned by him, or notional depreciation where assets are having book value which has been transferred. Now again, which are the things which are going to be different in the books of accounts? They would have given you in the question, so we can just figure out on it. So they have given you the, now a question like this comes, which hardly comes, would be for 10 marks. So what they typically expect out of the question is, you will have to do one accounting. That is, you have to either find profit as per cost accounting or financial accounting. After that, you find the differences of both. So they'll expect you to do a cost sheet. They'll expect you to do P&L account as per financial accounting. And then they want you to do the reconciliation statement. This comes for 10 marks. Most of the other questions, they'll only give you the statements, like the way we get our BRS. You have to do the reconciliation statement 90% of the time. That is what you are going to get it for 5 marks. Clear? So we'll do one question. So just to understand what will be taken and what will not be taken. The following figures are extracted from the financial accounting of a manufacturing firm. Direct material, direct wages, factory, overheads, bad debts. So let's just read what all has been given. Direct material consumption, direct wages, factory overheads, selling and administration. Bad debts written off, I know won't come because bad debts are part of preliminary expenses. Legal charges, dividend received, interest, sale will come, blah blah blah, all of it are fine. Other things, I know I'm doing as per the financial accounting. That means it will be recorded based on what is actuals. Whereas cost accounting, the cost accounts for the same period revealed that the direct material consumption was 56 lakh. So there is a difference of something is there. Factory overheads is recovered at 20% of the prime cost. Here I have taken it based on the actuals. Administration overheads are recovered at 6 units per unit sold. Opening stock, closing stock, we know per unit sold is 1,20,000. So 1,20,000 into 6 should be my 7,20,000, whereas here it is showing 9,60,000. Then, sorry, administration was 6, selling and distribution was 8. So that should have been 9.6, 9.6. Now they are asking you to prepare the reconciliation. Now see here, so I'll try to do the P&L as per the financial accounting, which we know. This won't be required for your exam, but I'm just for our one-time understanding we'll do. So I do my P&L account. How does it look? Direct material, direct wages, factory overheads, my closing stock. Closing stock, you know, I have to take both WIP and finished goods. That will give you your gross profit. Then you will take administration, selling, bad debts, legal, everything. Here you don't care anything. You ended up getting a profit of 12,90,000. Now if I try to do as per the cost accounting, direct material consumed, they said 56. Wages will remain as it is. Factory overheads, he said it's going to be 17,20,000. Then finished goods, he said it will be at the value that you do. Whatever 1,24,000, this is for 1,24,000, but I've sold only 1,20,000. So you will have to find the value of closing stock. This is cost sheet, right? Administrative overhead 6 per unit, blah blah blah. They got the profit of 561. Now what am I supposed to do? If I'm doing as per financial accounting, I have to ensure that, sorry, as per cost accounting, I will try to find the differences and just look into it. In cost accounting, my direct material cost was 56 lakh, whereas in financial accounting it was 50 lakh. So that means you have charged 6 lakhs more expense. You will add it. Factory overheads again was 1,20,000. You will add it. Administrative overhead, interest received and dividend received will not be part of the costing, so you will add up all. Then all the other expenses which were only considered in financial, you reduce it. So that's all is your reconciliation.
Every time you should derive.
No. This is what you get in the exam. That was done for you guys to understand. So do those 3 questions before going to exam so that you feel good that you know everything. But this is what you get for a 5-mark question. This one typically what we are looking at. Are you guys clear? The X Limited follows non-integrated system. Financial account of the company derives a profit of 550. So you know they have given you financial accounting. I am supposed to be finding profit as per the cost accounting. Legal charges provided in the financial accounts. Legal charges will increase or decrease the profit. So now, if you have to do it under the cost accounting, what you will do? You will add back. Are you clear? In financial accounting, you would have reduced. Cost accounting will not take that. So what you will do? Interim dividend. What would have happened originally?
So it is increased in financial.
My financial income would have increased. Cost accounting, no effect. Therefore, you should reduce it. Done. One, done. Next one, preliminary accounts written off. You would have reduced it in the financial accounting. As per cost accounting, you will add back. Over recovery of selling expense. What does over recovery mean? Over absorption. Over absorption. What is that over absorption for me? We charge more on the product. That means cost accounting is showing more expense. Financial accounting is showing lesser because it is taking on the actual. So now what you should do? You should add or subtract. Just remember this again one more time. The expense incurred was 100. You charge to the product 120. You charge to the product 120. This is over absorption. Remember, no, yesterday I thought day before. Now accounts is showing 100. Cost accounting is showing 120. So now you are doing as per costing. Costing is showing 100. Sorry, financial accounting is showing 100. Costing should show 120. It's an expense. So you should reduce it by 20. Whatever is the over absorbed portion, you should reduce it. Whatever is the under absorbed portion, you add it. Understood?
Same, yes.
Are you clear? It's not more of that. You are supposed to first understand absorption. When I was telling overhead chapter, I keep telling you guys that's the chapter which will haunt your costing. And trust me, even I was not able to understand as a student. So it's not that, okay, hey, what is this? She does all the things. Even I could not. But we figured out a way to do it in the exam. After that, after we got into real life, oh, this is how it works. So why didn't the teacher tell us? Even I don't know whether I'm teaching what I'm teaching you're understanding or not. I am not able to understand that also. But I am trying to just make it as simpler so that you can understand it. So we know we absorb overheads based on predetermined rates because I would have charged to the product and charged is more, whereas incurred is less. That's why it's an over absorption. So what you will do, you will reduce it. Profit on sale of asset, what you would have done, financial accounting, added. As per cost accounting, reduce. As per reconciliation statement, undervaluation of closing stock. What will happen under valuation of closing stock?
Profit
Profit would have decreased in the financial.
Please read where? Undervaluation in the cost accounting. If you undervalue cost accounting, that means cost accounting would be showing lower profit. Financial accounting is showing higher profit. What you should do? Reduce. Understood? Anyone, any doubt in it? So undervaluation, you're going to be reduced. Now you tell. Over recovery. Cost accounting. Over recovery, right?
Yes.
Reduce. Reduce. Why are you saying add? Still did not understand.
No, I'm confused with the cost of funding. I'm
Over recovery blankly. If you want, I'll give you one format. If you want, remember that after this question is done. Interest paid on debentures.
Paid.
financial is less.
Financial is less. Therefore, you should add it. See, you know this 5 marks. This another 5 marks. This is basically your journal entry question. Direct material charge to production. What's the journal entry? WIP to stores ledger control. Allocation of wages. Allocation of wages. And it is indirect. Overheads to wage control. Factory overheads absorbed. Over absorbed. Over absorbed. Not just absorbed. Over absorbed. Over absorbed means, I told you, basically you have already charged more to the product. So it will be factory overheads to costing P&L. To P&L. Because you have to now see it is like this. You have, I'll tell you, let's say your cost, what you have incurred as an expense is 100. You have charged 120. Because of it, what would have happened? Your profit would have come down. Now you are trying to reinstate back. So costing factory overheads to costing P&L. Under absorbed will be the reverse of it. Administrative overheads under absorbed. Costing P&L to your admin overhead. Deficiency found in stock. Deficiency found. Now I don't know whether this is telling normal. Normal loss should be charged to the good units. That means it will go to the factory overheads to stock ledger control. Are you clear? Similar question to it. Now they have given you, see here, overhead selling, overvaluation. It's just the reverse of what we did. You try this out. We have done one question. At least you need one to practice during class. So just do it. There is one question which was part of RTP. I have taken it because it's a full-fledged question. It's a full-fledged question so that you can try it out as a practice. But otherwise, what you saw, the difference is what you get for 5 marks. Are you clear? Done? So, just for your understanding, what they have asked you is, they have asked you to prepare profit as per P&L, financial accounting. As per cost records, do cost sheet. And then do the reconciliation. We did one question already. So, this will be your practice question. Right? Done? So I told you this will be your 5 marks. So we have covered as of now 60 marks of the paper. If any of you guys are interested, you can come down tomorrow and write a costing test. Why I'm saying tomorrow is because day after I can correct and tell you guys, because that's going to be my last class. So I think 60 marks we have covered. Tomorrow we'll do another 20 marks, 80. Last day we'll do all the miscellaneous chapters. So tomorrow we'll first focus on all the process costing, because process, contract, joint product by products,
Job cost.
and service costing. This 4 minimum comes for 20 marks and it can go up to 40 marks. So tomorrow, since it's a long day, we'll aram se spend time do it. It might be around a 3-4 hour session, provided on how well you know the process costing chapter. Right? So done with this today. So you want to recap whatever we did? I don't know what all chapters we did also.
Material, cost sheet.
Okay, we did material. So I told you in material, we, just for your understanding, yeah, I told you. So this was what we did. Material chapter. I told you the first part is your theory notes, what you get. Inventory control, we did ROL, EOQ, maximum level. Sorry. No, man. This is not FIFO. Inventory control. We did ROL, EOQ, minimum level. Then we did minimum level. Then you had maximum stock level. Then we did danger level. Then I told you if there's a safety stock, you can just add it to your ROL. Then I told you accounting of control of waste, scrap, spoilage. I said you have to read it yourself. Valuation of inventory received. We did that GST, everything. Then we did material records, which was a theory part. Then we did the valuation of materials. I did FIFO and weighted average. Other methods you will have to just once go through it. Consumption of material is just a transfer of it. That was what was done in the first half. Second half we did the second part. We did cost sheet. So cost sheet, I told you we have to focus on 2-3 things. One thing which commonly keeps coming is your direct material consumed. Second one is treatment of your scrap or losses. Third one is I told you how you are going to absorb your overheads. Otherwise, it's just a format driven in terms of it, right? Third one, today we did what we did right now. I told you we are going to follow two concepts: debit the receiving department, credit the giving department.
Whatever is the cost sheet.
Whichever is coming outside, we're going to put it to CLC. Then we are going to be following the cost sheet
Yeah.
where it is going to come. That is the ledger account we are going to be debiting it, whoever is transferring it, right? Please ensure that you do those remaining two questions also. I think we should be good to it. Hopefully, I'm giving you guys enough time to go back and read. So please ensure tomorrow you come and prepare as if tomorrow is your final exam. With all the chapters that we have done, because it will give you guys some confidence. See, I'm not saying you'll be able to attend all the 60-70 marks of the paper, but you will know that, boss, given a paper, I know I can solve this. That will boost your confidence. So what we will do, post, I think we'll be done with our class by 1. Read that topic also, whatever we have done till 4:35, and 5 o'clock you take your exam 5 to 8. So that you know 80 marks of the paper, how much I'm controlling with, and then you will know how much more effort Sunday you can put. Sunday we'll be doing this chapter of budgeting and maybe service costing. Sunday to it. Then we'll just run through the theory questions which are there. We'll run through all the papers, 5-6 years papers, so that we feel nice when we leave tomorrow's session, right? Day after. So tomorrow I'll see how much max I can take. Process costing definitely. Contract also definite. Service I'll see whether I can do it or not, depending on how much my voice would support in terms of, right? Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Hopefully you enjoy your studies. Good morning, guys. Now today's topic that we will be doing typically would be for the first half of the day that we are going to be doing definitive 20 marks. The second half that we are going to be doing will be either you get a 10 mark or you get nothing. So it's either a yes or a no. But the ones which we are going to be doing 3 topics in the first half. The first 1.5 hours will be focusing on process costing. Then we'll take a 15-20 minute break, then come back and do the joint product by product. So out of these two, one question will definitely come. Right? So that's a 10 mark. Then we'll be doing contract or service costing, where you have minimum of 10, maximum of 20. So that means 20 marks today will get covered. Then we'll be left with which all topics then? Labor, budgets, and ABC, right? So that we'll cover it up for tomorrow. And what we will also do tomorrow is we'll try to look into few of the mock papers, so that we know I'm not going to solve all the questions. We'll just run through, because solutions are anyway there in a CA material. We will just run through the questions to see how to approach a question, so that when you're revising it also you can just look into it. What I'll do also is for the last day preparation, I want you guys to be thorough with all the notes that I've given right now. That means you see a question, you should know this is the answer I have to write. That much if you are thorough, what I will do, for every 2 hours, you should be able to recap some more questions. So that means like 5 questions I'll give it to you guys, 20 minutes per question, so that you should be able to recap all of it. Like, don't solve, like I told you guys yesterday, you don't have to solve, just look how to approach the question. I know this part, wherever you're getting confused, you can solve it. So if you do that, what will happen on the day before exam, you should be able to recap both the materials. The more the questions we solve, the idea is that we can deal with uncertainty in the examination, right? That is the objective. Like I told you, I would have preferred you guys to take up a mock only to see where you stand. See, it is not, if you remember your 11th and 12th exams, the more preparatory you write, the more better prepared you are for the end term. There is, even I'm telling you, even if I give you 100 days, you'll never be prepared for exam. That's a student mentality. But if we take a timeline and say I'm going to do it today, you will tend to complete at least. See, if I said, guys, tomorrow is the test, and if you seriously read it, at least you will complete 20-30%. If I don't tell you guys to write any test, I'm telling you on the day of exam also you'll be completed only 20%. I'm sharing out of my student experience or my teaching experience of last 12-13 years now. When we say to take a test, I don't know, you guys have to become more of a sport to enjoy a test. Test is not a punishment. People think they're doing a favor by writing a test. I told you guys, whether you pass, you fail, I would still continue to be a qualified CA. I still would continue my journey. Your journey is what I'm more concerned about. And when we're genuinely concerned, when we do talk about it, I think you should also do respect, right? We never had, during our time, there was nothing called marathon, there was nothing called teacher giving notes, there was nothing called your last minute revision, mock exams or other stuff. We start, we end, we make our process. Now as over the time has gone in, students want everything quick. So we decided, okay, why don't we do some shorter videos? So because it started benefiting, we saw last time results, lot of students got benefit because of the marathon videos. We decided, okay, let's just do it because it's benefiting. But this is not the way to learn. Definitely not the way to learn. But your success also does matter for yourself. That okay, others are doing, why aren't you doing it? So we are just doing it on that per se to ensure that you guys clear to it. Please do write your mocks for your own good. I have nothing to gain or nothing to lose. With that, let's start with the process costing. Yeah, let me start. Okay, now simpler thing, I'll tell you guys certain logic that we will use for a process costing. I will treat my process costing like a P&L account. P&L account. How does a profit or loss or a trading, let's try looking into it instead of P&L, let's make it like a trading account. How does a trading account look? Opening stock plus purchases plus expenses. On the other side, buy sales, buy closing stock, and the net is going to be my gross profit. On the other side, if it comes in, it's going to be loss. This one, are we clear? This is what is required for process account costing. Only thing, the terminologies that we use are going to be changed. So keeping this, I will teach one logic and then we'll try to connect. No matter what they give in the question, just blindly start doing this. We only have to fill up. Right side is going to be my expenses, left side is going to be my sale, right? Now what happens in case of a process costing, and what is a process costing? A process costing is where to produce a particular product, a product has to undergo 3 or 4 production phases. Now, how does it work is, I will introduce a product here. It will get processed. I told you guys, what is conversion cost? What is conversion cost? Labor and other expenses. So I will process it. It will turn into completion of process 1. Now this will become an input for process 2. Now again for process 2, this will become like a raw material. Then again I will process it further. Again it will lead to an output. Then it will become a finished goods. Here I will incur my selling and distribution expense and I will sell it. Now in a trading account, what I told the sale here will become a transfer to the next process. What I said sale there will become what? Transfer to the next process. Are you guys clear? Yuvika, Yuvanika, Balaji, Kirtana, Rashmi. Clear? Stage 1. Second part of it, which is a little more important for me, is what is output for process 1 is an input for process 2. What is output for process 1 is going to be what? Input for process 2. Second part. Thumb rules to remember for the exam. Third thumb rule. My input unit should be equal to output units. What is the thumb rule 3? Input should be equal to output. Does it apply in all the cases? Is the question. When it is not applicable?
And normal loss.
No, that's not the case. Let's say one raw material gives one output. Then input will be equal to output. One raw material gives me two outputs. Then it should be equal to two outputs. So my input should always be proportionate to the outputs that it comes in. That is the rule that we have to follow in process accounting. Normal loss, abnormal loss is just to match my input should be equal to outputs. What I put, I should get out. If not, then there is going to be some case of disturbance. What is this disturbance is what we are going to learn. Is everyone clear? Right? So now, what did I say? How will my process account look? First, let's say process 1 will have opening stock, to raw materials purchased, to direct wages, to direct expenses. This will have again by closing stock if something is pending. Then it will go to by. Now what will happen in process 2? It will to opening stock. Then this process 2 will become process 1. Then you will have direct expense, direct wages. This will again, either if I have further process, it will become by process 3, or finished goods if it is the final process by. Done? So this has been pretty easy. Everyone's clear? Manjunath, Kirtana, are you guys clear? So let us just try to look into a particular question. A simpler question. Following data, I'm not going to be doing this question because it's a straightforward question, so we'll just try to look into it. From the following data, prepare process account indicating the cost of each process and the total cost. The total units that pass through each process were 240 for the period. That means what? 240 is the input, 240 is the output. So they have said that everything is getting processed. Done? Now see here, process 1 is having materials, labor, other expenses. Now, process 2 you have and process 3 you have. Now last part they are saying indirect expenses amounting to 85,000 apportioned on the basis of wages. That means what? Total 85,000, which is my overheads. Apportion means what? Has to be divided on the basis of what? That means this 85,000 should be divided in the ratio of what? 80,000 is to 2 lakhs is to 60,000. Understood? So first I'll do the working note. So when I do that working note, this is how my apportionment will look. 85,000 divided by the total proportion. 20 for process 1, 50 for process 2, 15 process 3. So 1 mark for this. Are you all clear? Right? We have already covered this in. I told you when the moment they say apportion, I know it is to be divided with what base and then reallocating it. Now, how does this one look? I told you, see here, 1,50,000 material, labor, wages, other expenses will go to process 2. Now in process 2, what will happen? You will have input of process 1 plus its own material, its own labor, its own other expenses, and then it will go to process 3. Now in process 3, again, now this is where finally they are transferring it to finished goods. So this will become part of my input of process 3. Then add your material, labor, other expenses, and your indirect expense, that will give you 7,68,000. Is everyone clear? Straightforward. Now we will add one more one by one so that we know what we are getting into. So in spite of anything given in the question, whether you know it, don't know it, whether it's a joint costing or process costing, please do at least this. I would expect you to do it all the stuff, but this is the most easiest, so you can't get wrong in this. Clear? Now let's come to the second one. Now I am taking only one process, and I want you guys to understand this. If I have units given, I would always write like this: particulars, unit. Now let's say I have material 1000 units at 50,000, labor let's say was 20,000, let's say other expense was 10,000. This is my stages of input, and this I told you should match with my output. Now they are telling me that my goods transferred was 900, transferred was what? 900. Now you have to find out what is the cost of transfer. What is the cost of what? Transfer. Now first thing I have to check is my input matching with my output? I will check that out of 1000 units, they are saying still 50 units is left to be processed. 50 units are still with us. What does that mean? I have a closing stock of 50. Does my input match with my output now? Still how much left? I have to find out the reason for shortage. I have to find out the reason for shortage. Let's say stage 1, this is the normal loss. Stage 1, it is the stage 2, I'll say abnormal loss. Stage 3, I will say partial normal and partial abnormal. Stage 4, I will keep it as. So we'll cover all the 4 cases and then do one question. Right? This is one question you can expect in the exam, and this would come for 5 marks. You don't get more than anything. If you are getting this, you get for 5. If you are too lucky enough, you might get for 10. Okay. Now, what I do, see here, I should be matching my input with my output. I should be matching with my input. I told you the entire thing is what? Normal loss. So I will write, now I know my normal loss is 50. Clear? Now, how do I find the cost per unit? How do I find cost per unit? Cost per unit is found out by this formula: total cost minus scrap value of the normal loss divided by total units minus normal loss. This is the formula that we are going to use. Now, if I see the question, how much is the total cost? 50 plus 20 plus 10. 80,000 is my cost. In this case, was there any scrap value for the normal loss given? But we'll take it for our understanding. Let's say scrap value is 2 rupees per unit. Scrap value is how much? 2 rupees per unit. So minus scrap value of normal loss, that is 2 rupees into 50 units. How many units did I introduce? How many was the normal loss? 50. So that means what will be my cost per unit? 79,900 divided by 950.
84.10.
How much is it?
84.10.
84.10. Now whatever you get the cost per unit, multiply with the units 950. So if you multiply by 900, how much do you get?
75,690.
75,690. If you multiply 50 with 810,
4205.
4205.
05.
4205. Yeah. It can't be.
84.1 into 50.
Then that would have been more decimal than 84 point or
105 something.
okay. So do the normal loss. Normal loss will be 50 into 2,
100.
100.
There's a 5 rupee difference.
Yeah, that's what I said. That would have been here basically 75 915. I'll just add it to it. Right? This is how I calculate the normal loss. Again, I'm repeating, what did we do for the normal loss? This is the formula I use. I write it down. Total cost minus, shall we go next? Okay. Now, what you have to understand conceptually is, now let's say I am treating this 50 to be abnormal loss. I am treating this 50 to be what? So I am treating what? 50 to be abnormal loss. Now, for calculating the cost per unit, what was my formula that I used for calculating cost per unit? Total cost minus scrap value divided by total units minus normal loss. In this case, total cost was what? 80,000. Was there a scrap value?
Yeah, 100.
Was, what did I say? Scrap value of normal loss. I said the total loss is considered to be abnormal. Total loss is considered to be what? Abnormal. Therefore, do you have any scrap value of normal loss? No. So that will be 0. What is the total number of units? 1000. Minus what is the normal loss? 0. Therefore, it will be 80 per unit. Clear? Now what we do, see here, abnormal loss was 50. Okay, I will multiply everything with 80. I'll multiply everything with 80. Why? In this case, there was no normal loss. So what will this be? No. So 72,000, 4,000. Clear? Now immediately I will open a abnormal loss account. In abnormal loss account, which process was this? To process 1, I will write 4,000. Now, let's say as a scrap dealer, do you think that he will say, no, this is abnormal loss, I'm not going to take, this is normal loss, only then I will take? For him, it does not matter. As long as you are giving it as a scrap value, you will take it. So if you sell this as scrap value, you will get 50 into 200. So boss, your loss is not 4,000. Your loss is only what? 4,000 minus 100, 3,900. So when you sell it, I will write Buyback 100. Now the difference, whatever is there, I will transfer to costing P&L 3000. Did you understand? Should I repeat this? This is what keeps coming in your exam again and again. Anything that you guys want me to repeat, let me know. I am going little slow because I'm going to be using the same concept in the next chapter called joint product by product. So if you guys have any doubt in the abnormal loss, let me know. Now let us assume third case. Third case, what did I say? Partial normal, partial abnormal. So let's say I know my input is 1000, output should be equal to 1000. But now when I try to look into output, I have a transfer of 900, no? Closing stock of 50. Let's say normal loss was 20, abnormal loss was 30. This is what is given. And how much is the scrap value? This is what, out of all the questions they have given, my mind should only look at these numbers. Everything else is useless for me, right? Now, first thing, I'm going to find the cost per unit. I'm going to find the, how do you find cost per unit? Total cost minus scrap value of the normal loss divided by total units minus, how much is the total cost? 80,000 minus scrap value of the normal loss 2 into, how much was my normal loss? 20. 2 into 20 divided by, what was the total units? Normal loss. So that will be 79960 divided by
81.59.
done. No problem till here. Now let us see how do I write it in the process account. And I would want you to remember this for first one. I know to direct material was 50,000 units, to direct labor was 20, to wages, sorry, to direct expense or other expense was 10,000. By process 2 was how many units? 950. Then what did I write? By closing, sorry, 950 by normal loss 20 by abnormal loss 30. Remember this, normal loss will be valued at scrap value, abnormal loss will be valued at cost per unit. Remember this. Just write down somewhere so that you don't miss out in the examination. Balaji, I'm doing the same formula again. Formula has remained the same. It's the same formula whether you do normal loss or abnormal loss. The formula has remained the same. The formula, again I'm saying, what did we do? Total cost, scrap value of the normal loss divided by total units by normal loss. So now what did I say? This should be valued at cost per unit. This should be valued at cost per unit. This should be valued at scrap value, right? So when you multiply, what you will get? This I know is 40. Other one will be 81.59.
73,431.
73.
431.
Okay.
407. 9.5.
40.
7. So it's 4,080.
Okay.
2448.
24. Okay. Yeah. Are you clear? Now what I'll have to do, I have to prepare two accounts because I have to sell the scrap value of normal loss as well as the abnormal loss. So if I open the normal loss account, how it will look? To process 100, buy bank 100. Nothing will be left because you are gonna sell and I already recognized in the good units. Whereas when I come to abnormal loss, how it will look? To process 1. How much was the value? 24. How many units was this?
30 units.
Buy bank 60, right? Then the balance will go to buy P&L, which is 2, 3. Understood? Is everyone clear now?
Yeah.
Right? This is what you keep getting in the exam. I don't know why people get confused with abnormal gain and all. Don't try to remember through formulas and all. Just if you know this formula, which is this formula, and this, you are sorted. Because you have to just one formula, you multiply, and then it's only got to do with multiplication. These two things are anyway easy. You have to just do the bank account. Overheads, I assume that you are masters at it. You know what has to be done for overheads part of the chapter. Now, what do we mean by abnormal gain? What do we mean by abnormal gain? Now, let's see our input and output. Let's see my input and output. Now, let's say my input is 1000. Usually, my normal loss is 10%. Normal loss is what? So let's say was 100. This was my next process. This was my normal loss. I had a closing stock of still 50 left. I had a closing stock of. Now, if you look, my input and output is not matching. Now, you might ask a question, sir, how can there be a loss of 100 and then you are saying it's an abnormal gain? The answer is, that is, everyone in the industry should have suffered a loss of 100. You did not suffer that loss of 100. That saving of normal loss is your abnormal gain. Understood?
Yes, sir.
So, I will then write that abnormal gain is 50. Now, if you do, my input is 1050, output is 1050. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Now, the rule remains the same. How do I find cost per unit?
Total cost
Total cost, which was what? 80,000 minus scrap value of normal loss, that is 200 units. Sorry, 2 into 100 divided by total units, which is what? Total units introduced minus the normal loss. Clear? So that will be how much? 79,800 divided by 900.
88.67.
88.
67.
Are you all clear? Don't change anything just because they say abnormal gain, normal loss, abnormal. This formula will continue to be the same. Cost per unit. Right? Now see the way we are going to multiply. What did I say? Next process, you will be multiplying with
Cost per unit.
88.67 into 900. 79.
803.
Normal loss will be recorded at 100 into 2. Closing stock 50 into 4434. Abnormal gain account will again be recorded at cost per unit. Remember this, which will again be 50 into Okay. Now, see here. Till here, did you understand everything? Now, when I open my abnormal gain account, see here how it will look. It will look by process 1. It will say 4434. 4434. Now, when I go to my normal loss, I wrote it as 2 process 1 as 200. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, honestly tell me, did you have 100 units to sell in normal loss?
No.
Even though I said my normal loss is 100 units, because I did not suffer that normal loss, that's why I got an abnormal gain. So what I will do, see here, for my calculation purpose in the exam, I know my normal units is 100 loss, reduced by abnormal gain, that is 50. This is the units, I can sell it as the scrap value. Are you clear? How do I do it? In exam, students do mistake in this only again and again. So what you do, for your back-end calculation, write 100 units, that's your normal loss, reduced by abnormal gain, and write it as that is going to be the scrap value. So my scrap value will be by bank account will be for 100 rupees. The difference, whatever is there, I will transfer to abnormal gain, which is 100. Did you understand this? Did you all understand? So, because I could sell only 50 out of it, I'll only transfer that to bank. Balance will go to abnormal gain. So now in abnormal gain account, when you look into it, this is not the gain. In that, I had to suppress a loss of 100. Balance 4334 will go to P&L account.
So that comes as 2 bank, right?
Which one? No, to costing P&L. See, from here, 100 rupees is getting transferred to ABG. So ABG abnormal gain had 4434. In that, 100 will get reduced. Balance will go to costing P&L. We'll do one question. Can we start?
Yes.
Read this question. I would want you guys to just read it once. Identify the items. I want you to at least tell me what is the normal loss, abnormal loss. Do it by yourself. Just do the input-output calculation reading this question.
250 units.
Don't calculate. I didn't read the question also.
No, we have to solve.
Yeah. Only find the normal loss. Match input versus output. I'll give you guys 2 minutes. Match input versus output. And we'll have our mock at 5 today. Guys, this question. I'm showing you the question. Find the total input and output matching. That's more than enough right now.
Solution.
That's okay. I only want you to, because there are things that you have to understand. There's nothing for me to solve it here, right? This is not a regular class. They're telling material issue to the production 40,000, 30,000, manufacturing overheads were 27,000. They're telling that the normal is 5% of the input, 4550 were output, 5,000 units were introduced. So my input is how many units? 5,000. Output they're saying is 4550. Closing stock, nothing is there. Normal loss, they said, is 5% of the input, which is 250. Is it matching? No, therefore my abnormal loss will be. This is the first thing that you have to do in the question. Second part, how do you find cost per unit? I told you normal loss is the easiest one. They have already given the scrap value. So write this down, scrap value 2 per unit. So we will only write the amounts We'll not do the process account or other stuff. Just write the amount so that in the exam it becomes so easy for you guys. You know what you're calculating, right? Now the second part, what did I say? How do I find cost per unit? Take the total cost. Take the total cost, which is 97,000, minus what am I going to reduce with?
The scrap
Scrap value of 500 divided by total units minus normal loss units. 20.315. So how do I value my abnormal loss? So multiply this with cost per unit. How much did you get? 4063. Easy.
Yes, sir.
Now, what is your actual abnormal loss if I have to calculate? What is your actual abnormal loss? How many units was abnormal loss? 200 units. What did I transfer? 4063. I know I can sell this also as a scrap for 2 rupees.
So 400.
That means scrap value I'll get is 400. Therefore, what is getting transferred to P&L is 36. Understood? Is it easy?
Yes, sir.
Right? Let's try to look into this whole question. I'm not going to be we'll only run through the question because this is the last part of the finished goods also. This typically comes for a 10 mark if they ask you all the 3 accounts. So the breakup is going to be 3, 3 and working notes 2 and the final finished goods 2 marks. So 3 marks for process account 1, 3 for process 2, 2 for finished goods and 2 for working notes. Raw material used, how many units?
7,500.
Transfer to next process. Normal loss on input. So let's do this. 7,500 transferred is 7050. Then 5% is 5% of this is how much? 375. Is my input and output matching? Therefore, what will be my abnormal loss? 75. Done. Now next one, see here. What are they saying for the process 2? How much is the process 2 input?
70.
Whatever is the process 1 output will be equal to the process 1 input. So process 2 will be 7050. Then this is input. What is the output they are telling? 6525. They are telling normal losses 10%. How much is the 10%? 705. 10% of the input, sir, not output. Input is this much. So how much should the total be? Do the total. 72. What is the input? What does this mean? I have a gain. How much gain?
180.
Right? Now, once you know this, easy to find out the values. Right? What is the scrap value they have given?
12.1.
Now see here, direct expenses 60% of the direct wages, manufacturing overheads 20% of the direct. What are these? Basically apportionment rates. We now know it, right? So just see, I'm running through 7,500 at 45 lakh direct wages. Direct expense, what did I say? It's going to be 60%. This is going to be 20% given in the question. Normal loss is 375. How do I value my normal loss? Scrap value. Scrap value was. Then I have these two. How do I value this?
Cost per unit.
Cost per unit. That is my total cost minus normal loss. Total units by this one, which came to So I do this and this. No doubt. Now when I come to the next process, what did I say? This will be my input for the next process. Then again take the direct wages, direct expense. Then you find the normal loss. How do you find the normal loss? Multiply with the scrap value. Then how do you find your cost per unit? Then what did I say? Whatever value you get, you're going to be multiplying your finished goods and abnormal gain with the same value. Done? Now when I come to finished goods account, basically whatever value is there, you just have to put it across to it, depending on how many units you're going to sell. Okay. Done till here? Now, what is my cost of sales? Is this one. Now, I told you guys, what did I say? My abnormal loss and abnormal gain when I try to do it, because it's a P&L account. Now, when I do my P&L account, what did I say? Out of the abnormal gain of 180 units, whatever scrap value you get, that you reduce, balance will go to the loss. So I told you guys the statement, if you remember, abnormal gain account. So abnormal gain, see in this question, was 180 units, right? Whereas my normal loss was, normal loss was 705. I told you guys the reason why I am getting that abnormal loss is because abnormal gain is because that 180 units I did not sell. So 180 units I should have suffered a loss of, whereas I could not sell 180 units at 37.50 because the scrap value of the normal loss cannot be considered here. When you remove it, you will get the abnormal gain. This is pretty easy, already we covered it. So you can remember this as a formula also. If you remember, that will be my, what will be going into P&L will be my cost per unit minus the scrap value into the number of units, whether it's abnormal loss or abnormal gain. Done? These are the first set of questions you get. Any doubt till here? Online folks, any doubt? Balaji, Gagan, Rashmi, should I repeat anything here? Let me know. The mock one we'll discuss later. Can we go next? Okay. The next kind of question that you're going to get is the valuation of work in progress. Now this valuation of work in progress actually is a step by step. So don't try to break your head into anything. We are just going to be using the same logic. Normal loss, scrap value, everything else, ignore it. There are two methods of doing our work in progress. What is this work in progress? Goods have gone into production, but they have not completed by the end of the year. That is my work in progress. Now, typically rule number one that you have to understand is raw materials is the first component which gets introduced. Which gets introduced first? Raw materials is the first. So let's say if I have to make a chair, I would have first not brought labor, rather I would bring the piece of wood and then call the labor, right? Is it the wood will be incomplete or is it the labor which is going to be incomplete? Logically. When I'm trying to manufacture a chair, I got all the wood, right? I'm asking the carpenter to do it. Is it going to be the wood which is incomplete or is it the labor which will be incompleted by the end of the year? Labor, right? Because he is the guy who used to put the glue, fix everything. Wood, everything, once I get the raw material, it is sorted. So usually the logic that we have to remember is that all the raw materials will always be utilized to the extent of 100%. Now, I'll tell you a very simple logic. If you can understand this chapter is very, very easy. Let's say in a year you spend 10,000 rupees. You spent 10,000 rupees. You wanted to produce 200 units. You wanted to produce 200 units. 100 units were completed. Another 100 units, 50% was complete. Understood this simple question? What did I say? 10,000 rupees is the total cost I've spent. I was supposed to produce how many units?
200.
Out of which how much was completed? How much is still to be completed?
100.
In that 100 which was not completed, how much percentage was completed? That means, can I say next year I will complete the remaining 50%?
Yes.
For that, will the additional cost be required to complete the 50%? Do you think additional cost will be required? The answer is yes. What I am spending is only this year. Next year what I do, I will again spend the next year. Now this 10,000 what I have spent, if I have to identify how many units was produced during the year, should I give this 10,000 rupees cost only for 100 units? Why no?
Because the balance 50% is also.
Correct, right? So that means this 10,000, I have to also give some portion to that other 100 units, because 50% I've used. I don't have a scientific way of doing it. Rather, what I do, I follow this concept of equivalent production. I follow the concept of what? Equivalent production. What does the concept of equivalent production say is that if, let's say I am saying 100 units are completed to the extent of 50%, can I say that 50 units worth of work is completed? 100 units are completed to the extent of what? 50%. So I can tell what? 50% of the work completed means I can say equivalent 50 units are completed. That is the concept of equivalent production. Are you clear? Since I cannot allocate, oh, this unit was done 10%, that was 20, 30 and all, I follow the concept of equivalent production. So using that logic, now this 10,000 should be divided by how many units? 150 units. Because this I will take equivalent as 50 units. This is the concept, we are going to be using it again and again. This way, if you have understood, the concept of equivalent production becomes very, very easy. Now, what does FIFO mean? FIFO means first in, first out. That means whichever unit has been produced first are going to be sold first. In the production, what we look into it, whatever is produced, whatever was incomplete last year is going to be completed first this year, and my cost is going to be equally divided with regards to it. Now let's try to understand FIFO through an example directly. How are we going to find an equivalent units? Now read this question, and I'm breaking the question because I'll only be doing 2 questions. 2 I'll give you guys for practice towards the end. So just let's focus on reading the question. Opening work in progress 1000 units, 60% was complete. That means, can I say last year 60% was completed. This year 40% of the balance work will be completed. Correct, right? Last year the cost was 1,10,000. That means this is the cost of what percentage? 60%. Understood? Did you all understand this?
Yes, sir.
Proper? During the year, 10,000 units were introduced. This is what? So total number of units that I have, last year's 1,000 and this year's 10,000. Total number of units which have gone to the production this year, can I say is 11,000. Okay, done. Now for that, they are saying that that costed 1930, that we'll look at later. Transfer to the next process was 9,000. How many were in the production? 11. How much was transferred?
9,000.
That means I have to still find the details of how many units.
2,000.
Are you clear? This is how your mind should start constructing. Till yet, whatever I read, Is there any doubt with it?
No, sir.
Now they're saying closing work in progress was 800 units. That means in the 2000, what are they saying? 800 was closing. So still I need to get information of how many units. Input should match with my output. Rule number 1 of my. Now they are saying that this was completed 75%. That means what? It is completed to the extent of 600 units. Are you clear?
Yes.
Normal loss is estimated at 10% of the total input including the units in process. So how much was the total input? 11,000. 10% of it will be 1,100. I still had to get information about 1,200. Now I got information for. So that means I still don't have information about which nothing given will become my. See, now you guys have become smarter. Easy? Scrap value will realize 10 per unit. Scraps are 100% complete. Even if they give or not give, I will assume that the normal loss, all the units will be to the extent of 100%. Why? Because normal loss will be absorbed by the good units. Are you clear? Abnormal loss will look into it. Otherwise, I will always consider using the FIFO, calculate. Now first thing, see here, what is my opening WIP? So my input is, no doubt with this. Output here, opening WIP, how much was completed this year? 40%. Remember this, whatever units are completed and transferred, whatever units are what? Completed and transferred will always be 100%. Only when it is 100% you will transfer it to the next process. Understood?
Yes, sir.
So that will be. Now how did I get this? I told you guys FIFO method. What does it mean? See, again I'll repeat the question. I had 1,000 and 10,000. They said transfer to next process 9,000. Normal loss 1,100. Abnormal loss 100. Then closing stock 800. This is the information given. Which method I am following? FIFO. That means in this 9,000 units which I have transferred, first I will transfer what? Last year's 1,000 units and the current year 8,000 units. Are you clear? Are you guys clear with this? Normal loss anyway don't care, abnormal loss don't care. Closing stock they are telling to the extent of 75%. Remember this, always for normal loss write it as 0%. For normal loss I will always write it as what percentage? 0%. Done till here? Now see, if I have to find the equivalent units. Opening stock 40% was completed this year. Fresh inputs 100% was completed. What did I say about the normal loss? 0. Closing stock 75%. Abnormal loss nothing given, or even because they have set scrap values to the extent of 100%, I'll take 100. Whether they give scrap value as 100, 90, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, that will only applicable for the abnormal loss. Normal loss will always be 0. Normal loss will always be 0. Are you clear? For doing this, you get 3 marks. Was it easy? Are you guys clear? Awesome. So this is the first step that we do. It is called as statement of equivalent production, which is going to be the first part of your question. Now the second part of the question that we are going to be doing is to identify the cost. Identify what? Cost. Now the cost is simple. Cost is simple. What we are going to be doing is we are going to be following the same rule of what we have learned. That is, what is the cost during the period? What is the cost during the period? Minus the normal loss. Scrap value of the normal loss. Now the cost for the period, what have they told for the cost for the period?
During the period was cost 19 lakh 30,000.
Now see here, cost for the period was what? 19 lakh 30,000. How many scrap value you are going to be selling it at what? 10 rupees per unit. So the rule remains the same. Cost minus the scrap value. Done? Divided by, what did I say?
Total units minus
Total units minus normal loss. Total units introduced this year was what?
this only this year. 10,000.
10,000. Now, couple of things that you have to understand here is, my number of units that I'm going to be taking, since I've already done equivalent production, will be this. Because I've already given the extent effect of the normal loss in this statement. Understood? So, if you do the formula also, you'll get the same thing. But the number of units that I've completed during the year is 9,100. So, whatever cost I've incurred should be split between what we found out in the step 1. Clear till here? Now, see here the way we find the cost. I'll just tell you guys one by one. So, I ended up getting the cost of unit as 210.88. 210.88. That is this divided by this particular value. Now see the way we value it. First, I'll go for opening stock. This is where students do mistakes, so I'll go a little slow for FIFO, then I'll do for weighted. Opening stock, I have to find the value of units transferred, then abnormal loss, then the closing stock. These 4 values I have to find. I know normal loss is easy to find. Why? Because you have to multiply with the scrap value. So 1 mark the pakka you should get that one. Now let's come to the opening stock. Now opening stock, when you read the question, they are saying that you have already spent how much? 1,10,000. You have already spent how much? 1,10,000. So opening stock, see here, I have already spent 1,10,000. This year I am doing work of 40%. So what I will do, I'll multiply this 400 into 210.88. 400 into 210.88. That is cost already incurred plus the current year's cost of 210.88. Are you clear? For units transferred, right? I had transferred total 9,000 units. Now I got opening stocks 1,000 unit value. Remaining 8,000 values, nothing to break my head, 210.88. Abnormal loss, again, since they said 100% complete, 100 into 210.88. Closing stock, they said how much percentage completed? 75. So I will be multiplying equivalent units. So the only thing that you have to remember, if I compare from the last question to this question, everyone just once look into it and then you can write. From last question to this question, if you have to remember it, abnormal loss, closing stock, and even the units transferred, what was introduced, everything I'm multiplying with. So all of this, what is there on the equivalent unit column, I'm multiplying with cost per unit. The only thing is, for opening stock, I will add even the earlier values. That's all is the FIFO method. Understood? Should I repeat the whole step one more time?
So only that. It's okay.
Should I repeat the whole thing one more time?
No, it's fine.
Right? So whatever you find the cost per unit, what did I say? Just multiply with the equivalent units. Only for the opening stock, you will add the cost already incurred. So see here, opening WIP 84,352. How did you get? Multiplying 400 with this. For this, you will add up that 1,10,000. You will get this particular cost. Completed units, nothing to worry. Abnormal loss, nothing to worry. WIP, I should be taking 600 units, nothing to worry. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Just once go through the question. See if you have understood this. I don't want you to get confused with the weighted average. Weighted average is easy if you have understood closing normal this one. Just once run through the question. Now the same question, understand what happens in case of a weighted average. Now in weighted average, I don't care whether opening stock was 100% or 200%. I don't care at all. Just look into the weighted average what we do. I take the units introduced. Whatever is transferred, I'll take it as 100%. Then normal loss, what did I say?
Don't have any.
0. Closing WIP, whatever percentage they give. Abnormal loss 100. So the difference between the last and this was only on this. Because there I used to take for opening stock separately whatever was the percentages. Under weighted average, I ignore it. And whatever is transferred, I take it at 100%. Clear with step 1?
Yes, sir.
Is everyone clear? Step 2. Now there when I took the cost, I only took these two.
Yes.
Here I will take even this into consideration. So that will be this plus this minus the scrap value. Then the total number of units. Now since I am taking this will remain the same. That is total cost divided by the total equivalent units. This also easy.
Yes, sir.
Now since you are not doing any more bifurcation, this remains same. 900 into 209, all the three multiply with the face value. Are you clear?
Yes, sir.
Done. This is the examiner's most favorite question. Whenever he asks, either he'll ask for a FIFO or a weighted average. Whenever he asks, it's going to be 10 marks. He generally asks for 2-3 marks. They don't expect you to do process account. They'll expect only you to do 2 statements, 5 marks each. So we'll do one question before we... Okay, read this question. Sorry, I think I'll not do this question. I'll come to the last question of inter-process profits towards the end because there's nothing in that topic. We'll come back later. N Limited produces a product which passes through 2 processes. Process 1, process 2. Following information is given. Raw material, direct wages 30%, manufacturing overheads, realizable value, normal loss, units transferred. Prepare process 1, process 2, finished goods, 10 marks. Easy?
Yes, sir.
We have done this.
Yes.
So the solution is there. Once you're done, you can just look into it. There's nothing to teach. That's why I'm just scrapping it across. This is your theory question. Difference between job costing and process costing. Okay. This question, let's do it. This question, we'll do it for a reason that at least we feel nice that we got some difficult question right. This again came for 10 marks. This is part of the equivalent production. So, should I read the question? STG Limited is a manufacturer of chemical GK which is required for industrial purpose. The complete production process requires 2 processes. The raw material of the first pass passes through process 1 where chemical G is produced, the following data is given. So you know there are two processes, but in the data 1 you are producing chemical G. Opening work in progress, material 100% complete, conversion 50% complete. What does this mean? What does this mean?
It's 50%.
Conversion, that means material is 100, labor and overheads is
50%.
understanding the concept
Yes.
makes our life easier, right? We know what conversion cost right now is. Material input, quantity, work completed quantity, closing work in progress, again, that means again labor and overheads are 40% completed. What I should be looking at? My input matching my output. We'll do that later. Further provided opening WIP at cost, processing, this is the details of the opening WIP, processing cost, material input cost, processing cost. That means this is for the current year, this was for the past year. Because material input means what? This year. Normal loss is to be estimated at 10% of the material input. It has no realizable value. That means what? No scrap value. Luckily one working note saved. Any loss over and above is considered to be 100% complete in material and processing. That means he is saying what? Abnormal loss, treat it as 100%. The company transfers 60,000 kgs of output from process 1 to process 2 for producing. Then they are saying further materials are added. So now see here what they are saying. For every 1 kg you add, you are getting 1.2. So input and match output, when you do match, I told you it should be now how many times? For every 100 it should be 120 to match the input versus output, normal loss, abnormal loss. The chemicals transferred to the process 2 are sold at 10 per kg. Any quantity of output completed in process 1 is sold at 9 per kg. So that means it is going to be sold at a higher price or a lower price. That means there is something called as inter-process transfer value. We'll look into it. The monthly cost incurred in process 2 other than input of 60,000 kgs of process 1 is 85, 95. You are supposed to make equivalent using weighted average cost. Thank God I don't have to add or do anything. Just take the total cost and do it. Preparing the statement of transfer to process 2. If consider the option to sell 60,000 of process 1 without further processing to process 2, will it be beneficial for the company? So we'll do this two and then we'll come to the third one. Question, did you understand?
Yes.
Looks easy. The only part that we have to understand now is, now I am going to be making my equivalent units for two things: material cost and processing cost. First step, what did I say? I should match my input versus the output. Input and output matching. So when I try to do it, my input was anyway opening WIP 9500. Material input was this. Units completed was what? 83,000. They had already given in the question. They're telling 10% is the normal loss of the input of the year. They didn't say in that question that we did. If you remember, they said it's the input including the work in progress. In this question, they are only saying the input during the year. That means normal loss will be 10%, which come to closing WIP. They said 16,500. When you do the difference, that gives you an abnormal loss as a balancing figure. Any doubt in this? Now, what did I say? In case of a weighted average, what do we do? For units completed, I'll take 100. Normal loss 0 and 0. Abnormal loss, they only said consider 100. For the other one, what did they say? Closing WP 100 for material, 60 for conversion. Do the equivalent units. Done. Now when I have to do the cost, opening WIP material cost, labor cost, find the total cost. Since I don't have scrap value, I'm not reducing the scrap value. Otherwise, what I should have done? From the total cost, reduce the scrap value and then divide with the units. For material, divide with material units. For processing, divide with processing units. We end up getting the cost per unit. Right? Now statement showing each of the costs, this anyway does not matter. Now third one, they're telling me find out the value of the goods which are going to be transferred to the next process. This we know, units transferred at the total cost, abnormal loss, total cost. Closing WAP, what did I say? Material will be at 100%. Processing, you will have to take 60% of the material and then multiply with the value. 60%, no? 16,500 into 60%. Are you clear?
Yes, sir.
This is 9 marks. Last part of it, sorry, this is till now 6 marks. This is the last 4 marks. Now what they're telling me that I have 2 options. You can further process or you can sell it as it is. So if you are putting in 60,000 units, guys, this is management accounting, not costing. Management accounting is only about understanding the question. There is nothing format or other stuff. What they have told in the question is, boss, I can further process or I can sell it as it is. What should I do? So I'll first try to find, if I sell, what will the money I get? If I just process it further and sell, what is the profit I get? Whichever makes higher profit, that is the call I will take. Correct, no? So see here, they're selling, if you sell this, if you put 60,000 units, you will get 1.2. You will sell it for 10 rupees, you will make 7.2. Now in that, what you transferred is for cost is 375. Your material cost is 85. Your process cost is 50. So total you spent, you are getting a 2,10,000 as profit. If you don't do anything, that is, you will sell it at 9 rupees. Your cost incurred is 375. You made a profit of, which is better? You were making 210. If you sell it there, you will make 165. Should you further process or not?
Yes.
If you further process, you will get 45. This is 4 marks of the question. Easy?
Yes.
I've given you guys this, so anyway you know how to do it. Abnormal gain and loss. And so this is a 5-mark question, which we have covered it. I'm not doing it. So I've given you guys one question for your practice along with the solution so that you can do these 2 questions. If you have anything, you can let me know. Pretty much I've covered all the concepts of your process. No, there is one thing which is called as inter-process profits. Now, what is the concept of inter-process profit and why does it get complicated? And whenever they ask, students find it difficult. There are 2 logics to it. What is inter-process costing? Okay. I am sending goods to you guys. Till now, whatever questions I did, I manufacture it at 10. I give it to you at 10. 10. No profit in my books, no profit in your books. Finally, profit is going to be shown in whose book? The finished goods account, income statement. Now, I am selling you at 10. Like when I say selling, I am transferring process 1 to process 2 at 10. Process 2 is giving it at 20 after doing all the thing, cost to cost. Process 3 guy, he sold it at 100. How much profit he made? 80? No. Yeah, 80 rupees is the profit he made. Now, instead of that, I am saying I'll transfer it to you at 30 rupees. How much profit I made? 10 rupees was my cost. I gave it to you at 30. I made a profit of 20. 30 rupees is now your cost. You did some more 10 rupees addition. Your cost is 40. You gave it at 70. How much profit you made? 30. Finally, that guy sells it at 100. How much profit he made? So now again 30, 30, 20. In case one, what happened? Only he made 100. Sorry, he made 80 profit. Should I repeat this again? So there were 3 parties. A, B, C. Process A, B, C. A incurred cost of 10. He transferred it to B at 10. B incurred additional cost of 10. The total cost for B is 20. He transferred to C at 30. Sorry, at 20. C sold it at 100. Made a profit of 80. This is what we are doing till now in process costing. Whenever they say inter-process costing, A, B, C. A sells it at 10. Cost is 10. He will sell it at 30. He will give it to B at 30. So he made a profit of 30. He incurred a cost of 10. His cost is, he gave it at 70. So he made a profit of 30. This guy sold it at, he made a profit of, so now same 80 profit, A is making 20, B is making 30, C is making 10. Sorry, 30. Are you clear till now? This is known as inter-process costing as a concept. No problem?
Yes.
Now one more thing that you have to understand. If this continues smoothly, no problem. I give it to you, you give it to somebody, somebody sells. Problem happens, I give it to you, you give it to somebody, and that guy did not sell. Are you clear? That is where this gets complicated. Here in accounting, you would have learned a concept called stock reserve. What is stock reserve?
The opening or closing stock value and profit.
Opening or closing stock would have had profit, which is through intercompany transactions. So if you see in the consolidation
Yes.
or departmental transfer, where you would have transferred it to your own department, end of the year when you have any profit, you cannot show it in the books because accounting says you cannot make a profit by selling to yourself. Yes or no? Same concept here. This is actually departmental accounts where you cannot make a profit by selling it to yourself. So now let's say what happens. I'm taking the process costs, inter-process costing. 10 cost, profit 20, transferred at 30. For him the cost is what? 30, because he does not know how much profit you made. Plus 10, his cost was 40, he made a profit of 30, he transferred it at, this guy is 70, he sold it at, so he made a profit of, okay. Now let's say this guy did not sell. This guy did not sell, the third guy. That means, don't you think in your company already you are showing a profit of 50? This guy did not sell. Don't you think you have already shown a profit of 50? Profit, I can't sell from right hand to left hand and say I made a profit. To make a profit, I should have sold it to an outsider. So what I will have to do, I have to bring down the value of inventory to its original cost. That is what you have learned in departmental accounts. That is what we are going to be using it here. We bring down the profit and show it at its original cost. Understood, everyone? It's been 2 hours since we took. Crazy. Now let us read the question. A Limited produces a product which passes through the two processes before it is completed and transferred to finished goods. The following data relate to the month of October. Opening stock, material, direct wages, overheads, closing stock. So if I have all of this, like I said, in the trading account, I know what format to put. They're telling me that output of process 1 is transferred to process 2 at 25% of the transfer price. What does that mean? It is at cost price or selling price. Transfer price means we take it at the selling price. You know how to do it, 100 plus 20 that I told you, right? You're going to be using that as a formula. So I'll do this for the first guy now. Now when I come to the thing, look into it. Opening stock is this the cost. Overheads was this much. So I added a cost of, total cost of 44,200. So now add a total cost of what? 44,200. This is my cost. They want you to transfer it at what? 25% at the transfer. So I told you consider transfer price to be 100. Therefore your profit will be 25. Because of that, cost will be 75. Do a cross multiplication. How much did you get?
14,700.
Oh, there is a closing stock. Sorry, I did not reduce the closing stock. 44,200 minus 3,700. There's a closing stock. Sorry, I missed out. Total cost minus the closing stock, right, is my transfer value.
13,500. That's the profit.
How much?
13,500.
13,500. So you'll be transferring at 44. So 54,000 minus 13,500. That is my 40,500. So this is going to be my profit. I would be recording it today. This one, no one can do wrong. Okay, this please don't do wrong. The next one gets little complicated. If you understand the concept or if you know departmental accounts properly, this will be easy. If not, I'm trying to just teach you guys easier way. Try to understand. But this, I can't expect you to go wrong with this. Because this is purely trading account. Only part you're doing new in this question is to find out the value of the transfer price. Now, let me come to the second account. See, this is where it gets little complicated with regards to it. My opening stock, they have told, is this. They have given this in the question. This you have to get it right. This also I should get it right. This was coming from the process 1. This again given in the question. This also you can't do wrong. Direct wages also given in the question. You can't do wrong. Overheads also given in the question. So this much though you should get it right. Okay. Now this is where these two things is where it gets complicated. Okay. Let us try to understand this working note. This part, there is nothing to do wrong. Because this is all coming from the first part of the question and everything would have been given. The confusion only starts here. So even in the exam, if you're doing it wrong, you should only do wrong in this, on this part of it, not in the first one, not in the this one. That means out of 10 marks, at least I know I should get 6. Worst come worst, I don't want you to score 6, I want you to score 10, but I'm saying worst come worst, you can't do wrong in these two things. Because this is purely from the process account, only one calculation was there, which was the profit element. Now let's come here. Now I have to value my closing stock and I have to value my transfer price. There are two things. Because these are the two things which are there in the question. Now, first thing, let us try to look closing stock they have given me in the question. Closing stock they have given me in the question. But what they would have given in the question would have been inclusive of profit. So I don't care. I will write it as it is. So I don't care. I will write in the total column as it is. Then I will try to split between what is the cost and the profit. Now see here, my opening stock has a profit of what? 1500. And what is transferred as a profit of 13,500. This was my total. This was my profit. This is my total. I have to find out the profit. So what I do, I have two things to assume. Option number one, I can assume that it's a FIFO. Option one, I will assume it to be what? FIFO. The moment I assume it to be FIFO, I am going to be applying this rule. See here. Sorry, if I am following rule of weighted average is always easy, more than the FIFO. Let's see. My total prime cost. What is prime cost? We know sum total of all my direct expense. They are saying if my total prime cost is 90,000, my cost is 75, and I'm making a profit of 15,000. Now my closing stock, let's say it is 4,500. Can't I find these two values? Because closing stock will be valued at your direct cost. Overheads are only for the current year. I said overheads cannot be included in the cost of calculation of the product. So remember this. Overheads cannot be part of the closing valuation of inventory. So this 90,000 is giving me this breakup. That is 75,000 towards the cost, 15,000 towards the profit. So for this 4,500, do the cross multiplication. So you'll end up getting 3750. So therefore 1250 will become the profit. Understood?
Yes.
So this is sorted 750. Sorry, did the numbers wrong. It's 750, not 1. So this also got it right. This also is pretty easy to get it. Now comes the last part of doing the transfer at what price? 25%. Now what I do, see here, I'll take this cost 94,500 minus my closing stock, which is what? 90,000. And I'll do the rule again. 100 is my transfer price. 20% is the... Now the second process is transferred at 20%. 20%. Therefore cost will be 80. Do a cross multiplication. Yeah. Understood? This again I'm saying it's pure logic.
Yes, sir.
If you try to, don't overcomplicate anything. I told you this part though is pretty straightforward. This first thing you calculate is what? At prime cost you value it. Again cross multiplication. Then find the balancing figure and again do the transfer price calculation. Understood?
Yes.
Now let's come to the finished stock. You know what is the opening stock given in the question? Process to you found out. What is the value at which it is sold is given. Now first thing I'll do is the closing stock valuation. Always first thing that we are going to do is what? Closing stock valuation. How do I do the closing stock valuation? Simple. 75 is for 1250. That's giving me a profit of 36. So if this is my value, how much would be my cost and how much would be my profit? Do that. Right? Transfer price they have given. Balancing figure will automatically come in. Are you clear? So here again rules remains the same. We start from the closing stock and then go out towards the costing P&L. Clear? This question they have hardly asked in the exam, but like I said, if somebody asks, I at least don't want you to score 0. Do only this question. I told you how to go about it. Try to do at least, I'm saying 60-70% of the question. Cross multiplication, twice you do, you'll get a control. Don't mug up how you got it or other stuff. Try to understand how did I find the value of closing stock. Okay, I had to do a cross multiplication from the prime cost. Then reduce the prime cost, you will get the value to be transferred. That you do it at the transfer price. Again, transfer it to the next process. Reduce the closing stock at prime cost. You will get the balance value. Transfer it at the transfer price. That's the only thing out here. Students generally too get confused with it again and again. I would suggest do it once or twice. You should get a control on this question. 5-6 attempt once you find a question like this, because in CA final they test you more on this, and they also assume that you do this in departmental accounts, so you know how to do it, but they don't know that you don't know there also, you don't know here also. Correct? No? So this is what is your chapter. So we are at 11:40, so we are done with this chapter. So hope you liked it, this particular topic, right? So we'll continue with joint accounts and byproducts, which is an extension of this chapter. So that will take an hour. That is only got to do with multiplication. So what we are going to be doing is we are going to take till the stage of do the total cost when we are supposed to transfer. That is where we split. So it is only got to do with division and multiplication. Otherwise, process costing will continue there. So it's 11:40, so we'll catch up at 12 o'clock. At 12 o'clock, we'll do the chapter of joint and byproducts. Then 1:30, we'll do the contract accounts. Yeah, see you guys at 12. Thank you. This topic, what we will be doing of joint product byproducts, whether the process costing is coming or not, this is coming for 5-10 marks. So 5 or 10. Actually, it is very easy as a concept. Only thing which is going to be tested is your question understanding skills and how well you can use your calculator. So there is nothing for me to teach as such, except that you have to know how to divide it. So let's just try to understand first the concept of joint product byproduct. So we are good to go. Yeah. So let us start with what is the concept of joint product byproduct. Now I will give you guys example of a simple example of petrol, right? Now let's say I'm trying to produce petrol or diesel. I start with the same raw material called crude. I keep processing it at different temperatures depending on the thickness of the oil that I produce. I split it into two things. Same processing, same input, then it gets split off into two different units. Now, both petrol and diesel have equal market value?
No.
Yeah, it is. Actually, government gives subsidy. Otherwise, actually it is. Both petrol and diesel have a same market value. Or I say more or less the same market value. When I said same, it doesn't mean 100 should be equal to 100. More or less the same market value. Now, let us take another example of sugarcane. Sugarcane is raw material for sugar. So, but once in the process of making sugar, you get bagasse. Bagasse is basically your wastage of sugar cane, which is going to be utilized for the purpose of making fertilizers. Now, will the sugar and the bagasse have the same value?
No.
Was your objective to make bagasse, or was it to make sugar? So I had a main product, sugar. I ended up getting another product which does not have the same market value. That becomes my byproduct. So joint product should have what? more or less same value, whereas byproduct, and also my intention should have been to produce both the products in the joint product. Whereas in case of byproduct, what will happen? Your intention is to produce one product, you end up getting another product as a complement. Will it have the same market value? No, so it will have a lesser market value. Now, what we are going to be learning in this whole chapter is, so I told you one input is going to give me multiple outputs. So it is like this. If I have to just visually understand, direct material, direct labor, direct expense, overheads. In process costing, what was happening? This was going to process 2. Correct? Whatever was the total cost, everything was only. Now, this will have to get split. So once the total is done, going to the next process, we call it as the. So when they say split off point, they are assuming that you know this concept, that all my direct material, direct labor, direct expenses, overheads are all taken into consideration. What you will be doing is what? Now, what we are going to learn in this chapter is, this though we have already learned. How do we split it? There are questions, we understand the question, and we'll do a couple of past paper questions, and that should be good enough. So, how are we going to split? First is based on the physical units. That means based on the number of units. For an example, let's say at split off point, I've incurred 1 lakh. I've incurred A is producing 700 units, B is getting produced 300 units. What do you do?
700,000.
Divide 1 lakh in the ratio of. That's all it is. That's all is joint product. So we'll try to look into first question with little bit understanding of what it is. Now, rule of the process costing will remain the same here also. That is, my input should be matching with my output. A coke manufacturing company produces the following by using 5,000 tons of coal at 1,000 per ton. So what they have spent till now is what? 5,000 into 1,100, which is 55 lakhs or something like that, some number, into a common process. So because of that, they got core, tar, sulfate and benzol in this proportion. Now do the total and check whether that is equal to 5,000 tons. 4,000? That means I have a loss of how many tons?
200 tons.
Now if I did not know this information, what I would have done? I would have divided them in the same ratio. But my input should match with my output. So what I will do, see here, I will take this 200 units as wastage. When I do that, I know I'll get the 5,000 tons. But since it is a normal loss, I'll have to ensure that this normal loss also should be divided based on because I'm going to be dividing based on the inputs. So that is like saying, see, if I put 100 units, I know I'll get 99. Now I know output 99. I'm supposed to go back to the input. Are you clear? So what will I do? I have to add back the normal loss. So since I don't have a base of dividing this normal loss, what I will do? I will divide each of it equally. For an example, coke, this 200 units divided by 4,800 into 3,500. So like this, I will divide it, each of the units. So I get 146, 50, 2 and 2. Now when I do it, this will be the input for A, B, C and D. Now the total of 55 lakh, I will divide it in this ratio. That's all it is. Understood?
Yes.
So what we did, like I told you, I should match my input with output because I have to know the cost of input. What proportion? So what I did, this 200, I tried to add it back to the outputs. Since I did not have a ratio, I took the ratio of the output and broke it off equally. Are you clear? Second one is called as net realizable value. What is net realizable value? No. You guys are intermediate guys that don't sell sales even now. Foundation guys, I can understand. What is net realizable value? Accounting standard 2.
Yes, sir. The
Formula na.
The realizable value when you sell the product.
Realizable value is your market value less the cost of
Selling.
okay, and if you have any margins, you have to take down your margins, you take it out, that will become your realizable value. Are you guys clear? This and all is basic. In sleep also you should remember. In real life, this is the only thing which will keep coming when you are doing audit and all. Okay, now see here. An entity incurs a joint cost of 64,500. Like I told you guys, when we are only trying to take split off point, I know realizable value I have to find. When they say you have to divide based on the realizable value, my objective is to find the realizable value. They're saying the entity incurs a cost of 64,500 in producing two products, A and B, and earns a sales revenue of 86,000 by selling 170 for product A and 260 for product B. Now, how many units are they selling? 200 into 200. Can I find the sales value?
Yes.
That is basically I multiplied. Okay. Now they are saying further processing required is 4 and 32. So from the sales revenue, reduce the further processing cost. Or sometimes they would have given you selling and distribution cost or anything. That you reduce it, you will get this particular value. So the total 64,000 will be divided in the ratio of 3:2. Understood? So logic is, see, remember this. The moment they say realizable value, what you are supposed to do is take the revenue and reduce the cost which is incurred for the sale or any cost which is incurred after the processing is done, split off is done. Are you clear?
Yes, sir.
Now this is easy. Market value at the point of, remember this. They are not telling market value of sell. They are telling you market value at the point of separation. Now usually what happens is, in lot of cases, market value at the point of separation is very, very difficult. Market value at the point of separation is what? Very, very difficult. So what we try to do is, we will try to see what is the additional revenue or cost which is going to be coming in after separation to the point of sale. Now, how do I do it? I don't try to split anything equally, and this is not a method we use it because I cannot find the cost of separation. But since I have to come up with one method, I'm trying to come with some reasonable method of it. So what I do, I take the total revenue. How much is the total revenue? 86,000. What is my total cost?
64,500.
So divide cost with your revenue. We call this as multiplying factor. This is coming to what?
75%.
So what you do, you take the sales revenue of A, multiply with 75%. That will give you 25,500. Same thing, do it for B. you'll get some 39,000. So I will consider this to be the market value at split off point. So what did I do? Again, I'm saying stepwise. I take the cost, total cost divided by total revenue. That I call it as multiplying factor. This I will multiply with each of the sales revenue. Whatever you get, I'll be taking in that ratio. This is the most easiest of all. Market value after further processing. That means you know when you sell what you get. That is easy. So they are saying you're going to be getting it at 200 and 300 respectively. So find the revenue, divide it in that ratio. This is easy, nothing to do. Find the selling price of A and B. Whatever the total sales is, divide it and the sales ratio. Then average unit cost, what do you do? Take the total cost divided by the units produced. 60,000 divided by 1000 units, 60 per unit. Per unit just divided by 60. Are you clear? Now next one, contribution margin. What is contribution? So I divide everything into variable cost. So find the contribution margin, divide the total cost based on the contribution margin. So what I do, see in this question, sales have given, joint cost have given, marginal cost have given. Now I know how do I find the what? Contribution, right? So what I will do, see here, my marginal cost of A and B, what is there? Marginal cost of A and B, I divide it based on the number of units. Because what is marginal cost? Cost which is going to be changing based on the units, right? So what I'll do, 4,400 into 100 by 210. You got 2,000. This you got it as 240. Done. Next, from the sales revenue that I am making, sales revenue is what? 100 into 60, 6,000. Reduce the marginal cost. Once you get it, you will get your contribution divided based on this. Are you clear? Guys, like I said, there is nothing to teach in this chapter except that you understand what has to be divided with. Don't try to mug up or do anything. Question will give you enough clue what has to be done. If you understand further processing end to product, before processing, multiplying factor, add the cost, easy, input, how many did you put it? So add back the normal loss. If there's a margin, sales minus variable cost. How do you find margin and all? That we have done sums on the marginal costing, so just apply to it, right? Now let's do this one question. Inorganic chemicals purchase salt and processes it into more defined product, caustic soda, chlorine and PVC. In the month of July, inorganic chemicals purchase salt for 40, conversion costs were 60, which were incurred up to the split off point. That means what is the joint cost you have incurred?
60%.
How would I?
1 lakh.
1 lakh, right? Raw materials.
Yes, sir, but
Are you clear? 1 lakh is what I have to divide. If you get that, 1 mark done. Next one. At which 2 sealable products were produced. And then they are saying chlorine can be further processed into PVC. That means as of now, split off point, how many products were there? 2 products, caustic soda and chlorine. Chlorine, if you further process, you will get PVC. Now, July production, they've given me 3 values: production ton, sales ton, selling price per ton. All the 800 units were further processed at an incremental cost of 20,000 to yield 500 tons. That means what? Whatever I have produced will be going off to the further process. So basically chlorine is all getting converted into PVC. Correct, no?
yes, sir.
There is no beginning or ending inventories. There is an active market for chlorine Inorganic chemicals could have sold all of its production of chlorine at 75 per ton. So there is a sales value at the split off point also. Show how joint cost of 1 lakh could be apportioned between the caustic chlorine under each of the following. Sales value at split off point. What do you do? Selling quantity 1200. For this guy it will be 800 into 50 into. So joint cost you're going to be apportioning on this basis. Physical measure, that is the units. This also no problem. Then estimated realizable value. What do you do? Now for chlorine I don't have a realizable value. I have a realizable value of what? PVC. So I'll take the sales value of PVC. This guy you are not doing any further processing. Whereas chlorine you would do, so you will reduce that value. You will end up getting 80,000. So you will divide it in this ratio. This is net realizable value method. I said any additional cost after split off has to be. Now that is the first question. Are you clear? 5 marks for these 3. Next one. Lifetime swimming pool products offered to purchase 800 at 75. This sale of chlorine would mean no PVC to be produced. So what I will do? They are telling 800 at 75. If I am selling PVC, I will be selling it at what? 500 into 200. So what I will do? I'll find the revenue here. I'll find the revenue at 500 into 200. Then find the difference in the revenue. Find the difference in the cost. Correct? If additional revenue is more than additional cost, go ahead with the project. Otherwise, reject it. So now when I do, see here, they're making an additional revenue of 500 into 200, 800 into 75, 40,000. For that, they are spending additionally 20,000. Should you go ahead with it? Boss,
Yeah, you should.
you are gonna be making, see, if you sell chlorine, you will make 800 into 75. That is, if you sell PVC, you will make 1 lakh. Find the difference in the revenue. How much? 40,000. Find the difference of additional cost. 20,000. Now you are making additional revenue of 40 by spending 20. Should you go ahead with it? Done? This is one of the theory which is there, which is basically how do you treat a byproduct in the P&L account. Now there are 2 ways. One, what we do is, whatever byproducts I do, if you remember when we did the cost sheet, after overheads, I took the sale of byproduct.
Yes, sir. I don't know what product it is, but it.
Correct, right? So one way of treating it is from the total cost, reduce the byproduct cost. Second part, don't consider it at all. Treat it directly as a profit. Which are the 2 methods to do? One, reduce from the total cost. That's what we did it in the cost sheet. Second way is what? You can ignore it and directly consider it in your P&L. In the exam cost sheet also, you can write one of this assumption. They cannot reduce your marks because the book only is saying either you can directly take it to costing P&L. If I take it to costing P&L, it will not be part of my cost sheet. Or you can reduce it from the total cost. That's what we did when the total cost was there. We reduced from the cost of production byproduct cost. Are you clear? Then they are saying if the byproduct is of a higher value, then treat it like a joint product only. Are you clear? Because once you have a substantial value, then why give that smaller thing? Give it as a, treat it like a joint product only. If they require further processing, yes. Again, if it's small, treat it like the first and second one. That is what? Either consider it to be profit, or that means in the profit it will come down, or in the total cost, bring it down. Otherwise, if it's a product cost is going to be higher, treat it as a joint cost. Done. This was a 10 marks question which came in the exam. I'll run through the question. Let's try to look into it. The company produces product X, passes through 3 process RST. 3 type of raw material are used, J, K and L are used in the proportion 40-20. The output is transferred. Process loss is 10% of the total input at each process. At the stage of output in process T, a byproduct Z is emerging and the ratio of the main product to X to the byproduct is 80-20. The selling price of the product X is 60. What is the product that they want to produce?
X.
To produce X, so basically just to confuse they've given, they said it's going to go through 3 processes. That means R to S, S to T. Okay. Then they're saying 3 raw materials are required. Was you use 3, you use 10, I don't care. It's my raw material cost. These are all given just to confuse you guys. The moment you see, oh, what is this ABCD? I only look at concept. These are my raw material costs. Those are my 3 processes. They're saying process loss is 10% in each process. That means every process I have to keep reducing 10%. Once it comes to process T, which is the process T, RST, final process. Till the final process, whatever cost is incurred, can I say is the cost at split off point? Because that is where it is shifting into byproduct in the ratio of 80:20. The selling price they have given, the company produced 1840 product X. That means I have to do reverse calculation. I don't know how much input is there. They didn't give me input directly. They directly told my production, total production. So I don't know what is the input which has gone in. I'm just reading the question. I don't know how to solve or other stuff. I'm just then material J cost is 15, K 9, L is 7. Good for me. But how many kgs? God knows. Variable cost per kg, and they have given me the fixed cost of input. The byproduct Z cannot be processed further and can be sold at 30 per kg at the split off stage. There is no net realizable value process. So I know easier thing, either reduce from the cost or take it across to it. Now the only part which is challenging is I don't know how many kgs of inputs are used. So if I can calculate it, everything will become easier. See, it is basically to say, see here, if I have 100 in stage 1, how much I will get? 10. I'll be left with
90.
Then it will go to stage 2, that is for S. Again it will undergo 10% loss. Again it will go 10% loss. You are left with. Now that is my input for stage 3. Then again 10% loss. It will become. So can I say that 72.9 is 14,580?
Yes.
Because I know the. So do the cross multiplication, you will end up getting the output. Now this output is basically, if you look into it, right, they're saying this is only the 80%. Boss, remember this 1480 of product X is only 80%. I want to know the total units. So I will divide with 80, I'll end up getting 18,225. This 18,225 is what I'll divide by 72.9. Again I'm telling why. See here, that 72.9 is not equal to 14,580. Why? Because 14,580 is only 80% of my output. What I want to know is how much percentage? 100%. So if I have to find the 100%, I'll divide by 80, do a cross multiplication. Then I know my input is 25,000. Once I know the input, then everything else falls into place. Right? So my raw material, they have given the ratio. What's the ratio of raw material they have told? 40:40:20. That is 2:2:1. So see here, my 25,000 kgs, I'll divide it in the ratio of 2:2:1. 1. So I'm gonna divide by 25,000 in this ratio. Are you clear? Okay. Now I know the ratios, I can divide it. Then the processing cost for it. Now this is done. I got my raw material cost. They have told me this also, what is going to be the variable cost for each of it. I know input 25 if I put, I'll end up getting 22,500 and then get 20,250. Why? Because there is a 10% loss. So when I do it, I'll get 5. This is given in the question. So I multiply input with a variable cost plus the fixed cost will give me my total cost. So when I add this, I'll end up getting the total joint cost till now, which has to be divided in what ratio? 80:20. So when you do it, you have your selling price. You divide this based on the joint cost. That's my selling value. So you'll end up getting the total cost of it. So basically, if you look, the only twist in this question was they are asking, they gave you all the other questions, they should have given you the top value. Here they gave you the bottom value. So you do the reverse up. After that, everything else is the same. There's nothing more in this question except that you're supposed to find out this. Second mistake that students do is this only they take it divided by 72.9, whereas this is only the 80%. From there you have to shift the 20% of it. Are you clear, everyone? Accounts marathon is already uploaded. The previous attempt, that concepts are more than enough, so you don't have to do again. Now this was a 5-mark question. ASR product. ASR product produces product L and byproduct M out of a. The net realizable value is used to reduce the joint product cost. So they are telling that from the total product you have to reduce the byproduct. During the month, the joint product incurred was 4 lakh. The main product L is not marketable at the split off point, therefore it has to be further processed. Details of the company are given below. What are they told is this cost, whatever is there, that net realizable value has to be reduced it off in terms of it. Production is this, selling price is this one, further processing cost. Therefore, I know one thing, whenever they have given me the net realizable value, sales value minus the further processing cost is going to give you the net realizable value of it. Now, what is my joint product cost they have given? 4 lakh. They have told that whatever is the cost of the byproduct, reduce it from the main product. That means you reduce this 1,000. Therefore, your joint product cost will be 3,99,000. This will be 50,000. Are you clear? Now, the second part they are saying is, what if the company wants to make a profit of 1 lakh? When can a company make a profit of 1 lakh? They should recover 399 plus 1 lakh 1 plus 1 lakh profit divided by the number of units that they are planning to sell, 10,000, that will be 60 per kg. Very simple question for 5 marks. Two questions I have given it for you guys for your one theory question for your practice so that you can try it out. Done with this? Like I said, it is only got to do with your division and understanding. There is nothing that I as a faculty can add more value to it. It's only got to do with doing more questions so that you understand what it is, right? But how important is it? Every paper there is 5 or 10 marks. Every single paper, if you take last 10 years also, there is a 5-mark question which comes in. I don't find it difficult because it's only got to do with division. So just spend little time and we will do the contract account at 1:10, 1:15ish, right? That's going to be the last topic for today. Yeah. Contract account will be another for 30 minutes. So this notes, I would prefer if you have that time, do this question by then. Before we meet next, you can just do this question RST limited so that if you have any doubt, we can just further look into it. right? So see you guys at 1:15 for your last topic for the day, which is going to be your contract costing. Right, good to start. Hopefully the last 30-40 minutes of today's session. Now, what is a contract account and how different is it from the regular profit and loss account? If you understand this difference, contract account has only two kinds of questions you get. One is to find out the profit. The second one is the escalation clause. One of these two questions which comes in. So I'll try to stick on with pure examination per se, what is required. Now, when I try to talk about a contract account, vis-a-vis a regular job costing or let's say any business as such, what happens is I produce a product, I sell it. That happens within the same year. Whereas when I look at a contract typically has a longer period. So let's say I take a flyover construction. It won't be done in a year. And if it's in Bangalore, it will take more than 5 years. Right? Now for 5 years, there will be some cost incurred. There will be some revenue which the government would have paid. There will always be some portion of it. And since the revenue matching concept in accounting says that all your income should be matched with your expenses, I need to ensure that I follow periodicity concept. That expense for a year has to be matched with that income for a year, so that I find out the profit. That is what we are going to be looking at from the contract costing. Contract costing is a job costing itself, but there is a delay in the completion of the project. Are you all clear with this? Now, there are few things that we have to understand what happens in a contract costing. I have my DM, direct labor, direct expenses and overheads. Now on the other side, I used to write what as sales and closing stock. Now here, there are concepts which comes in. Now, for any portion of work completed, we use the term work certified and work uncertified. What is this work certified and uncertified mean? When I say a work is certified, that means is recognizing that much portion of the work is done. For an example, let's say a work contract is worth 100 crores. They say 70% of the work is certified. Means 70% of the work is done. And you just have to understand the process in which it happens. Typically, what the valuer does is he will take the expenses till now incurred, because you would have done a budget to complete this particular building. I might require 50 crores, 60 crores. You would have done a budget. Depending on that, he will check how much have you spent. Now, this guy will take at least, let's say, 1 month to give you that certification. Do you think till that 1 month, the contractor will keep quiet and say, I'm not going to work? He has to continuously keep working, right? So what happens? Till the time you submit your documents, he will certify that much money. After that, whatever you are not completing, after that, whatever you are doing will not be certified because you did not submit it. Now, when I try to look into it, let's try to understand this uncertified portion. Can I say sales is always inclusive of profit? Sales is always with profit, right? What about closing stock? How do you value a closing stock in P&L? Cost, NRV, whichever is lower, right? That means I know my closing stock is valued at cost. This is my work uncertified portion. So work uncertified portion, you should be knowing it is what will be recognized at cost. That means work certified portion will act like my sales. That means it will be inclusive of profit. Now, so again I come back to that question. I said I'm going to be covering 70% of the work which I gave it submitted for certification. After that, whatever work is done, I will only write it in the cost to cost person. That's why that becomes uncertified because you did not submit it. Easy till now? You understood till here? Now, there is a portion that we have to understand is how do we recognize the profit? How do we recognize the profit? Now, our profit recognition happens at what stage am I of the contract? Or indirectly, what portion of the contract have I completed? Now, let's say you have completed 90% of the job. Is it easy for you to identify what will be the additional 10% cost? You've already done the 90% of it. You still are left with what?
10%.
Now in this case, what you do, you will estimate what will be the future cost and take the total contract revenue and identify the profit. Because you're already towards the end. Whereas when I've not done towards the end, wherever I'm in between, I try to find the portion of profit to be recognized. I will not recognize the complete profit because I'm little concerned about the future uncertainty. So we will recognize only the portion of profits. What it is, we'll learn during the question. So typically, if I have to look into a contract costing, it will look like this. DM, DL, direct expense, overheads, work certified, work uncertified. This will be inclusive of, and this will be with the cost. This much, if you are clear, out of 10 marks, you can write 7 marks of the paper. Where can the complications happen? Right? We'll try to find where all the complications happen. We'll write 2 questions that should solve it. The second part of the question that we are going to be dealing with is the escalation clause. So I'll give you a quick update of what is an escalation clause. An escalation clause works in a way that if the price of the raw materials or the project goes beyond a particular estimated level. For an example, metro was planned in 2007. That time the steel price was 1000 rupees per ton. Now it has become 7000 per ton. If you tell the metro guy, you do it at 1000 rupees, he will put a white flag and say, boss, you only do, I can't do it any further because I can't handle at that cost. So government or the contractor will say, okay, you have incurred that cost, no, I will bear that cost. So he will put something in the contract. Since you guys know law, escalation clause is only dealt with English. Only what? What the contract says is what we have to translate into numbers. Couple of instances we'll try to make sure we understand how it is calculated. Otherwise, it is purely English. It says, okay, if the labor price go by 10%, you can increase the contract price by 5%. So what you have to do, you have to check first. First thing what we are going to be doing is check. Oh, has the material price gone up by 10%? If the answer is yes, then I will go and increase the contract price. Are you clear? That is what is the escalation clause as a drama. I don't know why students find escalation clause to be very, very difficult. Still, I don't know why. One, because either they don't know English or they did not understand what an escalation clause is. But the rule of the escalation clause is that's all. Price of the raw materials would have gone beyond a certain number. To compensate that number, what are you going to be doing? You are going to be increasing the contract price. By what? How much and other things? Where is it going to be given? In the question. In the particular question. Each question will be different. I can say if raw material goes by 5, I will do by 2. No, I will only do if this condition, that condition applies. So you have to just read the conditions carefully. Clear? So with these 2 things, let us directly start off with the contract account and I'll teach the concept as we go further to it. So I told you what is work in progress. Work would have started but not completed. What did I say work certified will be? Whatever is the value of contract, he will say what percentage did he certify it. Uncertified, I told you, how do you do it? See, whatever cost you have done till date, in that you will reduce the cost of the work done. That will become the uncertified portion. So whatever you have submitted for the certified, that portion you remove it, automatically the balance will be the uncertified portion. Simple question, let's try to look into it to find out the estimated profit. Total expenditure incurred till date, cost of further completing the project, this work certified, this is my contract price, this is my work certified, work uncertified, what is the cash received. I don't have to break my head. Any question given, step 1, find out the percentage of work completed. Any question given, whether they've asked, not asked, do this as a process. What is the first step that you will do? Find out the percentage of work completed. How much is the percentage of work completed? 275 divided by 3250. 2750 divided by 84.16.
Okay.
Right? They are telling what expenditure you have incurred till date.
22.5.
So if you spend another 2.5, they are telling your project will be completed. So that means, can I say that 25 lakh will be the total cost of the project? And 30 to 50, so you know your balancing figure will be 7.5. Nothing to break my head. Now let's go a little further, try to understand with regards to the numbers. Escalation clause in the contract, I told you what do they do? It empowers a contractor to revise the price of the contract in case of increase of price due to macroeconomic factors. Material purchased 6 lakh, material drawn from stores 1 lakh. Material drawn from stores means what? From the store's ledger account. This was transferred from the store's ledger account to wages, plant issued, apportion direct expense. Now remember one clue of it. Whenever there is a plant issued, whatever is the opening issue price, you find even the closing issue price difference will be my depreciation. Either you can directly charge depreciation, or what you can do in the contract account, you can write plant opening balance on the debit side, plant closing balance on the credit side. Are you clear? So I know a list of expenses which have been given, apportion direct. The contract was for the value of 20 lakh. It commenced on 1/2. The value of the work completed was 13 lakh. So that means first step, what did I say? Do always the percentage of work completed. 13 divided by 20, what percentage? 65%. Of which 10 lakh 40 was received in cash, balance being the retention money. What do we mean by retention money?
The money we should pay, but we are
The money which the contractor should have received, but the contractee will hold it till the time you complete the project. That is called as my retention money. The value of the work completed subsequent to the architect certificate, but before was 60,000. What does this mean? Read this. The value of the work completed subsequent to
architects completed certificate in February, so next 1 month.
Completed but not certified.
which, what we call this as
Work uncertified.
work
Answer.
uncertified. There was also lying on the site of materials 40,000. That means it's a closing stock. Estimated value of the plant was 30,000. So what do we look at? 75 minus 30, 45k will be depreciation. What did I say? Contract account, how it will look?
Trading.
Material purchased, stores, wages, plant. Plant, I told you, either you can directly write 45 or you can write
Opening and
opening and closing. Both are fine, not an issue. Chargeable expense, this is done. Work certified, cost value. Work uncertified will be, work certified will be with profit. Work uncertified will be with the cost, and then the material unused. Now I have to find the profit. 3 lakh 30. Now this is easy, right? Nothing to break our head. Now let us come to the next question. A contractor prepares his account year ending 31st March every year. Contract started which date?
So July.
So that means this is the first year of the contract. Material issued, wages, salary to the foreman. Machine 2,60,000 was used for 146 days. Final scrap value is 15,000. How do you find depreciation?
So 2,60,000
2,60,000 minus 15
15,000 into 146
divided by 7 into 146 divided by 365. Supervisor was paid at 8,000 per month. He devoted half of his time. So what you should be taking?
4,000, but into
You should be taking 4,000, but for how many months? From July to March. All other administration expense was 32. Materials in hand was 35,400. What does this mean? Closing stock. Contract price was 20 lakh. The 2/3 of the contract was completed. The architect issued a certificate for 50%. How much work was completed?
2/3.
But how much did he give a certification for? 50%. So that means he has given work for only 10 lakh. But I have to now, I don't know what is the uncertified portion. Neither the certified portion. So I'll try to figure out. The contractor has been paid 7.5 lakh on the account, and we'll have to find out. So I know few things which are directly given. So two things I did not know from the question. If I have to work certified, work uncertified. Work certified I know 10 lakhs. So the only question I don't know is what? Work uncertified. That we'll try to figure out. That's the only thing in the question. 10 marks for this. This I know how I wrote. Material issued.
Yeah.
This I know. This I know. Then supervisor, machine cost, will take the depreciation. Supervisor salary. Now what you do is, whenever they do not give you the work uncertified portion, what I would suggest is find the balancing figure. Don't try to find the profit. Remember this. Whenever what? Work uncertified is not given, what you will do? Find the total cost. Why this is important is it will save you time. Otherwise you'll have to do one working note specifically for it or other stuff. So what you do, the only change that you have to do is, instead of trying to find work certified and uncertified, just do that as a balancing figure. Now in the balancing figure I wrote 10 lakh 49 was the balancing figure. They said the work certified is 10 lakh. Now what I will try to do is, I am trying to find the profit margin to it. I'll try to find the profit margin. How do I do? See here. They're telling 10 lakh 49,000 is the work done till now. Correct? And they're saying 2/3 of the work is completed. But how much did he certify?
50% of
Half of it. So if I try to make this into a complete contract price, how much would that be?
Into 3/2.
10 lakh 49,000 into 3/2. Why? Because I don't know what is certified and what is uncertified. But I know how much has he certified? Half. To do that, what I should do, if he continues to work in this space, what will be the complete work of completion? This will be the cost. Divide by 2 now. How much did you get? 7 lakh
86,750.
Okay. This is the cost of work certified. Are you clear? Now I have spent 10 lakh 49,000. In that work certified portion was what? 786, 750. This difference will be the work uncertified portion. Did you all understand? Right? So this is how I find out the uncertified portion, which is 260 to 500. Now you do the same thing. Work certified, work uncertified, finally will be the profit.
Yes, sir.
Understood? Straightforward. What I generally do is, if you don't want to do this way, you want to stick on to the regular way, find the total cost in the working note, then do 2 by 3, then do 1 by 2. Sorry, do 3 by 2, then do 1 by 2, find out the profit, then you find out the work certified, uncertified. That will just take more time, rather you can do this way. Now, we'll do the escalation clause 1 question. This has come for 10 marks. B Limited has taken a contract for 70 lakh and furnishes the following information. Material, wages, blah, 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 blah. I don't have to worry. So every information is given. I know I can just directly do the contract account. Plant costing 3 lakh 40, depreciation was 85,000 per annum. That means first year reduce 85, second year reduce 85. There is a provision of escalation in the contract for the increase in material and wage rate in the. So that means was first year I don't have to break my head. Straight contract account you do, you get 4 marks. Standard material for the first year was 12,000 units at 90 per unit. Whereas the consumption was 12,500 at 100 per unit in the first year, 13,000 unit at 1.5 in the second year. Standard labor hours were 10,000 for the first year and 9,000 for the second year, whereas the firm has paid for 10,000 hours at 125 per hour and 8,800 at 130 per hour in the second year. Now prepare contract for the both years without considering the escalation clause. That is easy for me, right? This is pretty straightforward, right? I'll only do the escalation clause because this is nothing to teach. Now let's try to look into the escalation clause. Now I want you guys to understand how does the escalation clause work, and let us try to remember the numbers. Year 1, what did he say? Will he consider any escalation clause? Year 1, did he consider any escalation clause? Read here carefully. There is a provision, there is a provision for escalation clause of contract for increase in material and wage rate in the second year only. So let's try to look how many units were there. 12,000 is what he is supposed to be spending at what rate? 90, 100. How much did he spend?
12,500 units.
In the year 1, 12,500 at 100, 13,000 at. Now there is two things that I have to understand, which will come back in the. See this and see this. He has used more number of hours and also he has paid more. Now does escalation clause apply for both, or is it going to be for only one? Is it that you're going to pay for the hourly rate increase, or is it going to be paid for even the number of hours increase? Both? No, I'm talking of the second year only. There are two things which has increased. He should be using 12,000 hours. Instead of 12,000 hours, he's using 13,000 hours. Instead of 12, he's using 13,000. instead of paying 100, he paid 105.
Only for
Only the price.
So correct, it has to be paid only for the price. So I do the calculation to whatever it is. See, materials were supposed to be paid at 90. He paid 105. So the clause what you're going to be increasing will be whatever the contract price is for the 12,000 units. You're just going to be increasing for that, not for 13,000. Did you understand this?
yes, sir.
Did you understand this?
Yes.
Second part of it, labor, again the same rule. Even though yes, now labor, what happened? Just look into it carefully. Standard hours was 9,000. First year 10,000 at 125. Second year 8,800 at 130. Whereas he should be paying 10,000 units at 120. 9,000 at 120. Now what do you consider? Year 1 so definitely ruled out. That I don't. What about the year 2?
Only the rate.
Only the rate increase for the standard hours, whatever is there, you're gonna consider and pay it. So your contract price will now increase by 70 to 700. Now, what they're asking is find out how much the profit is gonna give you an impact. Now, year 1, your standard cost and actual cost when you do, it has gone up by 2,20,000. Second year it has gone by 3,49,000. But am I going to be paying for all? The answer is no. I am going to be paying only for the standard number of hours agreed for and with the price increase. That's all is the answer. Easy now. Last question.
So this is really direct, sir.
Yeah, that's what I'm just reading. So this one is pretty straightforward question. Nothing is there into it. There is one more question on the, this. Okay, this was a 5-mark question. Last question, we'll look into it. Paramount Constructions Limited is engaged in the construction and direction of bridges under long-term contract. It entered into a big contract at 250 lakhs, that is 2.5 crores, subject to an escalation clause of materials spelled out in the contract. Now, only thing they are trying to test you is whether you know what price range to be taken. Quantity 2,800 and 3,000, 1,500 and 1,750. What will you do? 2,500.
Quantity.
You multiply with the increase in rate, which is 250. What about Q? You have taken lesser number of hours, lesser cost. I don't care. Right? Escalation has not happened. What about R? 800 quantities to 950, whereas the rate per ton has reduced. Nothing. What about S? Quantity is reduced, whereas the price. So you will be taking the S standard as whatever is there. You are going to be looking into it. Now, what I want you guys to look into it. Statement showing an admissible claim due to escalation clause and final price payable as per the. So he will come in and say, see, you are a contractor. What you will come and tell is the first part, and what I will agree is the second part. What you will come and say was, this was my standard rate.
Yeah.
This is my actual rate. This is my difference. You pay me for all of it. Is what you agreed for. Whereas the final price, when I look into it, right now, since they have not told about anything else, when I try to whether the loss is going to be spat out or other stuff, they are only telling me one question. It has been entered that subject to an escalation clause for material and labor as spelled out in the contract and corresponding actual values. Now, they did not tell me how much are they going to be increasing the contract with. First one. On the second side of it, they did not even tell me for which one are they going to be giving the bonus for. Now, if logically, if you're on the other side, if I would have said, okay, if increases by this, I'm going to give you this. Agreed. Now, practically, let's try to see we both are having conversation. Because they said spelled out in the contract. Where is the contract in the question? They should have spelled out what is there, right? They have not spelled out. Now, let's assume that we both are sound people. We both are having a conversation. One raw material price went up, another went down. What will you tell me? Two raw materials have to be used. One went up, second one went down. I came to you and said, boss, give me the price increase, what has happened for first one. What will you tell?
You give me the price of...
Correct, right? Since there is nothing given in the contract, we will go in with what is fair. If everything would have increased, then there's a different story. One has increased, one has decreased. You can't come and ask me to give me only for the price increase. You can't come and ask me for what? Price increase. Give me at least for, if I am giving you for the price increase, you have to give me pass back the benefit of the price decrease. Understood? That is what we are going to be following now. That is the logic. Nothing would be given in the question. This is the logic you will have to apply. So take your standard rates. Standard, look into it. Whatever is the standard hours you've taken. You know we are not going to be paying based on the actual hours. We saw in the previous question also. Find the rates, find the claims. Then add it to the contract price. That's all it is for 5 marks. Are you clear? So we are done with your contract. So what I was just saying across is, so in examination, what would typically happen is that you will know, see, because you have 6 questions. I told you guys 2 questions you have to attend as part of strategy. That's the only way you can save time. 1 and 6 you have to attend, right? So plan around to read a little bit of theory more so that 1 and 6, if you do it. So what ideally you should do is 1 and 2, by 1 or 10 minutes, you should be able to complete it. That's the time you should keep it around. You can push around on whatever is there. Then post that every 20 minutes, you can choose the remaining 3 questions. Now, when I try to look into it, let's say 10 marks, 20 minutes of it. So now, let's say you know A and B of a question. You know sometimes both will take a lot of time. You have to choose that, okay, I'll do one properly. The other one you can go a little higher on not doing the working notes or maybe not finishing it off properly, because the moment you end up doing both, you'll end up skipping the other questions, right? These are the strategic calls that you have to take while preparing for your exam. See, it is that's why I said when I go to exam, well, luckily I don't prepare 2 chapters. So I go with an intention that 2 questions I'm leaving it to God. So I know where everyone is attempting for 100 marks, my target is 85 or 90. That itself gives me that additional bit of time. So what I was trying to tell you guys is, before we go in to the part, the ones who have not written the mock, you can write the mock online and submit on your paper. I'll tell you where do we correct it. So you can share it in the group. And I'll connect you guys one-on-one whenever I do get travel time to say where your errors are. So what I'm trying to say is, see, you have how many questions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Now, this anyway is what? Theory questions, or let's say 5 into 4.
Yeah.
This is again what? 5 into 4. These 2 you have to attempt. There is no option. And I'm saying you guys go in with the strategy that no matter what, 1 and 6 I'm going to attend. That is the only way you can attempt 100 marks of the paper. If you try to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, definitely that means you are going to be falling short of one question. You will go with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, provided in 6th question you don't know 2 questions. In 6th question, you don't know 2 questions, anything to write about it, only then you are going to shift to the other question. Even if you know 3, Out of 4, you're gonna still write the 6th question. Are you clear? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now in this, what are the kind of questions you get? Typically, if you see, you get 1 10 marker, 2 5 markers, or you get 2 10 markers, right? Preferable, if I know something this, I will answer this. Out of these two, again my preference is what? Why? Because let's say out of 5 mark, I know 1 completely. That means I know 5, I will definitely get. The other 5, even if I attempt, I know I'll get 2 or 3. So that means I have a probability of getting 7 or 8. Whereas in a 10 mark, if I go wrong, I know I will get somewhere between 2 to 4. Higher risk, higher return. You understood? Sir, do you do all of these calculations in the exam? I do it. I clearly do it. And when I start a paper, I clearly keep my timing. I will go pretty slow in the first 2 questions. Because I have to ensure that the examiner knows I've prepared well. I'll write it properly. The moment I come in, I keep, okay, first 1.5 hour, 40 marks of the paper I have to write. That is what this, sorry, my 1 and 6, 40 marks, properly I'll write. Now I know I have another, how many minutes left? 90 minutes left to answer, like for me, 50 marks of the paper.
Yes.
If you want, you can keep 60, but for me, I'm keeping a target of 50. That means on an average, what? You get around 1.8 minutes per mark on an average. So I will start to choose that. If I get stuck with a particular question and I'm not able to get anything forward, stop and move forward. Don't sit there and become Einstein. Are you clear with it? These mistakes you will only get to know once if you would have written yesterday's mock. You would have known these are the mistakes that you do. Once you get stuck with a particular point, let's say you're not able to recollect any concept, come back later. Right now, move on. Because, see, let's say you have attempted 60% of the question. You are wasting your time for the remaining 40%. Rather, I attempt another question. If I get that 60% right, I'll end up getting more marks than this. Does it make sense? Right? These things will only come in when you start practicing more mocks. That's why I said maybe what you should do is you should write 1 more mock sometime. Whenever you are getting, like, once midnight you woke up, you're not getting sleep. That time just wake up and see. That time if you do your paper well, trust me, no matter what, your exam paper will go well. Right? Now, that is how you have to plan around. See, yesterday you both wrote mock. You're saying that you're feeling pretty happy about it. Couple of more preparations, you will come out to say, hey, you know what, you give me anything. Again and again, I'm saying you will not know 1 or 2 questions. That is okay. I was well prepared for it. But what I know, boss, I'll attempt all the. So I'll end up giving you guys some extra questions. Don't try to solve everything. Just see whether you are able to understand the question. Try to do a mental solving. Okay, this is how I'm going to attempt the question. So first I have to do, let's say, contribution. For contribution, I have to know sales, variable cost, other stuff. Your mind should calculate. When you're not able to calculate anything, that is when you will sit and solve. Right? Handwriting and other stuff. See, you don't have to open your calculator. 1 into 10 is equal to 20. Answer would be there. I'm giving you with solution. So just, okay, I know I have to get 1, I have to get 20. I know now I have to multiply. Come to the next point. You need to do that way. Don't use calculator while preparing. Because calculator will give you same answer today or tomorrow. Are you clear? So, the chapter that we are going to be starting. Good morning, guys. Good morning, Kirtana. Good morning, Manjuna. Whoever is there online, just ping me across so it becomes more easier to know who are the guys who are attending. And like I said, whoever wants to take mock, want to figure out where you are in terms of your preparation, do write your mock and please share your answers in the group. I will call you guys personally to maybe evaluate and let you know. Good morning, Yuvanika. Alright, so this is our last session. So, like I said, we are going to be doing budgeting first. Then we will do service costing. Then finally labor. and ABC costing. So ABC and all other stuff except budgeting, everything will take smaller bit of time. Since there is nothing to explain in the other 3 chapters, I'll only do the concept. I'll not do the past paper questions. I'll send you guys in the notes so you guys can look into it. Now, rule of budgeting. What is budget? You are trying to forecast of the future. Why are you trying to forecast? Now, because you want to have a control mechanism. Because I don't want to see, let's say for an example, you are preparing for your exam. If you don't know what you're going to do tomorrow, what you're going to do 1 month and the end of the from today, trust me, you're not going to pass. Now, sir, you're cursing me. I'm not. You don't know what you're doing. On the day of exam, you don't know what to revise. During revision time, you don't know what to do. Because you never anticipated anything in terms of what might happen, what might not. Now, if you know, let's say today you are supposed to do 3 chapters. You did not, you could complete only 2. That means what? You are underperforming. Now, that means tomorrow I have to push myself. Tomorrow again, if you underperform, that means automatically 3rd day pressure starts mounting in. Correct? That is what you are supposed to do as a budgeting also. What you are trying to do, you are trying to set some standards. That, hey, you know what, these are the things that I'm going to be achieving over a period of time. If you don't achieve it, then you try to take actions. That is what we are going to be learning in the CA final of management accounting. How are we going to take action when budget goes over above? Today we are only going to be learning how do we make budgets. Now in this, we are going to be focusing on 2-3 major concepts. Concept number 1. We are going to be testing the rules of fixed cost, variable cost, semi-variable cost. Concept number 1. The second part of it, we are going to be focusing on something called as ratios. Not ratios, sorry. We are going to be following something on the production process. These 2 are the concepts where you will be getting most of the questions. As a boring side, if I get bored, why asking theory, practical question all the time, I can ask you theory question. Theory question is there in my notes. The notes which I've given you all the brief notes. That is more than enough. Then the last part of it is the ratios. That is again, like once in a while, I am bored of asking the same kind of question if I want to test. But flexible budget and production budget are the most important. So we'll first focus on those 2. The other 2 we'll try to look into it. Theory, I'm not going to cover. Last part of the ratios. Anyway, I'll do 1 question. 1 I'll give it to you guys in terms of your preparation. Now, so first rule that we are going to remember in the budget is for the fixed and flexible budget. What is the rule that we are going to be following? We are going to be following the rule of fixed cost, variable cost, semi-variable cost. What is fixed cost? Cost which does not change irrespective of the production. Super. What about variable cost? Changes. What about semi-variable cost?
It's partly fixed.
Correct. Partly fixed, partly variable. So what we are going to be doing is, we are going to split our semi-variable cost into fixed and variable. We know how do we do it. Change in total cost minus change in quantity. We get variable cost. Then we find the fixed cost. Covered in the basics. I'm not done during marathon, so don't question me too much about it. Right? Now, when we try to look into it as a fixed budget, flexible budget, you have to understand what is happening. I made a budget for 100 units. I made a budget for what? I produced 150 units. Can I compare the budget of 100 units versus my actual 150 units I produced? The answer would be no. I'll tell you why. Boss, cost for 100 units will always be lower than 150 units, right? If I have to know my actual performance, I should be trying to know what should have costed for me to produce 150 units, not 100 units. Did you understand this? If you remember, in standard costing also we applied this rule. We said standard quantity for actual production. Same thing is going to be here. So what happens in a fixed budget is, you would have done a budget for 100 units. You produced 150 units. You compare 100 to 150. That is called as fixed budget. You're not changing your budget at all. What was original, you're going to keep it as it is. Understood? What happens in a flexible budget is you change your budget of 100 units to 150 units. Concept clear? Now when I'm trying to change from 100 to 150, I try to classify my cost into three things. Fixed, variable, semi-variable. Whether 100 units or 150 units, my fixed cost will remain same. My variable cost, what will happen? It will change between 100 to 150. That means quantity will increase. Semi-variable, what will happen? I will divide now into fixed and variable. Fixed portion will remain the same. Variable portion will start increasing. This is known as flexible budget as a concept. Understood the concept? With that, directly we can get into the question. Are you all clear? So we'll have only these three. This is again just a very simple thing. These two are the major ones. The other one is the ratios. Now let's try to look into this question at a base level. A factory is operating 7,000 hours at 70% level. That means if I operate 100%, what will it be? 10,000 hours. Furnishes the following data. Variable expenses 1260. This is for what? Now if I want to do 80%, how do I do? Divided by 70 multiply by 80. If I want to do 90%, divided by 70 multiply by 90. Semi-variable. Now what I have to find out? I have to know, I have to divide it into fixed and variable. I have not come in relate right now. We'll look. Fixed expense, what will happen? Whether it is 70, 80, 90, it will remain the same. Superb. Semi-variable expense will go up between by 10% between 85 to 95 and by 20% above 95%. That means, can I say if I have to do between 70 to 80%, will it change? Will it change? Why? Because it is gonna go up only when it crosses 85. So 70 to 80, it will remain as it is. 80 to 85, it will go up by 90 to 100. Are you clear? So that's what we do. Total expenses. Then divide by the number of hours, you get. This is known as flexible budget. This is the simpler concept understanding. Now we'll get into a little bit more in depth. Are you guys clear? Yuvanika, Manjunath, Kirtana. Let's come to the next one. The department X attains a sale of 6 lakh at 80% of its normal capacity. So if they are working at 80%, they are able to achieve a revenue of how much? 6 lakh. They have given me office salaries, general expense, depreciation, rents and taxes. Salary 8% of the sale. They have given me something. Distribution cost 15. Now they want to know what happens if they operate at 90, 100 and 110%. Now, what all is variable, you will change it as a percentage. Whatever is fixed, you are going to keep it. See now here, office salary is fixed. General expense, depreciation, rates and taxes, salary, variable. So 8% means what? If 6 lakh is 80, what you will do? Divided by 80 into 90. Divided by 80 into 100. Divided by 80 into 110. This is going to give me my revenues. Then all of this becomes easier. 2%, 8%. Easy. Now, one more question. Action Plan produces 8,000 units of their product in a month of their machine. For the month of January, they planned a production of 10,000 units. Owing to a sudden cancellation of contract in the middle of the year, they could only produce 6,000 units. What did they originally plan for? 8,000. 10. Or they normally produce 8. They planned for 10. And they could only produce 6,000. Indirect manufacturing costs are carefully planned and monitored in the machine shop, and the foreman of the shop is paid a 10% of the savings as bonus when in any month indirect manufacturing cost is less than the budgeted provision. So if he saves, he's gonna get what as an additional commission? 10%. The foreman has put a claim that he should be paid a bonus of 88.5. So this is basically trying to become a mediator for a fight. That guy is saying I need 89 rupees. You have to calculate and tell them should they deserve that bonus or not. The work manager wonders how anyone can claim a bonus when the company has lost a sizable amount. They have given you relevant figures. Expenses for a normal month. What is normal month units? Planned for January. How many units? Actual? Correct? Now, what I am supposed to be doing, understand, I should be trying to make my budget for 6,000 units. I gave you that example of 100 and 150. Now, these two is going to help me for doing that. How was if the units for 8,000 and 10,000 has been the same? That means what? It's a fixed cost. Changed. That's all is the question. And then you have to calculate the bonus. So let's try to look into it. This much, did you understand the question? Now let's try to look into it this way. What was the normal expense for the month? How many units? How much for it? Okay, tell me the rules of variable cost.
Constant per unit.
Thank you. Constant per unit. So I have to check if it is constant per unit, I will consider it to be variable. If it is not, then it will become semi-variable. Now, salary for foreman is same for both. So that will be my indirect labor. Do this division. 720 by 8,000 and 900 by 10,000.
9%.
Okay. It will be units, so it will not be 9%. It will be. So this is variable. Indirect material, variable. Repairs and maintenance,
No, the entire material is fixed. It's the same percentage.
Anna.
800 by 8,000, 1,000 by 10,000.
So it is variable, no? Fixed cost is total in constant. Variable cost is constant per unit. It's not 10%, sir. It is 0.10 paise. Now I am wondering, should I do chapter 1? Guys, are you clear? So this is what, how much I am getting? 90 paise per unit. This one I am getting 1 rupee. Repairs and maintenance. So now look into it. 600 by 8,000 and 650 by 10,000. How much are you getting? 600 by 8,000?
0.05.
This one?
0.05.
Point? That means both are not constant per unit. That means this is going to be what? So now I know this is my next one, power. Are you clear? How did I find out? Now I have to make my budget for the actual cost of 6,000 units. Now, how do I change for the variable? It's simple. 720 is for 8,000 units. I need to find for 6,000 units. Do a cross multiplication. How much?
5.
Understood? For semi-variable, what do you do? Change in the cost divided by change in the cost of semi-variable is what? Where is semi-variable? Yeah. Okay, we'll take power or repairs and maintenance. That is 600, 650 minus 600, 10,000 minus 8,000. How much are you getting? 50 by 2.25. Pakka. Okay. Now, if I take for 8,000 units, what will be my total variable cost? He is saying 0.75. Okay. What is the variable cost? So, out of 600 rupees, total cost is equal to, total cost minus variable cost is equal to, total cost is 600 minus variable cost of 200, therefore fixed cost is. Now, by using it, I will now make the whole table. Now, see the variances. 720, 900, it became 540. I compare my expense as per flexible budget with the actual expense. I am spending, I am saving or sorry, spending 60 more, paying 100 more, paying 100 more, paying 15 more. Totally, you paid 255 more. So, you will say, boss, you have not saved the money, you have spent more, so I cannot give you any commission. Understood?
Yes.
Understood the concept of fixed and flexible budget?
Yes.
If you get in the question, it will only be, so your mind should only come in the moment they say prepare your fixed or flexible budget or other stuff. Your mind should automatically come back and say, boss, I know I have to just divide my fixed expense into, all my expenses into fixed variable and semi-variable. And I have to convert it with the actual number of units that I am producing. Based on the actual number of units that I produce, what I will do, I will then do the comparison. That's all is the concept. Now, anything else they ask, it's English. It's not that I have to teach. It's only got to do with your English. Understood? Easy? Okay, awesome. This is the first kind of questions that you can get. Now, the second kind of question is basically called as functional budgets. When I say functional budgets, what are we trying to look at? How much should produce? To produce that much, how much resources has to be used? Are you clear? What am I trying to find out? How much to produce? To produce that one, how much of resources to be used? What are the resources? Labor, raw material, or overheads? These three things we are going to be looking at. Now, the base for all the things is like this. I am telling any company as a budget when we try to do, what we do is we are going to be preparing first the target that we want to achieve. For an example, when you guys prepare for exam, what do? What's the score that you want to achieve? If you know that, then everything else becomes easier. If you target 200, you will fail. Correct, no? Why? No margin of safety. Correct, no? We have learned margin of safety over and above my break even. If you at least aim for, let's say group wise, if you aim for a 300 plus, there is a higher chance of clearing. So now you know you have to score 300 as a target. You will see one guy will say, hey, you know what? My accounting and costing is the strength. So I have to get at least around 70 per paper. 70 or 80 per paper. If you get a 70 into 2, how much you will get? 140. The other two papers, how much more?
It's 40.
No, not at least 40. You have, let's say your target is 300.
So 80.
80, you have to at least try to look into it. Why? Because these two papers, 70. Let's say, these are two my core papers. You will aim for, let's say, 90. 180. That means other two papers, I know I have to get a 60. Right? Is it possible? The answer is yes. Now, if you don't keep that as a target, obviously everything else will start flattering around. For a company, what will happen? Now try to look into it the other way around. The company will set a target. This is what we have to achieve. I'll tell you first a story and then we'll try to just understand from the budget per se, because there is nothing to teach. Budgeting, students get confused because they don't know what they are calculating. But if you understand the story I'm telling, trust me, budget, there is no format for budget. That's why students don't like it. Format means you will mug up and go. When there is no format, you have to use your brain. You will say, sir, till now we have not used. How do we use it now? You have to use. Correct? No. That is the thing of budgeting. Why people find budgeting hard is because you have to use your brain. There is no format, nothing. But we'll try to make some bit of story around it so that you understand that it can be done through format based. Now for an example, I know I have to achieve 1 crore sale. Now your score was 300 here. Now my score, what company wants to achieve is a 1 crore. Now what company will do? You had 4 papers here. Let's say company had 4 products there. So company will say, okay, 1000 crore. Product A, I have to achieve 600 crore. Project 2, 300 crore. C, 50 crore. C, D, 50 crore. Like the way you divide your marks, we will also divide this revenue that we want to achieve from each of the product. Till here, does it make sense? Now, what happens is each product will have different selling price. Let's say you want a revenue to be achieved of 10,000 rupees. You have product A, you want to achieve 6,000. B, you want to achieve, let's say, 2,000. C, 1,500. D, 500. This is the revenue you want to achieve. Now, A is sold at 2 rupees, B at 4 rupees, C at 5, D at 1. Now, how many units should you sell?
3,000.
A, you have to sell 3,000. B, you have to sell. C, you have to sell. D, you have to sell. Okay. This is the first rule that you have to do under any budget. What did we do? Logically understand. Boss, you tell me how much sales you want to make. Tell me the selling price. I will find out how many units to sell. Did you understand? Doesn't require too much of your brain. Now, if you have to sell 3,000 units, second, I'm done with one budget called sales budget. What we did right now is sales budget. Finding out how many units to sell. I told you how did we do? You had a sales target. You had the proportion in which you have to achieve. You divided that sales target into that proportion. Then divided by the selling price. I ended up getting the number of units to be sold. Was that is the sales budget. Now, how if I have to sell 3,000 units, how many units should I produce? I'm asking you guys.
At least 3,000.
At least 3,000. Okay. You have to check, boss, last year was there any goods which were unsold? Last year was there any goods unsold? Let's say there was 500 units left of last year. So how much will you produce this year? Superb, no? So what did you do? Whatever was the last year's opening stock of 500, you reduced from 3,000. You said you have to produce 2,500. Now you are saying, let's say ensure that I keep a 300 units more as a buffer. I ensure what? 300. So how much will you produce? How did you do? So basically you applied a formula, opening stock plus current year production. No. The reverse of it. How much sales you have to make minus the opening stock plus the closing stock. You got the number of units to be produced. That is called as production budget. Understood? right? Because I'm telling you, there is nothing to teach for me. I don't know. You guys were saying budget, budget, budget. I thought, okay, let me do it. But till here, you understood. So sales budget done, production budget done. Now I'm just taking, now see here. So we had how many units of A, B, and C? A we had 3000. B we had, see the question. Okay. B we had 500. C we had 300. D we had 500. Now what will I do? I will reduce my opening stock, add my. So what did I do here? Opening stock was 500, closing stock was 300. I made a 2800. Same thing, let's say I had an opening stock of 100, closing stock of 200. I will produce how much? 600. C, again, let's say opening stock was 150, closing stock was 250. So how much will you produce?
40.
How much will you produce? 400. 300, 100. How much will you produce?
Yeah.
Like this, you will find out how many units to be produced, and this is called as my production budget.
Production and function budget.
Sir, function budget comprises of all the things. Sales, production, margin, labor, overheads, all of it put together is called functional budget. Till here fine. Now I'll give you guys a simpler question. Now let's say to produce A, you require 2 kgs of X, 3 kgs of Y. To produce B, you require 1 kg of X, 1 kg of Y. To produce C, you require, let's say, 2 kgs of X, 2 kgs of Y. To produce D, you require 4 kgs of X, then let's say 10 kgs of Y. I'm not going to solve it, just I'll tell you the logics here. If I have to understand, right, how much raw materials of X and Y are required, how do you calculate this? Correct, right? 2800 into 2 plus 600 into 1, 400 into 2, 300 into 4. Correct? This into this, this into this. Sorry. Y, what will you do? 2000 into this, 600 into this. Correct? This is the materials what is required. Are you clear? Now, how much raw materials will you purchase? This is materials required. How much raw materials will you purchase? Was same thing. Check the opening stock, reduce the closing stock. Sorry, reduce the opening stock, add the closing stock. That will give you raw material purchase budget. Number of units multiplied with the purchase price will give you material purchase budget. Now, let's say to produce 1 unit of X, you require 4 hours of labor. To produce B, you require 1 hour of labor. C, you require 3 hours. D, you require 5 hours. How many labor hours will be required? That is called as labor budget. That's all is functional budget. You understood? Now, can we apply to the question directly? You understood how do we go with the flow, right? Just keep your mind intact, apply the flow, you will get the budgets. There is nothing rocket science about the whole budget chapter. That's why it is the last chapter, because it only requires you to know the. For us, we think, hey, what is there to ask in the question? For students, oh, budget is there in the question. Same question, 2 different perspectives. Now I hope flexible budget was easy. This also you do couple of questions, you will know what it is. So shall we start? Guys, are you all clear? Manjunath, Kirtana, Yuvanika.
Okay, at least one question we will have in the exam.
Yeah, 5 marks. 99% it will be a 10 mark question. I generally don't try to do a budget question until and unless I'm too quick at doing it. Like my mind should know these are the things to calculate. Otherwise, I will not end up doing a budget question because budget fixed flexible means I'll do it first. If it's a production budget, until and unless I'm pretty sure, now I'll tell you, guys, I'll just take 2 minutes, deviate from what that. Now, in the example I gave you, it was all pretty straightforward. Hey, 2 kgs to be used, 3 kgs used. Now, just to complicate it, I will bring English there. I'll not bring costing, I'll bring English there. Now, if you can understand English, can crack it, good for you. I am not good at English. If it comes to technical, I leave it. I'll see later what has to be done. If I don't have, like I don't know any other question, I have to attempt this desperately, then I'll keep it in the last and attempt it. But if it's a straight question, I know I have to do this, add the opening stock, close, minus, tuck steps. I will do it quicker. If you take your beautiful handwriting, draw a table, opening stock, closing stock and all, boss, it will take more than 40 minutes to do one budgeting question. I know if it's a 10 mark, how much time I should spend? 20 minutes. And you have to start practicing that way. You cannot come back and say, I have attempted 70 marks, I will get it right. I told you, you are at the mercy of the examiner. You are not the guy to come in and choose, I have written this, you give me marks. If tomorrow they decide that, okay, we are going to cut 20 marks for all, you have failed. Your target, again and again, I'm saying, is not to be, you're not competing against anyone. Your target is to be in the top 25% of the country. That is the target. If you cut also, I should be in the top 25. If you give also, I should be in the top 25. That is when you clear your exams. Like I said, I keep my target to be in the top 5%. So that's where for me, most of the exams, I have missed my rank by 2-3 marks or other stuff. Not because that, okay, I studied too much or other stuff. I was pretty clear. Was this question, 3 questions I answer, I know 60 marks is done. Then I go a little fast. I keep calculating in the exam. I don't let my brain drain during those 3 hours because I keep calculating, okay, next question, target. Okay, this question I don't know. I keep a target. Boss, I have to get 3 marks in the question. I don't know. Better than 0 is what? 3 marks. Get 3, move to the next one. You have to take that, your examination paper like more of a challenge. You throw me at this, I will give you back. I am not going to accept defeat. After coming from exam, you can't do anything, then leave it to the God and come out. But examination, don't ever give up. 100 marks is 100 marks. Max to max, I told you, I'll only give you 10 marks to give it in the name of God. You start in the name of Allah, Jesus, Krishna, whomever you want. You start, give it across and then start 90 marks. 3 hours, 90 marks is easily achievable, provided you follow whatever I've said. And what I'm saying, all the paper formats are the same. So you have to ensure that 1 and 6 you answer for all the questions. 2, 3, 4, 5 is where you have to play around with 3 questions, whichever you can do it faster to attempt it. Right? So let's start with this question. A functional budget is related to the function of budget, which can relate to manufacturing budget, blah, 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 all the definitions which I told you. A single product company estimates its quarter-wise sales for the next year. They have already given the units. So I don't have to do the first part, which is what? Sales divided by, that I don't have to do, they have given. Now, the opening stock of finished goods is 2000 and the closing stock of finished goods is 12250 at the, so I know opening stock here, I know how do I do it here? So that means I have to find a clue. Because this is on a quarter, this is on a month. The production pattern in each quarter is based on 80% of the sales of the current quarter and 20% of the sales of the next quarter. So what does this mean? What does this mean? This year, they're going to be producing what? 80% of current year and 20% of the next quarter ka sale. Correct? So can I say this next quarter 20% will be my closing stock? Correct, no? If I am producing 80%, see, because last year I have already produced 20% of the current sale. So this year I am going to be producing 80%. That means 100 is done. Additional 20% what I am producing will be for what? For the next quarter of the closing stock. Understood? Right? The company maintains this 20% of the sales of the next quarter. So that means, now see here, opening stock is 6,000. What is 20% of 30,000? 6,000. That is what was my last year's closing stock. 37,500 ka 20% will be closing stock of the first quarter. 20% will be the closing stock. 20% will be the closing stock of the third quarter. Now I know opening stock, closing stock. Automatically I can do the production budget. Then the opening stock of raw materials, again they have said, is opening stock is 10,000, closing stock is 5,000. Each unit requires 2 kgs. Was easy. How many number of units you are producing? Multiply with 2 will give me my raw materials required. Then you add the closing stock, reduce the opening stock, you will end up getting the. Now see, they have done one drama. The company proposes to purchase the entire annual requirement of raw material. So what you will do, whatever is the total production, multiply by 2 kgs. That will be my annual requirement. Now they are saying you are going to be procuring it at 30, 50 and 20. So you are going to be procuring in what quantity? 30, 50 and 20. Okay, you procure. I know my product purchase budget. I know raw material required. I know how you are going to purchase also. How much price you are paying also given. So number of units into 2, 3, 4. The opening stock of the raw material is 20 or prepared. This is P4. Now we'll just read the question once. How do I calculate my annual production? Total sales minus closing, add the opening stock minus the closing stock. This will give you. Now, what did I say? How many units will you produce?
80%.
Sales 80% and then the. So you have this, right? So you're going to be producing 80 plus 1. So you'll be producing 31,500. This and this, which comes to total 1,60,000. Then what are you going to do with the consumption? I said you're going to be consuming 2 units. So total, this is the amount of consumption you require. 3,20,000. Now 3,20,000, you have a opening, add the opening balance, reduce the closing balance. You will know how much to be purchased. Then they have said you're going to be purchasing in what quantity? 30%, 50%, 20%. Multiply with the price. Finally is your FIFO. You know how to do FIFO. Right? I've given you the solution. Was it difficult now?
So just one thing is to, how did you get the production of the fourth quarter, which is 20%?
No, sir. See, they are saying what are they going to produce? 80% of the current quarter sale plus 20% of next quarter.
20% they gave for last year.
Yeah,
No,
Oh, even though it will come.
boss. Next quarter, if you are doing, let's say 60,000, I'll produce 20% this quarter. That means what? I would have produced 12,000 this quarter, no? So why do you require that? Read here carefully. Again, okay, sorry, I think. The production pattern in the each quarter is 80% of the sales of the current quarter. So if 60,000 is 30,000 is there, I will produce 80% current year. current quarter, that is 24,000 plus next quarter ka 20% I will, that is what, that's all it is. That's what I said. It's English, not got. Only thing that I have to know is that flow of going in opening stock. Otherwise, it's just English. See, this I am saying this I can complicate whatever I want. I can make a pattern what I want to do as. I will say no, you do 1/3 this year, 1/3 next quarter, or 1/4 next. Was that I can only find out on the examination. You only have to understand is this is the flow in which it goes. You have to add your closing stock, add the opening stock. From the production, it will go to purchase. Then again, you add your minus. These things, see, in the previous question, what we did quarterly, or let's say yearly. This guy is saying, see, the entire purchase, what is there, is going to purchase in this 3 times during the year. 30%, 50%, and 20%. So that's what you do, right? So you find here, you found out 320 kgs required. Because you're producing 160 into 2, 320 you require. Out of 320 is saying, you already have an opening stock of 10, you will reduce. You want a closing stock of 5, you will add back. So you want to total have a raw material of what? 315. That you do it in this percentage. Guys, are you clear? Kirtana, Manjuna, Yuvanika. See, the question looks longer. That's where people get scared, to be very honest. Yeah, but if you practically look into it, it's a lot more easier in terms of what we solve. See this. This is a little bit more on the advanced question. So we are going to start from the beginning and then go in. A company is engaged in manufacturing of specialized sub-assemblies for a certain equipment. The company envisages that the forthcoming quarter, the sales in the ratio of 3:2:2. The example I told you, you will have a total sales, then you divide it in the ratio what they want to achieve. That is A, B, C or A, M, D, whatever you want to call. The following is the schedule. They have given me the selling price. Then they said they want to achieve this much. This is the raw materials required. 1, 2, 3, 4 raw materials are required. Then they are saying for producing it, you require labor, grade A hours, grade B hours. Then they are telling variable overheads per rupee. The laborer works 8 hours a day for 25 days in a month. The opening stock of sub-assemblies and components are given below. So they have given you the whatever is the raw material for each of the. This is my sub-assemblies are my finished goods. These are my raw material component. Fixed overheads are 7,55,000 for a month and they want to achieve a profit of 12 lakh rupee. The company is eager for reduction of the closing inventories and for the month of December of sub-assemblies and components by 10% of the quantity as compared to the opening stock. So whatever is the opening stock, it has to be 90% of this. Prepare the following budget: sales budget in quantity, production. Okay. Now I'll tell you where there is a problem with the whole question. They did not give you the total sales to be made. Rather, they gave me the target. In the previous question and all, I told you I want to achieve a sale of 10 crores. Then it was more easy, 3:4:2. Here they did not tell me this. They said you want to achieve a profit of this. That means, don't you think you have to do reverse calculation? That is the new thing in this question. Once you do the reverse and come on top, everything else becomes easier. So now, see here, let us try. Now, how do I do it? We are going to be using the concept of marginal costing. Now, what does the marginal concept say? Do I know this formula? Fixed cost plus desired profit by contribution will give me my break even sales. The desired sales to be achieved, we are going to be using this formula. Why? Because I know fixed cost, I know the profit to be achieved. If I find out the contribution, then I can use this formula. So to do budgeting, you require marginal costing. Once I know the volume, after that everything else is easy. So now how do I find contribution? First step, selling price minus variable cost. You ended up getting contribution per. Understood? You understood why I did this also, right? Then I know, since I have 3 products, you know we did this one, combined contribution to find the selling price for it. That's what we'll do. Contribution by sales ratio we are gonna find out. Then what is desired contribution? What are we gonna do? Fixed cost plus desired profit. Then you find out the number of batches you're gonna be producing. Now once you know the number of batches, everything else becomes easier. Per batch you're gonna be producing 3 units of A, 4 and 3. So you get the number of quantity, multiply with the selling price, you get the sales budget. Once you know the number of units, you know, add the opening stock, add the closing stock, reduce the opening stock, you will end up getting the production. Then component usage, what will you do? Multiply with the number of units for each of it, right? So see here, they've just multiplied the number of units which gets taken. Then how do you find what to purchase? Usage, add the closing stock minus that will give you the number of quantity to be purchased. Then what do? Multiply with the purchase price, end up getting the purchase value. Then manpower budget, rule number 1, manpower budget, can you store manpower? So you will only be doing the number of units to be produced into the number of hours. For the labor budget, what are you going to do? Production into number of hours. So you have the budgeted production, multiply with the number of hours, and then whatever is the total number of hours, multiply with the rate, you will end up getting the production budget. Easy now. So that part which I told you at the beginning, which is basically where you are supposed to be taking the desired contribution and sales, it's an application part. It's not a budgeting part, it's an application part, because they assume that you have already read budgeting overheads chapter, marginal costing chapter. You know that how to do it. So they assume that you are going to be using it. So I have nothing to teach there, it's an application of it.
This question will like 15.
Huh?
This question will be like 15.
No, it's a 10 mark question. It's a 10 mark question. So you don't have 15 marks at all. So that's why I said, see this question, if I take it, this will take me 40 minutes to solve. I will not do it. I will not do it until and unless the other question, I don't know both the questions. Then I have nothing, okay, boss, rather than getting all the 0, let me do it. That's why I said you should see, when you see a question, your mind should be that 15 minutes is given for that. Read a question, your mind should know, okay, this will take this much of time. Do the ones which will take lowest time first. Then come back. Sir, should I follow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? The answer is no. But once you start 1, you have to do 1, 2, 3, 4 within that. Like 1, A, B, C, D, you have to do it for sure. You can't do 1A here and 2B out there. That is not allowed.
They know the value.
No, they value it, but you don't know whether you will get or not. Right? Rather, what I used to do is, let's say I know 1 properly. 1A I know properly. 2 I don't know. So what I will do, I'll write 1A. I'll leave 4 pages for B. And then I'll start the second question. So whichever I know, I will do it first. Let's say I know A, I'll do all the A's first. Leave approximate space. If nothing happens, then I'll write properly one box. Continued on page number 20. All of those I'll do. But I'm saying I'll try not to break the order as much as possible. And first question, whichever topics I know, I'll try to do it in the first 3-4 questions. so that he knows that I know the paper. First impression, best impression. When he opens it, like I said, your paper correction should make the way you write your exam, it should make the job of the evaluator easy. Only when you do it, you will get marks. There is no logic why they have cut you marks, because you have only two options. Either you get the paper or you challenge the paper. Now once you challenge, even if it's right or wrong, you can't come and question me. What I feel like giving, I'm giving it to you. So it is your duty to impress me, not by putting one note there, rather to write a better way. Done? So we'll do a couple of more questions and then come to the last part of the ratios. Are you guys all clear? So I'll have the ratios that I'll do it towards the last. Okay, this is the master budget. Basically in a master budget, what we do is we do a balance sheet, P&L account, other stuff. Generally, they'll only ask you for a P&L account. Basically, what it is like the way you did your cost sheet. They'll give you all the rates and other things. You just have to make an income statement. 99% they won't ask you in the exam. If they ask 1%, chances there, but it's basically nothing. See, sales, stuff and glass, this is the total sales, direct material cost, direct labor cost. Then you put your overheads. Then store spares and all, depreciation, blah, blah, blah. You just have to do the...
So this is related to the income sum of the marginal cost.
No. This is basically they have given you one data. With that, you have to make a future budget. That's all. So it is like saying, in the past, I have given you some percentages. I'll say raw material is going to be 20% of your sale cost. What you will take? Selling cost into 20% will be material cost. You won't get a question. It's just an income statement. So I'll just skip it. This they have asked twice in the exam. 5 marks. So we'll see this later towards the end. Okay, let's come to this question. We'll read the question and trying to understand what are they trying to figure out from the whole thing. PQR Limited manufactures 3 products, product X, Y and Z. The output for the year is 2,50,000, 280, 290. So what all have they given? They have given me what is going to be my production. Output means what? Production. Selling price is 1.25. Product X of product Z, whereas Y can be sold at double the price of product Z. So if I don't know the product XYZ cost, can I say they're all talking from the product Z per se? So I can assume product Z is equal to 100. So can I say X will be 125 and Y will be 200? For some calculation, I know this is how the numbers will look. Are you clear with this? Product Z can be sold at a 20% on its marginal cost. That means I know if I find the marginal cost of Z, I will find its value. Then it's only got to do with cross multiplication for each of it. Understood this part? No doubt. Other info. So they have told me marginal cost. I know the concept of marginal cost. What is marginal cost? Sum total of all the variable costs. So I'll have to just figure out what the variable cost. Direct material cost per unit. They have given 20, 20, 20. Direct wages is 16, 24, 4. Direct wages are paid 4 per labor hour. I'll tell you one small clue in the exam. Whenever they give you anything, just keep calculating as your working note. You don't know when what will get used. Just calculate it. For an example here, they have said raw material per unit is 20. Doesn't labor they have said 4 per hour. Just to find the number of hours. So is it required? I don't know. I don't know. I am also seeing this question for the first time, to be very honest. So I don't know, but will I do? The answer is yes. Somewhere I am saying never ever give up. Assuming that, okay, what might happen? Might be you start a question, you don't know where to solve. But at least I would have done a lot of working notes that I should get some marks. 1 is better than 0. 3940 difference, 4950 difference, 5960 difference. Right? I never give up. Right? So keep doing. That's what I said. Don't ever try to look what is there. Oh, this is what they've said. See, I don't know. I have not even read what the question. I know 1, 2, 3. Okay, I put one value. I know marginal cost. Now I have to find the variable cost. Now they said 16. Okay, I know number of hours 4, 6, 4. The total overhead of the company is 52 lakh for the year, out of which 1 per labor hour is variable and other things are fixed. So that means if I know the total labor hours, so I know per labor hour is 1. So that means can I say variable overheads will be 4, 6 and 4 for product X? Boss, that's the only information I require to find the marginal cost, yes or no? So that also I got it. Then out of which one rest is fixed. I don't know what is the fixed portion, we'll figure out later. The next year it is expected that the product of sales X and Y will increase by 12% and 15%. Next year we'll see product Y will decline by 5. The total overhead will be variable X will be 1. It is anticipated that all the costs will remain the same. There is opening and there is a opening and closing stock. Selling price per unit of the product will remain unchanged. Now I don't know what to do in the exam. To be very honest, given a question like this, I don't know what to do. But what all can I do is what I'll figure out. Can I find out the marginal cost? Is the first part. If I find the marginal cost, I know I can find the selling price. If I find the selling price, I know the number of units, I can find the total sales. Once I know the total sales, I know the marginal cost. Can I find the contribution? Contribution minus fixed cost will give me my profit. I'm done. Did you understand how I approach the question? Otherwise, in examination, trust me, if this question would have come, I would have not attempted also. Because my mind cannot think so much exam pressure. But I just broke down the whole question. What all I know, I did it. From there, I just built a relationship. They said, first, marginal cost was the clue. Do I know marginal cost? I found out. Then he said selling price is going to be some percentage of marginal cost. I found Z's selling price. The moment I found Z, it became easy to find X and Y. Then they have given the number of units. Once I found the selling price, multiplied by the number of units, I ended up getting the total sales. I know total sales, I know total variable cost. I'll get the total contribution. Total contribution minus my fixed cost will become my profit. Year 1 done. Now year 2, what they're telling? Increase some units, decrease some sales. Do that, automatically you'll get no. Actually the question is easy. After you tell it will be easy only. Right? No, but it's okay. This was an examination question. Not many people attempted it. So now see here. I'm just going to go with the same step. I think they have also followed the same steps itself. That's the only way I think you can do it. So I found out, see, variable cost. This was given. This was given. How did I find variable rate per unit? They said it is 1 per labor hour. Did I find the labor hours while doing the question? So just multiply with it. I ended up getting this. So I got the total variable cost. They said for the product Z, it is going to be what? 20% is going to be my margin to be added. So this became my selling price. So I did that number, if you remember, 100, 125, 200. So if 100 is 48, what will be 125?
48.
So that will be 60. If you do the cross multiplication, this will be 48, 96. See, that's the one they have done.
Yes.
Now you know the selling price, you know the contribution. So selling price, you know. Now you know the variable cost. Can I find selling price minus variable cost as contribution? Contribution into the total quantity will give me my total contribution. Now, wait. Now they told my, one sec. They told that my, see here, my total overheads is 55, right? Sorry, 50 to 80. They have said my, now I have to find the fixed portion. How do I find the fixed portion? Is basically, see here, I know per unit here is 4 rupees. Multiply with the number of units. 6 multiply 4 multiply. You will get the total variable overheads. That you reduce from the total overheads, you will end up getting the fixed cost. This question, spend some time when you go back home, you will feel nice doing this question that I'm getting it right. Yeah. Your paper. You didn't see on this. You do questions like this, trust me, you'll come out with that smile that, hey, you know what? Like he came in today morning, he said, sir, I could see all the standard costing and I could do it. That bit of confidence, right? That is what takes you higher. Nothing else. Otherwise, what is there? I always find examination is useless. There's only way to clear exam. Read, you will pass. You don't read, you fail. Nothing else is there. People try to do shortcut they don't know how to read. That's the only bigger problem. And that's why people hate me, because I teach them how to read than teaching a subject. So, correct, no? See, he agrees that also. So now, what they're saying, whatever the quantity they're selling, they're going to be selling 122% of it, of the previous year. So then 95, then just do the contribution, find the overheads. That's all it is. This will take actually, even let's say, if I have to do, this will take me around 32 or 35 minutes for me to do. So you should take 45-50 minutes. That's why I said budgeting questions, read the question carefully and then choose the time. But if you use your time, that 15 minutes properly, see, again and again I'm saying your question number 1 and question number 6, if you really study theory well, you should be able to solve within 1 hour. You should be able to solve for what? 1 hour. Then how many questions more to go? 3 questions. How many minutes? 120 minutes. 40 minutes easily you can do. If you screw up the first and 6th, then automatically why you will not be able to do it, if you would have seen the yesterday's paper, was 1, you would have not planned for your 6th one. The remaining questions, there will be 1 question which would have taken you more than 40 minutes. And you wanted to do that properly, with that you left the other one. Correct, no? Now, I am giving you the strategy for it. Right? Exclusive. How to clear your exams in 1 attempt. Right?
So every main question should be done on one page.
Yeah. That is thumb rule.
For all the
Yeah. Every sub question, anything is there. Every question has to be a 1-page new thing. Once your question is done, let's say the page is done, mark a line like that. Let's say you're done with all of it. So he knows that's the end of it, because you don't know where you will write D or other stuff. Write properly. So what I do is to make sure that he sees it, because we have that habit of writing working notes also ABCD, question also ABCD. I never write the working notes outside the margin. It will always be inside. So I'll leave some space and write here A, B, C, D, so that he knows that gap is for the working note. And I will also try to write working note 1, working note 2, working note 3, everything that I calculate, like I did 16/4. I don't know whether that was recorded. I'll still calculate and write working note 1. Working note 1 done. I'll give 1-2 line space, write the next one. I'll always start my costing question with what is given. What formula I have to use. The moment I see the word contribution, I'll write sales minus variable cost is equal to contribution. Whether it will be used, I don't know. To be very honest, I don't know. I'll write everything, whatever I see in the question. Just keep writing it, you will find the solution. You don't have to really bother that how to approach or other stuff. We have done so many questions that for me, every question looks easier now. But to be very honest, every time I'll tell you, when I'm making this material, I only do as a copy paste of all the previous questions. And every time I copy paste, I keep wondering whether I can solve this during the live class. And it's a live class. If it's a recorded class, I can always say, hey, you know what, that mistake tomorrow, I'll get back to you. Live class, I can't even do that full up, right? Because this will go online, people will watch 1,000, 2,000 people, then they'll say this guy useless, he does not know what he's teaching. But I believe that I can spend time on understanding the question, relate with the concept. If you, every chapter beginning or every topic beginning, I've told you guys what the concept is in 5 minutes. That is the core of a chapter. That will not change whatsoever. Like I told you, in fixed flexible budget, only 3 things. Production budget, there are only 4 things. That will not change at all. What you are supposed to do is apply yourself for that. For that, you do more questions. So that's why I said don't mug up, try to do anything. Just apply yourself. You will come out with amazing smile at the end of the exam. It's like, boss, you correct. I know I will pass. That is not arrogance. That is the confidence of your preparation. Sandesh sir also I think could have taught you guys in the same way that prepare more on the concepts.
Yeah.
Assume that you guys have to do well provided to it. There is one theory question which had come a couple of times. What is your budget manual? So I've given the solution to it. So see here, this question again 10 marks question, pretty straightforward. Company is manufacturing garments for the first 3 months of the financial year. The production will be constrained by direct labor. They are saying that it is estimated that only 12,000 hours of labor. So even though you want to do anything maximum, you know, you are going to be stopped by what? You remember we did a similar concept like this in marginal costing, where I have a shortage of a particular resource. I tried to find what is the contribution per hectare and gave a rating, whichever is giving me higher contribution, that is what I will be producing first. We learnt one concept there, that we shall be using it. How did you know without reading the question? Because the moment I saw this constraint, I know this will come. The moment there was constraint, you know what I did? I just checked, are there more than one product they are producing? The moment the word constraint came, only I checked, are there more than one raw material? The moment there was more than one raw material, I know that is the only concept that I have learned that is going to come in here. Basically, you have to find which is going to give me higher contribution, because they will be using the term, somewhere they will say, marginal with budgeting. Actually, in this paper, marginal costing was only for 5 marks. The other 5 has come in here. Sales price 60-40, variable cost, blah, 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 blah. Boss, first thing I know I have to do is what? Contribution. I don't have to break my head. I know I have to do contribution. 2 marks done. Then they have said raw materials per hour. They have given me direct labor is 8 per hour. That means can I find the number of hours?
Yeah.
That will be 1 and 0.5. Now, once I know this, what did I say? You have to find the contribution per constraint, that is my labor hour. Whichever is giving it, that will be your first. Then they are saying the company is expected to sell 12,000 and 20,000. But I don't care about it because I have lesser labor hour. Whichever is giving me higher contribution, I'm going to be producing that. Sales volume are expected to grow 10%. So whatever you are making it as a product, you're going to be producing how many percentage more? You'll be producing 10% more. The company intends to carry stock of finished products to meet 40% of the next month's sale. So whatever the next month sale is. So they've said next month it's going to increase by 10%. So you'll have to maintain it by 10%. The selling price will remain the same. Click sales budget and the production budget. So once you do this, that is basically marginal costing, then you will do the budgeting chapter. They have only asked you 2 budgets, simpler, sales and production. Production, I know I have to find opening stock, closing stock, I should be able to get it. So I'll once run through the solution. I found the contribution I found the laborer, contribution per laborer, right? Now, which one are you going to be producing if I have to do contribution per laborer? This is 48, this is 22. So first I will produce this, maximize it, and I will produce this second. So by doing it, now see here, for 12,000 hours, you are producing 16,000 of X and 4,000 of Y. Clear till here? Then for what you will do, whatever is the number of units that you will be, your demand is, you will be producing, selling 10% more. Your selling price, it, multiplied. Production budget, opening sales, opening stock, you reduce it, closing stock, you add it, you'll end up getting the answer. So once just run through the solution, it's pretty straightforward. The first part was marginal, second part was budgeting. See this of the flexible budget. The moment I know flexible budget, what I should be looking at. What will happen in case of flexible budget? Fixed cost will remain as it is. Variable cost will change. The accountant of KPR Limited has prepared the following budget for the coming year, A and Y. Production units, selling price, direct material, labor, they have given me. Production, they have given me in terms of the number of units. After reviewing the budget, the company has called the marketing team and asked for certain measure to increase the sale. The marketing team has suggested that promoting the products on the social media, the sales quantity of both the products can be increased by 5%. Also, the selling price per unit will go up by 10. But this will mean that there is going to be an increase in expenditure, variable overheads and fixed overheads by 20% and 5% respectively. Before promotion, after promotion. This will be before promotion. Then after promotion, what are you going to do? Whatever cost they have said, you just have to increase it. So first they'll give you before promotion, just number of units, multiply by selling price, whatever is there. Then after promotion, they have said increase it by 5%. Wherever they have said variable overheads will go up by 10, this will go up by 5%. You'll end up getting the profit per unit. Clear?
Yeah.
Till now budgeting is easy. Right? The last one anyway, you have to just mug up the formulas, which is basically ratios. Efficiency is basically, now I'll just give you one clue to remember all the things. Let's say you have budgeted 100 hours to complete a work. You took 110 hours, you took 90 hours. Who's more efficient?
90.
Correct? Now if I do 110 by 100, or 100 by 110, which do you think? Or let's say 90 by 100, 100 by 90. These are the 4 ways I can write these values. You are only telling logically who's more efficient. Now you do the answers for it. 100 by 110, you're getting what? 110%. This will be what percentage? Some 90%, 90.9%. This will be 90%. This will be around 110%. According to you, which formula should I use?
The last one, by 90.
Correct, right? So that means what? This was my standard hours divided by actual hours. That is what is the efficiency ratio. Activity ratio basically means your standard by budget. Standard by budget. Calendar ratio is how many days that they should have worked. How many days did they work? Actual by budget. Standard capacity usage is standard. When they say standard capacity usage, what we try to do is how many hours you are planning to work out of the actual hours available. Actual capacity will be what? Maximum available, how much did you work? Then actual usage will be what you used out of the budget. So when I planned only to work for 100 hours, how many hours did I work? This is the formula. Now try to remember it. There's just application of the question. So they're saying standard hours is 8 hours per day at 5 days of work. Maximum capacity 50, 40 actual hours to be worked. So I'll try to go one by one. efficiency ratio. What did I say efficiency ratio is going to be? Standard hours by actual hours. So I'll try to find what is the standard hours for the actual output. So now I know I have how many capacity maximum? 50 employees.
Yeah.
They're working for 8 hours, 5 days, 4 weeks. I'll tell you one more thing. The question, if they come, the same question will come, except the numbers will be 50 will become 16, 10 hours will become 9 hours. But the question will be the same. So you don't have to do 10 different kinds of question into it. The same question will come, just the change will happen in the numbers. So budgeted hours 85, done. Budgeted hours, you know, is 40 employees, 8 hours given. Actual hours they have given in the question. Now if you find the standard hours for actual output, will be your 7,000 hours. How did we find it? Now look into it. They've given it in the question, so I don't have to worry. Now it's only about application of formula. Are you guys clear? Right? So that's all is your budgeting chapter. Given a choice, this is not the chapter I'll attend in the exam. Unless, like I said, I don't know anything in the other chapters, and this is a straightforward question. Like the previous question that we did, which was before social media and after social media, that can be done in 12 minutes. The thing is there you have given the values, you just have to apply to it. Let's say they have asked me only 3 ratios: sales, production, purchase. That also will not take time. I'll do it. Let's say I have to find marginal cost. From there I have to come to the sales, then production and all. Boss, I know it will take time. I'll do later. Understood? Right? Straight questions, answer it. Other questions you can skip it. Are you guys clear till here? Right? So yeah, so what's the time now? Yeah, so we'll meet around 12:15, 12:20ish. 12:20 will start. I think I'll require some break. Right? So we'll do service costing. That will be just a 20-minute. Post that we will do the labor. Okay, labor will do. Yeah. Yes. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. See you at 12:20. Right. So the last but one topic of our whole marathon is the service costing. Typically, this is like an opener question for me. Most of the questions which come in are for 5 marks. Once in a while, they do ask for a 10-mark question. The service costing chapter has nothing to teach except that you know the cost sheet. What is confusing in the whole service costing as a chapter is to find the denominator. For an example, if I have to find a cost per unit, what do? Total cost divided by the total number of units produced. Now in a service costing, what happens? We are going to be introducing a concept called as composite cost unit. Why? For an example, let's say this tutorial. Now, should I charge to a particular student? Should I charge here based on the number of students, or should I charge based on the number of classes conducted? How should I charge when I try to look into it? Can I charge the same amount for foundation and intermediate or the final? Why? What are the basic differences?
Subjects, number of hours.
Correct, right? There is subjects, there is also number of hours, and also the number of students. Right? Because we know foundation everyone will take up. In that 70% will get filtered. Come to intermediate. Another 70 will get filtered. Another 10 will get left out. So the more, what happens is the cost absorption initially will be higher, and also the number of hours for the foundation is lower. But as we keep going forward, the number of hours keeps increasing, the number of students keeps decreasing. So I have to find out, let's say when I try to take a bus, how do you charge in a bus? Does everyone be charged the same price?
To the distance or
Based on the distance you cover, right? Just because you take a ticket doesn't mean that you own the bus. You own only till the one seat till you reach a particular point. Correct? So what we are supposed to be looking into it is majorly focusing on the denominator. Otherwise, the rule remains the same. Classify the cost into fixed, variable, semi-variable. Fixed, don't care. Variable, based on the number of units. Now, if you just focus on the variable, you are done with this question. No matter whether you study or you don't study, you will end up getting 50% of this question right. What you are going to be studying is only to get your denominator, that is English. There is nothing for me to teach there. So what we will directly do, I know for every service costing, I have to find out the cost of three things. And it's a composite unit, so there will be more than one variable of the denominator which will be involved. So we will be focusing more on finding the denominator. Once you get the denominator, I know I've got the question. Even if you don't do it as fixed, variable, semi-variable, you just do the total cost incurred, divide by your composite cost unit, you are done with the chapter. That's why this question is not asked very often, because everyone knows that it's only worth nothing new. I can test you. If you for testing denominator, if I give you a 10-mark question, that means it's foolishness. So we try to combine this, that, this and all. So what I'll do is I'll run through the questions directly. I'm not going to be doing anything because it's purely cost sheet divided by the denominator, and the denominator is where we are going to be focusing more on. Are you all clear? Right? So in a service industry, like I told you, your unit of cost will combine more than one thing. That can be passenger kilometer or kilowatt, or cinema would be per ticket based on the number of hours of the movie. Educational institution will be per course, per student, per batch, per lecture, right? Per claim for the insurance company, right? So all of it is going to be part of my cost unit. Now, first thing which for the denominator, what is required is trying to understand how can I find out the denominator, because there will be multiple units involved. So either we can follow simple average or we can follow weighted average. So we'll try to just understand the question. Like I said, there is no set formula for all of this. It is only got to do with understanding and applying. For an example, let's say I travel 3 kilometers, you travel 2 kilometers. 2 people. But what is the total number of passenger kilometers? Passenger kilometer means as if that one passenger is only traveling. How many kilometers did he travel then? 5. That's the logic. Let's say the hospital has 80 beds. You know, hospital will work for 365 days. 80 beds are there. So how many beds are available if you look into it? 80 into 365. Let's say 10% will not be occupied. What do? Minus
10.
That's all it is. So it is only got to do with your understanding of the question. Clear? So now let's try to understand. A lorry starts with a load of 20 tons of goods from station A, and it unloads 8 in station B and the balance in station C. So if I have to look into it, A to B, B to C, and then it is going to be coming back. Are you clear? Now, what are they starting off with? Is starting with 80. Then he will go to B and he will drop 8. That means he will be left with what? 12. Then he is saying he will be carrying it at 0. Did you understand this? A starts with a load of 20, unloads 8, then is going to be taking it to. Then once it reaches on the return trip, it reaches with 16. That means once it unloads everything here, from here to here, it will take how many? Now, the distance between A to B is 80 kilometers. B to C is 120 kilometers. Is 160 kilometers. Now, if I ask you guys, how many kilometers did it travel? Can I say for 20 thing, it took 80 kilometers? For 12, it took 120. Then 16, it took into 120. This is known as weighted average. Simple average, what you do, you assume that is going to be taking an average kilometer that we are not going to be using in most of the questions. What do? Add everything divided by 3. Add everything divided by... No, this kilometers you add, weight, you average it, then you multiply with the number of kilometers. Clear? But we are going to be focusing only on the weighted average, most of the questions. Clear till here? So this is the first part of my denominator. You didn't do service costing question yesterday. So the second part, what did I tell? For any given question that we have, we are going to be trying to find the cost, which is going to change as per fixed remains fixed, variable, semi-variable. I have to divide, I have to ensure that it's given the required treatment as per the number of either the units or the kilometers, whatever it is. That's all is the question. When you try to look into the moment you know service costing question, just focus on the denominator, you're done with this. Don't try to understand one or here something, you might get the calculation wrong, it's okay. I'm saying don't unnecessarily spend time on doing service costing. I'm saying even anything happens, you will get 4-5 marks. So attempt, I'm saying attempt for sure. Okay, because there is nothing, you can add the fixed cost, you can add the variable cost, you can add the semi-variable cost, that will give you 6 marks. Finding the denominator will give you 4 marks. That also, if you do it what we did now, weighted average, you will end up getting that also. Something you did not take it as variable, took it as semi-variable, okay, 1 mark, 2 marks you lose. But nothing to it if you understand the question on the denominator. So we'll do, like, I'll run through all the questions, right? AXA passenger is running 5 buses between 2 towns which are 40 kilometers apart. So how many buses are traveling? 5. So it is going to 2 cities A and B. Seating capacity is 40. The following is been given: driver salary, salary to the supervisor, engine. Okay. Actual passengers carried were 75% of the seating capacity. All the 5 buses run on all the days of the month. Each bus will do 1 round trip per day. That means what? 40 they will go, 40 they will come. That means 80. Calculate the cost per kilometer. Now, see here, how do we find out this? How many buses are there? They are traveling a distance of 40 kilometers. And how many trips they will do in a day? 2 trips. What is the seating capacity? 40. In that they are utilizing only to the extent of 75. How many months they travel? So you will get this many passenger kilometers they are going to, right? Same thing. See, I just keep adding more complexity. Simple question was, what did I say? I travel 3, he travels 2. How many kilometers did you travel? 5. Here they are telling there are 5 buses. 40 kilometers. That means what? 5 bus will travel 40 into 2. So 5 into 40 into 2 is the number of kilometers the bus travel. The bus carries 40 passengers into 40. But it's not 40 because it's not running full capacity. It will travel 30 into 30. How many days? Per day this much. If you are doing for 30 days, multiply by 30. Clear? There is no formula or other stuff. Again and again I'm saying you have to just write down what you think is the passenger kilometer. Then now what I do, I take all the cost, whatever is given, and then divide with the passenger per kilometer. That will give me per kilometer cost. Easy. So denominator is where I told you is the most important part of the question. Are you all clear? Kirtana, Manju.
So separate ABC, or I can
See, preferable you can find what is fixed, what is variable, semi-variable you can find. They won't give you such easy question. So this was just for getting the concept right. We'll do one exam question next. Okay, we'll do this particular question. See this for 5 marks. RST toll plaza built a 80-kilometer long highway between two cities and operates a toll plaza to collect tolls from passing vehicle. The company is estimated that 50,000 lightweight, 12,000 medium weight and 10,000 heavyweight vehicles will be using in 1 month onward journey and the same number return journey. That means what? How many vehicles will travel? Read this carefully. The company estimated that 50,000 light vehicles, 12,000 medium weight and 10,000 heavyweight vehicles will be using the highway in 1 month onward journey. Onward means what? One side going. Return means what? Going and coming. You don't go on highway. What do you take a toll for? You take either single way or return journey. Return is 2 times. As per the vehicle notification, vehicles used for emergencies, members of parliament are exempted from the toll charges. It is estimated that 10% of the light vehicles will pass the highway for such use. That means out of 50,000, 5,000 is part. It is the policy that if the vehicle returns within the 25% of their onward journey, the toll fare will be reduced by 25% automatically. It is estimated that 30% of the chargeable light vehicles will return within the specified time frame. The toll charges for medium vehicles is to be fixed at 2.5 times the lightweight, and heavy vehicles have to be 2 times the medium weight. That means if lightweight is 1, medium will be 2.5 and heavy will be what? 2 times of medium, that will be equal to 5. The toll maintenance cost per month is 59 lakh. The company requires a profit of 10% over the total cost to recover the interest and other cost. Calculate the toll rate for each type of vehicle if the concession facilities are not available on the return journey. Then what if there is a return journey? Now, first thing, what we are supposed to be doing is we do something called as equivalent weights. Step 1, what are we going to do? What is equivalent weights? See, because I know I can only divide by 1. Just understand the logic. I can only divide by 1. Let's say total number of vehicles is what I have to do. I can divide either as light vehicle, medium vehicle or heavy vehicle. Are you clear? I can't say total cost by total light vehicle, total cost by total medium vehicle, total, because all the 3 are priced differently. So what we try to do is we try to equate it as per 1. For an example, I'll tell you the logic. Let's say there is 1 light vehicle is equal to 2 times the, let's say, medium vehicle. I'll just try call, and 2 medium vehicle and 1 medium vehicle, let's say, is equal to 3 times the heavy vehicle. Now I have got 3 information like this. Now either I can combine everything in terms of heavy vehicle, or I can always combine as per the light vehicle. I will not teach the top one. I will only focus on the last one, because last is easier for a multiplier. Now I will try to write everything only in terms of the light vehicle. I will try to write everything in terms of what? So can I say 1 light vehicle, can I say is equal to 2 medium vehicle? So that means 1 is equal to 2 of medium. But they are saying 2 of medium is equal to what? 3 of heavy. Sorry, 1 medium vehicle is equal to 3 of heavy. So that means can I say 1 heavy vehicle is equal to 6 times of light vehicle? So if I have to write everything in terms of light vehicle, I'll write 1 light vehicle is equal to light vehicle. Medium vehicle is equal to 2 light vehicle. Heavy vehicle is equal to 6 times of the light vehicle. That means it is in the ratio of 1:2:6. Understood? Now this is called as making it as equivalent. Now why is this required? I'll give you one more example. Let's say you go to the theater. You have gold class. You have let's say the classic. Now they say gold class should be priced at 1.5 times the classic. Now I cannot, when I'm trying to say there are 20 gold class tickets, I should be saying that is equal to 30 classic tickets. Because for me, I can only find one denominator, I can't have both. So this is called as equivalent units. Are you clear? So see here, light vehicle, you know why we are taking 45,000? We covered in the question. Returning is also same. So 1 is the ratio. Medium vehicle also same. How many times the ratio? Heavy vehicle? 5 times. It is 2 times the medium vehicle. So now do the total equivalent weight. That will give you 2,50,000 is the total lightweight travel. Now, what are they saying in terms of a concession? What are they telling in terms of a concession? They are saying that 30% of the vehicles will return on the same day, and they will have to be given a 25% concession. So return traffic, if you look into it, out of 45,000, I will remove the guys who the concession has to be given. That is 45,000 into 30 into 25. Done. So this two though, anyway no concession, you will end up getting the same. Only for the light vehicle they are giving concession. Let's read what they are saying again. It is the policy that 25% you have to give a discount. So that means whatever price you are charging, you have to give a 25%. It is estimated that 30% of the light vehicle will return within the specified time. That means you will give them a discount only if they return within the specified time. That means, can I say 70% won't return? Now only for the 30% I have to charge 25% of the price. So I am trying to equate it. So out of 45,000, what I will do, what if I remove that 30% of it? So I'll end up getting the return traffic as 41,625. Now I equate the values, I get this much. Now what are they telling? Whatever is the cost, add 10% of it, divide by the equivalent units, whatever we found, you'll get the answer. The drama is, again I told you, in the denominator. This though you should have got. This it's okay, you go wrong also. This is easy, right? The first one, just take the number, divide it. This you do wrong, okay, we can understand. That's why I said this chapter I don't spend time, because I know this part I would have not got it right. I'm saying as a student I would have not got it right whatsoever, because I would have got confused with whether should I take 70, 20. I would have done some kind of calculation and all. In the exam I would have tried to become an Einstein. Rather I would have taken a break and said forget it, I've got 3 marks and I'll move on with it. I'll do some calculation faster, whatever I think is right. I know you will cut 1 or 2 marks to it, at least I'll get the remaining 3. Clear? Calculation of rate for each type of vehicle. Now look into it. What are they telling? Now whatever revenue you are going to be earning from the light vehicle. Now what are they trying to tell? That they want to maintain the same revenue with the light vehicle, because what is happening when I take this, there is now, they are telling in the next question, they calculate the toll rate that will be charged if the concession facility is available, assuming that the revenue earned from the light vehicle remains the same. That means, can I say the total revenue has to remain the same, but I am giving the concession. That means the number of vehicles will come down. So that is what they are trying to tell you. So what I will do, I will take 23,400, whichever is the total revenue I am going to earn, divide with 86,625. What is 86,625? Basically, these two total put together. So earlier, my revenue was coming from 90. Now that revenue should come from 86,625. That's all it is, what you are supposed to do. Are you all clear? Balaji, Manjunath, Kirtana, are you guys clear with this? So the drama, again, what was my focus? Denominator. Now see this question. ABC is a bank having a branch engaged in processing vehicle loan and education loan applications in other services. 30% of the overhead cost of the branch are estimated for processing vehicle and application each. So that means out of the total overheads, whatever you are incurring, you have to divide 30% for what? Vehicle and loan. Branch is having 4 employees at a monthly salary of 50,000 exclusively for vehicle loan application and 2 employees for, this is okay. Directly you will know vehicle, you will write 50 into 4. Education you will write 70 into 2. In the above, the branch manager who supervises all salary is paid 90,000. He is doing entire office. I should only be taking loan division ka percentage. Again, legal, printing, advertising are incurred at 30, 12, 90,000 for a month. Other expenses are 10,000 per month. Calculate the cost of vehicle application on the assumption that 496 are processed each month. So whatever is the total cost, divide by 490. Find out the number of education loan processed if the cost per education loan is the same as vehicle loan. So they are trying to say, see, I know if you look into it, total cost divided by the number of units should be equal to cost per unit. They are telling me that the cost per unit has to remain the same. I know the total cost. You know the cost per unit. So bring it up. You understood, right? There. Yeah, correct. You are in the previous one they gave how many. In this question they give you the cost. So indirectly they didn't give cost. They said you find out there, that you apply it here. So see here, employee cost, this we know. Apportionment of branch salary 30%. Again, legal charges they have given what it is. Other expenses 30%. You did the total cost. They are telling for vehicle loan, total cost divided by 496 became 500. Now you know this 500 should be my total cost. So total revenue divided by this one will get you easy 5 marks. So one more question. This is on the transportation. Coal is transported from 2 mines X and Y and unloaded at plots in railway station. X is at a distance of 15 kilometers, Y is at a distance of 20 kilometers from the rail plot heads. A fleet of lorries carrying a capacity of 4 tons is used to transport coal from the mine. Records reveal that lorries travel at 40 when running and taking 15 minutes to unload at the railhead. Now they are trying to just make it little complicated because they don't want to directly give you the distance traveled. Rather they are trying to say, I will give you distance traveled. What is the speed at which what is the total distance? I'll give you the speed at which it will go. You calculate how many distance will it cover. Are you clear? They are saying, see, for an example, they are saying it's a distance of 15 kilometers and y is at a distance of 20 kilometers from the railhead plots. They are carrying 40 and the average speed is 40 kilometers per hour when running and regularly taking 15 minutes to unload at the railhead. At MineX, average loading time is 30 minutes per load and at Y, average loading time is 25 minutes per load. So they are taking 30 minutes to load and 15 minutes to unload. Additional wages, blah, 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 they have given. They are saying direct wages, depreciation, insurance is 12 per hour. Operating fuel is 16 per hour. You are required to calculate the cost per ton for carrying. So first thing, let's try to understand how much time do they take. Now, for MineX, they are telling you, see here, how many kilometers are there? 15. That means 15 to go and come. So that means he will travel totally 30 kilometers. Going to X, coming back. And his speed is what? 40. That means he will take 45 minutes to go and come. Are you clear? First part. See, he's gonna take, see, this, let's say this is railhead and this is X. Now, going here and coming, it's 15 kilometers, 15 kilometers. The lorry goes at 15 kilometers for 60 minutes. Now you have to travel 30 kilometers. How many minutes will it take? Are you clear? So he is taking 45 minutes there. Then how much time he will take to unload? How much time of loading? That means totally will take 90 minutes. We know in all the calculator is 1 hour 30 minutes. So in 1 hour 30 minutes, how many kilometers per ton he will carry? If you look into it, 4 tons for 15 kilometers. So you will, every time is effective as 60 tons. Now once you know this, everything else will make sense. Driver is paid at 12 per hour. How many kilometers for MineX is taking? 1.5 times. Every 30 kilometers is going and coming for 30 kilometers. So he will pay 1.6. So total cost divided by the. So again I am saying the confusion was only in this. And like I said, what I generally do is I write in paper X, Y, Z. Then I'll say, oh, I went here this time, traveling time this much, just going and coming. Then how much will time? This is only got to do with, again I'm saying, if you see, none of the questions were similar till now.
Yeah.
All the questions are just coming back, but this has remained same. But problem is, I can do this only if I get this. Worst part is it's going to be part of either question number 1 or 6. 90% more 6 is theory 90% of the time. They'll give one chotu motu question once a while. Okay, we'll do one last question. This was very rare case of a 10-mark question which came in.
Yesterday it came standard costings. I know the standard costing sum, but I don't know this.
That's okay. So now you know something to do, no? See, you get 6 questions. 3 questions if you get 10 marks each. 30 done. Question number 1, question number 6. Let's say you get 10, 50 done. In all the questions, 50 are done under your control. Correct? In all the remaining questions, you have 50 marks. In that 50, I'm saying try to score 20. Go with an objective, boss, and score 20 in it. So don't compromise on your 10-mark questions. What you know, you do it. See, first question also, that's why I said, even if I know 2 properly, 2 in between, I don't care, I'll do that too. Because that will save time. Not that I want to showcase and question 1 you don't have an option. Last theory question, boss, read all the chapters theory properly. 10-12 marks will come like that laddu for you. 2 questions, 10 marks. I only care for 2 questions. Where everyone looks into 4, I only look into 2. Boss, I know 2. Can I write the other 2 in my own words? Let me get 1.5, 2 marks for it. 10 plus 4, 14 over. Question number 1, 10 proper. 2 questions, I'll attempt something. Like I said, service costing came. Nothing. I'll attempt, boss. 2 marks. 14, how much? 28. 3 questions, I have to get 10. So how much it became? 28, 58. Now we have another 3 questions of 10. Out of which get 10 marks. You're done with 70. I don't know why people struggle with passing the exam. I can't even understand the logic when people say I failed. I'm like, that only means you did not plan your exam well. Correct, right? I know, see, even if you look into the way we have gone ahead with our marathon also, we prepared first everything for questions which will definitely come. That means I focused on all the things which are 10. I left you guys one thing to do it for yourself, that is theory. That if you have my notes, whoever is using it, the theory is there, enough theory which is there. I don't know whether Vikas's notes or whose notes did we use? So the theory would be there, so you guys can use it. I did only through study material, no? The whole class. Yeah. So you can use it. Otherwise, I'll try to see if I can send you some theory part which is important. Don't miss on your theory. Don't miss at all. And Aram se I'm saying, you will come out with that 70 feeling. Feeling only is different. And everyone will come, yo, I don't know what will happen. You're like, see what will happen maximum. Okay, one question you thought 10 marks. I've gone wrong. Still 60. One more went wrong. Was still 50. One more went wrong. 40. Still I have a higher chance of passing. Right? So you have that choice to leave. Like I said, see, since I'm already targeting on, see, theory I know I have to read all the chapters. So that is taken care. Chapter point, question number 1, I know 2 will come easy, 2 will be difficult. So I have prepared for it. So this 2 I can't skip. Now theory I have to read all the chapters, that is taken care. All the smaller questions, whatever we have done in the marathon, that is more than enough for the question 1 and last one. Now in the remaining 4 questions, I told you, you can always choose to skip one. Let's say that might be your budgeting or overheads. You can't skip both budgeting and overheads. So you can skip one of them. Marginal I can do. Standard I can do. Cost sheet I can do. 10 marks, 3 are done. Then you will have process somewhere or other things. You can still manage. So I would expect you guys, whoever are attending it, hopefully to get a 70. I'll be more happier. If you guys do watch the videos, everything, do drop a message. It will at least help me out to think about it. It's been very long since I last thought costing. So I'm also excited to see your results. It's been 3 years since I last thought. So we'll see how it goes. So let's look into this question, and after that there are 2-3 questions, just run through it. Paras Travels provides minibus to an IT company for carrying employees from office back work. It runs a fleet of 8 minibuses. For this purpose, the buses are parked in a garage adjoining the factory premise. Why is this important is, let's say this is office. Okay, so what they're trying to tell is, see, why is this important? Let's try to understand what they have told till now. There is office. Then let's say there is an employee X. It will go from here to there, pick him and again come back here. Evening, X will be here. It will go from here to there, drop him and come back here. That means they are doing, that is what that clue is about. Logic, right? It runs a fleet of 8 minibuses for this purpose. The buses are parked in a garage adjoining the company premises. The company is operating in 2 shifts, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. The distance traveled by each bus is one way. 2 shifts. The company works for 20 days in a month. The seating capacity of the bus is 30%, normally 80% occupied. So we'll only focus on this first, because all of this I know is just do the total divide by this. So what all information that I have, let us only try to focus on few things. How many buses? 8. How many shifts? 2 shifts. How many days they are going to work? 20 days. How many persons? But 80% is the capacity. So now when you try to look into it, 4 trips. Why I told you 4? 2 trips, 30 kilometers, 20 days, 12 months. This will give me number of kilometers traveled. Now, done for here. Now, how many employees are there? 30. In that, 80% will be 24. Till here, all the information is fine. Number of kilometers traveled. So basically, now let's come to the next part. So this is the first part. They were trying to test you. Driver per month, attendant per month, 80 per liter. We know the number of liters, multiply by 80. Insurance 2% of the purchase price. License fee 5080 per month. Garage rent, repair maintenance for every 5760 kilometers. So do the total number of kilometers divided by 5760, right? How many ever kilometers you get it, multiply with this. Purchase price by minibus, scrap value is given, depreciation, you have to calculate. Are you clear till here? Now, Paras travels 2 types of fare from the employees. Employees coming from a distance of 15 kilometers are charged double the fare from up to 15 kilometers. So they have up to 15, more than 15. 50% of the travel are coming from each trip. Now I told you I can have only one base. Either everyone is traveling less than 15 or everyone is traveling more than 50. So they are saying 50% of the employees. That means, can I say I have 30 employees? Out of 30, they are saying 15 is traveling full fare and another 15 is traveling half the fare. So either I can say that if I have to convert it into half the fare, can I say 30 people are traveling half the fare?
Yeah.
Correct, right? Or other way I can tell 7.5% people are traveling full fare. Does it make sense or should I repeat it? Are you guys clear? So either everyone is drawing, either I have to make it full or half, whichever it is more convenient for you guys. Beyond, what is the charge to be done? So that's all it is. So basically, now see here. Yeah, 20, sorry. Seating capacity is 30 employees, 24 employees. 12 is going to be 50% and 12 is going to be full-fledged. Now either I said I can choose everyone to be what? Half as a base if I take, that will be 24. So the total number of employees will become 36. Done? Now from there on it becomes easier. So morning shift if 36, evening shift will become 36. So the total becomes 72. Then you just have to do the total cost per annum and divide with the 72. Are you clear? Denominator is the key. So what I would suggest when you guys are doing more service costing questions and other stuff is when you check RTP and all, focus only on the denominator. What are they doing for the denominator? 2-3 questions when you see, you will get a control. One variety will come in the exam. Don't try to overdo, because there is nothing here. See, this is all English. Depreciation, driver salary 12 per month, multiply by 12, tuck, 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 tuck. There's nothing out there. Depreciation also you know how to calculate. But what you will get confused as a student is this. What should I divide with? That's what I started the question also. If I focus only on the division, I'm done with this chapter. In spite of it, will I get it right? The answer is no. So you can go with an assumption that service costing I'll do wrong, but let me go as closer as possible. Understood? Don't go in this to be a main chapter, because like I said, your budgeting, service costing tests your intellect. That means you should have had practice more. Overhead chapter and all doesn't even test your intellect. It is pure format, follow the format and do it. 2-3 questions you do. Students keep getting confused with absorption. I hope I've clarified it now. Marginal costing, little bit of intellect. Standard costing, nothing. Know the formula, you will do it. Only thing you have to get it right is standard cost for actual output. You get it right, you are sorted. Cost sheet, straight format. Material, format. Labor, format, formula application. How can you fail? Right? My question, you are only saying I know what this is. So how can you fail? Right? So please don't underestimate. Do it yourself. You can, I'm saying, you can dream even to get the toppest of the country. I had a highest of 92 or 93 somebody in costing. So, and I promised you guys before the class that I just trust, I do agree you guys have a habit of comparison of different teachers. But I've been doing it for 13 years, so I do know what we do. So do trust the process. When we say we'll handle it for your exam, we'll take care of it. Right? This is one question. I'll just do another case of hospital so that a lodging home is being run in a small hill station with 100 single rooms. Offers concessional rate during, this is a lodging room they're offering during 6 off-season months in a year. That means 6 months they're running full, 6 months they're running half. During the period, half of the full room rent is charged. That means, can I say that 6 months will be equal to 3 months?
3 full months.
3 full months. Or the other way around is the remaining 6 months will be equal to 12 half months. Whichever way you want to do. The management's profit margin is targeted 20%. The following are the cost estimate. Occupancy is 80 and 40. That means total number of rooms, whatever is there, you will take 80% for the 6 full months, 40% for the remaining half the month. Right? Total investment is 200 lakh, of which 80% relate to the building and balance for the furniture. Why is that required? For calculating depreciation. So can you do the working note of depreciation in the exam? 1 mark. Right? Then staff salary excluding room maintenance, repairs, blah blah blah. Yeah, I know I have to add the total cost. This is done. Room attendants are paid 10 per room day on the basis of occupancy. So how many ever occupancy days you get, multiply by 10. So I know I anyway have to calculate per room day, because I have to find the number of cost to be charged. How do you charge a hotel? Per room, per day. So that moonlighting charges are 120 per room, except in 4 months in the winter where it is 30 per room. Monthly lighting charges. So 6 months will be at 120. Another 4 months is going to be at 30. Find out the work. So now see the occupancy. First thing I'll try to calculate the total room. 100 rooms, 80% occupancy, 6 months. That will be equal to, are you clear? For 30 days that you are going to be working for 6 months. Off season, 100 rooms, 6 months and 30 days. Now either I told you I can take it based on the full rooms or half rooms. If I take it full rooms, whatever it is, it will be half of it. Understood? So total number of room days that they are going to be working on, if you look into it, is 21,600. Equivalent rooms that I have to be charging is 18,000. Did you understand both? Now once you know this, everything else is easy. Now lighting charges, what are they telling? For 100 rooms, 120 per month. For off season, 100 rooms. So how many see, if you look into it, they said only 4 months of winter. I have 12 months in a year. 6 months is the peak season. That means 2 more months left where I have to be charging it at 120.
Yes, sir. It's not a winter.
It's not a winter, but it's an off season. Winter is the only time where it will be 30. So then remaining 4 months, 30. So then you do the total cost divided by the room rate. So every question works on the same way. Are you guys clear with service costing? Balaji, Radhika, Manjunath, are you guys clear with service costing? Okay, so what I'll do, I'll directly take so what I'll do, I'll just run you through the labor costing because there's nothing to teach there. It's you have two for one. You have your bonus plans.
Yeah.
There you have a formulas which keeps coming again and Hasley Rowan. Then there is a basic question which will be combined with contribution which is there. So there's nothing much to teach. So I'll just run you through the chapter. I'm not going to be doing anything out there. And last part of ABC costing and theory chapter, I'll just run you through. Because ABC costing, if you have understood overheads, there is nothing onto it. There is one portion which I have not thought is basically a comparison between absorption costing and marginal costing. Absorption and marginal. There is a valuation of inventory, one question which is a difficult category you might end up getting in. I'll do one small video and share it that you watch it along with it. Small video which will be coming as supplementary material. So if you get it, so that's only got to do with valuation of inventory. I'll just do that video, not today. So let's. So I hope you guys use this website. Yeah. So please ensure that this is completely covered. Your RTPs. And this is what I told you. You can write as many papers as possible. This login would be there for your CA login which they have given. So you can just log in anytime. Check there are multiple question papers. Whenever, like I said, you should at least write 4 before going to exam. This one is what you write. All other things you can keep it with your solutions and practice. This current mock won't be so important. Always do the previous 3 mocks. 3 mocks at least you should do. Previous 3. This all the notes that I've done covers this completely. All the previous year papers are completed. So last 5 years. The remaining 5 I'll just give you with solutions so that you can use it as part of the.
So and the current RTP also will be useful, or that also?
Yeah, actually no. To be very honest, is no. But do it because you are prepared for an uncertainty. Otherwise, you would have covered most of the concepts here or there. You know, like take a paper, you know where you stand. Like yesterday you said you can do around 70ish. That's a good confidence, right? You have another 3-4 days of preparation. If you're saying I can attempt 70, you should be able to now go 85, 90ish. Okay. Now the labor cost, if you look into it, we have 2 kinds of questions that we get. One is the labor turnover. The other one is the calculation of the wage payment system. All other things are more theoretical into it. This is again concept. What is overtime? Working over and beyond the regular hours. What is idle time?
Working, getting paid and not working.
Getting paid and not getting work. So that they might ask you for a very simple question to find what is an idle time. What would be the cost which is going to affect the company because of it. So the labor hours that you are losing in because of idle time will be your loss. So you have paid somebody but he has sat for 2 hours, did nothing. That's the cost that you have lost it. So we are going to be focusing only on these two. Everything else is theory. So I'm directly shifting to the labor turnover. Now, first thing we have to understand is what is labor turnover. Labor turnover basically means the number of employees leaving the organization. Number of employees. So this is the question I told you guys. Once just look into it. Illustration number 1. Basically, you have an idle time. You have to find the non-productive cost because of it. Once just look into it. They've not asked in the examination till now, but you don't know. So overtime payment, you don't have to worry. Yeah, this is cost for a job. We anyway do it in the job costing. Okay. Practice wise, do once illustration number 4. 1 and 4, you can just write it down. Do 1, 4 and 5. Right. Apart from it, for the bonus plan and all, you can just do previous year paper questions. That is more than enough. I'll share you the notes anyway. Tomorrow morning, you can just look into it. Okay. Now, bonus plans. When I try to look into bonus plans, there are two plans that we primarily use. One is HALSI, other one is ROWAN. This is typically what you keep getting question after question. Find out the labor turnover rates along with the bonus system. What does HALSI time system say? He says that whatever time you have taken, I'll pay you for it. For an example, let's say the project is supposed to be taking 10 hours. You finished in 8 hours. I'll pay you for 8 hours what you have worked. Remaining 2 hours that you have saved, I'll pay you 50% of it. That's all is the formula. Remember this. So you can apply in any question. I was supposed to pay you for how much? You are supposed to do the work in how many hours? 10 hours. How many hours did you work? 8 hours. So for 8 hours that you have worked, you will get the whole money. For the 8 hours that you have worked, you will get the whole money. For the remaining 2 hours you save, you will get 50% of it. That is HALSI plan. Are you clear? Now, next comes this guy, our ROWAN. ROWAN says, now you have worked for same number I'll taken 10 hours, 8 hours. 8 hours I will pay you. Now the 2 hours what you have saved, I will pay you based on the proportion. That is 2 by 10. 2 by 10. That is whatever time you have saved divided by the time allowed for the project. 2 by 10 into the rate per hour. That is known as ROWAN. So remember this 10, 8, 2 thing. You don't have to mug up the formula. You can just use it. Right? 50%, 2 by 10. That's the thing. Time taken you have to pay under both the cases. ROWAN means I'll pay 50%. HALSI means I'll pay 50%. ROWAN means I'll pay proportionate. So that's all that is. So you have multiple questions trying to test multiple things. So you can just...
So that graph is important.
No. Labor turnover. Okay, this is the second question which keeps coming in the examination, which is the labor turnover. So what is this labor turnover about? A labor turnover means number of people leaving the organization. Some guy said, boss, I don't care about number of people leaving the organization. I want to know about how many of them joined. So they said, let's say 100 people left, 200 joined. I say my turnover is 300. 100 left, 200 joined. What am I saying? Turnover is 300. Few guys came and argued, no. See, 100 people left, 200 joined, out of which 50 were for the old post only. 50 were for what? Old post only. That means, what is the new set of variation which happened? Out of 100 people who left, 50 were replaced. That means 50 positions are filled. Now, new how many people came? 150. Out of 200, 50 was for the existing position. How many new people came? 150. Out of the people who left, which positions were not filled? 50. So some people said you have to take the turnover as 150 and plus 50, 200. These are the three things. One school of thought said what? People who left. Second school said people who left and new people joined. Third guy said it's not just people left and joined, it's also replaced. If you know these three things, now you have to just connect with the names. Now see replacement method. Replacement method. What does replacement mean? Now in this question, 100 left, 200 joined, 50 were replaced. What is number of replaced here? 50 divided by average number. You understand what is replaced, right? For that existing position, how many people were filled? Suppression means what? Number of people who left. What will be the case in this? 100. Third case. Third case is the flux method. Third case is what? Flux method. See here, what they are saying. Number of suppression plus number of replacement plus number of new joinees. So that means, see here, number of, in that question, out of, what do you say, 100 left, replaced what? 50. Then how many joined in? 200. So we take all the things, or we try to take number of separations and accessions, divide by the average rule. So this is pure, all the things will be given in the question, you just have to apply it. Question, is it important for me? The answer is absolutely yes. Is there a paper where labor question has not come? No. It comes for theory also. It comes for what? Theory also plus practical. So you have to ensure that this is taken care. Are you clear with this? Labor turnover rates are done. So if they have to ask you the ratio, whatever period you get, divide by the average number of days in a year, like the one we did it in the efficiency. So that's all is this chapter. So please ensure that you revise it. There are only 2 formulas. So I'm just skipping it across. Are you guys fine? Kirtana, Balaji, Manjunath. Okay, now last one, ABC. Okay, now what is ABC costing? How important is it? So ABC costing comes or does not come. So it's not like my must do topic. Either it comes or it does not. But I have to know it, because so at the end of the day, if I get something which is coming part of my compulsory question, like I said, I know standard costing, the second question is ABC costing. I should end up scoring something. Now, what is the difference between ABC costing and overheads? I'll just tell you the logic. Remember this in the exam, you can solve all the questions. Now, in overheads chapter, what we did was, we took the total overheads of department A, B, C, D, divided based on machine hours, labor hours or other things, based on the absorption rate. Now, let's say for an example, I am doing classes in the morning, I am doing classes in the evening. Now, do you think the class in the morning will take more light hours, or class in the evening will take more light hours? Morning or evening? Not night. Night. Night, right? Okay. Let's try to look at the other way around. I am trying to check that there is a customer service. Now, customer service, should it be based on the number of calls the customer gets, or should it be based on the number of hours they are working in the office? You are supposed, you have a total cost of labor hours of people who are working in customer service. This customer service cost, should I be dividing based on the number of hours they work, or is it based on the number of calls they attend in a day? That is practical, right? So people came up and said, boss, what are you doing in overheads? You can't just randomly put it under machine hours, labor hours and all. It does not make sense. See, there are certain departments which are going to be based on, let's say, my department does research. Your department is not doing research. Should you put that research cost only for me, or should we put it to both of them equally? Practical, right? I do research, I do it. You guys do 1 research a year, I do 10 research a year. How you should divide? Should I just say, oh, you guys are 2 people, so it should be done in the ratio of 1:2? Did you understand? It does not make sense. So activity based costing means, how am I going to divide my overheads divided by the activities that it happens? For an example, you can see what has been given. Research and development based on the research projects. Design, number of products you design, departments. Customer service, number of customer calls. Marketing, which department does how many advertising. Distribution, how many units are you distributing? So instead of trying to have a blanket rate, one rate for all of them, try to divide your total cost into activities and then divide based on it. That's all is the chapter. Understood now? Now we'll try to just use this logic and try. We know all the expenses have 2 things, direct or indirect. Whether I do absorption costing, which costing? What we did in overheads chapter is called as absorption costing, where we take based on number of machine hours, labor hours, is called as what? Absorption. What we are doing now is activity based costing. These are costing methodologies. So whether I do absorption costing or I do ABC costing, my direct cost will be the same. That will not change. What change will happen is going to be where in case of the indirect cost. Are you clear? Now traditional costing is absorption costing. What did I divide with? Machine hours, labor hours, volume, X. Here I'm going to be dividing based on the cost drivers. Now these are my cost drivers. Understood the concept? Now if you have understood, now you will see all the questions, suddenly it will be easier. Okay, let's take small example. See here, they have given you so many hours: payroll taxes, machine department, department of labor, purchasing department, labor, fringe benefits, department supplies, depreciation, electricity, unemployment insurance. Which of the overheads do you think should be driven by labor hours? Payroll taxes. Payroll means what? Salary, fringe benefits, and unemployment. Now all other things which are left, I have to find an appropriate base. For an example, this I know will be divided based on the labor hour. Now when you try to look into it, this machine department, what is there? And equipment depreciation, electricity, don't you think it is better to be divided by machine hours? Because how is that related to labor? Right? So that 2500 I am trying to do. Now when I try to see the purchase department, I have purchase department labor cost, purchase. Boss, don't you think that is to be done based on the number of purchases which are happening? How is labor department got to do with purchase department? So the base they will give you in the question, we have to just identify it. This was just for try. See here, ordering cost. This remember during the exam, ordering cost based on the machine cost, setups, machine cost, assembly cost, parts, inspecting cost, number of tests to be done, painting cost, number of parts, supervising cost, number of labor hours. So remember this during exam. Now just try to look into it. ABC is a multi-product company. They are trying to produce this many products. You have ABC, material, labor. The direct labor rate was 10 per hour. So how many hour minutes you have given? Multiply by 10. The budgeted material cost is 2 per kg. So how many ever kgs are there? Multiply by 2. Production overheads 9950 were absorbed using the direct labor hour rate. Which method is this? Traditional method. ABC Limited followed the costing system. Now what are they doing? Now I am trying to analyze the material. What was they are saying? What was this 99450? I try to identify what it is. I saw one was material handling, one was storage, one was electricity. Material handling, I thought the better way to do it is weight of the material handled. So that means whatever material handling cost is, divide with the weight of the material, then divided based on the departments. Storage cost, number of batches of material. So I'll try to see here they have given number of batches 10, 5, 15. Electricity they want based on the number of machine operations 6, 3, 2. You divide now this 3 overheads in this ratio. That's all is called as ABC costing. Traditionally we were dividing everything by only labor hour rate. Now you are splitting it across and then dividing it into 3 basis. So see here. So this was traditionally done 99540 divided by total machine hours. Now you divided it based on activity. That is what? See, this is the quantity you are using, weights. So you did all the base. Material handling 29800 by the total weight of the material. Then what did they say? Electricity you are going to be dividing based on the number of machine operations. Storage based on the number of batches. After that, you start allocating it. Are you clear? That's all is your ABC costing. So do a couple of questions just to get the denominator right, because that's the only thing that you have, nothing else. So you can try a couple of other illustrations just to look into it. I have done anyway during my videos. You can just have an access to all the other videos which are there. I'll send you guys the previous questions for your practice. So see here, just one sec. See here, activity 50,000. Cost is what? 2 lakh. 2 lakh divided by 50,000 will give you per kilowatt hour. Product M is taking 10,000 hours. So multiply by whatever rate you get. They are telling 3 lakh will be for 10,000 inspections. For 3,500, what will be the inspection? Do the total, add to the direct cost, that will be activity based cost. Are you clear? Understood the concept now? So please don't come out without seeing the question just because they said activity based costing. It is only a method of dividing your overheads based on the activity driver. Are you all clear now?
Mostly we expect separate question for ABC or like marginal.
Generally they'll ask you straight questions. 5 marks they'll ask you, not more than that. If they ask otherwise, they'll. One more thing, if I am an examiner, I can ask you is, I'll give you one question where I'll combine both absorption rate of absorption costing and the activity based costing. That will be 6 marks. This will be 4 marks. That can be done for a 10 mark question. Like the previous one, instead of trying to give you direct values, I'll tell you to calculate and then do it. That's the only thing that can be asked in this question. So if you do 3-4 questions, you will know there's nothing out there. People don't understand what is activity. That's where you struggle it. When I teach during class also, because you would have an hangover of overheads chapter, you will hate that overheads chapter, so you will not like this chapter also. That is what has happened. Now you guys can understand what it is, right? So what are the chapters which we need to focus on conceptual clarity? I only focus on conceptual clarity. I don't know. Sorry. I only focus on concepts. I don't do questions like you guys do. I only run through the questions just to see whether I can understand the question or not. The more the questions you go through, the more confidence you get for any paper. So I hope the last 5 days was productive. Hope to see you guys scoring good marks. And like I said, if you just focus on whatever has been done in the last 15 hours, that's what we have spent to it. You should be able to get a 70 plus in a paper. Plus, along with it, you have to just read the theory portion of it, chapter 1, which we have ignored, and other parts. Anything is there, do comment on the video or drop in the group. You guys are there. I don't see that group, so I'm not there in that group, but my team is there. So you can ask, you want to write a paper, you want to once get it evaluated, you can do it. The links are anyway shared in the comments or other stuff. You can always see to it. One thing is costing paper, just ensure that you sleep properly and go. Don't unnecessarily stress yourself for a costing paper, because that would be a third paper, right? Accounting one, again I'm saying, make sure accounting you take enough rest so that your second paper is your law paper. You can skip your sleep, go a little aggressive. Then again have a proper sleep for costing so that you can go aggressive for the taxation. That's how you balance your sleep. Otherwise, what will happen? Because of lack of sleep, your body will start creating imbalance. 8 hours sleep, what you're doing right now, you have to start cutting down to 7. 7 is a good sleep. What I do is I sleep twice a day. I sleep once for 5 hours, another time for 2 hours. So typically what I did in the last 1.5 months of my time is I just kept my body pattern the way the examination is happening. Exam time is what? 2 to 5? 2 to 5 I have to keep my mind active. I come back after taking so much of stress of the exam. I know I can't study. So 6 o'clock I start sleeping. 6 to 8. 8 o'clock I study. I fresh. The moment I come back from the exam hall, I eat, sleep off. I'll wake up at 8. 8 to 11 I read. I sleep off. Then I wake up at 4 o'clock. Now once I wake up at 4, what I do is from 4 till 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, I try to keep my mind active. So in between, if I want, I'll try getting into a power nap. Now when I do it, I know by 11 I should be done. I will try to have my lunch around 12ish so that I am 1 o'clock I leave home. So that 2 o'clock I leave the examination center. Not right. That's while going in, go with like you should have your notes that say, okay, I've done this, I'm sorted. Your mind should only be like, I know chapter 1, these questions. Only last things which are very, very important. Like I said, the standard costing I told you, going before the exam hall because I had to mug up. Those things where you have to remember on the day of exam, like you have no other option to mug up. Those things are the ones I'll recap. Wait for the examiner to give the paper. The moment she gives, I'll go and write that first one. Then again, I know 2 to 5. During my regular days, I try to catch up some bit of sleep there. So that anyway, exam fear, anyway, I won't sleep on that day, I know. So that time I'll try to just balance it out. Try to change your schedule. This is how we all cleared in one attempt. This much planning did you do? We had to do it. Right? I don't know how many of you guys were writing first attempt, second attempt, third attempt. You have done all of it. But this has been something which has worked out with a lot of students who have cleared it and come back and said, hey, you know what? That strategy, what you told, worked out for us. Because I always look into it on the day of exam. How will my day go? Before that, how should I revise? Right? I know I have to revise now. See, 8 to 11. How much time? 3 hours. Then I'm waking up at 4 o'clock. 5 hours I slept. Then I'm reading from 5 o'clock. Let's say till the next day 6 o'clock. In between, I'll take a 2 hours break. So if I say take 4 to 6, right? That means 12 hours. In 12 hours, I'm going to sleep 2 hours again in between. So how many hours did I get? 10 plus 3, 13. Then again, after 6 to 8 is my sleep time. Then again, 8 to 11. How much time did I get? 13 over. Now another 3 hours, 16. Then 4 o'clock till 11. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 7. That means 13, 16, 23, 24 hours. So I should be prepared. How do I recap in 24 hours before the exam? So for that, I should do 2 days prior revision so that I should have covered everything in 48 hours. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Then you will also be so happy about what you do. You don't have to worry about your result. The day you come out of the exam, you can go on a proper trip and come back. You know you would have passed. You don't want an evaluator to tell whether you have passed or not. Along with it, work on your writing skills. Mock exams, I'll correct it for you guys and give it to you. 2 papers, I'll correct it. Whichever 2 papers you want, you can share it in that marketing group. 2 papers is what I'll correct because I have too many things happening in my plate. I can spend only 2 papers.
So, it's fine. You can give us the answer key.
The papers they'll give you.
Yeah, no. If you're busy, we can self-evaluate.
You can self-evaluate. The idea is to tell you guys whether you will get marks for what you think is right. It is not got to do with what you say, whether you got your final answer. It is got to do with whether are you going to get marks for what you have written. The presentation skills and other stuff. Like I said, once maybe when you write your first mock, once maybe one you're writing just before the exam where you have to correct it. I'll give you, spend 1 feedback call so that you can leverage on it. Talk to the team. There is something on the app where you can book it. So you can do it and let me know. Based on my time, I will. So all the best, guys. Thank you so much. See you soon after the exams are over. Yeah, thanks.